Lord Madara, the plan has reached its most critical stage. That pawn Obito can be activated at any moment. In the cold dark underground cave a pitch-black mud-like mass muttered from the corner. Uchiha Madara opened his heavy eyelids. He felt a pervasive odor of decay all over his body. Protruding from his back were several thick tubes making him resemble a patient kept alive by a respirator. He had transmigrated. Not only that, but he had become the elderly Uchiha Madara who was deceived his entire life and ultimately died miserably after pulling the plug. And this pitch-black creature before him was none other than the filial son Black Zetsu. The will of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Madara sneered inwardly. The Madara from the original story who was played for a fool was already dead. Now within this decrepit shell resided a modern soul who knew the plot thoroughly and refused to be anyone's pawn. Seeing Madara silent, Black Zetsu quickly squirmed closer. Lord Madara, how much longer can your current condition hold? If we can't wait for Obito to awaken his eyes. Before Black Zetsu finished, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Madara's mind. Ding! Detected host soul fusion complete. Interstellar Hegemony System bound successfully. Main quest released. Eliminate the schemer Black Zetsu before you. Task reward: increase lifespan by 50 years, restore physical body to peak condition. Hearing the voice in his mind, Madara's withered lips twisted into a terrifying smile. This cheat code came just in time. Black Zetsu, unsettled by that smile, backed away half a step, his mud-like body writhing uneasily. Lord Madara. What are you laughing at? Our plan is flawless. Madara raised his bony hand and grasped the thick tube connected to the demonic statue of the outer path behind him. I laugh at how exhausting your act must be. And I laugh at my own blindness back then. As the words left his mouth, Madara's wrist suddenly exerted force. With a dull thud, the sound of flesh and tube forcibly tearing apart. Black Zetsu's single yellow eye widened instantly. He screamed hysterically, Lord Madara. You're insane. Pulling the statue's tube will kill you. He was completely panicked. This was not how the script was written. The old man hadn't finished handing over the Rinnegan nor entrusted the infinite Tsukimi plan to Obito. Why had he pulled the plug himself? Madara paid him no attention, not even bothering to glance at him. The moment the tube was removed, the sensation of life rapidly draining engulfed his body. But he mustered his last breath, his form flickering like a ghost and his bony fingers clamped tightly around Black Zetsu's neck area. Though Black Zetsu was a mass of mud, Madara's chakra-infused iron-like hand managed to grip its very core. You! Black Zetsu struggled desperately, black mud creeping up Madara's arm, attempting to devour him. Did you think I didn't know what you really are? Madara leaned in, his voice raspy like sandpaper on glass. Kaguya's third son. You have gone to great lengths to revive your mother. Black Zetsu's single eye trembled violently. All his disguises were stripped away in that moment. You! How do you know? Let me go. I am your will. My will. Madara snorted coldly. Veins bulged on his hand. Without any intention of listening to this mud's nonsense, he suddenly tightened his fingers. The remaining chakra erupted in his palm. Bang! A muffled explosion. Black Zetsu, without even a complete last word, was crushed into a pool of stinking black water, splashing onto the cold rock floor lifeless. Ding! Quest completed. Eliminate Black Zetsu. Rewards delivered, available for collection: 50 years of lifespan, peak physical body. Madara released his hand, disdainfully flicking the black mud off his fingers. He gasped heavily. The 80-year-old body was ultimately too old. That last move had nearly drained his last ounce of strength. He turned and walked toward the exit of the underground base. It was a heavy stone door blocking the sunlight outside. I don't want to stay in this damn place another second. Madara lifted his withered leg, gathered his remaining physical strength, and kicked the stone door. With a loud boom, dust flew. Blinding sunlight rushed into the dark chamber. Madara squinted instinctively and took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. There was no musty smell of the demonic statue, only the fresh scent of wind through leaves. Yet amid this freshness there was a strong trace of blood. Just as he stepped out of the cave entrance. Bang! A figure fell heavily from the sky, landing right at Madara's feet, raising a cloud of dust. Madara looked down and saw the person at his feet. It was a female ninja in tattered tight-fitting clothes. Her cyan hair was tangled and her beautiful face was smeared with blood. There was a deep bone-deep gash on her left abdomen, blood gushing out and staining the grass. The kunoichi struggled to get up, but her arms were weak. After several attempts she collapsed back down. Aoi Aoki gasped heavily, clutching her wound. She lifted her head in despair, her gaze meeting a pair of deep weathered eyes. Standing before her was an old man with white hair and a stooped figure looking 80 years old. He wore a ragged black robe seeming half in the grave. "Old man, run." Aoi bit her bloody lip, her voice trembling. She closed her eyes in acceptance. She could die, but now she had dragged an innocent civilian old man into it. Dense sounds of air tearing came from the distant woods. Over a dozen ninjas wearing Iwagakure headbands leapt down from the treetops, surrounding them in a circle. The leading Iwanin twisted his lips into a cruel grin, pointing at Aoi on the ground and cursing, "You stole our village's intelligence and thought you could escape. Aoi Aoki, accept your death." Nearby subordinates echoed, their eyes mocking. "Captain, this old man looks like a gust of wind could blow him over. Probably no need for our fire release, he'll die of fright." The leading Iwanin sneered twice, his hands forming several hand seals. "Run. No one is running today. Kill this old geezer too." Blazing fire release chakra condensed in the air, shaping into several massive fireballs that came crashing down toward Madara and Aoi. The wave of heat blasted forward, scorching the surrounding leaves until they curled and yellowed instantly. The air itself warped with heat. Aoi Aoki completely gave up resistance. The leading Iwanin's strength far surpassed hers, even with wings she couldn't escape now. She turned to look at the old man beside her, who seemed frozen in shock, standing still. Madara didn't even glance at the falling fireballs. He simply gave a command to the system in his mind. "Withdraw rewards. Ding. Begin rejuvenation, body restoration in progress." Watching the fireball looming overhead, Aoi sighed. "Old man, sorry, you'll keep you company on the road to the underworld." Burning fire release chakra descended with waves of scalding heat. Ban stood motionless, his gaze fixed on Aoki Kuei's face flushed crimson by the flames. She bit her lip fiercely, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down her face. "Old man, run." Aoki Kuei yelled, her voice trembling with despair. "Run." Ban sneered inwardly. In this world, those who could make this old man run had long turned to dust in their coffins. A grating crack resounded deep within his bones. His skin peeled off like withered tree bark. Explosive power surged madly through his limbs. It was not the frail chakra but the vast star energy bestowed by the system roaring along his meridians. Ban let out a low growl of satisfaction. The IWA ninja captain on the branch laughed arrogantly, on the brink of death and still howling. "Old fool, you don't even know how to dodge. In your next life remember to grow some eyes." The lackeys joined in. "Captain's fire release will scatter even his ashes." Just as the fireball was about to engulf them, a dazzling azure light pillar exploded. It carried no heat but an oppressive pressure that chilled the soul, bursting through the forest canopy. Boom! The fierce fireballs hit the blue light, not even a spark left, annihilated instantly. The IWA captain's laughter caught in his throat. He stared wide-eyed at the light pillar, the kunai in his hand nearly dropping. What kind of jutsu is this? A transformation trick. Within the azure glow, the decrepit body was being remolded. Gray hair turned black inch by inch, dancing wildly like an obsidian waterfall in a gale. The sunken chest swelled, taut muscles shaping a perfect silhouette beneath the tattered black robe. Aoki Kuei lay on the ground staring dazedly. She rubbed her eyes, unconsciously forgetting the pain of her wounds. The old man who was half buried was gone. In his place stood a tall, straight young man. Sharp brows and brilliant eyes, a face carved like a statue, every gesture exuding an arrogance that looked down upon the world. The IWA captain swallowed a chill rising unbidden. But relying on numbers he suppressed his fear and shouted to bolster his courage. Playing tricks. You think changing your skin can save this woman? She stole the highest secrets of Iwagakure. Anyone who blocks dies today. Seals. Earth release Earth Dragon Bullet. A dozen IWA nin moved simultaneously, earth churning, several huge earth dragons roaring toward the man in the center of the light pillar. Ban lazily twisted his neck joints, cracking crisply. He lifted his head, his deep black eyes filled with disdain. No hand seals. For one who had mastered star energy, these hand-waving gestures were as ridiculous as a child playing with mud. He simply waved his hand. A blue energy storm like a tangible giant wave met the rampaging earth dragons heeding. With crisp cracks the hard dragons shattered into powder across the sky. The storm did not diminish, it swept up the dozen IWA nin in midair. Ah, save me, the screams lasted half a second before abruptly ceasing. Dozens of elite ninjas left not a single drop of blood, turning into ashes swirling in the air. Dozens of giant trees were erased, leaving a terrifying bottomless chasm on the ground. The forest fell into dead silence. Only the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Aoki Kuei's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. She looked at the deep chasm, then at the man so handsome it was hard to look away. What kind of monster was this? No hand seals annihilating an elite IWA squad in one move. Compared to this man, the so-called prodigies she had seen in the underground black market were not even worth the sweet potatoes dug from the ground. She swallowed, trying to stand with her hands on the ground, but the wound on her abdomen twinged, making her inhale sharply. Yet she ignored the pain, only feeling her ears burning hot. Ban looked down, casting a condescending glance at her. His eyes were cold, as if appraising a lifeless object. Under that gaze Aoki Kuei's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned her face away, fingers unconsciously digging into the dirt. Thank you, benefactor, for saving me. Her voice was soft, completely lacking the toughness she had shown when protecting the old man. Ban ignored her. This woman had a scroll from Iwagakure, but he had no interest in such petty skirmishes. Seeing the man silent, Aoki Kuei dared to sneak a look. His jawline was sharp and perfect, the black hem of his robe fluttered noisily in the wind. She felt the heat on her face rising, her breathing quickening. My name is Aoki Kuei. I'm a Ronin ninja. Benefactor, which village's lord are you? She stammered, palms sweating. Shut up. Ban spat out coldly. Aoki Kuei shuddered, quickly covering her mouth, staring at him like a frightened rabbit. Ban ignored this unsolicited affection. His attention was on the system panel that popped up in his mind. Ding. Triggering subsequent chain mission. Mission objective: change the tragedy of Kannabi Bridge, save no error, Rin, subdue the Minato Namikaze squad. Mission reward: infinite Susanoo evolution blueprint. Ban looked at the virtual panel, a wild grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Infinite Susanoo. This system's reward was to his liking. That fool Obito in the original story, crushed by a rock and later tricked into being a tool of revenge. Now, timing-wise, the conflict between Konoha and IWA should be at its peak. Even a bottom-ranked Uchiha was still his junior. No one should bully him except this old man himself. No one, not even a rock. Ban turned around, bending his knees slightly, violent star energy gathering beneath his feet. Aoki Kuei saw him about to leave and quickly uncovered her mouth. Benefactor, where are you going? I have important intelligence from Iwagakure. Take me with you and the intel is yours. She wanted to use the intel to keep him, reaching forward to grab his robe, but grasped nothing. Ban's feet suddenly launched. The ground instantly collapsed into a huge crater, debris flying. Like a black meteor he tore through the air, shooting toward the distant sky. The shockwave sent Aoki Kuei tumbling twice on the ground. In midair only an arrogant voice echoed through the forest. Kannabi Bridge. By my calculation that fool Obito should be about to get hit by a rock. High above, the wind sliced across his face like blades. Ban didn't even blink, tearing a long air current through the clouds with his blistering speed. He heard a dull rumble in the distance. It was the sound of detonating talismans being triggered en masse, the earth trembling along with it, the thick fragrance of mud carried aloft by the wind. Ban clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. In this body returned to the age of 20, stellar energy surged like a runaway wild horse galloping and roaring. This feeling of explosive power set his blood ablaze. Almost there. That faint yet familiar aura of the Uchiha bloodline lay just ahead. He was eager to see how pathetic that sniveling weakling Obito from the original story looked now. At that moment in the underground cavern of Kannabi Bridge. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and choking limestone powder. Earth-style rock avalanche. A hidden IWA shinobi cackled. As the hand seals completed, the entire load-bearing structure of the underground cave collapsed. The rock ceiling above emitted a teeth-grinding crack. Kakashi, clutching his bleeding left eye, stumbled and collapsed into the muddy water. He gasped for air, his remaining right eye filled with unwillingness. A boulder weighing 10,000 pounds broke free from the rock layer, carrying a shroud of death as it hurtled straight toward Kakashi's face. Kakashi. Obito's eyes turned crimson, his double tomo Sharingan spinning wildly. Without a moment's hesitation he pushed off the ground like a cannonball, slamming into Kakashi and shoving him clear of the boulder's fall. But Obito himself was completely engulfed by the vast shadow. Obito, Rin, who had fallen nearby, screamed, her voice cracking. She scrambled forward, ignoring the skin torn from her hands on the rough ground. She reached out trying to grasp something, but her fingertips only brushed Obito's clothes. Tears washed the dust from her face, leaving muddy streaks. Obito looked up at the rapidly descending boulder and resignedly closed his eyes. He was not ready. He hadn't confessed to Lin, hadn't made the whole village acknowledge him. His dream of being Hokage was only half realized, and now he was going to die in this dark, broken cave. Rin, Kakashi, take care of yourselves from now on, he silently recited his final words, awaiting the end that would crush bone and flesh. Just as the rough stone bottom was half an inch from Obito's nose. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering roar. The dozen meters of rock above had been forcibly kicked through from the outside by an overwhelming irrational force. Blinding sunlight poured in through the massive hole, leaving everyone unable to open their eyes. Countless debris clattered down, but upon touching some invisible barrier they instantly turned to dust. The anticipated pain of broken bones never came. Obito cautiously opened a slit between his eyelids. He froze. A hand with distinct knuckles, fair and strong, was steadily supporting the bottom of the 10,000-pound boulder. Azure stellar energy spread from that hand like a glowing spiderweb, suspending the massive boulder firmly in midair. The boulder's surface hissed and spat under the eroding stellar energy, a sound that set one's teeth on edge. Obito followed the arm upward. What met his eyes was a tattered black robe flapping in the wind. A mane of wild, untamed black hair danced with the air currents. The man didn't even look up at the 10,000-pound boulder he held. He looked down, his crimson Sharingan eyes brimming with undisguised disdain as he scrutinized Obito, who was sitting slumped on the ground. Since when did the Uchiha clan produce a spineless coward like you who closes his eyes and awaits death when danger comes? The man's voice was low, but it carried an innate pressure of a superior, making Obito's eardrums buzz and his heart race uncontrollably. The cave was dead silent. The IWA shinobi in the distance froze mid-handseal, their eyes nearly popping out. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads. What kind of monster had appeared here? Catching a collapsing boulder with one hand without even breathing heavily. This was the infamous Earth-style killing move. How was it like holding a block of tofu in that man's hands? Hey! Who are you? The Iwanin commander shouted, trying to suppress his panic. Are you tired of living interfering in an Iwagakure mission? Ban didn't even spare him a glance. Such ants with pitifully little chakra weren't worth turning his head. Rin finally snapped out of her shock. She scrambled on hands and knees to Obito, grabbing his arm, crying uncontrollably. Obito! You scared me to death. You're alive. She buried her head in Obito's shoulder, her warm tears soaking his clothes. Kakashi, leaning on the broken white fanged shortsword, struggled to his feet. He endured the searing pain in his left eye, shielding Rin and Obito behind him, staring fixedly at the mysterious man with his remaining right eye. Sharingan. Someone from the Uchiha clan. Kakashi mentally ran through all the notable Uchiha experts in Konoha, but none matched. This man's aura was 100 times more terrifying than the Hokage's. Obito sat on the ground staring blankly at the man's face. He even forgot to feel Rin's embrace on his shoulder. From up close he hadn't seen clearly, but now with a little distance the man's facial features looked frightfully familiar. Those oppressive Sharingan, that iconic wild mane, and that arrogant disregard for anyone, a domineering air that looked down on the entire world. Obito's mind flashed to an illustration in his Ninja Academy history textbook, then to the giant waterfall statues at the Valley of the End outside Konoha. Though the man in front of him was exceedingly young, his face more handsome than any Uchiha Obito had ever seen, the innate arrogance etched into his bones was cast from the same mold. You. Obito swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with limestone powder, coughing several times. He extended a trembling dirt-covered finger pointing at the other. Ban raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a playful arc. This dead last breath, though pitifully weak, wasn't completely blind. The Iwanin commander, seeing himself utterly ignored, was driven by his ninja pride into a fury. He waved his arm and ordered through gritted teeth, "No matter who he is. Attack together. Bury them all here." A dozen IWA shinobi drew kunai at once and charged forward with a roar as if to shred them into mincemeat. Obito didn't even pay attention to the charging IWA nin. His trembling finger still pointed at Ban's nose. Overwhelmed by shock, his voice cracked, sounding peculiarly shrill in the hollow cave. "Yu, you're that resurrected ancestor from the Valley of the End." Ban snorted coldly. The 5 fingers holding the boulder suddenly tightened. The azure stellar energy in his palm exploded outward, blazing brilliantly in an instant. "Let me teach you first how an Uchiha should address an elder." Ban's fingers, which had been supporting the boulder, abruptly clenched. His knuckles emitted a crisp series of cracks. Then, with a deafening roar of shattering sound, the entire subterranean cavern exploded into noise. The colossal rock, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, a slab so dense that even Kakashi had despaired, disintegrated instantly under the azure stellar energy's crushing force. Massive fragments didn't even have a chance to fall. In midair they were annihilated by the terrifying energy into fine powdery dust. The stone powder cascaded down like a blizzard of gray-white, falling in a soft rustle. Daitu had yet to recover from the shock of the ancestor rising from the dead. The onrushing stone powder plastered his wide-open mouth and face. Cough, cough, cough. Daitu coughed violently. Wiping the grime from his face, he stared fixedly at the man before him. Amid the swirling dust, Ban hadn't even a single strand of hair soiled. An invisible barrier of stellar energy repelled every speck of dust. He casually brushed off his tattered black robe, his gaze sweeping forward as if looking at refuse. The foremost rock shinobi jerked to a halt. They held kunai aloft, their blades still wobbling in the air. The battle cry got stuck in their throats, turning into a ludicrous hiccup. The rock shinobi leader swallowed hard. How the hell could a human do something like this? "El leader," a small-statured rock shinobi beside him said, his voice trembling. His hand loosened and the kunai clattered onto the stone with a clang. Then a pungent acrid smell permeated the air. The small shinobi's crotch was soaked through yellow liquid streaming down his thighs. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees. "You disgraceful thing. Get up." The rock shinobi leader roared, straining to maintain his dignity. But his own calves were trembling uncontrollably. The killing intent radiating from that man was 100 times heavier than that of the third Tsuchika Jinoki whom he had once encountered. It wasn't the suppression of chakra. It was the soul-crushing dominance of an apex predator over the lowest insects. Ban hadn't even assumed the starting stance for a hand seal. He merely tilted his head slightly. His crimson Sharingan cast a cold glance at the group of rock shinobi. "Get lost." Just one word. Yet it struck like a sledgehammer against the chest of every rock shinobi. Several with weaker mental fortitude rolled their eyes back, foamed at the mouth, and fainted on the spot. Daitu sat on the ground, his mind a jumbled mess. He tugged at Kakaxi's pant leg beside him. Idiot Kakaxi, pinch me. Did I already get crushed by the rock and end up in the Pure Land? Kakaxi ignored him. His remaining right eye was locked onto Ban, his broken sword gripped so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Daitu, don't make a sound. This man is dangerously overwhelming. At that moment Yayu and Lin, who had been hugging Daitu and crying pitifully, suddenly fell silent. Daitu turned his head and saw Lin's hands loosen from his arm. She knelt on the ground, her cheeks flushing with two striking blushes. The tears at the corners of her eyes had not yet dried, but the despair was gone from her gaze. Lin stared blankly at Ban's sharply defined face. That gaze that looked down on the world, that wild and unruly long hair and the heaven-shaking earth-shattering dominance in a single gesture. Compared to the village peers who merely followed orders on missions, this man seemed like an ancient deity stepping out of a painting. Unconsciously Lin raised both hands to cover her wildly pounding heart. She tucked a strand of dusty hair behind her ear, straightened her disheveled collar, and even her breathing became cautious, as if afraid to disturb the man before her. Seeing Lin like this, Daita's heart gave a lurch. A surge of sour jealousy rushed straight to his crown. Lin. Why are you staring at him? Daitu grew anxious. Lin seemed not to hear him, the corner of her mouth even lifted involuntarily. So handsome, she murmured softly. The voice was not loud, but in the quiet cave Daitu heard it clearly. His face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. He leaped up from the ground and pointed at Ban's nose, shouting, "Hey! What kind of ancient monster are you? Don't think you can flirt with Lin just because you saved us." Ban found it somewhat amusing. A deadlast who even wore his headband crooked dared to point at the nose of the ninja world's Shura and Bello. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan really had degenerated over time. Ban didn't even raise an eyelid, his tone dripped with undisguised mockery. "Kid, if your strength were half as tough as your mouth, you wouldn't have been lying on the ground waiting to die just now." Daitu was choked, red-faced. He stepped forward, instinctively wanting to argue further. That was a careless move. "I'm going to be the Hokage." "Hokage?" Ban laughed as if he'd heard the greatest joke. A wild, arrogant curve lifted his lips. "That kind of childish village chief game, only fools like you treasure it." The rock shinobi leader took advantage of their bickering to quietly step back 2 paces. He signaled to the few remaining subordinates. "Retreat. This is beyond our level. Hurry back to the village and report to the Ōtsutsuki." The rock shinobi, as if granted amnesty, fled scrambling toward the cave exit. Ban caught a glimpse of those fleeing rats from the corner of his eye. "I told you to stand your ground and die, yet you choose to run." He slowly raised his right hand. At his fingertips a clump of azure stellar energy crackled like lightning. This power was even more savage than the one that had crushed the boulder moments ago. Even the air grew thick with a burnt smell. Kakaxi keenly sensed this heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy fluctuation. He shoved Daitu to the ground. "Get down. He's about to strike." Daitu landed face first in the mud, getting a mouthful of dirt. He struggled to turn his head toward Lin. "Lin. Get out of the way." But Lin seemed frozen in place. She cupped her cheeks with both hands, her eyes filled with the man exuding fatal charisma in every move. "Even his attacking posture is so gorgeous." Lin murmured again to herself. Daita's heart shattered into pieces. He felt not only upstaged but also that the girl had secretly loved for years was about to be stolen away. "Damn it! You pretentious old ancestor." Daitu slapped his thigh in fury. Ban ignored Daita's impotent rage. The stellar energy lightning at his fingertips was about to be unleashed, annihilating the rock shinobi completely. At that very instant, within the dim underground cavern, a blinding yellow flash suddenly blazed. The light appeared without any warning. Its speed was so great that even the air didn't have time to create a friction boom. A special flying thunder god kunai, a trident-shaped blade bearing the unique technique seal, pierced the underground gloom. The kunai precisely bypassed Kakashi and Daito ahead of it. Its edge gleamed with a cold deadly gleam. It shot straight for the back of Ban's head. Daito lying on the ground saw that familiar yellow light and his eyes grew hot. He grabbed onto it like a lifeline and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Shumen sensei. You're finally here." Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. "Sensei, be careful. This man is ridiculously strong." The kunai was less than an inch from the back of Ban's head. Its sharp wind stirred Ban's black hair. Ban did not turn around. The stellar energy lightning at his fingertips didn't waver. Another fly here to perform tricks. Shuiman's kunai did not stop. The yellow flash refracted a dazzling halo through the air. Daito clenched his fists in excitement. Shumen Sensei's speed was among the best in the entire ninja world. Even if this man who looked like an ancestor was incredibly strong, a sneak attack from behind with Flying Thunder God would be impossible to dodge. "Shumen Sensei. Hit him. Show him what Konoha's made of." Daito continued to fan the flames. Lin finally snapped back to reality. She cried out instinctively, wanting to warn him. "Watch out behind you." The moment she said it, she froze herself. She had just warned a stranger she had only met moments ago. And the attacker was their own squad leader. Daito heard Lin's shout and his eyes turned red. He turned his head, staring at Lin in disbelief. "Lin. Whose side are you on?" "Shumen Sensei is with us." Lin was at a loss. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. I didn't mean it that way. But our benefactor just saved us." Ban listened to these brats squabbling, and a flicker of impatience showed in his eyes. "I didn't come back to life to listen to you kids bickering about love and romance." The wind of the special kunai behind him was already at his back. The sharp edge had even touched his flying strands of hair. The yellow flash converged intensely around the kunai's handle. The fluctuation of tearing space grew stronger and stronger. Kakashi stared fixedly at that spot. "Sensei's second stage Flying Thunder God is about to activate," he murmured, tightening his grip on the broken sword. As soon as Sensei appeared, even at the cost of his own life, he would coordinate with Sensei to take down this dangerous man. Daito simply scrambled up from the ground. Without even bothering to brush off the dirt, he made a face at Ban. "Hey mister. Show off. Your back is full of openings." The rock shinobi leader, seizing the chance, had already reached the cave entrance. He glanced back, a smug smirk spreading across his face. The yellow flash of Konoha had arrived. Now it would be a dog-eat-dog fight, buying them time to escape. The air in the cave seemed to freeze at that moment. The yellow flash reached its peak. A crisp clang of metal was about to ring out. Ban still hadn't turned around. He merely raised his idle left hand slightly. Two slender fingers casually reached back and clamped together. Daito's grin hadn't even fully formed before it froze solid. He looked like a duck with its neck wrung. A strange gurgle sound escaped his throat. Kakashi's remaining right eye widened drastically, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Daito, who did you just say was full of openings?" The two slender fingers of Madara fiercely gripped the blade of the trident kunai. The sharp, specially crafted steel ground against his fingertips, producing a series of grating sounds that made one's teeth ache. Sparks flew from the blade. A blinding yellow flash suddenly gathered at the tip of the kunai, and the figure of Minato Namikaze materialized like a specter. Minato maintained a forward-leaning, thrusting posture, tightly gripping the leather handle of the kunai. In his normally calm azure eyes a storm was brewing. A drop of cold sweat slid down his golden temples, splattering onto the gravel below. Since the initiation of the Flying Thunder God technique, this was the first time someone had been able to stop a strike infused with spatial transfer inertia with just two fingers. Obito's half-smirk completely froze. It felt as if a bucket of icy water had been dumped over him, and his teeth uncontrollably chattered. Kakashi's palm gripping the broken blade was drenched in sweat. The handle was so slippery that it nearly slipped from his grasp. He could only hold on tightly with both hands. How is this possible? Kakashi murmured, his right eye wide open. The speed that his teacher took pride in seemed like a joke in front of this man. Madara slightly turned his head, his jet black hair brushing against Minato's cheek. Those crimson Sharingan eyes were unfathomably deep, gazing at Minato with a mocking smile. The space ninjutsu of that sinister little man Tobirama. Madara's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an air of arrogance forged through time. His fingers holding the kunai did not budge and his eyes were filled with disdain. It looks quite impressive. But in my eyes it's as slow as a tortoise crawling. Minato took a deep breath, his arm muscles tensing up. He wanted to draw back the kunai to create distance. But that specially crafted kunai seemed to be glued to Madara's fingers, refusing to budge no matter how hard he tried. Who exactly are you? Minato asked in a deep voice. Just as the words left his mouth, Madara's two fingers suddenly exerted force. Crack. The kunai crafted by Konoha's top artisans and infused with chakra-conducting metal was mercilessly crushed into several pieces by Madara. Minato, having lost his balance, reacted swiftly. Using the reaction force from the broken kunai, he twisted his body in midair. With a graceful backflip, he landed firmly in front of Kakashi and Obito. He immediately spread his arms wide, shielding the three students behind him, staring at the man before him as if facing a great enemy. Shattered pieces of steel clattered to the ground. Madara disdainfully brushed the iron shavings from his fingertips, not even glancing at Minato, as if the crushed kunai had been merely a cookie. Minato's gaze was firmly fixed on this dangerous foe, his mind racing like a wound-up gear. He quickly scanned the man's every feature. In his 20s, with sharp, almost perfect facial contours and wild, rebellious black hair. Most alarming was the pair of Sharingan eyes radiating a terrifying pressure. The oppressive chakra felt even heavier than that of the third Hokage. The intelligence database of Konoha flipped through Minato's mind. When had the Uchiha clan hidden such a young peak powerhouse? If this person was a part of Konoha's foundation, why would he draw his blade against them? If he were a rogue ninja with his strength, he would have long since caused chaos in the ninja world. Minato was utterly baffled, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Minato-sensei. Obito, hiding behind Minato, swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He pointed a dusty finger surreptitiously at Madara. Look closely at his face. Doesn't he look just like the ancestor at the waterfall of the Valley of the End? Minato's pupils constricted sharply. He looked again at Madara's face, aligning it with that of the colossal statue outside the village, weathered by the wind and rain. It looked too similar, almost as if they were carved from the same mold. But how could this be? The legendary Uchiha Madara had already perished at the hands of the first Hokage. Even if he had faked his death and survived, given his age, he should be a frail old man. Yet the person before him was clearly brimming with vitality, at the peak of a ninja's golden years. Obito, don't speak recklessly. There are many people in the ninja world who look alike, Minato scolded in a low voice. He pulled out two more specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gripping them tightly. In the moment of their standoff, the rock ninja captain, who had been hiding at the entrance of the cave, finally seized the opportunity. He glanced back at the two sides confronting each other, his heart filled with joy. The yellow flash of Konoha is indeed being held back by that monster. Now's our chance. Let's go. The rock ninja captain beckoned his remaining subordinates in a hushed voice, scrambling out. Minato frowned, about to throw a kunai to block their path. These rock ninjas were crucial to the Kamui Bridge mission, he could not allow them to escape with intelligence. Before Minato could raise his hand, Madara did not even turn his head, simply kicking a piece of gravel on the ground. Have I allowed you to leave? That pebble the size of a fingernail was enveloped in azure star energy, instantly transforming into a blinding streak of light. Pft! A dull sound echoed. The light pierced straight through the rock ninja captain's skull, emerging from his forehead. The rock ninja captain didn't even have time to scream, collapsing face-first into the mud at the cave entrance. The remaining rock ninjas were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling as they fell to their knees, unable to utter a word of surrender. Minato looked at the fallen rock ninja captain, cold sweat instantly soaking his Jonin vest. What kind of attack was this? It required no hand signs, no chakra nature transformation, the mere pebble could unleash piercing power sharper than wind release. His arm shielding Obito and Kakashi involuntarily tightened. "You possess great strength, sir." Minato took a deep breath, attempting to stabilize the situation with words. He stared intently into Madara's eyes, his tone respectful yet firm. "Since you are also a member of the Uchiha clan, we are comrades from the same village. You saved my student earlier and I am deeply grateful." "Comrades?" Madara seemed to have heard an amusing joke. He let out a low cold laugh, his wide black robe billowing in the wind. "You softies who play house games dare to call yourselves my comrades?" Madara advanced step by step toward Minato, with each step turning the gravel beneath him into powder under the weight of his star energy. The contempt in his Sharingan eyes was unabashed. "That flying thunder god technique from earlier, Tobirama could use it to make me move slightly in earnest. As for you..." Madara halted, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your speed is just a child's play. In the face of absolute power, your little antics are utterly meaningless." Lin knelt beside Obito, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. Watching Madara's domineering demeanor, her heart raced faster. Although this man spoke very rudely, his overwhelming aura made it impossible to look away. Obito gritted his teeth in anger, and if Kakashi hadn't held him back he would have charged at Madara. Minato realized that this situation could not end well. This man not only felt no sense of belonging to Konoha but also spoke disdainfully of the second Hokage. Such a madman could never be allowed to enter Konoha. The azure chakra swirled and gathered rapidly in Minato's free right hand. The high-density chakra airflow emitted a sharp whistling sound. Kakashi's eyes lit up. "It's Rasengan." Minato lowered his center of gravity, his azure eyes filled with determination. If the flying thunder god wasn't effective, then he could only use the most destructive ninjutsu to confront him. "Since you refuse to listen, I must take offense," Minato said in a deep voice. Madara looked at the Rasengan forming in Minato's hand, lazily twisting his neck. The joints cracked sharply. He not only did not evade but also spread his arms wide, allowing the violent chakra airflow to ruffle his long hair. Madara lowered his head, looking at the battle-ready Minato, letting out an extremely arrogant sneer. "Little blonde, it seems I must personally teach you what true obedience means." Madara spread his arms and stood there lazily. His long black hair was wildly blown backward by the air current surging ahead. Minato had already turned into a yellow afterimage, too fast for the naked eye to catch. The Rasengan in his palm spun at high speed. The violent chakra compressed against each other, tearing through the air. A sharp piercing roar seemed to pierce every living thing in the underground cave. In the blink of an eye, Minato had already charged before Madara. He lowered his center of gravity and thrust his right hand holding the Rasengan forward with force. Heading straight for Madara's chest. "Got him." Obito pumped his fist excitedly from behind. Kakashi, however, pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes unblinking. Madara did not dodge. He did not even move his Sharingan eyes in their sockets. His black pupils were like stagnant water reflecting the approaching blue sphere of light. Just as the Rasengan was about to touch Madara's clothing, Madara moved. He raised his right hand, his palm wrapped in a faint layer of azure star energy. Without hand seals or a complicated taijutsu posture, he simply slapped forward. A crisp sound rang out. Minato's pride, the no-hand seal technique Rasengan, was shattered by Madara's slap like a fragile glass ball. The violent chakra flow instantly dissipated, turning into a harmless breeze that brushed past Madara's cheek. Minato's azure pupils contracted sharply. How could this be? Slapping away the Rasengan with bare hands. This completely defied the common sense of ninjutsu. But after all, he was a battle-hardened ninja. Having missed with one strike, Minato immediately used the momentum of his charge and twisted his waist with explosive force. He lifted his right leg high, sweeping a powerful spinning kick toward Madara's temple with a fierce wind. Taijutsu ha! Madara lowered his eyelids, his tone laced with boredom. He didn't even raise his hand, he merely bent his left knee slightly. With a heavy thud, Minato's shin slammed hard into Madara's kneecap. Minato felt as if he had kicked an immovable block of eternal ice. The violent counterforce shot up his shin bone straight to his brain. His entire right leg instantly lost sensation, numbness spreading up to his thigh. Madara snorted coldly. He lowered his left leg and the left hand that had been in his pocket shot out like lightning. Minato had yet to stabilize himself in midair. He felt a grab at his collar. His entire body was yanked forward by an irresistible force. Madara grabbed Minato's collar with one hand as if holding a chick. Then Madara's arm swung downward violently. With a boom, Minato's back slammed heavily onto the hard rock ground. The ground around Minato instantly cracked into dense spiderweb patterns. Debris flew, dust rose. Minato opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood staining his jonin vest. His internal organs felt as if they had been dislocated by the fall. His mind swirled with dizziness and he couldn't even muster the strength to stand. From Minato's charge to being slammed to the ground, the entire process took less than 3 breaths. Madara used only 3 moves: a slap, a block and a throw. Clean and decisive with no unnecessary movements. Pure physical strength combined with the overwhelming power of star energy. The entire underground cave fell into dead silence. The smile on Obito's face hadn't faded before it froze completely. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. That was Minato Sensei. Minato Sensei, who in Konoha was almost unmatched except for the Hokage, had been thrown around like a ragdoll by this man who resembled their ancestor. Kakashi's breathing grew heavy. The only remaining eye was bloodshot. The broken sword in his hand trembled, emitting a faint metallic hum. Sensei. Kakashi bit his lip, the taste of iron spreading in his mouth. He suddenly stepped forward, gripping the broken sword with both hands. Ready to charge and fight at any cost. Obito also snapped back to reality. He quickly formed hand seals, his Tsutomu Sharingan spinning rapidly. Fire style. He had barely uttered 2 words when Madara released his grip on Minato's collar and slowly straightened up. He tilted his head slightly, his pitch-black eyes coldly sweeping over the 2 brats ready to act. Just that one look. No chakra fluctuation. Only a terrifying, almost tangible killing intent accompanied by the pressure of star energy instantly enveloped the entire cave. Kakashi's step froze midair. He felt the surrounding air turn into thick swamp. Invisible pressure like an invisible giant hand tightly gripped his throat. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, dripping from his chin onto the ground. The broken sword clattered at his feet, he didn't even have the strength to pick it up. Obito's hands forming seals froze in front of his chest. His legs trembled uncontrollably. That killing intent pierced straight through his soul. He felt like a rabbit stared down by an ancient beast. If he dared to move even a finger, he would be torn to shreds instantly. Rin sat slumped on the ground, covering her mouth tightly to keep from crying out. Her gaze at Madara now carried not only the previous infatuation but also a trace of awe. This man was so strong it was despairing. Madara withdrew his gaze and brushed the dust off his hands. He looked down at Minato lying in the pit. Minato gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, and tried to push himself up with his elbows. But after 2 attempts he fell back heavily. What is your real goal? Minato gasped. Madara crossed his arms, a smirk of arrogance curling at the corner of his mouth. My goal? Even if I told you ants, you wouldn't understand. He lifted his foot and used his toe to flick up a broken kunai that had fallen beside Minato. The kunai tumbled in the air and was caught steadily by Madara. But I've just changed my mind. He casually tossed the broken kunai into the dirt beside Minato's face. You brats, though you're as weak as a litter of unweaned mice, barely have some value for chores. Obito swallowed hard and ventured a question. Chores? What do you want us to do? Madara looked at Obito's foolish expression and sneered. I'm going to establish a new order in this broken shinobi world. He extended his finger, pointing in turn at Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and finally stopping on Rin. From today you 4 are my direct subordinates. I command you to go east, you don't even dare to think of deviating by an inch. Minato coughed twice, spitting out another mouthful of bloody foam. He looked at his students frozen by the killing intent, his heart full of bitterness. He knew that if he didn't agree today, none of the four would leave this cave alive. As the team leader, he couldn't let his students die. All right. Minato forced out the word through clenched teeth. I agree. But you must promise not to harm them. Negotiating with me. You're not qualified yet. Madara turned around, his black robe cutting a sharp arc through the air. He strode toward the cave entrance. Sunlight streamed in through the collapsed opening, plating Madara's figure in a golden halo. He stopped and tilted his head slightly, presenting an overbearing profile to everyone. If you don't want to die in this pit, get up and follow. Now lead the way back to Konoha. Madara strode out of the dim underground cave, his thick-soled boots pressing down on the moist grass of the forest. The fresh scent of earth mingled with the odor of decayed leaves filled his nostrils. He tilted his head back as a gentle breeze tousled his wild black curly hair. The feeling of being reborn was quite pleasant. A cacophony of disordered footsteps approached from behind. Minato clutched his chest, supported by Kakashi, his face pale as he emerged. Obito and Rin followed closely behind. The four Konoha elites looked as dejected as frostbitten eggplants, not daring to take a breath. Madara crossed his arms, not turning back. Still not leading the way. This old man has no interest in staying in the woods to feed mosquitoes with you. Minato forced a bitter smile, just about to indicate the direction back to Konoha. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the bushes on the left. Kakashi and Obito's nerves instantly tightened, instinctively reaching for their ninja tool pouches. Benefactor. Wait for me. A graceful figure parted the leaves and stumbled out. It was the wandering kunoichi Aoi Kono whom Madara had rescued outside the underground base. She clutched her abdomen where a wound was bandaged, her watery eyes fixed intensely on Madara's face. Her gaze was akin to that of a person who had been parched in the desert for 3 days upon seeing an oasis. Obito's eyes widened in recognition. Though this woman bore wounds, her face and figure undoubtedly marked her as a great beauty. Madara's brow slightly furrowed, his pitch-black pupils filled with disdain. Aoi ran up to Madara panting and directly knelt on one knee. Benefactor, you were walking too fast. I followed the footprints on the ground to catch up. I did not ask you to follow, Madara coldly retorted. Aoi bit her lower lip, lifting her face, which bore several smudges of dirt yet remained charming. I carry confidential information from Iwagakure. If I stay here on the border, I will surely be killed. You saved my life and I, Aoi Kono, have no way to repay you. I only request to stay by your side as a maid serving you tea and water. At this declaration, Minato's team exchanged glances in disbelief. Rin's sense of crisis spiked instantly. She glanced at Aoi, who was kneeling, then at the expressionless Madara, her fingers instinctively tightening around the water pouch at her waist. This woman of unknown origin was asking to be a maid for the benefactor right away. Benefactor must be thirsty after the battle. Rin swiftly stepped forward. She quickly took off the water pouch and handed it to Madara, her voice gentle. Lord Madara, please drink some water. Even formal titles were used. Obito, listening from the side, clenched his teeth in frustration. Aoi, seeing this, was unwilling to fall behind. She pulled out a handkerchief embroidered with orchids from her bosom, ignoring the pain of her wounds as she stood up. She held the handkerchief near Madara's chin. Lord Madara, you have dust on your forehead, let me wipe it off for you. The two women positioned themselves on either side, appearing to sandwich Madara in between. A subtle scent of tension wafted through the air. Kakashi supported Minato with one hand, his mouth twitching slightly. What was this? The legendary Shura of the ninja world had taken them as his subordinates, and now it had turned into a matchmaking event. Madara looked at the water pouch and handkerchief that were being thrust toward him, his brow knitting tightly. With a thought, he summoned a system panel visible only to himself. At the very bottom of the personal attributes section, he noticed a line of small text glowing with a pink hue. Peak charm aura, an added effect of rejuvenation, increasing attraction to the opposite sex by 500%. Madara's face darkened as if it were the bottom of a pot. What kind of trash attribute did this broken system give? This old man aims to dominate the universe and establish a new order. What use is this damned romantic luck? Women only serve to slow down this old man's hand seals and drawing of blades. All of you get away from me. Madara barked lowly, his voice laced with unmasked irritation. The wave of star energy surged outward. Rin and Aoi were pushed back several steps by this invisible force, nearly dropping the items in their hands. The two exchanged glances, huffing as they turned their heads away, neither willing to concede. Madara strode ahead, not giving them a single glance. The group resumed their journey. The atmosphere on the way back to Konoha became inexplicably strange. Madara walked in front, his posture tall, exuding a cold aura that warned others to keep their distance. Aoi and Rin followed 3 steps behind him, one on each side. Whenever Madara slowed his pace slightly, the two seemed to be energized. They clamored to ask Madara if he wanted to rest, if he was hungry, if he was tired. Obito lagged at the back, holding a tree branch. He swung it wildly, striking the innocent flowers and grass along the path. He had broken several segments of the branch. Why is this? Obito whispered angrily to Kakashi. He's clearly a monster who almost killed teacher Minato. Why is Rin not afraid of him but instead eager to serve him? Kakashi shot Obito a look of disdain. If you could crush 10,000-pound boulders with your bare hands, disperse teacher's Rasengan with a slap, and had a face like that, Rin would also look at you a few more times. Obito was left speechless, unable to retort. He could only stomp the broken branch into the mud. Minato bore the hidden pain within, listening to the students' whispers behind him, filled with worry. This man who claimed to be Madara possessed unfathomable strength and acted without restraint. Now he was actually going to follow them back to Konoha. The village was surely about to experience a great upheaval. After several hours of trekking, the dense forest gradually thinned. At the end of their sight, 2 massive green wooden gates appeared before everyone. A giant character for ninja was written in bold strokes on the gates. They had arrived at the gates of Konoha. Madara stopped, looking up at the familiar gates with a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Hashirama, the village you built, this old man has returned. In front of the Konoha gates, 2 chunin tasked with guarding were yawning in boredom. It was Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu Tenzin. Hearing the footsteps, the two lifted their heads. When they saw the disheveled appearance of Minato's team, they were taken aback. Lord Minato. What happened to you? Did you encounter a large group of enemies? Kamizuki Izumo hurriedly stepped forward. Kotetsu Tenzin's gaze, however, passed over Minato, landing on the man with arms crossed at the front. This man did not wear a forehead protector and his clothes were tattered. Yet the innate arrogance and oppressive aura emanating from him made one's eyes sting. And the kunoichi trailing closely behind him, dressed provocatively, also did not appear to be from Konoha. Kotetsu Tenzin immediately became alert, swiftly drawing out the kunai from his back and positioning it across his chest. Halt! Lord Minato, who is this man without a forehead protector? The blade pointed directly at Madara. Kamizuki Izumo also reacted quickly, adopting a defensive stance. This is the territory of Konoha and unauthorized persons are strictly prohibited from entering. State your name immediately. Minato's expression changed drastically just as he wanted to intervene to stop these oblivious gatekeepers. But Madara laughed first. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets, casually stepping forward while looking at the 2 guards as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Are you interrogating this old man? Ban's stepping foot landed firmly. The thick-soled ninja boots made a dull echo on the bluestone slab. Shiniwa Chuyun and Gang Zidi's crossed kunai clinked with metallic friction from excessive tension. Ban raised his chin slightly, the contempt in his pitch-black pupils growing stronger. Interrogating me. Ban laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. A wild arc curled at the corner of his mouth, his gaze cutting like a knife across the faces of the 2 guards. In front of me, even the first Hokage Qianshou Zhu Jian would greet politely. Are 2 gate-guarding ants worthy of asking my name? Shuemen clutched his chest, gasping in pain. Enduring the sharp agony in his organs, he staggered forward a big step, trying to stand in front of Ban. Chuyin Ziti, put down your weapons. This is... Shuiman's voice trembled, but he choked mid-sentence. How to introduce him? Say this is the legendary Uchiha Ban who should have died long ago. Or say this is a monster that could crush their team with a flick. Gang Ziti frowned, his hand gripping the kunai, not loosening but tightening instead. Lord Shuiman, you're injured. This man's identity is unknown and he's brought a woman from another village. According to Konoha's rules he must disarm and undergo inspection. Shinua Chuyun also chimed in. That's right. Look at his arrogant demeanor, he might be a spy from an enemy country. Lord Shuiman, stand back, well, take him down. Take me down. Kakashi behind them felt his scalp tingle. His only remaining right eye twitched wildly. Did these two idiots even know who they were talking to? That was the monster who could swat away the teacher's Rasengan with one slap. Dai too was even more anxious, hopping and shouting with his hands cupped around his mouth toward the gate. You two fools, shut up. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Chinmu, Kue and Lin stood behind Ban. The two women were surprisingly in sync, both looking at the guards with the eyes of people already dead. In their eyes, anyone who dared to speak to Lord Ban like that had only one fate. Ban didn't look at the frantic Shuemen nor heed Dai Tu's shouts. He only thought the buzzing mosquitoes around his ears were too noisy. Rules. Inspection. Ban sneered. Today I'll teach you what real rules are. He still kept his hands in the pockets of his black robe, not intending to pull them out. Just his right knee bent slightly. A visible azure stellar energy vortex gathered and swirled beneath his foot. The surrounding air was instantly drained, forming a small vacuum zone. Shuemen keenly sensed the violent fluctuation of chakra, his face turning deathly pale. Get out of the way. Shuemen roared, desperately activating the flying thunder god at full power, trying to pull the two guards away. But it was too late. Ban's right leg shot out with the force of thunder, a simple and brutal straight kick without any fancy taijutsu moves. Boom, rumble, rumble. A deafening explosion, as if a thunderbolt from the ninth heaven crashed directly in front of Konoha's gate. That giant solid wood gate, dozens of meters high, known as indestructible, carved with a huge, mean character at the moment of contact with the stellar energy storm, crumbled like paper, shattering into countless wood chips. The violent force continued unabated. Even the thick towering bluestone walls on both sides of the gate collapsed half under this kick, crumbling like tofu dregs. Rubble and wood blocks flew into the village like cannonballs. The rising dust instantly obscured half the sky. The entire ground of Konoha village trembled violently. Like experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake. Shinua Chuyun and Gang Ziti stood frozen. The devastating stellar energy vortex swept past their scalps. Not only did it not harm a single hair, it didn't even blow away the kunai in their hands. Ban's control over power had reached an unparalleled level. But physical injury was not everything, mental endurance mattered. The two stared at the ruined wall, their brains completely short-circuited. This was the face of Konoha. The wall that had never fallen through 3 great ninja wars was half demolished by a single kick. Even worse. When the dust had dispersed a little, the figure of that man slowly walking out of the ruins. Ban's long black hair danced wildly in the unsettled chakra turbulence. His pair of scarlet Sharingan carried the arrogance and indifference of overlooking the world. Sunlight pierced through the dust, spilling onto his sculpted perfect cold face. Combined with that domineering aura of destruction, it brought a visual shock that transcended gender and struck the soul. Shinua Chiyun's mouth was so wide it could fit a duck egg. The kunai in his hand clattered to the ground. Gang Ziti's atoms apple bobbed twice, making meaningless gurgling sounds. The two exchanged glances. Their hearts, overwhelmed by incomprehensible fear and excessive stimulation, raced to maximum frequency. Thighs is too. Gang Ziti's eyes rolled back. Before finishing the sentence, his legs gave out and he toppled backward. Shinua Chuyun was no better. He felt difficulty breathing, cerebral hypoxia, and together with Gang Ziti collapsed with a thud onto the ground. The elite Chunin guards of Konoha, without even touching the enemy's clothes, were stunned and fainted by the sheer power of Ban's kick that shattered the gate and that impossibly handsome face. Chingmu Kue watched from behind with stars in her eyes. She cupped her cheeks and whispered, "Lord Ban's kick was so manly." Lin also puffed out her flat chest, unwilling to be outdone. "My benefactor's footwork is so clean, unlike those villagers who have to spend half a day making hand signs before a fight." Dai Tu rolled his eyes beside them. What time was this, and those women were still fawning? That was Konoha's gate. This time there was no way to cover it up. Ear-piercing air raid sirens instantly tore through the tranquility over Konoha. Red warning flares rose one after another. Countless Umbu ninjas like stirred-up hornets gathered from every corner of the village toward the gate. Kakashi supported the faltering Shuimen, both looking ashen. "Teacher, how are we going to clean this up?" Kakashi's voice was filled with despair. Shuimen shook his head with a bitter smile. "Clean up? This ancestor obviously came to cause a scene. Prepare to face the wrath of the higher-ups." Ban stepped over the scattered wood and stones. He didn't even look at the two collapsed gatekeepers. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the massing Konoha ninjas locking directly onto the tall Hokage building at the village center. "Unfei Risen, let me see what kind of mess you've turned Konoha into over the years." At that moment, in the top-floor office of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was so thick it could drip water. The third Hokage, Unfei Risen, sat behind a large desk, his trademark pipe in his mouth, brows furrowed. The violent tremor from the gate being kicked open had even knocked over his teacup. What happened? Did a large army from another village attack? Risen stood up abruptly, grabbing the crystal ball of the telescope technique on the desk. He quickly performed hand signs, infusing chakra into the crystal ball. White mist rolled inside the crystal ball. The hellish ruins at the gate were clearly displayed before Risen's eyes. He saw the seriously injured Shuimen. He saw the terrified Kakashi and Dai Tu. He saw Shinue Chuyun and Gang Ziti unconscious on the ground. Then, as the dust cleared, a young man in a black robe, arrogant and unruly, walked with leisurely steps into the center of the crystal ball's image. Risen's pipe in his mouth began to tremble violently. His cloudy old eyes widened, the corners filled with terrified bloodshot streaks. "Lord Hokage, Umbu is in position, please give orders." A fox-masked Umbu suddenly appeared in the office, kneeling on one knee to report. Risen didn't even acknowledge the Umbu's report. He stared intently at the face in the crystal ball, young but one he could recognize even if it turned to ash. That was the nightmare hanging over the waterfall of the Valley of the End. That was the lifelong rival of the first Hokage, Qianshou Zhu Jian. That was the Shura feared across the entire ninja world. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Risen's voice trembled uncontrollably. He should be dead. Dead for decades. Hisashi stared intently at the crystal ball on his desk. Within the orb, white mist churned and the ruins of the main gate were clearly visible. The muffled sound of tumbling stones reached his ears through the connection of the ninjutsu. That unruly, unrestrained face grew larger and larger in the center of the image. Pat. The old pipe that had been clenched between his teeth for decades suddenly slipped from Hisashi's slackened lips. The smoldering tobacco landed squarely on his crotch. The smell of scorched fabric immediately permeated the air. The searing pain shot straight from his thigh roots to the crown of his head. Ouch! Hisashi sprang up abruptly from his spacious office chair. He frantically slapped the sparks on his trousers and hopped twice in place. The ANBU ninja kneeling before the desk was startled. He moved to help extinguish the flames, but Hisashi shoved him away. "Never mind these damn sparks." Hisashi's aged face flushed crimson, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. He didn't even bother to put on the Hokage's Haori. Grabbing the Rui Bang hanging on the wall, he staggered toward the window. "Notify all ANBU. Converge on the main gate immediately. No matter what you see without my explicit command, no one is to act rashly." Hisashi's voice cracked, trembling with uncontrollable fear. The ANBU ninja paused for a moment, then bowed and accepted the order. His figure vanished instantly from the office. Hisashi stepped onto the windowsill and leaped out of the Hokage building. The wind howled past his ears. He raced across the rooftops of Konoha using the body flicker technique with all his might. That aged heart pounded wildly in his chest, threatening to break his ribs. Impossible. That man had long died under the first Hokage's would release. Even if he hadn't perished back then, by now he should be a decrepit old man who couldn't even walk. How could he appear as a man in his 20s at the peak of his vitality? The scene ahead grew clearer. The once towering main gate of Konoha was utterly gone. Only a mess of rubble and 2 broken sections of the wall remained. Hisashi landed heavily at the edge of the ruins. The moment he touched down, his legs uncontrollably gave way, nearly sending him to his knees. He gripped the Ruibang tightly, using it to prop up his faltering body. Sunlight fell unhindered outside the gate. Madara stood with his hands in the pockets of his black robe, surveying his surroundings with interest. Around him a large number of ANBU ninjas wearing animal masks had formed an encirclement. But not a single one dared to step forward. That pressure of stellar energy, far surpassing chakra, weighed down on everyone present like an invisible mountain, making it hard to breathe. Even the hands gripping their kunai trembled uncontrollably. Hisashi pushed aside 2 ANBU blocking his way. He stumbled to the front of the encirclement. Gasping heavily, his turbid eyes locked onto Madara's face. That brow, that expression. That arrogance that saw the whole world as beneath him. In the depths of Hisashi's memory it exploded, perfectly overlapping with the cold statue at the Valley of the End. Hisashi raised a withered finger. His fingertip trembled violently in the air, pointing at the young man before him. You. He stammered out the words but couldn't force the rest out. His throat felt stuffed with dry hay. Madara tilted his head slightly. His pitch-black pupils fell on the small old man in the tight combat suit. He looked him up and down, letting out a sneering chuckle. Oh. If it isn't the monkey. That casual remark struck Hisashi's heart like a heavy hammer. Monkey. That was the affectionate nickname given by the first and second Hokages. Across the entire ninja world only that man dared to call him that to his face. The smirk on Madara's lips widened. Decades no see, how have you withered into such a half-dead ghost? This old man almost didn't recognize you, you monkey. The Ruibang fell from Hisashi's hand with a clatter. The color drained from his face. His lips quivered like autumn leaves in the wind. Are you really? Uchiha Madara. The ANBU ninjas around him heard those 4 words. An audible gasp erupted from the crowd. Several young ANBU couldn't even hold their ninja swords. The blades clattered against their scabbards. This was the legendary figure said to be able to crush mountains with his bare hands. Hisashi forced himself to stand straight. You destroyed Konoha's main gate. Is that a declaration of war against the village? His voice was hoarse, every word seeming to be squeezed through gritted teeth. Madara looked at Hisashi's prepared for battle expression, the contempt in his eyes deepening. Declaration of war. He took a step forward, stepping onto a broken timber. Monkey, you overestimate the current Konoha. That single step caused the front row of a dozen ANBU to retreat 3 paces in unison. The encirclement expanded significantly. Even breathing became cautious. Madara stopped and surveyed the trembling ninjas. He snorted. Hashirama once boasted to me about building a village full of hope. And what's the result? He pointed a finger at Hisashi's nose. Handing Konoha over to a weak, incompetent waste like you has turned it into a garbage dump full of filth. Hisashi clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. Konoha has the will of fire. Where leaves dance, fire burns. Madara, you don't understand that bond, you only know how to bring destruction. Hisashi tried to retrieve his confidence with that well-worn rhetoric. Will of fire. Madara threw his head back and burst into wild laughter. The laughter echoed before the ruined gate, making eardrums ache. Don't use that pretty talk meant to trick kids into dying to nauseate me. The shady deals you do in the dark have made the village a mess. I could smell that stench of rot from dozens of miles away. Several ANBU squad leaders behind Hisashi were enraged by these words. They had undergone rigorous brainwashing. The will of fire was their creed. Don't insult the Hokage. A ninja roared and drew the blade from his back. The blade gleamed coldly as chakra flared beneath his feet and he prepared to charge. Stop. Back down. Hisashi spun around, arms spread wide to block the hot-blooded ANBU. His eyes were bloodshot like an old lion protecting its cubs. Anyone who rushes to die will be immediately stripped of ninja status. The ANBU were intimidated by Hisashi's severity. They stopped, hands on their swords, still trembling with indignation. Hisashi knew better than anyone. Madara hadn't even used ninjutsu yet. His sheer presence crushed these elites. Rushing forward wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Madara watched the farce, his mockery deepening. Monkey, you're as hypocritically disgusting as ever. Putting on a loving protective front for your subordinates to hide your innate cowardice. Just as Madara mocked him. In the shadows to the left of the ruins of venomous solitary, I glared at Madara's back from behind a broken wall. Shimura Danzo crouched among the rubble. His bandages were tightly wrapped, revealing only one eye filled with calculation. He licked his dry lips, his gaze glittering with greed and madness. That soft-hearted old fool Hisashi didn't dare to act. This was the perfect opportunity for Danzo to establish his authority. If he could kill or at least severely wound Uchiha Madara, then Danzo would be the hero who saved Konoha. The seat of the next Hokage would be his for the taking. Danzo's hands were hidden in his wide sleeves. His fingers moved like lightning, forming hand seals. Wind-released chakra compressed rapidly in his mouth, the airflow spinning as sharp as blades. He held his breath, suppressing his killing intent to the utmost. His gaze locked onto the blind spot at the back of Madara's head. Hisashi, your weak will of fire will never save Konoha. True peace must be carved from the darkness by this old man. Tuanzong lurked deep within the shadow of a broken wall. His withered fingers had already formed the final hand seal. Wind nature chakra was being compressed furiously within his mouth. A sharp piercing screech erupted like 1,000 birds shrieking in unison, stabbing painfully into the eardrums. Die, you ghost of Konoha! Tuanzong roared inwardly. He abruptly opened his mouth and a blade of wind almost tangible burst forth. Wind release vacuum jade. This hypercompressed wind blade tore through the air. Carrying a chilling murderous intent, it shot straight toward the back of Ban's head. The distance was too close, the speed too fast. Risen had just spread his arms to block the umbu. Hearing the sound of the attack behind him, he spun around abruptly, his pupils constricting violently. Tuanzong! Stop! Risen roared, his voice cracking. He knew that man's temper all too well. Attacking Uchiha Ban would only provoke him into a desire for utter destruction. The surrounding umbu ninjas all stared wide-eyed. They held their breath, fixated on that wind blade. Some even secretly hoped in their hearts, hoped that this strike would directly lop off that madman's head. The wind blade neared Ban's long hair. Yet Ban showed no intention of turning around. He still stood with his arms folded, posture loose. Only at the moment the blade was about to touch his hair strands. He tilted his head slightly, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. A rat lurking in the gutter dares to bare its teeth at me. Before the words faded, Ban pulled his right hand from his pocket. He didn't even glance behind him. As if swatting away an annoying greenbottle fly, he backhanded a slap. No hand seals. No change in chakra nature. Only pure suffocating azure stellar energy erupted from his palm. The stellar energy coalesced instantly in midair into an invisible giant palm several meters wide. Boom! That vacuum jade wind blade, enough to slice through steel, collided with this giant palm without even raising a ripple. It shattered on the spot into a chaotic flurry of gentle breezes. Tuanzang's single eye flickered with astonishment. Before he could alter his expression, the stellar energy giant palm had already pressed down upon him like an avalanche. Slap! A sharp eardrum-shattering crack exploded above the ruins. Tuanzong felt as though a mountain charging at full speed had slammed into his face. The bones on the right side of his face emitted a sickening grinding crack. Teeth mixed with blood sprayed out of his mouth in one gush. Bandages scattered and his old face instantly distorted. His entire body, like a cannonball just fired from the barrel, left the ground spinning rapidly in midair like a top. Dragging a long miserable scream, he flew straight into the heart of Konoha village. The ruins at the gate fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze involuntarily followed the parabolic arc across the sky. Rizen's mouth hung open as if his jaw had dislocated. The Umbu members craned their necks in unison, necks growing sore. Whoosh! Tuanzang's figure streaked across several streets in the sky. The wind howled past his ears. He couldn't even muster the strength to adjust his posture. Only a buzzing roar remained in his mind. Konoha Public Bathhouse. The afternoon sun was just right. In the women's bath, steam curled and the pool water was warm. Several village women were leaning by the pool, scrubbing their backs and chatting about domestic trifles. A few young kunoichi were splashing and playing with each other. A peaceful scene of chirping and laughter. Did you hear? Something seems to have happened at the gate. A plump woman poured water over her shoulder. Whatever it is with the third Hokage around, let the tall ones handle it if the sky falls. A young kunoichi beside her laughed and responded. Just then the wooden rafters overhead let out a strained groan. Bang! A large hole tore open in the roof. Broken tiles and rotten wood rained down noisily. Then a dark figure plummeted from above. Plop! The dark figure slammed heavily into the hot pool at the center of the bathhouse. Water splashed over 2 meters high, drenching the plump woman's face. The air in the bathhouse froze instantly. Everyone stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the figure thrashing in the pool. Tuanzong choked on several mouthfuls of bathwater. He struggled to lift his head from the water. His usually immaculate hairstyle was plastered to his scalp. Half his face was swollen like a leaven bun with a clear red enormous palm print imprinted on it. His single eye gazed around in bewilderment. Nothing but a sea of pale skin. The women recognized that face, though swollen. The cross-shaped scar on his chin was unmistakable. Is that Tuanzang-sama? Someone shrieked first. The next second, H. You old pervert. Filthy scoundrel. Help. Catch the molester. A scream loud enough to lift the roof erupted from the women's bath. Wooden basins, towels, soap, even scrub brushes rained down like hailstones upon Tuanzong in the center of the pool. One hot-tempered woman grabbed a long-handled wooden brush and slammed it onto Tuanzang's forehead. Shameless old geezer. At your age still peeping. Tuanzang's vision went dark. He, the leader of the root, the shadow of Konoha. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He opened his mouth to explain but only spat out 2 broken teeth. The woman's wooden brush descended again. Tuanzang's eyes rolled back as amidst countless women's screams and curses he completely passed out in the bathwater. The perspective shifts back to Konoha's main gate. A cold wind swept over the ruins. No sound of living breath could be heard aside from the wind. A dozen Umbu ninjas had ice-cold hands and feet. Their palms gripping kunai were slick with cold sweat. That was Tuanzang-sama, a village elder on equal footing with the third Hokage. He hadn't even touched a single hair of that man's head before being slapped flying. How could they still fight? Even sacrificing their lives wouldn't be enough to fill his teeth. Ban leisurely lowered his right hand. He flicked his wide sleeve as if merely brushing off a speck of dust. Even if you practice that kind of cheap sneak attack for another 100 years, you'll never touch the hem of my robe. He looked at Rizen, who was drenched in cold sweat, and let out a sneer. Rizen's Adam's apple bobbed painfully. The hand gripping his adamantine staff trembled slightly. Ban. Rizen began, his voice as dry as chewing sand. What exactly do you want? He was stalling, his mind racing for a way out of the deadlock. But no such way existed. In the midst of this suffocating standoff, a sudden rhythmic sound of footsteps rang out in the distance. The footsteps were dense and steady, echoing on the stone-paved street. Risen looked back and his face instantly grew several shades paler. A large group of ninjas in Konoha military police uniforms was marching toward the gate in full force. At the front was Uchiha Fugaku, his expression cold and stern. On the clothes of each of them was embroidered the redand white fan-shaped clan crest. The Uchiha clan had finally arrived. And they were fully armed, almost the entire clan mobilized. The Umbu members instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. The situation had grown even more complex. If the Uchiha clan were to join forces with this ancestor of theirs at this moment, Konoha would likely see a complete change of regime today. Ban lifted his eyelids, gazing at the clan crests drawing nearer. His jet-black hair drifted in the wind. The cold sneer on his lips slowly faded and his eyes grew deep and unfathomable. Fugaku halted a dozen meters from the ruins. He saw the half-destroyed gate, the disheveled third Hokage. Finally his Sharingan gaze locked tightly onto Ban's face. A tremor stemming from the depths of his bloodline instantly seized Fugaku's heart. The Uchiha clansmen behind him also drew sharp breaths. Suppressed gasps arose from the crowd. That face. How is it possible? Risen looked at Fugaku and spoke urgently. Fugaku. Have the police force disperse immediately and establish a cordon. This man. Before Risen could finish, Ban, arms crossed before his chest, looked coldly at Fugaku. And directly cut off Risen's order. Uchiha brats, look at this skin you're wearing now. You look exactly like a pack of lapdogs guarding the gate. Ban's voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of every Uchiha clansman with perfect clarity. Do you still remember what the name Uchiha truly means? Fugaku's pupils trembled violently. He took a deep breath, his hands slowly resting on his sword hilt, and asked in a low voice, who exactly are you? Fu Yu's hand gripped the handle of the knife tightly. His knuckles turned white and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. When he locked eyes with those bottomless black orbs, his heart skipped a beat. A feeling of indescribable dread surged up his spine, crashing into the back of his head. It was the bloodline suppression etched into his bones. Like a lone wolf that had been estranged from its pack for years, he suddenly found himself before the supreme wolf king among them. It was not just Fu Yu, even the elite Uchiha clansmen behind him, who usually held their heads high, felt the same. At that moment they seemed as if they had been struck by a paralysis technique. Their feet were glued to the ground and they didn't dare to breathe too forcefully. The three Tomo in Madara's eyes instantly connected and spun. It transformed directly into a complex and bizarre kaleidoscope pattern. A pure and overwhelming pressure from the Uchiha bloodline surged forth like a tangible tsunami, sweeping towards the security forces. The few impetuous young Uchiha clan members in the front row felt their knees go weak. If it weren't for their mutual support, they would have already collapsed in the ruins. Their chakra, which they usually took pride in, felt like a firefly facing the blazing sun in the face of this pressure. They couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. Who exactly are you? Fu Yu gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress the instinct to submit. His three Tomo Sharingan trembled violently in their sockets. He tried to find a flaw in Madara's overly youthful face that would indicate a disguise. Madara did not respond. He slowly lowered his arms and his black robe rustled under the surge of starlight. He surveyed every Uchiha clan member present with a condescending gaze, as if scrutinizing weeds in his own backyard. A bunch of spineless wretches. Madara's voice was not loud, yet it carried a penetrating force that struck at the soul. Bearing the Uchiha name, yet begging for scraps in the dog pen drawn by others. Why didn't I eliminate all of you spineless fools in your cradles back in the day? As these words left his mouth, it was like a heavy bomb detonating within the security forces. The faces of several elder Uchiha clan members turned pale in an instant. They looked at the iconic kaleidoscope in his eyes, gazing at his arrogant and unrestrained demeanor. A terrifying name long buried in the family's forbidden text seemed to rise to the surface. Ri-Jean stood to the side despairingly closing his eyes. The worst-case scenario had indeed occurred. He had desperately tried to prevent the Uchiha clan from coming into contact with Madara, fearing this resonance originating from their bloodline. For years the higher-ups of Konoha had suppressed the Uchiha clan, and this group had been harboring a fire within. Fuyu. Don't listen to his nonsense. Ri-Jean suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. He attempted to make a final struggle. This person has an unknown origin and has injured the village's guards. He is an enemy of Konoha. Madara didn't spare a glance at Ri-Jean. He merely raised his hand slightly, infusing a trace of starlight into his kaleidoscope. A faint yet pure purpler chakra glimmer flashed in his eyes. That was the source aura of Susanoo, unique to Uchiha Madara. There was no need for a complete release, just a hint of its aura was enough to shatter the psychological defenses of all the Uchiha clan members present. In that instant a miraculous chemical reaction occurred among the Uchiha clan. The clan members who had initially felt fear from the pressure began to rapidly lose the panic in their eyes. What replaced it was an almost pathological fervor and admiration. The Uchiha clan had always been a family that worshipped absolute power. They revered absolute strength and looked down upon all weaknesses. And the man before them not only possessed terrifying power that surpassed everyone, but also exuded an aura that regarded all heroes of the world as mere weeds. Most importantly, that face, that demeanor complemented by the peak charisma aura. For this group of Uchiha who were already somewhat proud, it was an irresistibly fatal allure akin to a dimensional strike. Is this the true power of the Uchiha? A young Uchiha boy muttered to himself. The hostility in his gaze towards Madara had vanished, leaving only admiration that sparkled like stars. So handsome. This is what the Uchiha should be like. Another female clan member clasped her hands to her heart, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. This emotion spread rapidly through the security forces like a plague. Concerns for Konoha's safety and the orders of the Hokage turned into nothing but nonsense in the face of absolute power and that damn charm. They had had enough of the disdain and exclusion from the higher-ups. Now they just wanted to follow this man who could lead the Uchiha to the pinnacle. Ri-Jean watched his clan members instantly turn into brainless fans. His heart gradually sank to the depths. His greatest fear had not only occurred but had done so in the most absurd manner. Have you all gone mad? Ri-Jean shouted at the Uchiha ranks. Are you really going to betray the village? No one cared about Ri-Jean's roar. All eyes were glued to Madara. Obito hid behind Minato, watching those clan members who usually held their noses high now turn into adoring fans. He snorted disdainfully. Humph, a bunch of sycophants. I was the first to recognize our ancestor. Kakashi nudged Obito with his elbow, signaling him to be quiet. The current situation was beyond the intervention of these few lower ninjas. Minato silently observed everything. He knew that the power structure of Konoha would be completely reshuffled today. Fuyu slowly released his grip on the knife handle. The three tomo in his eyes stopped spinning, returning to ordinary black pupils. He took a deep breath. As the clan leader he bore the fate of the entire family. No one understood better than him the higher-up suspicions and oppression towards them. If he chose the wrong side at this moment, the Uchiha would face catastrophe. But looking at the man before him radiating endless light, and then looking back at the clan members behind him, their eyes reigniting with hope, Fu Yu's heart had already made a decision. He took a step forward, stepping over the debris on the ground. He stopped just under 5 meters from Madara. Ri-Jean looked at Fu Yu's back, trembling as he shouted. Fu Yu, think carefully about what you're doing. Fu Yu did not turn back. He gazed directly at Madara, his eyes revealing a desperate determination. Then, before everyone's astonished eyes, this usually calm and proud leader of the Uchiha clan suddenly buckled at the knees. With a heavy thud he knelt in the mud of the ruins. Bang! Fugaku's knees struck heavily into the mud of the ruined gate. The dull thud of kneecaps hitting shattered stone echoed sharply in the deathly silence. This current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, who had always maintained his dignity and seldom smiled, now bowed his noble head deeply like the most devout worshipper. That muffled sound seemed to be a unified signal. With a rustle, the hundreds of fully armed police force members behind Fugaku without a moment's hesitation followed their patriarch and knelt in unison on one knee. Even the half-grown children still attending the ninja academy at the very back of the line imitated the adults, prostrating themselves on the ground with undisguised fervor in their eyes. I, the unworthy descendant Fugaku Uchiha, leading the entire clan. Fugaku took a deep breath, his voice loud and deliberately infused with chakra, making the words resound across the entire ruins. Humbly welcome the return of our venerable ancestor. Hundreds of Uchiha clan members immediately shouted in unison, their voices soaring to the skies. Welcome Lord Madara's return. Such a grand show of force and presence directly jolted the nearby ANBU ninjas, who were barely holding their ground back several steps. Hiruzen closed his eyes in agony, veins pulsing on his forehead. It's over. Completely over. The internal balance of Konoha was shattered in that moment. The Uchiha clan without any restraint pledged loyalty before the Hokage and the ANBU to a dangerous figure who had just leveled a village. This was no longer mere betrayal, it was a blatant slap in the face to the Konoha High Command. Madara lowered his eyelids, looking down at Fugaku kneeling at his feet. His long black hair swayed gently in the breeze. A satisfied smile curved the corner of his mouth and the iciness in his eyes receded somewhat. Rise. Madara's voice was not loud but carried an undeniable authority. At least you haven't proven yourself completely foolish. Fugaku stood up, brushing the dirt from his knees. Without even glancing at the ashen-faced Hiruzen beside him, he turned to face all the Uchiha clan members and announced loudly. From this moment on, the Uchiha clan withdraws from the Konoha military police force. We will no longer accept any orders from the Hokage. We take orders only from Lord Madara. These words struck the faces of Konoha's high command like a resounding slap. Hiruzen trembled with rage, gripping his adamant staff so tightly his knuckles turned white. Fugaku. Are you leading the Uchiha clan to ruin? Hiruzen roared hoarsely. Fugaku let out a cold laugh, his gaze unyielding as he met Hiruzen's eyes. Ruin. Third Hokage, do you have any idea how your administration has treated us Uchiha all these years? We've had enough of being Konoha's guard dogs. Now we will reclaim our glory. Madara listened to this pledge of loyalty and lightly clapped his hands twice. Well said. Now that sounds like a true Uchiha. He relished this feeling of absolute obedience. This was the beginning he wanted. Not playing political games in some broken village, but ruling everything with absolute force. Aoki, Ai and Lin stood behind Madara, watching the grand spectacle with stars in their eyes. Obito pouted beside them, muttering under his breath. Hindsight, I was the first to call him ancestor. Seniority-wise, I'm the #1 underling. Kakashi rubbed his temples with his bandaged hand, feeling a splitting headache. This world had gone mad, even the Uchiha patriarch had lost his mind. After declaring his loyalty, Fugaku turned back to face Madara. His gaze turned somewhat subtle as he looked over Madara's young stalwart physique. The perfect lines of muscle, the visage capable of driving any woman wild, and the unfathomable depth of stellar energy. A thought suddenly flashed through Fugaku's mind. Lord Madara. Fugaku rubbed his hands together, his tones suddenly turning ingratiating, a complete contrast to his tough guy demeanor a moment ago. Your body has recovered to such a young and robust state. This is an immense blessing for our Uchiha clan. Madara raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. Get to the point. Fugaku quickly pulled out a small, elegantly covered black booklet from his bosom. He opened it and handed it to Madara with both hands, his face full of fawning smiles. Lord Madara, look. This is the roster of all eligible unmarried women within our clan. Since you have been reborn, perpetuating the pure Uchiha bloodline is our clan's top priority. At these words, the entire ruin fell silent instantly. Even the breeze seemed to stop. Hiruzen, who had been pondering how to salvage the situation, almost spat out blood upon hearing this. This Fugaku Uchiha, the head of a great clan in front of the entire village, was actually acting as a matchmaker. Madara's smile froze on his face. His Mangekyo Sharingan glared at the small booklet in Fugaku's hand. He felt a vain throb in his temple. Unaware of Madara's irritation, Fugaku continued enthusiastically. Lord Madara, look at this page. This is the elder's granddaughter. She's 18, fair-skinned and beautiful with curves in all the right places. She has already awakened the Tutamo Sharingan, exceptional genes. If this one doesn't satisfy you, look further. This is the third elder's youngest daughter. Gentle as water, skilled in household management. Of course, if you prefer someone wilder, these few female ninjas just retired from the ANBU are also quite good. As Fugaku introduced them, the Uchiha women kneeling behind him all blushed. Some shyly lowered their heads while others boldly cast flirtatious glances at Madara. A few daring kunoichi even began comparing their figures, silently competing. The originally solemn surrender scene abruptly transformed into a large forced matchmaking assembly. Aoki, Ai and Lin behind clenched their teeth in anger. The two women united in their hostility, glaring viciously at the Uchiha kunoichi. Shameless. A bunch of vixens. Aoki Ai muttered. Lin chimed in, exactly. Our benefactor wouldn't stoop to their level of mediocrity. Obito, eager to watch the drama, leaned into Kakashi's ear with a sly grin. Kakashi, which one do you think the ancestor will pick? I reckon the elder's granddaughter is indeed good. Kakashi rolled his eyes and ignored him. Madara's patience had reached its limit. He stared at Fugaku, still rambling about beautiful women, and felt a surge of fury. What utter nonsense, this damn peak charm aura. This rotten system's love luck was an insult to his dignity as the shinobi no Shinigami. Bang! With a dull thud, Madara lifted his foot and kicked Fugaku's wrist harshly. The exquisite black booklet flew from his hand, tracing a pitiful parabola through the air before landing in a muddy puddle in the distance. Fugaku flinched, stepping back a few paces, staring blankly at Madara. Lord Madara. What is this? Madara's handsome face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. He pointed a finger at Fugaku, his stellar pressure erupting uncontrollably, causing the air around to hum. Enough! Madara's roar echoed over Konoha. Did I return to life for these trivial matters? Did this old man resurrect for such trivial matters? A roar mixed with star energy pressure echoed back and forth over the ruins. Silence as dead as the grave surrounded them. The exquisite little black notebook traced a parabola through the air. With a plop, the notebook fell into a distant muddy puddle, splashing a few droplets of murky sludge. Ban squinted his Mangekyo Sharingan. The murderous intent deep in his pupils began to condense anew. Like a tangible blade, it scraped across Fuyu's scalp inch by inch. Fuyu knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping from the tip of his nose into the soil. He didn't even have the courage to reach out and wipe it off. At this moment he wished he were dead. He had managed to flatter the wrong person, right into the tiger's mouth. Those Uchiha female ninjas who had been casting flirtatious glances were so frightened they shrank like quails, not daring to breathe. Ban. Lord Ban, please calm down. Fuyu stammered, his voice dry and tight. Ban let out a cold laugh and strode to stand before Fuyu. His heavy ninja boots crunched on the gravel, emitting a teeth-grinding scraping sound. This old man slept for decades, and when I open my eyes I see you've played the game on such a small scale. Ban extended two fingers, casually pointing at the ruined buildings behind him. Konoha. It's just a childish game made by that naive idiot Jujian. The ninja world. 5 villages fighting over a few scraps of land, how dare they call that the world? Fuyu raised his head, utterly bewildered. Rijan stood in the distance, and upon hearing this the hand holding the golden cudgel trembled. Are you trying to start the 4th Ninja World War? Rijan asked through gritted teeth. Ban didn't even give him a glance. He spread his arms and his black robe flapped vigorously in the wind. Destroying these villages, is that worthy of being called a great war? The empire this old man will build is a new one that rules the entire universe. Let every living thing under this starry sky dance to my rules. The voice was not loud. Yet it exploded like muffled thunder in everyone's ears. Fu Yu was completely stunned. Rule the universe. That phrase was entirely beyond the cognitive limits of a ninja clan leader. But to the ears of the Uchiha clan members those words were like the most potent stimulant. A sound of gasps erupted from the crowd. Then a young Uchiha ninja, his face flushed, shouted, "Lord Ban is mighty. Smash the ninja world. Rule the universe." That shout was like a spark thrown into a powder keg. Hundreds of Uchiha clan members fell into a mad collective frenzy. Follow Lord Ban to build a new empire. Uchiha is number one. Waves of fervent cheers crashed one after another, almost shaking the birds passing overhead out of the sky. Several elders even burst into tears, trembling with excitement. Ancestors have appeared. This is the true arrogance the Uchiha should have. Quickly withdraw all the clan funds and build an interstellar warship for Lord Ban. Right. If not a warship, at least build a Gundam. Ban watched these clan members who were acting as if they had been injected with adrenaline. His temples throbbed. That damned charisma aura was still in effect. It had pulled their IQ down to an unbelievable level. Chinmu Kue stood behind Ban, holding her flushed cheeks in her hands. A man who rules the universe. Even his anger is so manly. Yi Yuan Lin clutched the hem of her clothes, her eyes full of stars. My benefactor is not only handsome, but his dreams are also so grand. He's far better than those boys in the village who only know how to do drank missions. Dai Tu listened from the side, rolling his eyes. He pulled hard on Kakaxi's sleeve. This old geezer must have a screw loose. An intergalactic empire. Why doesn't he just go up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Kakaxi reached over and covered Dai Tu's mouth, dragging him back 2 steps. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. I still want to live a few more years to read Ika Ika Paradise. Ban took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to crush all these blind fanatics. He turned to look at Fu Yue, who was still kneeling. This old man is going to get a drink, find a quiet place and think about the Empire's blueprint. You clean up this place. If you dare mention matchmaking again, I'll crush you too. Fu Yue, as if pardoned, quickly knocked his head on the ground. Yes. Lord Ban, go in peace. We absolutely won't let anyone disturb you. Hearing this, Chinmu Kue's eyes lit up and she hurriedly approached. Lord Ban, I'll pour you wine. Yi Yuan Lin, not to be outdone, stepped forward. Benefactor, I know the taverns of Konoha well. Let me guide you. Who asked you to guide him? I said it first. Chinmu Kue glared. You're an outsider. What do you know about Konoha's taverns? Lin refused to back down. Ban looked at these 2 women who were clinging on like sticky candy. His brows knitted into a tight knot. Truly a huge bother. Without saying a word, star energy flashed beneath his feet. With a faint whoosh of airflow, Ban's figure vanished directly from the spot, leaving only a breeze that stirred up dust, hitting both women in the face. Chinmu Kue and Yi Yuan Lin grasped at nothing, staring at each other in bewilderment. It's all your fault. The benefactor avoided us because of your annoyance. Chinmu Kue stomped fiercely. It's obviously because you were dressed so revealingly, you scared him away. Lin retorted loudly. Another inexplicable women's quarrel broke out on the ruins. Ri Zhan watched the chaotic wooden gates of Konoha in disarray. A mouthful of blood surged up to his throat, which he forcefully swallowed. Konoha. What sin has it committed? Meanwhile, on the edge of Konoha, in a remote dilapidated alley, there was an izakaya whose sign was about to fall off. Ban's figure slowly materialized at the tavern's entrance. He raised his hand and pushed open the dusty, decrepit wooden door. Accompanied by the creak of rusty hinges, a smell of cheap sake mixed with cheap grilled meat hit him. The tavern was dimly lit with few customers. The owner was dozing on the counter, drool pooling on the surface. Hearing the noise, the owner lifted his head groggily. Seeing Ban's cold stern face and his tattered but imposing black robe, the owner snapped awake, trembling as he straightened up. "Customer, what would you like to drink?" the owner stammered. Ban walked over to a seat against the wall and sat down casually, crossing his legs. "Just bring 2 bottles of something drinkable and don't bother me." The owner hurriedly agreed, scrambling on all fours to the cellar to fetch wine. Ban leaned back in his chair and rubbed his throbbing temples. The events of this afternoon were more exhausting than the 3-day and 3-night battle he once had with Jujian. The Uchiha clan had the Konoha higher-ups, all of them. They were all a bunch of brainless idiots. What this old man wants are warriors who can pilot Gundams and sweep away armies on interstellar battlefields. Not a group of rutting animals who think about procreation all day. Ban closed his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the greasy tabletop. He began to outline the blueprint of his Star Energy Mecha army in his mind. Just as he had a rough idea about the mecha's power core, boom. A loud bang exploded in the corner of the tavern. Startled, the owner, who had just come out with the wine, dropped his tray. The sound of a wooden table being smashed to pieces followed. Wood chips splattered onto Ban's feet. Ban opened his eyes in displeasure, a chill glint flashing in his dark pupils. His gaze swept like a sharp sword toward the corner where the sound came. There stood a blonde woman reeking of alcohol. She had one foot on the shattered remains of a stool, a wild posture. Her oversized green haori was half off her shoulders, revealing a gray sleeveless top underneath. Her impressive chest heaved with her rapid breaths. Her blonde hair was a tangled mess. Her cheeks were flushed with drunkenness, her eyes dazed yet tinged with a hint of irascibility. "Owner." The woman slammed the empty bottle in her hand against the remaining half of the table corner. The sound of shattering glass was piercing. She belched, then pointed toward the counter. "Bring me more wine. Bring out the strongest bottles in the house." The owner hid behind the counter, trembling in fear, not daring to show his head. "Lady Gang Show, you have no money left." The owner mumbled softly. The woman called Gang Show flew into a rage. She grabbed the collar of her own haori and yanked hard. "Bullshit. How could I be broke?" She fumbled around on herself for a while, only to pull out 2 pitiful coins which clattered to the ground. Gang Show stared at the coins on the floor and grabbed her hair in frustration. She kicked over the remaining half of the table. "What the hell? How did I lose everything again today?" Ban sat quietly nearby, watching this woman throwing a drunken tantrum. He immediately recognized the character, Gamble, on the back of her haori. So this was Zujian's worthless granddaughter. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ban's mouth as he casually picked up a clean sake cup. "Want money for wine?" Ban toyed with the cup, said indifferently. Gang Show whipped her head around, staring at him through drunken blurry eyes. "Kid, who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business?" A heavy thud echoed from the thick wooden tavern table. Layers of grime accumulated over years within the wood grain were jarred loose, sending up a puff of dust. "Boss. Another round." The woman's voice carried a frantic, hysterical rage. She kicked aside an empty sake barrel blocking her path. The barrel rolled noisily into a corner, toppling a stack of empty bowls. "I've lost everything again today. 10 more bottles of sake, put it all on shoes tab." Ban sat in the darkest corner of the tavern, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He had come here seeking refuge from the Uchiha clan members who had been dogging him like flies back in my village. He wanted a quiet place to have some tea and refine his plans for conquering this continent. But less than 2 minutes after sitting down, this woman had shattered his peace. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping across several empty tables. It locked onto the woman throwing her drunken tantrum. Her golden hair was tied into twin ponytails hanging loosely down her back. A loose green coat hung askew on her frame with the character "for gambling" faintly visible on the back. The size of her chest was absurdly large, heaving violently with each pound of her fist on the table. Ban recognized this woman. She was the useless granddaughter of Qianshou Zhujian, Gangzhou. He let out a cold chuckle, then lifted the coarse porcelain teacup and took a sip. That bastard Zujian's incurable gambling addiction had passed down completely to this girl. As Gang's-ho pounded the table, she suddenly sensed a gaze from the corner. That gaze carried a tangible oppressive weight, sending a chill down her spine. She hiccuped drunkenly and turned around dizzy. Though the dim light obscured his face, the cold aura emanating from the man instantly roused her attention. Hey, the tea drinker in the corner. Gang's-ho grabbed 3 dice from the table and staggered over. She slammed the dice down on Ban's table, pulled out a chair and sat down with a brazen thud. Drinking plain water alone is boring. Come have a gamble with me. Ban set down his teacup, his dark eyes utterly placid. This old man has no interest in children's games. Get lost before I change my mind. Gang's-ho froze for a moment, then her temper flared. In my village, anyone who spoke to her in that tone was either dead or still lying in the hospital. Who are you calling a child? She slammed the table so hard the 3 dice bounced wildly on the wood. I've gambled across every casino and they call me the legendary fat sheep, bah. The legendary gambling god. Gang's house cheeks were flushed, her breath reeking of alcohol. You're gambling today whether you like it or not. Ban watched her hysterical antics, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. He had nothing better to do. Might as well teach Zujian's granddaughter a lesson. What kind of death do you prefer? Ban's slender fingers tapped twice on the table. High or low? Gang's-ho rolled up her sleeves with swagger, grabbing the bamboo dice cup on the table. Best 2 out of 3. I'll shake first. The crisp rattle of dice collided inside the cup. Gang's house technique was flashy, spinning the cup in midair several times. With a sharp snap, the cup landed on the table. Open. 5 6s and 1 5, high. She lifted her chin triumphantly and pushed the few remaining bills she had into the middle. Your turn. Ban didn't even touch the dice cup. He merely glanced at the 3 still dice. A strand of azure stellar energy seeped into the dice, invisible to the naked eye. I'll bet low. As soon as he spoke, the dice emitted a faint crackling sound. The original 5 6s instantly flipped, settling steadily into 3 1s. Gang's house smile froze on her face. She rubbed her eyes, leaning in to look again. What the hell? Is this table uneven? Ban leisurely swept the money over to his side. Continue. In the second round, Gang's-ho gritted her teeth and shook the cup even more vigorously. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead. This time I bet high. Open. 3 1s lay glaringly in the center of the wood grain. Ban hadn't even moved his hand, but the chips on the table changed owners again. Gang's house breathing turned ragged, her chest heaving more violently. She unfastened a jade pendant from her waist and slammed it onto the table. I don't believe it. 1 round, winner takes all. I bet on a triple. The dice cup scraped roughly against the table. Gang's-ho stared fixedly at Ban's face, trying to spot any sign of cheating. But Ban simply rested his chin on one hand, his gaze as detached as if he were watching a clown. Open. Gang's-ho flipped the dice cup open. 1 2 3, low. Ban hooked the jade pendant with one finger. You lost. His voice was utterly flat. Impossible. Gang's-ho was completely frantic now, patting herself down in search of something. She had nothing valuable left on her. She ripped off her green coat and threw it on the table. Now she wore only a tight gray sleeveless undershirt. This coat as collateral. Another round. You have no chips left. Ban stood up, ready to leave this tiresome place. Who says I don't? Gang's house alcohol-fueled fury had stripped her of all reason. She slammed the table, using the leverage to leap into the air. Her right fist shot toward Ban's cheek with a sharp whoosh. I'll teach you manners with my fists. The punch carried immense force. The tavern owner dove under the counter in terror. Ban didn't dodge. He merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze cold as it met Gang's house eyes. In that moment the dim light of the tavern illuminated Ban's profile. His chiseled jawline, his abyss-dark eyes, and his arrogant yet lethally magnetic silhouette. Gang's house fist stopped just an inch from Ban's nose. The wind from her punch ruffled the hair on Ban's forehead. Time seemed to stand still. Gang's house eyes widened, her pupils contracting sharply. The inexplicable fury within her was doused as if by a basin of ice water. No, not ice water, it was a vat of aged liquor that intoxicated her right down to her bones. Staring at that face, she felt her heart pound heavily against her chest. How could this man be so unfairly handsome? The innate dominance radiating from his very being was 100 times more intense than that of her grandfather Qianshou Zhujian. Gang's house suspended fist slowly relaxed. Her face, already flushed from anger and drink, reddened as if about to bleed. She swallowed hard, and the arrogant fire from moments ago vanished without a trace. Gang's ho stammered, her voice so soft it startled even herself. What's your name? She hastily withdrew her hand, nervously tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear. Twice, but the hair kept slipping back down. Ban cast her a cold glance, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. This damned luck with women, he could never escape trouble. Get out of my way. Ban ignored the lovesick drunkard and stepped forward to leave. Wait. Gang's ho instinctively reached out to grab his sleeve. Just then a deafening crash echoed. The tavern's 2 worn wooden doors were kicked open from the outside. 5 thuggish men brandishing gleaming short blades stormed in aggressively. The one-eyed leader swept his gaze around and locked onto Gang's ho standing by the table. Finally got you. The one-eyed man pointed his blade at Gang's house nose, spitting viciously. You fat sheep, you owe us 300,000 Rio on the next street over. And you've got the nerve to be flirting with a man here. Gansho interrupted mid-approach, was already boiling with rage. She turned her head, her eyes murderous. I'll pay you back eventually. Don't bother me now. Pay? With what? The one-eyed man sneered, striding forward. Today you either hand over the cash or those hands of yours as collateral. He reached for Gang's house shoulder. Her attention was still on Ban, and her reflexes were half a beat slow. She twisted sideways to dodge, but the one-eyed man swung his short blade. The sharp edge sliced across her right arm. A tearing sound. The fabric ripped. A bloody gash instantly appeared on Gang's house fair arm, warm crimson welling from the wound. 1 drop. 2 drops. Vivid red droplets struck the rough wooden table with a faint patter. The one-eyed man laughed arrogantly at the blood on his blade. What's the matter? The great Sannin of my ID say those hands of yours are doomed today. Drip. A warm droplet of blood struck the rough wooden grain. The air slowly filled with a rusty iron-like scent of blood. Tsunade's face, previously flushed with drunken anger, instantly turned as pale as paper. She stared fixatedly at the spreading crimson pool on the table, her pupils shrinking to tiny black dots. Blood, it's blood. Her lips began to tremble and her teeth chattered uncontrollably. A chill from the depths of her soul instantly drained all her strength. The horrific image of Nawaki's death, the ghastly sight of Dan Kato lying in a pool of blood. Like a zoetrope they churned violently in her mind, tearing at her nerves. Bang! The sound of a wooden chair falling to the ground was peculiarly sharp in the quiet tavern. Tsunade stumbled backward, tripping over a stool. She fell heavily to the floor, lacking even the strength to get up. She could only crawl backward on her hands and knees, retreating until she reached the corner. She clutched her head tightly, burying her face in her knees, trembling like a fallen leaf in the wind. Well, what's happened to the famous Sannin? The one-eyed man twirled his short blade, watching the trembling Tsunade with a laugh that bent him double. You were so tough just now, weren't you? Now a little blood has you scared out of your wits. The thugs behind him joined in the jeers. Their lecherous eyes roamed over Tsunade's body without restraint. Boss, since she can't pay, why not let us take her back for some proper training? A blonde thug licked his lips as he stepped forward. He reached out to grab Tsunade's ankle. Tsunade hugged her legs tighter, shutting her eyes in despair. She wanted to form hand seals to throw a punch, but the deep-rooted psychological terror locked every muscle in her body. Madara watched coldly from the sidelines. In his hand he still held that coarse porcelain cup of tea long since gone cold. Hashirama Senju, look at this granddaughter of whom you were so proud. Before a few street thugs without even a shred of chakra, she has cowered into this pathetic sight. She has truly brought shame to the entire Senju clan. Hey, you pale-faced pretty boy over there. The one-eyed man finally noticed Madara sitting in the corner. He pointed the tip of his blade at Madara's nose, spittle flying. What are you looking at? Get the hell out of here and don't interfere with our business. Madara's hand holding the cup paused mid-motion. He slowly turned his head, his deep black eyes meeting the one-eyed man's gaze. A single glance. The one-eyed man's shouting was strangled in his throat. What kind of eyes were those? Devoid of emotion, devoid of warmth, only an unfathomable abyss and the oppressive weight of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Madara didn't move a single finger. An invisible stellar energy pressure emanated from him, spreading outward like ripples in water. Crack. The short blade in the one-eyed man's hand shattered into 7 or 8 iron fragments, clattering to the floor. Then his knees buckled. Without even a grunt he fell face first onto the wooden floor. The same fate befell the 4 thugs behind him. Like rotting mud stripped of their bones, they collapsed instantly, frothing at the mouth and unconscious. In the entire tavern there was no sound other than Tsunade's stifled sobs. Madara set down his teacup, stood up and walked to the corner. He looked down at the woman burying her head in her knees. This pathetic, irredeemable sight was utterly nauseating. Ding. Side quest triggered. Erase Tsunade's psychological trauma. Reward unlock fragment of interstellar medical pod blueprint. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Madara clicked his tongue impatiently. If not for the blueprint he wouldn't even bother to give this woman a second glance. He bent down and extended a hand with well-defined knuckles. Without ceremony he grabbed Tsunade by the collar and lifted her entirely off the ground. Let me go, don't touch me. Tsunade flailed blindly, her hands swinging wildly. Ignoring her struggles, Madara pressed his left hand directly onto her forehead. A sapphire blue stellar energy flowed through his palm, surging into Tsunade's mind. This force was domineering and irresistible. Like a sharp scalpel it sliced open the festering abscess that had plagued her heart for years. Nawaki's blood. Dan Kato's blood. Those nightmares that had tormented her countless days and nights shattered inch by inch under the baptism of stellar energy, dissolving into nothingness. Tsunade's struggles gradually ceased. She felt as if a heavy stone in her mind had been lifted away. The suffocating palpitation that seized her at the mere sight of blood vanished like receding tides, leaving not a trace. She opened her eyes, staring blankly at the handsome face so close to her. The coldness and impatience in the man's eyes were clearly visible. Yet the hand pressed against her forehead carried a reassuring, powerful warmth. If you're awake, stand on your own. Don't hang on me like a lump of mud. Madara released his grip on her collar, flicking his fingers disdainfully. Tsunade stumbled to regain her balance. She looked down at the bloodstain on the table, then at her own arms still losing blood. No panic, no trembling. She even wiped her thumb across the wound, brought it to her nose and sniffed. I'm not afraid of blood anymore. Tsunade's eyes widened. She looked at her hands, then abruptly raised her head to stare at Madara. A chronic condition that had plagued her for years, cured by a mere touch on her forehead from this man. Not only was this man impossibly handsome and monstrously powerful, but he also possessed such miraculous medical skills. With the boost of her luck aura and the debt of life-saving grace. The brash tomboyish streak deep within Tsunade's bones, laced with a subtle dependence she didn't even recognize, erupted instantly. Hey, just who are you? Tsunade grabbed a rag from the table and roughly wrapped it around her arm. She strode up to Madara and slapped him on the shoulder. Putting on a buddy-buddy attitude. Whoever you are, I'll remember this favor. You not only got rid of my debt collectors, but you also cured my illness. From today on I'm sticking with you. Madara gave a cold glance at the paw on his shoulder. Take your hand off. Not only did Tsunade not remove it, she leaned closer. Her radiant face wore a roguish grin. What? Not happy about it? I'm the princess of Konoha, you should be honored to have me as your sidekick. I don't care. Wherever you go I go. You just need to provide the meals and you pay for the sake. Oh, and I still don't know your name. I can't keep calling you pretty boy, can I? Madara was amused by her bandit-like logic. All members of the Senju clan just like Hashirama had a screw loose. I don't have time to drag around a dead weight like you. With a shake of his shoulder Madara knocked off Tsunade's hand. He turned and walked out of the tavern intending to abandon this troublesome woman right there. Hey, don't go. I told you I'm sticking with you. Tsunade chased after him like an unshakable burr. Just as they stepped over the tavern's broken threshold, Madara was about to use limbo to hurl her 3 streets away. Suddenly the ground beneath them shook violently. The cobblestone street undulated like waves. From the center of Konoha in the distance a terrifying ominous surge of power erupted. A dark red chakra pillar shot into the sky, staining the heavens an illumined blood hue. The air filled with a brutal malevolent aura of wild ferocity. Then a woman's anguished scream tore through the night, echoing across the entire village. Tsunade's face contorted as she stared in that direction. That's the direction of the Nine-Tailed Seal. Something's happened to Kushina. Madara stopped, narrowing his eyes at the crimson pillar. A cold, intrigued smirk curled his lips. He flexed his wrists, knuckles cracking. Oh. Can't wait to come out for some air at. Come. Take me to see how much spirit this little beast still has. The howling wind mixed with a pungent smell of charred debris assaulted the senses. The streets of Konoha cracked like a spider's web. Uchiha, Madara and Tsunade swiftly navigated the rooftops, each step sending intense tremors through the tiles beneath their feet. The oppressive chakra belonging to the Nine-Tails hung in the air, thick enough to ignite one's lungs. This commotion is unusual. As Tsunade rushed forward, she wiped away the tears the wind had forced from her eyes. Kushina's seal has always been stable, how could it suddenly cause such a ruckus? Madara had his hands in his pockets, his steps light as if strolling through his own backyard. He didn't even lift his eyelids, merely emitting a disdainful chuckle. A barrier set up by a bunch of worthless fools, what can one expect it to contain? In my eyes it's nothing more than a paper lantern that shatters at a touch. As soon as the words left his mouth, a yellow flash suddenly erupted on the rooftop ahead of them. Minato, clutching his bleeding chest, appeared from thin air, his face pale. He could barely stand, kneeling on the tiles, gasping for breath. His once tidy Jonin vest was now riddled with numerous cuts faintly stained with dark red blood. Minato! What are you doing here? Tsunade halted, rushing forward to support him. Aren't you supposed to be guarding Kushina in the sealing room? Minato lifted his head, his azure eyes filled with despair and urgency. He instinctively flinched at the sight of Madara trailing behind Tsunade, but quickly forced himself to steady. Lady Tsunade. The seal, it's weakened. Minato gritted his teeth, pointing towards the towering red light at the center of Konoha. An unknown malevolent chakra has seeped in from underground, directly disrupting the 4 symbols sealing mechanism. Kushina. She has lost her senses. Unknown chakra. Tsunade's brows knitted tightly as her mind raced through the list of Konoha's barrier team. The only ones capable of bypassing the Umbu and directly disrupting the sealing mechanism are high-ranking insiders. She didn't finish her sentence, but the chill in her gaze spoke volumes. Madara yawned while listening from the side. He rubbed his ears, utterly uninterested in the power struggles among the people of Konoha. Enough of analyzing those rotten schemes. Stepping forward, Madara grabbed Minato by the back of his collar. Lead the way. Let me see how much that little fox locked away for so many years has grown. Minato was lifted by Madara as if he were a small chicken with no room to resist. He forced a bitter smile and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of azure light flickered. In an instant the three figures vanished from the rooftop. In the underground ceiling room of Konoha the scene had turned into a hell on earth. The sturdy ceiling of the basement had been partially torn apart by the violent chakra. Several thick support pillars were broken into multiple segments. Debris and steel were scattered all over the ground. Hayashi, accompanied by a dozen umbu wearing animal masks, held the entrance of the ceiling room against the onslaught. The golden rod in his hand had extended to its limit. Earth-style earth flow wall. Several umbu joined forces to form seals, raising three thick stone walls. Boom! The stone walls had barely risen for a second when a massive dark red paw composed purely of chakra shattered them like cookies. The furious shockwave mixed with debris sent the first few umbu flying, crashing heavily against the wall, their fates uncertain. Lord Hokage! We can't hold on any longer. A weary umbu captain shouted hoarsely, his face twisted beneath the mask. The fox's chakra is too powerful, ordinary sealing techniques can't even get close. Hayashi bit his finger and quickly formed seals. Summoning jutsu. Monkey King. As the white mist dissipated, the Monkey King appeared only to be scorched by the intense heatwave rushing towards him. Hayashi. What trouble have you stirred up? The Monkey King looked at the petite figure at the center of the ceiling room, now completely enveloped in dark red chakra, his scalp tingling. This is partial bijou transformation. And she has already grown 4 tails. At the center of the ceiling room Kushina floated in midair. Her once iconic red hair now lashed about like venomous serpents in a wild dance. A layer of viscous bijou cloak as thick as plasma covered her entire body. 4 massive dark red tails thrashed behind her. Each strike against the wall left a significant dent. Roar! Kushina opened her mouth, unleashing a deafening roar that didn't belong to a human. Dark red chakra rapidly gathered at her lips. Black and white energy orbs compressed and fused at a terrifying speed. Not good. It's the tailed beast bomb. Hayashi's eyes widened, his voice cracking. Get back. If that gets launched, half of Konoha will be gone. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a yellow flash exploded beside Hayashi. Minato was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Madara. Tsunade followed closely, and upon seeing the forming tailed beast bomb, cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. This is a huge problem. Tsunade gritted her teeth, ready to rush forward. A hand stopped her. Madara, hands in his pockets, leisurely stepped over Minato. He didn't even activate his Sharingan. In his pitch-black eyes there was not a hint of turbulence, as if the tailed beast bomb, capable of annihilating everything before him, was merely an insignificant glass ball. Madara. Hayashi was nearly tongue-tied at the sight of Madara's arrival. His mind was in chaos, with the 9 tails rampaging outside and this Shura descending in front of him. Was Konoha truly at its end today? Shut your noisy mouth, monkey. Madara didn't even glance at Hayashi. He strode toward the center of the chakra storm. The violent currents that could shred ordinary ninjas into pieces. As he approached within 3 feet of Madara, the raging storm instinctively parted, as if encountering a formidable enemy. Kushina's beastly gaze fixed upon this oblivious man approaching her. A threatening growl emanated from her throat. The tailed beast bomb the size of a basketball charged directly toward Madara with the power to obliterate everything. No. Minato lay on the ground, his eyes wide with desperation. He wanted to activate the Flying Thunder God to block it, but his injuries were too severe and he couldn't muster any chakra. The tailed beast bomb tore through the air, producing a piercing shriek. Just as it was about to collide with Madara, he slowly extended a hand. No seals. No complicated pre-movements of ninjutsu. His pale, slender hand reached out casually. Pft. A muffled sound echoed. The tailed beast bomb, brimming with destructive force, burst like a popped water balloon in Madara's palm. It transformed into wisps of black smoke, slipping away through his fingers. The entire ceiling room fell into a deathly silence. Even the Monkey King stared wide-eyed, forgetting to breathe. To crush a tailed beast bomb bare-handed. Is this even a human feat? Kushina was also stunned. Driven by instinct, she felt a deep-rooted fear for the first time. The four tails behind her instantly tensed, instinctively wanting to retreat. Trying to run away already. Madara let out a cold laugh, exerting force underfoot. Bang! The ground was crushed into a deep pit. Madara's figure instantly vanished from his spot, transforming into a black flash that broke through the viscous bijou cloak barrier. He penetrated the dark red chakra shield that even ninjutsu couldn't breach without any obstruction amidst the horrified gazes of everyone. Madara reached out his right hand, gripping the fate of the massive fox phantom tightly by its scruff. Roar! The fox's phantom emitted a painful howl. It struggled desperately, its four tails whipping Madara's body like whips. Yet those attacks, when they struck Madara, left not a single wrinkle on his tattered black robe. Madara's fingers tightened bit by bit, the azure star energy flowing down his fingertips, directly invading the Ninetales chakra source. What? Have you been caged for too long that you can't even remember my scent? Madara's voice was low, yet it resonated like a death knell deep within the ceiling space. Within the dark, damp ceiling iron door, the original Ninetales, previously lying on the ground and flaunting its chakra, suddenly jolted. Its enormous fox eyes widened abruptly. This chakra. This aura that sends chills down to the bones. A tragic memory sealed away and deliberately forgotten for decades surged into its mind like a tide. It was a man in red layered armor standing atop a mountain. Those Sharingan as deep as an abyss merely glanced at it coldly. Its pride, power, dignity, and even its will were ruthlessly stripped away as if it were nothing more than a pet dog being commanded. Even that man named Hashirama had gripped its neck like a chick. The Ninetales shivered in the ceiling space. Its once arrogant nine tails drooped instantly, tightly wedged between its hind legs. In the outside world, that massive, violent, dark red chakra phantom under Madara's gaze resembled a punctured balloon. It rapidly deflated and shrank. Within just a few seconds, the tailed beast chakra capable of destroying Konoha was forcibly pulled out from Kushina by Madara. In midair it compressed and condensed. At last it transformed into a palm-sized fluffy red pup. The little fox dangled by its scruff in Madara's grasp. Its little legs flailed helplessly. The once ferocious eyes were now filled with grievance and fear, releasing faint whimpers of distress. Looking pitifully at Madara, it didn't even dare to breathe. Madara pinched the red fleshy ball in his hand, pressing his thumb impatiently against the back of the little fox's head. Whimper. Whimper. A thread-thin plea of mercy squeezed from the fox's throat. Those eyes, originally supposed to be cruel vertical pupils, now trembled with watery folds radiating a comical sycophancy. Its four short legs paddled helplessly in midair, its tail clamped tightly between its thighs. Madara stared at this pathetic sight, the mockery in his gaze almost overflowing. You've lost even the backbone to struggle. This beast, you've regressed with age. Deep within the sealed space, Kurama's massive true form buried its face tightly between its two front legs. Outside the colossal cage, the stellar energy pressure pierced into the soul like a tangible force. It knew too well what kind of man this was. Back in the Valley of the End, Hashirama, that guy who preached morality, at least said, "Your power is too dangerous," before making a move. Even though in the end he also grabbed it like a chick. But the man before it, named Uchiha Madara, was nothing but a thoroughgoing lunatic. Without even going through the motions, he forcibly seized its will with the Sharingan and used it like expendable supplies on the battlefield. That terror of having even thought stripped away, completely reduced to a weapon. It never wanted to experience that again. I surrender. I surrender already. Kurama muttered softly in the sealed space, not even daring to breathe deeply. Afraid that the living ancestor outside would have a tantrum and drag it out to be a punching bag again. With the complete extraction of the Ninetales chakra, Kushina, suspended in midair, lost her power support and slumped downward softly. Minato scrambled over and caught her in his arms. Kushina's face was pale as she gasped heavily. She opened her eyes in confusion. Her gaze crossed over Minato's shoulder and landed on the back of a man in a black robe. And the red unknown creature he was holding in one hand, making whimper sounds. Minato. Is that the Nine Tails? Kushina's voice drifted as she rubbed her eyes thinking she was hallucinating. That terrifying monster inside her clawing and snarling ready to steal her sanity at any moment. In this man's hands it was as docile as a newly weaned pet dog. Minato gave a bitter smile and gently helped her up. It's the Nine-Tails chakra entity. This is. Minato paused unsure how to address Madara. Calling him by name seemed disrespectful, calling him an ancestor was awkward. This lord just crushed a tailed beast ball with one hand and extracted the Nine-Tails chakra. Kushina gasped sharply. The blood of the Uzumaki clan flowed within her, she knew better than anyone how terrifying the power of a tailed beast was. With that level of rampage, even if Minato risked his life he might not escape unscathed. But this man hadn't even wrinkled his clothes. She watched Madara's back, her wariness slowly turning into awe. Even a hint of fanaticism. Worshipping the strong was an iron law carved into the bones of the shinobi world. Moreover, the arrogant aura of this man surprisingly appealed to her, the red-hot chili pepper. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. Kushina pushed Minato aside, stood upright and bowed to Madara without any coyness. From now on, whenever you need me, Uzumaki Kushina will go through fire and water for you. Minato broke into a cold sweat beside her. He quickly tugged at Kushina's sleeve. This man had almost demolished the village gate, and she was already pledging allegiance. Madara did not turn around. He had no interest in such cheap loyalty and gratitude. He merely weighed the trembling little fox in his hand. Troublesome. Madara's fingers moved slightly. A wisp of stellar energy following the connection of the Nine-Tails chakra reversed and injected into the four-symbol seal array inside Kushina. The seal, originally shattered and riddled with holes, was instantly restored by the stellar energy, even stronger than before, glowing with a faint blue luster. Kushina felt the violent presence inside her completely suppressed. Even the flow of her chakra became smoother than ever. She clenched her fists in delight. The look in her eyes toward Madara had escalated from awe to blind worship. Hiruzen, standing at the entrance of the sealing chamber, watched everything and finally felt a stone lift from his heart. Konoha was safe. The Nine-Tails hadn't fully escaped. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stored the adamantine staff back into the scroll. He adjusted his hokage robe, forcing the air of a village leader. Hiruzen cleared his throat and strode with measured steps to stand behind Madara. The Anbu around, seeing the hokage step forward, also pressed a few steps closer. Madara. Hiruzen spoke, his tone carrying a self-righteous profundity. I admit some things back then, the village might have gone too far. But today you intervened when the Nine-Tails ran amok, saving Konoha and the lives of thousands of civilians. Hiruzen paused, his eyes turning eager. He saw an opportunity. An opportunity to pull Uchiha Madara back into Konoha's fold. If he could bind him with the village's greater cause, not only would Konoha avoid civil war, it would gain an unparalleled combat force. This shows that though you deny it deep down, you still care for this village. The will of fire left by the first Hokage still kindles a spark in your heart. Hiruzen grew more impassioned, even reaching out a hand toward Madara. Come back, Madara. If you're willing to let go of past grudges, the doors of Konoha's high command are always open to you. We can work together. Slap. Before Hiruzen could finish, a red fluffy object with a sharp whistling wind smacked directly into his old face. That tiny dog form of the Nine-Tails chakra, twisted by Madara, hit Hiruzen's nose and mouth like a sticky blood dough. MMH. Hiruzen staggered back 2 steps, nearly falling onto a pile of rubble. He fumbled to peel the Nine-Tails puppy off his face. The solemn Hokage robe was now smeared with dark red chakra slime. He looked utterly disheveled. The sealing chamber fell into dead silence. The Anbu's hands on their kunai trembled, they dared neither advance nor retreat. Minato and Kushina stared in shock. Madara leisurely pulled a black cloth from his robe. He wiped the hand that had just pinched the fox with meticulous care. After wiping, he casually tossed the cloth to the ground. He turned around, his deep black eyes brimming with contempt and disdain, as if looking at a pile of stinking trash. Did I not make myself clear earlier? Madara's steps were slow, but with each one the pressure in the sealing chamber dropped a notch. You monkey, is your head filled with water? Hiruzen clutched the nine-tails puppy, his old face flushed red. Madara. What do you want? I am the Hokage of this village. Hokage. Madara let out a scornful laugh, his voice dripping with undisguised mockery. You, a waste who only knows how to play balance in dark alleys and maintain control by brainwashing kids, dare call yourself a Kage. I saved that red-haired woman only because the old friend locked inside her belly was too noisy. Madara stopped less than half a step away from Hiruzen. His towering frame completely blocked the sunlight leaking from above. The stellar energy pressure bore down on Hiruzen's spine like an invisible mountain, forcing him to bend involuntarily. Don't nauseate me with that hypocritical garbage. Madara lowered his head, his gaze like a blade. Will of fire. Nonsense. Let me tell you now, I don't give a damn about this broken village. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, fighting the pressure to look up. Then what do you want? To rule the shinobi world. The corner of Madara's mouth curled wider, exuding a fanaticism that made everyone's heart quake. The shinobi world. This tiny planet, does it even deserve to contain my ambition? Madara turned around, spreading his arms. What I will build is an absolute empire that stands above all rules. Risen clutched desperately at the writhing nine-tails puppy. The warmth transmitted through his palm and the scorched chakra scent lingering in his nose reminded him of just how outrageous the event that had just occurred was. Absolute empire. These four words like thorny vines tightly entangled Rizen's nerves, echoing back and forth within the empty sealing chamber. Ban did not bother to look at Rizen's face, which had turned uglier than if he had bitten into a bitter melon. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers crisply in the air. Snap. The sound was not loud, yet like a signal it instantly ignited the stifling air of the underground chamber. Ban turned around and strode toward the blasted open ceiling of the sealing room. The broken stone stairs felt like flat ground beneath his feet, his black robe flapped noisily in the wind. Tsunade without a second thought immediately followed behind him like a little sidekick. Shuiman supporting Juxinai exchanged a glance and then reluctantly followed behind. At the central square of Konoha. Due to the Nine-Tails rampage moments ago, large numbers of civilians and ninjas had been urgently evacuated to this place. The crowd was densely packed, panic spread like a plague. Only after the red light from the sealing chamber dissipated did the crowd quiet down slightly, though various guesses and whispers still buzzed incessantly. Boom! A loud crash suddenly came from the high platform in front of the square. Several massive boulders were flung away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily onto the open ground. As the dust settled, Ban's imposing figure stood steadily at the highest point of Konoha. His gaze like two icy blades swept across the dark mass of people below. The square fell into instant silence. Everyone looked up, staring at this suddenly appearing stranger. Risen, climbing up behind Ban, had an ashen face and clutched the golden cudgel tightly in his hand. Listen well, people of Konoha. He tried to speak to stabilize the situation, but found his throat so dry that no sound could come out. Ban's voice was not loud, but wrapped in star energy it clearly exploded in everyone's ears. The will of fire you always talk about in my eyes is nothing but a piece of sugar-coated poison. An uproar immediately erupted among the crowd. Several elderly ninjas blushed crimson, unable to hold back their curses. But when they met Ban's scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, all their curses were choked back in their throats. A sneer curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. What? Too scared to retort? Your higher-ups tell you that wherever leaves dance the fire will burn. But they didn't tell you that this fire burns the flesh and blood of you younglings. Ban extended a finger, pointing from afar at the crowd below. You risk your lives doing missions, shedding blood and sacrificing everything for the so-called village. And what did you get? Nothing more than a few old bastards living comfortably in the Hokage building, weaving new lies to trick the next batch of fools into dying for them. Nonsense. Risen finally could not hold back. He stepped forward fiercely, stomping the ground with his golden cudgel. Ban! Stop spreading your poison here. The will of fire is the bond that keeps Konoha alive and thriving. Ban didn't even glance at Risen, only letting out a contemptuous snort. A bond. All I see are chains tied around the necks of dogs. He crossed his arms over his chest, his posture supremely arrogant. Peace has never been achieved by a few deceptive slogans. There is only one thing that can bring absolute peace. Ban suddenly spread his arms wide, laughing uproariously. That is absolute force, the kind that makes everyone too afraid to even think of resistance. Before his words faded, a dazzling starlight suddenly shone from Ban's brow. This beam of light shot straight into the sky, bursting open above Konoha. In the sky, the originally clear clouds were torn apart by an invisible force. An overwhelmingly massive holographic projection slowly emerged among the clouds. It was a metallic giant 100 meters tall. Cold mechanical lines, armor gleaming with azure star energy, enormous light wings spreading behind it as if they could slice through the void. Wah! What kind of monster is this? Someone in the square fell to their knees, their finger pointing at the sky, trembling uncontrollably. More and more civilians and ninjas were awed by this indescribable colossus, their legs giving way. That was something the ninja world should not have, if the mingled aura of sci-fi and destruction crushed their entire understanding of ninjutsu. Light and shadow shifted. Beside the gigantic mecha, several smaller but equally oppressive armored silhouettes emerged, one after another, each different in shape. Some were wrapped in pitch-black flames, others crackled with violent thunder. Each emitted a terrifying fluctuation capable of taking on a tailed beast alone. Kakashi stood at the edge of the crowd, looking up, his remaining right eye fixed on the lightning-flashing mecha in the sky. He touched the broken sword behind his back, his heart pounding like a drum. Dai too was so excited that he babbled incoherently. My God! Did the ancestor invite the gods down from heaven? That's so cool. So cool. Juxinai, leaning in Shuiman's arms, was stunned. The nine tails inside her shrank into a ball, not daring to make a sound. It could sense that any one of those iron lumps floating in the sky could grind it into the ground 100 times over. Ban looked down at the crowd below, rendered speechless by the shock. He was very satisfied with the effect. This was the bearing a ruler should have. See. Ban placed his hands on his hips, his voice like rolling thunder. This is my star energy mecha. You don't need to form those tedious hand seals nor deplete your chakra desperately. Just by wearing it, even a genin could kick a mountain flat in one go. The square was dead silent for a few seconds. Then, as if a ladle of cold water was thrown into boiling oil. Boom! It completely exploded. Those civilian ninjas who normally couldn't even learn a crank jutsu suddenly had greedy and fanatical green flames burning in their eyes. Risen watched this scene in despair. He knew that the foundation of Konoha had been thoroughly shaken in front of these dazzling metal giants. No one could resist the temptation of such a shortcut to power. Ban looked at the seething crowd below, the smile on his lips growing thicker. This was exactly the madness he wanted. I hereby announce one thing, Ban raised his voice, overpowering all the noise. The new empire I will build has no room for trash. But I will select the first batch of mecha pilots from among you. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere among the crowd was pushed to its peak. Especially among the female ninjas, a piercing scream that could lift the roof erupted. Lord Ban. Look at me. I have great stamina. Pick me, pick me. I can do anything. Ah. Lord Ban. Pick me. I'll cooperate in any position. The shrill female voices surged like tides, wave after wave, piercing the heavens. The central square of Konoha instantly transformed into a massive fan-meet scene, and the craziest, most reckless kind of obsessive fans at that. Ban stood on the elevated platform. It felt as though 10,000 cicadas in heat were buzzing in his ears. His brows furrowed into a tight knot, and a flicker of impatience flashed in his jet-black eyes. He had imagined that the crowd below would go mad over the power of the stellar energy mecha. But he never expected that the direction of their madness would veer completely off course. These women weren't looking at the devastating mecha phantoms in the sky that could destroy heaven and earth. Instead their eyes were fixed on his face, on the faintly visible muscle lines beneath his open black robe. Peak charm aura at this moment had become a deadly poison. What a ridiculous mess, Ban cursed under his breath. His gaze swept over the front of the crowd. Gansho, who had been obediently following behind him just moments ago, had completely transformed. She had somehow produced a small palm-sized mirror from nowhere. She was quickly applying bright lipstick to her lips. While applying, she used her hand to gather her golden twintails, trying to make herself look a bit more feminine. I must secure one of these mecha pilot slots. This is the perfect excuse to stay by Lord Ban's side every day. Gangsho pursed her lips in front of the mirror, a fierce determination in her eyes. Standing beside her, Qingmu Kue refused to be outdone. Her clothes were already torn, and now she deliberately pulled the collar down further, revealing large patches of snowy skin. Her fingers moved quickly through her knotted blue hair, and in a few swift motions she twisted it into a gentle bun. My benefactor saved my life, I should have pledged myself to him anyway. Mecha or not, I will be content as long as I can serve Lord Ban tea and water. Qingmu Kue's voice was not loud, but it was just enough for the women around to hear clearly, staking her claim. Even Juxinai, who had just been exhausted by the Ninetales, had miraculously regained her spirits. Leaning on Shuimen's shoulder, she somehow had a comb in her hand, tidying her iconic red hair. Shuimen, what hairstyle do you think I should change to make Lord Ban find me more reliable? I think the Uzumaki clan must claim one of the first pilot slots. Shuimen smiled wryly at his wife, opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He had a feeling that the reliability in Juxinai's mouth and the reliability in Lord Ban's eyes might not be the same concept. As for Yeyu and Lin, that goes without saying. She directly pushed aside Daitu, who was blocking her way. With both hands cupping her cheeks, her eyes were full of pink little stars. Lord Ban's profile is so perfect. Even if I just do chores by his side, I'd be willing. Daitu stumbled from the push and nearly fell to the ground. He looked around at these female ninjas who were as fierce as wolves and usually wouldn't even give him a glance, and his heart turned ice cold. This is not selecting mecha pilots at all. This is nothing short of an ancient emperor grandly selecting consorts. And it's that kind of unofficial talent show that ignores family background and only looks at looks and figure. The entire square fell into chaos. To squeeze to the front, the women even started pushing and shoving each other. Stop pushing me. Can those elephant legs of yours even fit into a mecha? Who are you calling elephant legs? You flat-chested freak. Lord Ban would never fancy someone as unendowed as you. Curses and quarrels mixed with the pungent smell of cheap perfume. The smells and sounds drifted all the way up to the platform with the wind. Ban's patience had reached its limit. He abruptly raised his hand and slapped the broken stone pillar beside him, which weighed several tons. Bang! The stone pillar instantly exploded into a cloud of dust. The violent pressure of stellar energy swept down from the platform like a hurricane. It blew the women, still pulling at each other, staggering sideways. The square instantly fell silent. Everyone looked up in terror at the man whose face was full of murderous intent. All of you shut up. Ban's voice was ice cold, carrying a pressure that made souls tremble. You bunch of idiots, are your heads stuffed with tofu dregs? He pointed at the mecha phantoms in the sky, radiating destructive aura. I am selecting warriors. I am selecting madmen who can charge through artillery fire and engage alien monsters in hand-to-hand combat in space. Not a bunch of fools who only know how to apply makeup and pull each other's hair over jealousy. These words were like a bucket of ice water dousing the heads of those enthusiastic female ninjas. Gansho's hand holding the lipstick froze and the mirror nearly fell to the ground. Qingmu Kue also instinctively pulled her collar back, her face turning pale. Put away your disgusting little schemes. Ban mercilessly shattered their illusions. I am not interested in women. Even if I were, it wouldn't be your turn, you worthless lot who can't even control your chakra. He put his hands on his hips, his jet black eyes quickly scanning the crowd. What he needed were people who truly craved power and had a ruthless edge in their bones. Such people definitely existed in Konoha. They had merely been suppressed for too long by that hypocritical will of fire. I want tough guys who can control these iron lumps. Ban's gaze swept back and forth across the crowd like a searchlight. I don't care about background or appearance, only whether you can take a beating. Whoever survives the baptism of stellar energy will be qualified to ascend this invincible throne. The crowd fell into dead silence again. This time no one dared to scream. Everyone felt the coldness and madness in this man's bones. Baptism of stellar energy. Just hearing the name, it was definitely not an easy process. It might even kill people. Daito swallowed hard. He looked at the cool mechas in the sky, his heart burning with excitement. But he knew his own limits. Not to mention the baptism of stellar energy. Just now in the underground cave, when Ban casually released a bit of killing intent, he had almost peed his pants. Ban looked at the cowardly crowd below, the contempt in his eyes growing stronger. Just as he was about to forcefully grab a few unlucky ones to conduct experiments, his gaze suddenly came to rest on the white-haired boy wearing a mask in the crowd. This kid just a moment ago in the underground cave was so scared he couldn't even hold his knife. But now in his only remaining right eye there burned a flame of unyielding spirit. That kind of ruthlessness that would bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh even if it meant being shattered to pieces. It suited Ban's taste. To prove that I absolutely do not engage in any damn undefeatable rules, Ban curled his lips into a cruel smile. He raised his hand, his index finger pointing from afar in the direction of Kakashi. You. Ban's voice exploded over the square. The white-haired brat with the mask. Get up here for the test. Kakashi, whose name was called, jolted all over. He looked left and right to confirm there was no other white-haired person around. Then under the sympathetic or envious gazes of the crowd, Kakashi steeled himself and took heavy steps. Step by step he ascended the high platform that resembled an execution ground. Kakashi's heavy footsteps ascended the stone platform. Tap. Tap. With each step the friction between his soul and the stone slab echoed with startling clarity. Wind swept across the platform. Madara's black robe fluttered violently. Kakashi listened to Madara's long steady breaths. His palms were slick with sweat. Cold sweat had already soaked through the bandages wrapped around his hands. He stopped before Madara. He lifted his head. His sole remaining right eye stared intently at the man before him. I am ready, Kakashi said, his voice somewhat hoarse. A cruel curve tugged at the corner of Madara's mouth. You have guts. Let's hope your bones are harder than your words. Madara wasted no time on superfluous words. He even forewent the hand seals. Slowly he raised his right hand. Extending his index finger he pressed it directly onto Kakashi's brow. A resonant hum filled the air. A cerulean starry light burst from Madara's fingertip. The radiance was blinding. Instantly it followed the brow unhindered, drilling into Kakashi's brain. Ah! Kakashi's head snapped back. A heart-wrenching scream tore from his throat. This was no gentle transmission of power. It was like a red-hot dagger scraping into his marrow. Violent star energy rampaged through the meridians within his body. Where it passed, the originally slender chakra pathways were forcibly torn apart, then quickly reconstructed. Kakashi's body curled into a shrimp-like shape. Veins bulged one by one on his forehead. Sweat poured down like a waterfall. Below the platform Minato clenched his fists. He wanted to rush up. But his legs felt as heavy as lead. Reason told him that going up now would only harm Kakashi. Kakashi. Minato gritted his teeth. The veins on the back of his hands protruded. Obito in the crowd was also frantic. He pointed at the platform. Hey! What did you do to Kakashi? If he dies I'll have your head. Obito roared at Madara. Madara didn't even spare a glance at those below. He merely watched the youth struggling within the starlight, his eyes devoid of any pity. If you can't withstand this power, then you are nothing but a complete waste. Madara withdrew his finger and took a half-step back. The starlight enveloping Kakashi began to change. The originally formless energy. Gradually solid lines took shape in midair. Plates of armor gleaming with cold metallic luster materialized out of nothing. Clang. 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 A dull metallic clangor resounded. The armor plates automatically conformed to Kakashi's shoulders. His chest. His limbs. They locked tightly together. Blinding blue lightning danced through the gaps in the armor, emitting crackling bursts of electricity. The purity of this lightning far surpassed the total of all lightning release techniques in Konoha. When the light completely dissipated, Kakashi on the platform stopped screaming. He panted heavily, slowly straightening his body. A set of sci-fi cold metallic battle armor now fully covered his entire form. Streamlined design. A cold paint job interweaving silver and deep blue. Within the energy core on his chest, cerulean star energy slowly rotated, providing an unending source of power. Kakashi's original mask had been replaced by a high-tech tactical visor. At the position of his right eye, cold streams of data flickered. On his back hung a short blade over 1 meter in length. The blade's surface leaped with high-frequency vibrating plasma arcs. Kakashi raised his hands, clenching and unclenching his fists. He felt the vast ocean-like power within him. This was utterly incomparable to chakra. This was pure destructive force. An illusion of wielding the power of life and death arose naturally. This armor is called White Fang Thunder. Madara kept his hands in his pockets, his tone as flat as if he had just given away a trivial toy. The blade on your back is the high-frequency White Fang shortsword. Try a swing. Madara tilted his chin, pointing toward a barren mountain outside the village. It was dozens of kilometers away from the square. Kakashi took a deep breath. The energy core on his chest burst with dazzling blue light. He reversed his grip on the hilt behind him. Zing! The high-frequency White Fang shortsword was drawn. The piercing metallic screech made many below wince and cover their ears. Kakashi gripped the blade with both hands. The power valves on his leg armor instantly opened, ejecting 2 streams of deep blue exhaust. He lowered his center of gravity. Star energy rampaged into the blade. The electric light instantly swelled to over 10 meters in length, like a lightsaber that could split the sky. Slash! Kakashi swung the short sword fiercely. No hand seals. No complex physical techniques. Just a simple downward cleave. Boom! A crescent-shaped lightning blade flew from the edge. The blade tore through the air. The ground along its path was plowed into a deep charred trench. With a momentum that seemed to annihilate everything, it shot toward the desolate mountain beyond the village. Dozens of kilometers under the boost of star energy were crossed in an instant. Boom! The earth trembled violently. The stone slabs beneath everyone's feet quaked. That barren mountain covered in towering trees was like butter sliced by a hot knife under the lightning blade's impact. Clean and decisive. It was split directly in half from the middle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. On the charred rock surface, lingering electric sparks still danced. The massive mountain halves collapsed to the sides, raising a vast cloud of brown dust. The sounds of trees breaking and rocks crumbling. Even from far away they clearly echoed back to the square. A dead silence fell over the square. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's mouths hung open, staring blankly at the distant severed mountain. Could human strength truly achieve such a feat? A teenage genin, donned in this suit of iron, swung a blade and split a mountain in half. Minato's breath caught. He gazed dumbfounded at the familiar yet unfamiliar student on the platform. His flying thunder god was fast, but its destructive power could never reach this earth-shattering degree. This was no longer a ninja's way of fighting. This was an entirely new dimension. The female ninjas below swallowed their saliva. Their gazes toward the platform had completely changed. Before they had hoped to ascend through beauty. Now their eyes burned with a mad craving for this invincible power. Rin stood beside Obito. She tilted her head watching Kakashi surrounded by lightning on the platform, then looked at Madara standing arrogantly beside him. Rin's hands unconsciously clasped in front of her chest. 2 blushes rose on her cheeks. The pink hearts in her eyes were nearly overflowing. The scene was overwhelmingly striking. The domineering cold creator and the cool stylish mecha warrior, it was the ultimate fantasy of every young girl. So cool. Rin muttered softly. Her voice in the quiet square was particularly clear. She was completely lost in her own fantasy. She couldn't even bear to blink. Those words stabbed like a rusty dagger straight into Obito's heart. And twisted hard. Obito turned his head watching Rin's idolizing expression. He felt the sky collapsing. That Kakashi always attracted girls. Wearing that mask to act cool was one thing, but now with this cool thunder armor he had raised the bar of handsomeness to cosmic dimensions. How could he compete? Could he even compete with his head? Obito's eyes reddened instantly. 2 streams of tears like thick noodles streamed down. He gritted his teeth. Sourness churned in his heart like a storm. No. He absolutely could not let Kakashi steal the spotlight. He couldn't let Rin be taken away by that guy. This was a battle for a man's dignity. Obito wiped his tears fiercely. He let out a beast-like roar. He shoved aside the crowd blocking his way, charging like a maddened cannonball straight toward the platform. Move. All of you move. Obito scrambled up the stone steps of the platform on all fours. Under everyone's stunned gaze. He rushed in front of Madara. With a sliding tackle his knees hit the stone slab. Obito threw himself directly at Madara's feet, latching onto his thigh with both hands. Ancestor. Obito, with tears and snot smeared all over Madara's black robe, looked up and howled at the top of his lungs. I want a battle armor too. Please give me one that will help me get a girlfriend. Daito wantonly wiped his snot and tears on the black robe. The rough fabric scraped across his cheeks, leaving streaks of moisture. Old ancestor. You can't be partial. He cried, tears and snot streaming, his arms clamped around Ban's left leg like iron hoops. That Kakashi guy always loves to show off, and you still give him such a cool mecha. Daito sniffled, sneaking a sidelong glance at Yeu and Lin below the stage. How can I ever hold my head up in front of Lin in the future? As expected, Lin's gaze was still glued to that glowing tin can, not even a sliver of attention to him. Daito's heart snapped, shattering into 1,000 pieces of glass. Ban looked down at the sticky appendage on his leg, veins bulging on his forehead. Get lost. A cold snort burst from Ban's nose, carrying a bone-chilling frost. Before Daito could even shut his mouth, he felt a sudden tug at the back of his collar. He was lifted off the ground like a chick seized by the scruff of its neck. Ban held him with one hand, disdainfully flicking the soiled corner of his robe. That look was exactly like staring at a moldy sweet potato freshly dug from a muddy ditch. You've disgraced the Uchiha name. Ban with a cold face swung his arm and mercilessly threw Daito onto the hard stone slab. A dull thud sounded. Daito, rubbing his sore rear, was about to keep throwing a tantrum. He looked up and met Ban's crimson Wanhwating Xiaolunian eyes. The howl at his lips got stuck in his throat, turning into a loud hiccup. Old ancestor. Daito swallowed, trembling as he shuffled back a few inches, his hands obediently placed on his knees. Want a mecha? Ban looked down at him, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Fine. But you should have seen my rules just now. Ban slowly raised his right hand. A pitch-black stellar energy danced swiftly at his fingertips. This energy was even fiercer than the thunder injected into Kakashi, seemingly devouring the surrounding light, exuding a deathly stillness of total destruction. Daito stared at the black glow, his scalp tingling. He had clearly heard Kakashi screaming until his voice went hoarse. Old ancestor, can this thing use anesthesia? Daito shrank his neck weakly, trying to negotiate. In response, Ban ruthlessly pointed a finger. Buzz. The black starlight instantly plunged into Daito's brow. A pig slaughtering scream pierced the sky of my square, startling birds far away into fleeing. Daitu rolled wildly on the stone slab, black flames erupting from every pore of his body. The violent black stellar energy poured into Daitu through his forehead, a power far beyond chakra's dimension, like a red-hot dagger tearing through his blocked meridians, burning away his innate cowardice and impurities. Every inch of bone felt like being hammered and tempered the agony, making his breath taste of blood. Below the stage, Shuemen clenched his back teeth. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands, but forcibly held back from stepping forward. Lin covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, fixated on the black flames on stage. Kakashi tightened his grip on the white fanged short blade, the thunder on his mecha crackling with his emotional turmoil. Daitu, he muttered, frowning tightly under his tactical visor. This living hell lasted a full minute. The screams from the platform gradually faded. The black flames slowly contracted, solidifying into armor fragments on Daitus' body. Clang! Heavy metallic clashes rang out, the grinding of gears cold and mechanical. A thick mecha pitch black with dark red flames licking its edges enveloped Daitu. Unlike Kakashi's streamlined white fanged thunder armor, this mecha's design was pure brutalist aesthetics. The broad pauldrons and thick arms were studded with vicious spikes like a beast ready to devour. In the energy core at the chest, a black flame roared like an angry beast. Daitu gasped heavily, staggering up while supporting his knees. He lowered his head to look at his hands encased in black armor. Feeling the surging power like an ocean within him, his muscles filled with an urge to tear everything apart. He grinned, letting out a mad cackling laugh. Ha ha ha. This great lord has finally risen. Daitu suddenly clenched his fist, black flames erupting around it, distorting the very air. Kakashi. You smug bastard, see this? My mecha is 100 times cooler than yours. He turned and waved smugly at Lin below. Lin. Look how handsome I am. In the black flame warrior. Lin stared at the mecha on stage, which looked like a spiky black coal ball. Although it was imposing with Daitus' smug demeanor, the whole picture felt completely off. Daitu, as long as you're okay. Lin forced a smile. Just as Daitu was about to keep showing off, even thinking of dancing, Kakashi stepped forward. He stared at the back of Daitus' mecha, data streams flashing rapidly on his tactical visor. Daitu, don't move. What? Jealous of my heroic pose? Daitu snorted, puffing out his chest. There seems to be a line of text on your back. Kakashi's voice held a suppressed laugh, his shoulders trembling slightly. Text? What text? Daitu spun around excitedly, trying to see his own back. Is it something like strongest in the shinobi world or my war god? Kakashi shook his head, pointing at the black backplate. No, it says. Kakashi cleared his throat and read aloud. Exclusive for single dogs, auto-install upon finding a partner. The glowing dark red characters were glaringly conspicuous on the black backplate. Not only that, beside the text was even a crying dog head effect. The dog head effect flickered with a pinkish glow, as if to ensure everyone could see his miserable romantic status. Daitus' laughter stopped abruptly. He stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his raised hand stiff as a stone. A breeze swept across the platform. He seemed to hear the sound of his heart shattering into 10,000 pieces, clattering to the ground. He reached behind to scratch the armor, trying to scrape off the words, but the glowing text remained unmoved. The audience was silent for 2 seconds. Then suppressed chuckles erupted. Even the usually serious Shuemen couldn't help turning his head aside, covering his mouth tightly. Gangso pointed at Daitu without restraint, laughing hysterically while clutching her stomach, tears streaming. Oh my, this is killing me. This kid's mecha even comes with a taunt attribute. Gangso laughed, patting Chingmu Kuei's shoulder. Lin stood in the crowd, awkwardly picking at her fingers. She wanted to laugh but felt it inappropriate, so she blushed and lowered her head. Ban stood aside, arms crossed. Watching Daitus' deadpan face, a malicious smirk curled at his lips. The mecha I give is only for true madmen. Your little head is filled with romantic garbage, what a waste of talent. Ban strode over to Daitu and patted his hard shoulder guard, producing dull thuds. The core of this black flame armor is forged from endless loneliness and rage. As long as you still think about romance, this mecha's power will be greatly diminished. Ban leaned down, his voice dripping with condescending mockery. If you want to become strong, cut off those improper thoughts. Being single is a man's strongest weapon. Daitu felt like crying but had no tears. His legs gave way and he knelt on the stone slab. He looked at the awkward expression on Lin's face below, then at Kakashi, who was barely holding back laughter. He suddenly clutched his head in both hands, letting out a despairing wail. Old ancestor. You tricked me. I'd rather not have this crappy mecha. I want to fall in love. Ban couldn't be bothered with this embarrassing buffoon. He turned around. His black robe traced a sharp arc in the wind. His gaze swept coldly over the high platform, glancing at the still laughing my higher-ups below. The chill in his eyes instantly dropped the temperature of the square to freezing. Yuanfei Rizen's facial muscles stiffened and the laughter around died abruptly. The air seemed to solidify, making even breathing difficult. Ban looked down at the livid Rizen. Consider that farce just now as a little demonstration for you. He slowly extended his right hand palm up, making a grasping motion. Now let me see which of you dares to test whether my blade is still sharp. Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly gripped the golden cudgel in his hands. His knuckles turned a sickly white from the excessive force. Now let this old man see which of you dares to test whether my blade is still sharp. Madara's icy bone-piercing interrogation echoed across the sky above Konoha's central plaza like a heavy hammer, striking relentlessly against every heart. Hiruzen's palms oozed with clammy sweat trickling down his lifelines, making the handle of the golden cudgel slippery. A dead silence reigned over the plaza. The wind ceased, even the rustling of leaves vanished without a trace. Thousands of eyes filled with terror, bewilderment, and even fanaticism darted back and forth between Madara and Hiruzen. This was no mere display of power. It was a blatant coup, a declaration of war, trampling on the faces of Konoha's high command. Hiruzen's Adam's apple bobbed painfully. He knew he could not retreat. One step back and the prestige Konoha had built over decades would crumble completely. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his fear, and slammed the golden cudgel heavily onto the stone pavement. Clang! The sharp sound reluctantly broke the suffocating silence. Konoha's shinobi will never bow to a tyrant. Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, yet it strained with a tragic resolve. He turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Namikaze Minato standing not far away. Minato. You are the village's hope for the future. Tell this madman that the legacy of the will of fire is something a brute like him who relies on force and intimidation can never comprehend. Hiruzen had placed all his bets on Minato. As long as this young man, who held immense prestige among civilian shinobi and was considered the undisputed candidate for the fourth Hokage, would step forward, then the hearts of Konoha would not yet be scattered. All eyes instantly converged on Minato. Minato stood there silently. His jonin vest, slashed with over a dozen gashes, fluttered slightly in the wind. He did not look at Hiruzen. His azure eyes slowly lifted up to the high platform where Obito, encased in black flame armor, was crouched on the ground drawing circles. Then they shifted to the white-fanged thunderclap mech beside him, which crackled with lightning and had split a desolate mountain with one strike. Kakashi's mask covered most of his face, but his exposed right eye was as calm as a stagnant pool. There was no nostalgia for Konoha's high command, only pure submission to power. Minato closed his eyes. In the underground cave of Kannabi bridged the 10th sand-pound boulder that had crushed Obito. And the image of Obito and Kakashi hopelessly waiting for death amidst the sunless ruins flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. The will of fire. Minato murmured the 4 words. A bitter, wrenching smile curled at the corner of his lips. Third Hokage-sama. Minato opened his eyes, his voice quiet but remarkably steady. The intelligence for the Kannabi bridge mission was provided by the high command. Hiruzen froze, his brow furrowing. Minato, now is not the time to discuss mission details. Minato continued as if he hadn't heard. The intelligence stated that only a dozen IWA Chunin were guarding the area. But in reality we encountered the elite explosion corps of Iwagakure, 50 of them. Minato raised his head, locking eyes with Hiruzen's murky old orbs. If not for Madara-sama's intervention, Obito would have been crushed into a pulp by that boulder. Kakashi would have died under the siege of Iwanin. And I wouldn't have even had the chance to retrieve their corpses. Hiruzen's face turned deathly pale. That was merely an intelligence error. Such things are unavoidable in war. He argued hastily, trying to salvage the situation. An error. Minato shook his head, a rare cold glint flashing in his azure eyes. I learned from a friend in the ANBU that route operatives had detected the movements of the main IWA force 3 days prior. But the High Command, in order to strengthen their negotiating leverage with the Land of Earth, chose to conceal that intelligence. You used our team as sacrificial pawns to draw enemy fire. At these words the plaza instantly erupted. Civilian shinobi exchanged bewildered glances, the trust in their eyes beginning to crumble. The shinobi who had risked their lives for the village trembled, their kunai clutched in shaking hands. So the will of fire they chanted every day in the eyes of the High Command was nothing more than disposable pawns. Minato. Don't listen to rumors. Hiruzen panicked, taking a step forward, reaching out to grab Minato's arm. Minato stepped back half a pace, dodging Hiruzen's hand. He raised his hand and slowly untied the Konoha forehead protector bound around his brow. The iron plate engraved with the leaf emblem felt extraordinarily heavy in his hand. I once believed that if I were fast enough I could protect everyone. Minato's voice grew low, tinged with self-mockery. But I couldn't even protect my own students. He turned his head to look at Kushina, who had been tightly clinging to his side. Her face was still a bit pale, but her eyes were resolute. She said nothing, only stepped forward, silently reached out and firmly wrapped both arms around Minato's. He was her sole anchor in this turbulent world. Minato felt the warmth transmitted through his arm, and the last shred of hesitation in his eyes dissipated completely. Today, if not for Madara-sama suppressing the Ninetales. Minato looked back at Hiruzen, his voice turning icily indifferent. Kushina would be dead and the village would be destroyed. And what has the High Command done besides scheming in the shadows? Minato's fingers slowly loosened. Clatter. The Konoha forehead protector fell onto the hard stone slab, producing a crisp metallic sound. That sound was not loud, yet like a heavy hammer it shattered the last flicker of hope in Hiruzen's heart. From today onward I Namikaze Minato resigned from the position of Konoha Jonin. Minato stood upright, his voice resounding throughout the plaza. This village that cannot even protect its own people is not worth my loyalty. He turned around, facing Madara on the high platform. He did not kneel nor fawn. He simply placed one hand over his chest and gave a slight bow. Madara-sama, Minato's voice carried a desperate resolve. If the new empire you intend to build can truly bring absolute force and order, then I Namikaze Minato, together with my wife, am willing to serve you like a dog or a horse. Kushina, holding Minato's arm, also bowed slightly. She gazed at Madara on the platform, her beautiful eyes flickering with undisguised fervor. Madara-sama. Just give the order. If anyone dares to stand in our way, you'll be the first to seal them up like dumplings. Hiruzen stared at the backs of Minato and Kushina. His mind went blank. The man he had always regarded as the perfect successor to the Hokage, the ever-gentle smiling Namikaze Minato, had in front of the entire village without a shred of hesitation torn away the High Command's fig leaf and defected to that arrogant tyrant. You. Hiruzen's trembling hand pointed at Minato, his lips quivering, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. His chest felt as if a waterlogged sponge was lodged inside, suffocating him. A violent heave churned in his ribcage. He suddenly bent over, a muffled gurgle rising from the depths of his throat. Pfft. Rijan hunched over his ancient body, convulsing in agony like a warped wooden bow drawn taut to its breaking point. With a sharp-wit cough, a gush of startlingly crimson blood erupted from his mouth. The muted splash echoed unnervingly across the silent plaza. Flecks of scarlet blood scattered, staining the white Hokage robe, the supreme symbol of Konoha's authority. Upon that sacred garment they bloomed like piercing blood-red plum blossoms. The thick metallic scent of blood instantly permeated the air, overpowering the dusty breath of the wind. Lord Hokage. Several Umbu ninjas behind him panicked. Wearing their animal masks they rushed forward, reaching out to support the swaying Rijan. Get away. Rijan swung his left arm violently, shoving the outstretched hand aside. His back bent, he desperately propped himself up with the no-lusterless golden cudgel in his hand against the ground. He panted heavily, his chest heaving violently. With every breath a hoarse grating rasp like a broken bellows came from his throat. He lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes swept across the entire plaza in despair. On the Uchiha side Fugaku knelt with several hundred elite ninjas perfectly aligned below the high platform. Their gazes were fervent and resolute, as if they had completely forgotten the former majesty of Konoha's high command. Minato Namake's the perfect successor he had cherished as a grandson and groomed as the fourth Hokage, now stood protectively before his wife Kushina, his spine ramrod straight, unflinchingly blocking between Konoha's high command and Madara. It was an unequivocal rupture. Glancing to the side, Tsunade, that girl showed no intention of offering assistance. Instead she stood with her arms crossed alongside a mysterious female ninja at the edge of the platform, adopting an air of enjoying the spectacle. Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen, likely scheming in some shadowy corner. What chilled Rijan to the marrow were the reactions of the civilian ninjas on the plaza. They did not charge forward shouting "Will of Fire" to protect him, the Hokage, as they once had. Instead they looked at the mechas gleaming with star energy in the sky. And at the man on the platform who brought absolute power. Their eyes flickered with greed, longing, and even a secret thrill at the collapse of the old order. The hearts of the people had scattered. Rijan felt the world spin, his vision doubling. The delicate balance he had painstakingly maintained in Konoha for decades. Before absolute power it was like a soap bubble that burst at the slightest touch, not even leaving a splash. What? A blood-curdling cold laugh came from Madara on the high platform. He looked down at Rijan from on high, his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan eyes brimming with undisguised mockery. Can't take it anymore. Madara paced slowly, his black robe cutting sharp arcs in the wind. Monkey, look at yourself now. Don't you look like an old dog that couldn't guard its home and had its leg bitten off by its own pup? Madara's words stabbed through the heart like poisoned blades, precisely piercing Rijan's most vulnerable spots. That will of fire you wove from brainwashing and lies amounts to nothing before this absolute force. Madara raised his hand, pointing at the silent Konoha ninjas below. Look at them. Look at these so-called family you speak of. Who among them is still willing to die for your hollow slogans? Rijan's body trembled violently. Madara's mockery like a heavy hammer shattered his last shred of reason. He gritted his teeth so hard they nearly broke, his mouth filled with the taste of rust. Konoha will never fall to a thug like you. Rijan let out a beastly roar. He abruptly straightened his back, forcibly squeezing the last remnants of his chakra. The golden cudgel spun rapidly in his hand, stirring up a fierce whirlwind. All Umbu, hear my command. Rijan's eyes were bloodshot, his voice piercingly shrill. To protect the village and the will of fire. All-out suicidal charge. Fight to the death without retreat. Several Umbu ninjas froze. Their faces under the masks shifted several times, but under the conditioning of long-term indoctrination they instinctively drew their ninja blades from their backs. The blades glinted coldly in the sunlight, chakra gathering at their feet as they prepared for a suicide attack. Minato's eyes narrowed, ready to intervene. On the high platform Kakashi had already grasped the white fanged short blade, lightning crackling from his mecha. Stop. In that instant of tension, two aged yet authoritative rebukes suddenly rang out from the edge of the plaza. The two voices intertwined, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, stepping aside. The Konoha high-ranking advisors Xuanqin Xiaochun and Shuihuman Menyan strode over, aggressively flanked by dozens of elite group members. Xiaochun leaned on an agarwood cane, her aged furrowed face contorted with anger. Rijan, have you lost your mind? Xiaochun berated him loudly as she walked her cane thumping against the stone slabs. As Hokage, you be the first to resort to force within the village. Do you want to destroy Konoha through civil war? Menyen chimed in beside her. We've already heard what happened at the gate. No matter who the opponent is, any misunderstanding can be resolved through negotiation. Rashly ordering a suicidal charge like this, what do you take the village's foundation for? Ri Zhan looked at these former classmates grasping at his last straw of hope. Xiaochun. Menyen. You've come just in time. Ri Zhan pointed at Madara on the platform, his voice shrill. That man is. No matter who he is. Xiaochun cut him off without ceremony. She planted her cane heavily on the ground, lifting her sharp face to gaze at the platform. In this village of Konoha there's no trouble that the two of us advisors can't settle. Xiaochun's words caught in her throat. Her gaze, just crossing the edge of the platform, froze on Madara's face, arrogant and unruly, looking down from above. The breeze stirred the loose hair on Madara's forehead. Those eyes, like bottomless abysses, held a coldness that looked down upon all creation. His straight physique, perfect muscle lines, and an overbearing aura that treated everything like grass and weeds. Xiaochun's voice died abruptly. Her open mouth froze mid-air, emitting meaningless stammers. Menyen, standing beside her, sensed something was wrong. Xiaochun. What's wrong? He pushed her shoulder, following her gaze to the platform. When he clearly saw Madara's face, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. You. Uchiha. Before he could finish, a crisp clatter rang out. The agarwood cane that Xiaochun never let go of fell straight onto the stone slab. Xuanqin. Xiaochun's gaze was fixed firmly on the elevated platform. The sunlight pierced through the morning mist, pouring without reserve onto that man. That face, as flawless as a deity, bore an aloof arrogance that regarded all things as mere weeds. His long black hair danced wantonly in the wind like a black flame burning at the brink of an abyss. Pat. The agarwood walking stick, which symbolized the authority of Mu Ye's high-ranking officials and had supported her for decades, slipped from her withered fingers. It struck the bluestone slab with a crisp sound, then rolled a few meters away. Xiaochun felt her heart skip a beat before it began pounding wildly like a drum. That old face, originally etched with wrinkles of time and exuding shrewdness and calculation, weirdly flushed with two patches of maidenly blush the moment she saw Ban's face. Even her usually hunched back unconsciously straightened a little. Peak charm aura activated. This damn system's passive skill makes no distinction of age, friend or foe, it's an indiscriminate mental critical hit. As long as they are of the opposite sex and catch sight of him, even an old woman on her deathbed can be forcibly dragged back to a love-struck maiden state. Xiaochun. Shuihomen Yen stood beside her, watching his companion's abnormal behavior with confusion. This man looks familiar, and his chakra fluctuations are terrifyingly strong. Should we let Root investigate first? Yen pushed up his glasses and reached for his ninja tool pouch. Investigate. Are you blind, you old fool? Don't offend the distinguished guest. Xiaochun whipped around, glaring fiercely at Yen. Her voice was so loud it was completely different from the tone she had used to scold Risen earlier. Yen was stunned by the scolding. Before he could react, Xiaochun turned back and the ferocity on her face vanished without a trace. She extended her withered hands, nervously patted the wrinkles on her clothes, then pinched the hem of her garment, forming a smile she thought was coy but was actually bone-chilling. This. Honorable Sir. Xiaochun spoke. Her voice, pinched and sickly sweet, sounded like honey that had soaked in aged vinegar for 3 days. It carried not a trace of authority but a thick aura of worldly flamboyance. May I ask your esteemed name? I can see you are distinguished and imposing, by no means an ordinary rogue ninja. As she spoke, Xiaochun stepped forward 2 paces and even winked at Ban on the platform, the wrinkles on her face squeezed together so tight they could trap flies. The entire scene fell into dead silence. A caw of crows seemed to drift through the wind. Risen, clutching his still aching chest, looked at his old classmate of decades. The expression on his aged face was even more appalling than if he had swallowed a green fly. He had originally hoped these two advisors would bring Root to salvage the situation and at least maintain Muye's dignity. But that dignity barely lasted 3 seconds before being smashed to pieces by Xiaochun's coquettish words. Xiaochun. Have you lost your mind? He is Yuzhibo-ban. Risen roared hoarsely, trying to snap Xiaochun out of it. What about Yuzhibo-ban? Xiaochun whirled around, changing her expression again, and pointed at Risen's nose, cursing him. Risen, you useless thing. Muyi has been thrown into chaos under your leadership. I think Lord Ban is the true hero with great ambition. After cursing Risen, Xiaochun turned back once again, donning that coy expression. She even twisted her waist. Lord Ban, don't listen to Risen's nonsense. We, the high-ranking officials of Muyi, have always been open-minded. If you are willing, I can take the lead in immediately removing Risen from the position of Hokage. Xiaochun grew more excited as she spoke, the fervor in her eyes even surpassing the surrounding civilians. You can become the shadow. Together we can rule Muyi. I, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, have operated in Muyi for decades. Connections and resources are all in my hands. As long as we join forces, the entire ninja world will be ours. This shocking confession exploded like a heavy bomb in the plaza. The Muyi civilians present looked at each other in bewilderment. The anger that had just been burning over the high official's concealment of intelligence was instantly swept away by this eyesore. Ugh! The sound of retching came from below the platform. Daitu, clad in his black flame armor, bent over and clutched a pillar, vomiting profusely. Oh my god! What the hell is wrong with this old hag? Ugh! Daitu felt like he was about to throw up his last meal. Ancestor, your luck with the ladies. The taste is way too heavy. Kakaxi's mask twitched slightly as he silently turned his head away, pretending to see nothing. Shuemen and Juxinai also looked away in embarrassment. Even Gangsho, usually so boisterous, couldn't stand it anymore. Zhuanqin Xiaochun. Have you no shame left? Gangsho, hands on her hips, pointed at Xiaochun's nose and yelled. How old are you? 1 foot in the grave and you're still playing the lovesick maiden. And rule Muyi together. You're crazy if you think you can be a cradle robber. Xiaochun, exposed by Gangsho, flew into a rage. Shut up, you wretched girl. You have no right to speak here. She glared at Gangsho, then turned to Ban with a pitiful expression. Lord Ban, don't mind this vulgar girl. What do you think of my conditions? On the high platform, Ban stood still, his black robe motionless in the wind. In his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes there was no killing intent, no mockery, only fathomless disgust and nausea. The veins on his forehead bulged one by one with each of Xiaochun's coquettish words. What was this? The Azura of the ninja world, Yuzhibo-ban, publicly flirted with by a wrinkled old hag. This was even more humiliating than being stabbed by Qianshou Zhujian at the Valley of the End. Damn system, is this romantic luck attribute poisonous? Ban took a deep breath, forcing down the nausea churning in his stomach. He couldn't even be bothered to curse, afraid of dirtying his mouth. Ban slowly raised his right leg. In his pitch-black eyes a furious killing intent gushed out like a tangible force. The surrounding air twisted instantly. Azure stellar energy crazily gathered toward his right leg like a vortex, emitting a blinding glare that no one could look at directly. This old man's eyes are going blind. Ban gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out between clenched jaws. He stared at the old hag, still winking at him from below the stage. Get the hell out of my sight. Ban's right leg, wrapped in a brilliant blue stellar energy, lashed out violently. Bang! The air was forcibly torn apart, emitting a harsh sonic boom. A furious gust of wind rose like a sudden typhoon, sweeping across the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust that blurred everyone's vision. The shyness on Zhuanqin Xiaochun's face still clung stiffly to her wrinkles. That nauseating confession had not even fully dissipated in the air when she, like a kite with a broken string, lifted off the ground. Before she could even utter a half-scream, Xiaochun's body spun rapidly in midair, blurring into a dark shadow. With a whoosh, she shot straight out over the walls of Konoha village, disappearing deep into the clouds on the horizon, dwindling to an almost invisible black dot. Silence. A dead silence fell over the square. Nothing remained but the rustling of leaves swept up by the wind. Shui Menyen stood frozen in the pose of adjusting his glasses. His fingers hung in midair, the lenses reflecting the trajectory of Xiaochun's departure. He swallowed hard and his legs uncontrollably began to tremble. Decades of accumulated authority and privilege shattered with that single kick. This. Menyen opened his mouth but no sound came out. Tsunade smashed her sake bottle on the ground. "Serves you right," as she shouted, pointing in the direction Xiaochun had vanished. That old hag, always bossing around the village with her seniority. Finally got what she deserved. Kakashi silently pulled his tactical blindfold lower while Minato gently patted Kushina's back. Signaling her not to be nervous, Ban slowly withdrew his right leg. He looked down at the tip of his shoe, his eyes filled with deep disgust. So filthy. Ban snorted. This disgust was not only for Xiaochun but for the entire Konoha leadership, rotten to the core. He raised his head, his gaze crossing the square and the low houses precisely locking onto the rigidly structured building in the distance. That was the high-level council building representing the supreme decision-making circle of Konoha. All those so-called greater good sacrifices and will of fire were concocted in that gloomy building. Leaving such a stinking edifice standing is an eyesore for me, Ban murmured to himself. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers pressed together forming a blade as stellar energy frantically surged toward his palm. Compressed, further compressed. The dazzling blue light cast Ban's profile like a descending azure. "Ban! What do you think you're doing?" Hiruzen sensed something was wrong. Seeing the direction Ban aimed, his heart clenched tightly. That's Konoha's council building. It contains generations of classified archives. Hiruzen, leaning on his adamantine staff, stumbled forward to intervene. "Shut up, monkey." Ban did not even glance at him. His arm swung downward in a sudden motion. Boom! A crescent-shaped beam of stellar energy 100 meters long shot from his blade hand. The beam carried an unstoppable force, roaring low across the ground, tearing up the flagstones along the way. The blinding blue light forced everyone to squint. Moments later that beam struck the Konoha high-level council building with precision. There was no explosive fire, only pure energy annihilation. The sturdy reinforced concrete crumbled like a sandcastle before stellar energy. The entire building upon contact with the beam emitted a grating sound of collapse, shattering inch by inch from the rooftop to the foundation. Dust billowed into the sky, obscuring half the heavens. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Thud. Hiruzen's adamantine staff slipped from his hand. His knees buckled and he collapsed onto the stone floor. Helplessly he watched the building that had witnessed Konoha's power transitions reduced to rubble. Menyen also fell beside Hiruzen. The two once arrogant Konoha elders now looked like old men drained of their souls. All their authority schemes and hidden cards became a joke before that single beam. Ban stood with his hands behind his back, coldly watching the distant dust. Old trash belongs in the garbage heap. He turned, ready to continue arranging the deployment of his mecha warriors. Just then the distant dust began to settle. A light breeze cleared the remaining haze. The building was gone, leaving only a massive crater. The secret route passage originally hidden beneath the building was now fully exposed to sunlight due to the destruction of the foundation. In the debris-filled crater, a charred piece of wooden board suddenly shifted. Crack. Stones rolled away. A hand wrapped in bandages emerged from under the rubble. It grabbed the edge of the crater. The attention of everyone in the square was instantly drawn to that movement. Even Hiruzen and Menyen slumped on the ground. Raised their heads blankly. Cough, cough. Accompanied by violent coughing, a figure crawled out of the tunnel entrance, disheveled. This person was covered in dirt and ash. The originally dark kimono was torn into strips. The most striking feature was one side of his old face exposed was swollen high with a clear, huge red palm print imprinted on it. He climbed out of the pit, brushed off the dust and tried to assume a dignified posture. The villagers in the square recognized the man's face. The air froze for 2 seconds. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey, isn't that the old pervert who was thrown out of the women's bathhouse by Aunt Wong with a washcloth?" Tsunade took a closer look and laughed, slapping her thigh. "Yo! Elder Danzo, what an unconventional way to make an entrance." Danzo's single eye darted around in confusion. He only remembered being knocked out in the women's bathhouse. When he woke up he heard noises outside and crawled out through the root's secret underground passage. Halfway through the council building above collapsed. He was nearly buried alive. After struggling to dig through the rubble and see daylight again, he looked up to find the entire Konoha staring at him. And in those eyes there was no reverence, no fear, only utter contempt and mockery. "You!" Danzo gritted his teeth. The red palm print on his face throbbing with pain. "What are you looking at?" "I am the root of Konoha. Hiruzen. Is this the village you govern?" He shouted, trying to reclaim the dignity of the darkness of the shinobi. Hiruzen sat on the ground, covering his face, unwilling to even look at him. Today the face of Konoha's leadership had been utterly shamed. Shui Menyen also turned his head away, pretending not to recognize his mud-covered old comrade. Tisk tisk tsk. Ban stood on the platform, looking down at Danzo in the ruins, his mockery growing deeper. "So it's you, the rat hiding in the gutter." Ban's voice was not loud but reached Danzo's ears clearly. "What, the bathhouse wasn't comfortable enough, so you came out for some air?" Danzo jerked his head up, his single eye locking onto Ban on the platform. He recognized the man who had slapped him. Fear and humiliation intertwined instantly. "You! Uchiha Ban!" Danzo forced himself to stand upright. He reached for his ninja tool pouch, intending to draw a kunai. "I will never bow to you for the sake of Konoha's future." As Danzo spoke, his foot suddenly slipped. The muddy edge of the pit could not support him. Rip! Accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Under the gaze of thousands, Danzo's legs slid outward. His entire body performed a full split right there. His hip bone slammed against the rubble, producing a dull crack. Danzo's single eye widened, instantly bloodshot. He gasped, clutching his crotch, his mouth twisted in pain. The crowd burst into roaring laughter. The previous fear of the leadership, in the face of this farcical chain of events, vanished completely. This is the root of Konoha. More like the laughingstock of Konoha. Obito on the platform pointed at Danzo, laughing uncontrollably. "Kakashi, look. The palm print on his face glows brighter than my mecha." Kakashi sighed. Obito stopped looking. "You might get a sty." Ban withdrew his blade hand, gazing at the old man split in the rubble. He shook his head. "This is the high-level leadership of Konoha?" Ban asked coldly, looking at Hiruzen slumped on the ground. "Monkey, you spent decades playing power games with clowns like this." Hiruzen buried his head deeper. Just then a hoarse, sinister laugh echoed from the shadow of the ruins. Orochimaru emerged, flicking his long tongue. "Teacher's judgment has always been regrettable, wouldn't you say, Lord Ban?" Cough, cough, cough. A violent and pathetic coughing sound. It emanated from the huge crater left in the Konoha high-level meeting building. A hand wrapped in pale, tattered bandages suddenly gripped the broken stones at the edge of the pit. With the rustling sound of falling rocks, Shimura Danzo crawled out of the underground passage, covered in dust and grime. His current appearance was as disheveled as a drowned rat just pulled from a garbage bin. His originally dignified dark-colored wide-sleeved robe was now torn into strips of ragged cloth by the sharp rubble. He was barely clothed. Not even enough to cover his withered flesh beneath. The most conspicuous thing was the half of his old face that was exposed. The right side of his cheek was swollen like an over-fermented steamed bun. On it was clearly imprinted a huge red palm print. Even the outlines of the fingers and the lines of the palm were distinctly visible. Danzo lay at the edge of the ruins. He shook his head vigorously to rid himself of the dust, trying to clear his mind. All he remembered was being knocked unconscious in the women's bathhouse. When he woke up he found chaos outside, so he crawled through the underground tunnel from the roots. But halfway through, the building above him directly collapsed. He was nearly buried alive in the earth. Using all his might he only managed to dig through the ruins with wind released to see the light of day again. That fool Hiruzen, what the hell is he up to? Danzo cursed under his breath. Supporting himself on the ground with both hands he tremulously straightened up. He had expected to be greeted by the awestruck gazes of his root subordinates. But when he looked up, he froze. Thousands of people were densely packed in the square. All the village's ninjas and civilians were staring fixedly at him. The air was so still that one could hear the wail of the wind passing through the ruins. In the crowd, several elderly women carrying vegetable baskets squeezed to the front. The leading plump woman took a closer look. The white radish in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She slapped her thigh. Her voice was loud enough to carry across 3 streets. "Oh my! Everyone come and see! Isn't this the old pervert who was hiding in the women's bathhouse pool peeping earlier? The one we drove out with a bath scrub?" Like a stone thrown into a calm lake 1,000 ripples spread. The atmosphere in the square instantly changed. Several other women who had squeezed forward began to clamor. "That's right. Look at that red mark on his face. I hit him with a wash basin." At his age still shameless, he was even blowing bubbles in the pool. "Pa! Old pervert! Disgusting creature!" The surrounding civilians and ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. They looked at Hiruzen, who lay collapsed, his face ashen. Then at Danzo, ragged and tattered in the ruins. The former awe and reverence for these high-ranking officials vanished completely amid the sharp jeering shouts of these market women. Obito stood on the platform, laughing so hard he could barely stand straight. Pointing at Danzo, his black flame armor clinking. "Kakashi, look. This is Konoha's elder. I'd say he's Konoha's #1 pervert." Tsunade was even less restrained. With one hand on her hip she pointed at Danzo's nose and cursed loudly. "I've hated your creepy sly old bastard for a long time. Never thought you'd have such a wild side. Even sneaking into the women's bathhouse." Danzo's single eye was wide open. The whites of his eyes were filled with angry bloodshot veins. He, the leader of Root. The man known as the darkness of Konoha. When had he ever suffered such public humiliation from vulgar market women? "All of you shut up!" Danzo roared. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping on rough glass. He had to regain control. He had to re-establish the authority of the high-ranking. He turned his head to look at Hiruzen, who was slumped in the distance. His face full of disappointment. "Hiruzen. Is this the village you govern? Letting these unruly commoners insult the village's high-ranking elders?" Danzo suppressed the intense pain in his cheek, struggling to straighten his hunched back, putting on that inscrutable dignified posture. He reached for the ninja pouch at his waist, gripping the handle of a kunai tightly. "I have been carrying the weight in the darkness for the future of Konoha. You ignorant people. Today, with a powerful enemy at our gates, instead of thinking about repelling them, you..." Danzo delivered an impassioned speech. Simultaneously he took a forceful step forward. He wanted to move to a wider open space, thus displaying his readiness to face death. But he had completely failed to notice the rotten plank covered in sewer mud beneath his feet. The moment his foot landed, his soul slipped violently. His center of gravity was instantly lost. A grating, tearing sound of fabric ripped through the air, resounding abruptly across the vast square. Danzo's 2 skinny old legs, under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes from the entire village, suddenly split apart to both sides. Without any cushion, he performed a perfect front split right there, fit for a gymnastics textbook. His hip bone slammed harshly onto a sharp piece of rubble. A dull sound of bone impact echoed. Danzo's righteous speech came to an abrupt halt. The kunai in his hand fell into the muddy water. Both hands clutched his groin tightly. His single eye rolled upward, revealing a large expanse of white. His mouth opened wide. Yet he was in too much pain to make a sound. Only a hissing sound of sucking cold air could be forced from the depths of his throat. His entire body trembled like a leaf in the mire of the ruins. The square was silent for 2 seconds. Then, an earth-shaking roar of laughter erupted. The laughter swept through every corner like a tsunami. Even Madara on the platform could not help but tilt his head back. Ha 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 ha. Madara's wild laughter was filled with contempt and mockery. It resounded unbridledly over the rubble of Konoha. Is this the foundation of your Konoha? Madara looked down at the collapsed Hiruzen. Relying on a shameless old pervert and a clown who can't even walk straight to carry the burden. Madara pointed at Danzo, who was sprawled in the mud, rolling his eyes. This kind of trash isn't even qualified to polish my shoes. Hiruzen closed his eyes in anguish. He buried his head deep in the crook of his arm, his shoulders shaking violently. He felt that the dignity Konoha had accumulated over decades of its founding had been thrown away completely by these old comrades today. Not even a shred of decency remained. Koharu turned around outright, pretending to look at the clouds in the distance, completely giving up on salvaging the shattered dignity. Danzo's eyes were filled with tears of pain. He tried to get up, but the intense tearing pain in his hips made even moving a finger difficult. He could only lie like a squashed comical frog, pathetically sprawled in the puddle of mud. Just when everyone's attention was focused on this old comedian. Deep in the ruins, in a shadow not touched by sunlight, came the soft sound of footsteps treading on rubble. He he he. A hoarse, icy, sticky laughter slowly drifted out. A white snake slithered out from the gaps in the rubble, flicking its scarlet forked tongue. Then Orochimaru's pale paper-like face slowly emerged from the dark ruins. He stepped onto the rubble and walked into the sunlight, not even glancing at Danzo, who was doing the splits on the ground, nor paying any attention to his desperate teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi. In Orochimaru's golden slit-like pupils burned an undisguised fervor and greed. Gazing fixedly at Kakashi, more precisely at the white-fanged mecha gleaming with lightning, he extended his long tongue, licked his dry lips. His eyes danced with a mad craving for unknown science. This perfect metallic texture, this energy fluctuation surpassing chakra. Orochimaru lifted his head. His gaze passed over the crowd directly facing Madara on the platform. Lord Madara, the science and technology you have brought are truly fascinating. Deshuin's golden vertical pupils rolled greedily. His slender tongue flickered rapidly in the air. A hoarse voice trembled with undisguised excitement. He stepped on the scattered rubble. From the shadows of the ruins blasted by stellar energy he leisurely walked into the sunlight. Long black hair draped over his pale cheeks. He did not look at the distant teacher Yuanfei Risen, who lay collapsed on the ground. Nor did he glance at Jichuan Tuankang, who was doing a split in the muddy pit, his eyes rolling back in pain. He treated these former Konoha high-ranking officials as if they were air. Deshuin's gaze was glued to the high platform. More precisely, it was fixed on Kakaxi's white-fanged thunder mecha, which radiated with raging thunderous light. Then, his gaze slowly moved upward, stopped at Yuzhibo Ban's youthful face devoid of any marks of time. The perfect creation. Yuan stopped below the platform. He lifted his pale neck, extended his long tongue and licked his dry lips. A morbid fanaticism danced in his eyes. Whether it's this metal exoskeleton that surpasses chakra, or this young body of yours that has reversed the river of time, both exude a fragrance that intoxicates me. Yuan spread his arms, assumed a pose he considered elegant. Kakashi tightened his grip on the hilt of the white-fanged short blade. The gaze beneath the tactical eye patch instantly turned cold. The energy core on the mecha's chest emitted a low hum. He was ready to draw his blade at any moment. Dai too stood on the platform with arms crossed looking down at Dashuin. His black flame armor clanked loudly. Hey! Long-tongue freak! Don't look at our ancestor with that disgusting expression. Careful or he'll shatter your teeth with a single punch. Dashuin paid no heed to Dai Tu's threat. He didn't even spare these juniors a glance. Lord Ban, how about we make a deal? Dashuin bowed slightly. A calculating smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I have no interest in the power struggles of Konoha. I don't care who becomes Hokage. But I have an unending thirst for truth. Dashuin's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Give me the technology of this mecha and the secret of your restored youth. In exchange, I can provide you with the most advanced genetic modification techniques in the entire ninja world. I can even perfectly integrate the cells of the first Hokage into your ranks, granting your subordinates the power of wood release. At these words, Rizen's fingers in the distance clawed fiercely into the mud. His nails broke seeping blood. Dashuin! You traitor! Rizen roared, veins bulging on his aged face. How dare you conduct human experiments with the cells of the first Hokage? Dashuin tilted his head slightly. His peripheral vision swept over the disheveled Rizen. He let out a cold laugh. Shut up, old man. Your era has rotted and stunk. Only science is eternal. Dashuin looked back at the platform. Lord Ban, what do you think of my proposal? My science can make the empire you build last for eternity. On the platform, Ban heard Dashuin's self-praising words. A glint of undisguised mockery flashed in his eyes. He did not answer Dashuin's question. Instead he stepped forward. The hem of his black robe fluttered in the wind. Ban leaped down from the platform, which was over 10 meters high. He did not use any ninjutsu to cushion his fall. Nor did he form any hand seals. Boom! A dull, heavy impact rang out. Ban's feet landed firmly on the hard bluestone slab, with his landing point as the center. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread in all directions. Shattered stones bounced in the air. At that very moment of landing, Ban unleashed the aura of his star god body without reservation. There was no wild turbulent chakra. Nor was there any destructive force that kicked up sand and rocks. Only a sense of life transcendence that surpassed the perception of three-dimensional beings. Profound as the vast starry sea and scorching as the blazing sun. Dashuin's smile froze on his face. His hand still outstretched trembled violently. His proud serpentine sensory nerves emitting a piercing wail at that moment. Dashuin stared fixedly at Ban, who was close at hand. The body wrapped in that black robe. Every inch of muscle texture was arranged according to the most perfect golden ratio of the universe. Not an ounce of excess fat. Not a single patch of aging dead skin. Dashuin could even hear the sound of blood surging through Ban's veins. That sound was not like a human heartbeat. It was like a small star blazing fiercely. This was by no means a monster stitched together through some genetic modification. This was a perfect masterpiece personally sculpted by the creator. Dashuin's once proud scientific common sense was shattered to pieces before this perfect body. His pupils contracted violently. His breathing became as rapid as a drowning man's. He recalled the deeds he had done in his underground laboratory. Sewing human organs together with venomous snakes. Soaking corpses in various disgusting potions. In pursuit of immortality, he even developed the forbidden technique living corpse reincarnation. Attempting to eke out an existence by stealing the bodies of others. Before, he believed his science was the pinnacle of the ninja world. But now, before Ban's perfectly natural star god body, his living corpse reincarnation was like a rat in a sewer piecing together discarded rotten scraps. Ugly. Ridiculous. Fragile beyond compare. Dashuin's pale face flushed red. Not from shame, but from the maddening fervor of witnessing a true miracle that transcended dimensions. Every cell in his body was trembling. All of them clamored for submission to this perfect life form. Genetic modification. Ban took a step forward. He looked down at the trembling Dashuin. His voice was piercingly cold. With your lowly tactics of stitching humans and snakes together, do you really think you're worthy of mentioning science in front of me? Dashuin opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. His knees gave way. Thud. He fell straight to his knees before Ban. These knees had never bent before the third Hokage. Had never bowed to heaven, earth or gods. But now, he willingly slammed them onto the sharp rubble. He didn't even notice the scraped skin on his knees. Dashuin lifted his head. In those golden vertical pupils, there was no longer a trace of the former coldness and calculation. Only the frenzy of a moth diving into the flame remained. He pressed his hands to the ground. His 10 fingers dug into the cracks of the stone slab. His nails broke and blood seeped out. Lord Ban. Dashuin's voice turned sharp and cracked with excitement. I was wrong. All my so-called science is worthless garbage. He raised his head, staring at Ban like a fanatical worshipper. The muscles on his face contorted. I want to touch the true truth of this universe. Please grant me this knowledge. No matter what the cost. Even if it means grinding my soul to dust. The entire scene fell silent. The wind stopped. The cold Lord Dashuin, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, was kneeling without dignity, begging. The impact this image brought to the people of Konoha was no less than the collapse of the Hokage building moments ago. Risen closed his eyes, a line of turbid old tears sliding down his cheek. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Ban looked down at the frenzied scientist at his feet. A glint of satisfaction flashed in his cold eyes. He was going to establish a stellar empire. He had plenty of brutes for fighting. He indeed needed this kind of madman who understood some technology. Although what Dashuin had created was somewhat unsightly. As long as it was guided in a different direction. Using him as the Empire's chief repairman, or as a Mecha RD assistant, would barely suffice. Ban slowly raised his right hand. Pure stellar energy swirled rapidly in his palm. A stellar energy core emitting a faint blue light condensed into shape. With his other hand he drew from the system space a mecha blueprint shimmering with holographic projections. Ban tossed them casually. The core and blueprint arced through the air, falling precisely before Dashuin. Like a starving dog pouncing on food. Dashuin scooped up the stellar energy core with both hands. Sensing the vast mechanical knowledge and high-dimensional energy within, he trembled with excitement all over. His tongue wildly licked his lips. Want to learn? Ban turned around. His back to the kneeling Dashuin. His black robe flapped loudly in the wind. His voice carried an authority that brooked no argument and deep disdain. First change that disgusting skin of yours. Orochimaru held the sapphire star energy core in his hands with devout reverence. The core emitted a subtle high-frequency hum, causing the skin of his palms to tingle slightly. A blinding blue light instantly engulfed his paper-pale body as if immersing him entirely in a pure ocean of energy. Ah! Orochimaru let out a hoarse murmur. It was not a cry of agony but an extreme bliss, as if his soul were being cleansed and his cells remolded. His proud serpentine cartilage and muscles began to undergo a drastic qualitative change under the baptism of star energy. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking and reassembling was distinctly audible in the silent square. Orochimaru's originally pallid skin peeled off in patches like dried snake shed. In its place a bioarmor gleaming with icy metallic luster grew from his flesh and blood. This mecha was different from Kakashi's streamlined version or Obito's bulky berserker type. It was a bizarre biomechanical creation known as the Ouroboros mecha. It presented a deep dark purple overall covered with densely packed nanoenergy circuits resembling snake scales. Behind it two mechanical tentacles like metallic pythons slithered slowly in midair. Orochimaru closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the cold air filtered inside the mecha. He could feel that this suit not only endowed him with overwhelming destructive power, but also acted like a living supercomputer constantly analyzing the energy laws of this world. This sensation of overlooking everything from a higher dimension made the ninjutsu he had prided himself on in this life seem as laughable as primitive humans drilling wood for fire. The blue light gradually faded. Orochimaru slowly opened his golden vertical pupils. His originally sinister and venomous gaze was now replaced by a morbid obsession. He didn't even bother to test the mecha's power. Instead he reached out his hands and caressed the gleaming star energy core on his chest with an almost lascivious touch. Perfect. Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a perverse tremor. These smooth lines, this flawless energy conversion rate. This is the miracle of creation. He turned to look at the man standing aloof on the platform as solitary as a deity. The fervor in his eyes had completely surpassed the thirst for power. It was pure worship of absolute perfection. Orochimaru twisted his dark purple mecha. Striding with an eerie gait like an upright metal viper, he approached Madara. He knelt down once more. But this time his movements even carried a hint of coyness. Hiruzen lay collapsed in the distance watching his once most proud disciple. First begging without dignity, now putting on this nauseating posture. The old face spasmed wildly. Orochimaru. You treacherous disciple. What are you doing? Hiruzen closed his eyes in despair. He simply could not bear to watch any longer. Tsunade also rubbed the goosebumps rising on her arms. What's wrong with this pervert? The way he looks gives me the creeps. Obito chimed in from the side. Exactly. The way he looks at the patriarch is even more nauseating than how Rin looks at Kakashi. On the platform, Madara stared coldly at Orochimaru kneeling at his feet. He had assumed this fellow would ask to set up a lab or request more blueprints. After all, scientists with new toys always want to do research. But who knew? Orochimaru's next words nearly made Madara draw his blade on the spot. Lord Madara. Orochimaru placed his hands crosswise over his chest, his golden vertical pupils shimmering with a watery luster. Your greatness has utterly conquered me. This mecha is the unparalleled grace you have bestowed upon me. But I feel that my current crude male body. Orochimaru paused. His tongue licked the cold metal faceplate. Is unworthy to serve a perfect creator like you. Dead silence fell across the scene. Even the wind stood still. Everyone pricked up their ears, wondering what outrageous words this scientific madman could utter next. If you say the word. A hint of shyness crept into Orochimaru's tone. I will immediately find the most exquisite female body in the entire ninja world. Using my living corpse reincarnation technique to transplant it. From then on, I, Orochimaru, will be your most devoted and tender fae. Bang! Orochimaru never finished the word, female servant. A soul wrapped in azure star energy accompanied by a sonic boom that tore the air. Struck him squarely in the face. Madara's perpetually icy face was now black enough to drip ink. Veins bulged on his forehead like writhing earthworms. In his lifetime he had cut down Hashirama Senju, struck the Nine Tails, and even crushed a mountain peak with one hand. But he had never encountered such a disgusting thing. A scientific madman. This was a pervert. The furious kick sent Orochimaru flying like a rubber ball. The newly equipped Ouroboros mecha emitted a piercing screech in midair. Orochimaru spun a dozen times in the air. And crashed heavily into a stone wall at the edge of Konoha's central square. With a loud rumble the wall collapsed, burying Orochimaru under a pile of bricks. If you dare pull any body-changing tricks in front of me, Madara said through gritted teeth, pointing at the rubble, his killing intent nearly solidifying into frost. I swear I'll burn your soul to ashes with star energy, leaving not a single grain. From now on you are the Empire's chief scientist. Get back to your lab and research mecha. Don't show up before me without my order. In the rubble, Orochimaru pushed the bricks off himself. The mecha's defense left him unharmed. Not only was he not angry, but he even touched the faceplate where he had been kicked. His gaze grew even more entranced. Lord Madara. Even when you're angry you're so full of strength. He muttered softly. Then quickly dropped his coy demeanor and kowtowed reverently toward the platform. Yes, Lord Madara. This subordinate shall dedicate himself wholeheartedly. This eye-straining interlude finally ended. Obito was rolling on the ground laughing. Even Kakashi couldn't help turning away, his shoulders shaking. Minato wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling that the future of this new empire seemed somewhat indescribable. Madara took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the nausea churning in his stomach. He felt that he had definitely not consulted the almanac before going out today. He kept encountering freaks who challenged the limits of physiology. Having recruited these few somewhat useful subordinates, he turned around, no longer looking at the collapsed old Konoha elite nor at the civilians driven mad by the mecha blueprints. Madara's gaze swept past the ruined square, past the rubble of the high-rise conference building he had just kicked flat. Finally it locked onto the most iconic colossal structure behind Konoha village. The Hokage Rock. The mountain carving bearing the four giant faces of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze silently overlooked the battered village. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of Madara's mouth. He slowly raised his right hand, drew the star energy lightsaber from his back, and the blade emitted a piercing hum as it left its sheath. The old trash has been swept away. Madara gripped the hilt with both hands and raised it high. The starlight on the blade flickered like tangible flames. Now it's time to change the signboard. Madara tightly gripped the hilt of his lightsaber. The high-frequency vibrating blade tore through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom akin to the shrieks of 1,000 birds. Furious azure stellar energy surged up his wrists like a bursting flood, violently flooding into the blade. He could distinctly feel his arm muscles swelling taut under the immense pressure, his blood roaring through his veins like thunderous war drums. The lightsaber's radiant aura swelled with the gale, 10 meters, 50 meters. In an instant a colossal energy blade over 100 meters long loomed across the sky above Konoha, towering like a celestial pillar. Cold blue light cast Madara's wild, untamed visage in the likeness of a descending Asura. Slowly he raised his head. His fathomless black eyes swept past the ruined plaza and locked unflinchingly upon the towering stone mountain behind Konoha. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze, the four colossal stone faces, gazed silently down upon the shattered village. The old refuse has been swept clean. Madara's voice was low yet wrapped in stellar energy. It rolled like muffled thunder detonating in every ear. Now it is time for a new banner. Hiruzen had been slumped on the ground like a lifeless rag. Upon hearing those words he followed Madara's gaze. His clouded old eyes widened in shock, his pupils contracted violently. A chill shot up his spine, freezing his very marrow. Hiruzen sprang upright as if seized by a final surge of vitality, heedless of the agony searing his chest, and staggered desperately toward the dais. His withered hands flailed wildly in the air like a drowning elder grasping for the last straw. Those are the statues of the Hokage, Konoha's spiritual totems. You cannot destroy them. To shatter them is to sever Konoha's very roots. His voice cracked into a shrill, desperate shriek. Blood vessels burst at the corners of his eyes. Madara did not grant him even a glance. A cruel, contemptuous smile curled his lips. Spiritual totems. What right do failures who could not even protect their own village have to stand enshrined upon pedestals worshipped by mortals? Madara tightened his grip on the hilt. The colossal lightsaber carved a blinding azure arc across the sky. The new empire I shall forge needs no rotting stone idols looming over mankind. True divinity requires no stone to prove its greatness. Stop him now. Hiruzen charged forward recklessly, fingers already weaving seals. But the moment his frail hands began to clasp, two shadows descended from above. Thud. Thud. Two Umbu shinobi masked as beasts slammed down upon his shoulders, one on each side. "Forgive us Hokage-sama," murmured one Umbu, his voice stripped of reverence, only cold absolute obedience remained. Moments later elite members of the Uchiha clan closed in. Their blazing sharingan, 3 tomo swirling fiercely, glinted with fanatical fervor, their tanto were half drawn from their belts. Cold steel reflected Hiruzen's face, etched with utter despair. "Third Hokage, the era has changed." Uchiha spoke coldly, his gaze that of a man watching a pitiful clown. "Your hollow will of fire has long outlived its purpose." Hiruzen thrashed wildly, yet beneath the iron grip of Umbu and Uchiha he was no more than a toothless relic. He could only watch helpless as Madara slowly raised the 100-meter lightsaber, a weapon capable of unmaking heaven and earth. "Hashirama, you weakling." Madara's gaze lingered for a fleeting complex moment upon the stone visage of the first Hokage, then hardened into pure unassailable arrogance. "This village you built. I claim it as mine. And your laughable statue. It shall serve as the stepping stone for my new empire." With a violent twist of his waist, cords of muscle erupted along his arms as titanic stellar energy erupted down the blade. "Shatter, for me." The 100-meter lightsaber swept sideways with cataclysmic force, like a white-hot blade slicing through butter. A single horizontal slash. Boom! Unimpeded, the blade plunged deep into the granite mountain. The deafening detonation roared as if 10,000 exploding tags had ignited at once. The entire earth of Konoha trembled violently, as though struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Blinding azure light and billowing ochre dust instantly swallowed the Hokage rock whole. Sand and stone flew like shrapnel, gales howled unchecked. Massive boulders peeled from the mountainside like cannon fire, crashing onto the earth below. Hiruzen stared fixedly at the Hokage rock, his lips bitten raw and bleeding. "No, no," he whispered in despair, tears carving muddy rivulets through the grime on his aged cheeks. The light began to fade. A gust parted the dust cloud just slightly. All breaths stilled. Every eye remained locked upon that mountain, once the highest symbol of Konoha's glory. First to crumble was Hashirama Senju's massive stone nose, a slab weighing dozens of tons. With a dull splintering crack, Krak. It broke cleanly, then tumbled end over end, slamming into the forest at the mountain's base and erupting in a plume of dust. Then came Tobirama Senju's left cheek. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi's own statue. Finally Minato Namikaze's stone face, still bearing that gentle serene smile. The 4 statues, emblems of Konoha's legacy and faith, stood no longer. Under Madara's single stroke they collapsed like dominoes, shattering from crown to base, crumbling into cascades of rubble and fine ash, vanishing into ruin. Hiruzen's legs gave way entirely. He collapsed like a sack of wet grain into the Umbu's grasp. In his clouded ancient eyes the Hokage rock burned, not as monument but as grave. He knew in that instant the old age of Konoha had been erased, not metaphorically but physically irrevocably. A tomb-like silence settled over the plaza. Civilians and shinobi alike stood frozen, staring blankly. Decades of sacred iconography proved fragile, absurd, even laughable, before that single devastating cut. Fear. Confusion. And beneath it all a furtive, unsettling thrill at the shattering of an old order, rippled through every heart. Hiruzen closed his eyes. Silent tears traced paths down his weathered cheeks. Konoha's glory. The will of fire's inheritance. All gone, utterly irretrievably destroyed. In that suffocating silence as Hiruzen wept in desolation, a sudden sharp exuberant round of applause exploded across the still plaza. Clap. 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 Its crisp rhythm pierced the vast emptiness, jarringly, almost painfully loud. Like a joyous swan blaring at a solemn funeral, it stunned every soul. All turned bewildered, searching for the madman audacious enough to mock Konoha's fallen legacy at this very moment. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, revealing a woman clad in a green gambler's coat, her golden hair tied in twin braids. Everyone turned in stunned disbelief. Countless incredulous gazes pierced through the billowing dust, following the direction of the abrupt applause. The crisp resounding claps reverberated across the deathly silent square, each one like a stinging slap landing squarely on the faces of Muye's old guard. Tsunade stood at the forefront of the crowd. Her twin golden ponytails whipped wildly in the wind, and the green gambler's coat slipped slightly from her shoulder with her sweeping gestures. She wasn't merely clapping. Her pale palms were already flushed red, yet her face bore a wild, uninhibited laugh tinged with drunkenness and reckless abandon. "Well destroyed." Tsunade shouted, her voice cutting through the lingering ripples of stellar energy. "These broken stones should have been smashed long ago." Hiruzen was pinned to the ground by two Ombu. He struggled to lift his head, and the moment his clouded eyes recognized the applauder, his pupils shrank abruptly. If the Uchiha clan's defection was a knife plunged into his chest and Minato's resignation was salt rubbed into his wound, then now the granddaughter of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju was leading the cheers for the destruction of her own grandfather's statue. This was undoubtedly tearing away Muye's last shred of decency before the entire world, trampling it underfoot without mercy. "Tsunade, have you lost your mind?" Hiruzen roared hoarsely, his voice dripping with incredulous despair. "That is the first Hokage's statue. The pioneer who founded this village. How can you stand by and watch it destroyed and even clap and cheer?" Tsunade stopped clapping. She turned and looked down at the limp Hiruzen. In her beautiful amber eyes there was no longer any respect for her teacher. Only thick scorn and years of pent-up resentment. "Pioneer." Tsunade sneered, unhooking the gourd from her waist and taking a long swig. The fiery liquor dripped down her chin, staining her collar. "Old man, don't use my grandfather to pressure me." She pointed at the smoldering ruins of the Huaying Rock. "When my grandfather founded this village, he did it to protect his family, to keep children off the battlefield. But what have you all done?" Tsunade's voice rose sharply, carrying a barely suppressed tremor. "Besides using these broken statues as tools for brainwashing, what use are they? You point at these stones and tell us this is the will of fire, that sacrifice is glorious. And what's the result?" Tsunade's eyes reddened, she clenched her teeth as if she could still see the two lives lying in pools of blood growing cold. "My little brother Nawaki, for your ridiculous will of fire, didn't even leave a complete corpse. My lover Dan, while protecting this village, had his insides torn out." Tsunade smashed her gourd to the ground, shards flew in all directions. "These stones have brought me nothing but endless tragedy and despair. They are no spiritual totems, they are monsters that devour people without spitting out bones." Tsunade took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. She turned to look at Madara, who stood on the high platform. The man held 100-meter-long lightsaber, his posture upright as a pine, his eyes brimming with world-dominating arrogance. "Lord Madara is right," Tsunade declared loudly, her voice echoing across the square. "True peace is achieved through absolute force, not coaxed out by a few broken stones. These hypocritical statues should be torn down completely." The entire square fell silent. Civilian ninjas exchanged glances, some even lowered their heads in shame. Tsunade's words pierced like a dagger through the carefully woven lies of Muye's high command. Even the granddaughter of the first Hokage deemed this ideology worthless. Why should they, the grunts at the bottom, lay down their lives for it? Hiruzen opened his mouth, but no sound came. Watching Tsunade's resolute back, the last shred of hope in his heart was extinguished. He knew that from this day forth Muye was not only physically destroyed but also spiritually annihilated. On the high platform, Madara heard Tsunade's passionate denunciation, and a glint of unexpected appreciation flickered in his eyes. This woman, though annoying at times, possessed a core of madness and clarity. That made her far more agreeable than that fool Hashirama who always prattled on about bonds. "Well said." Madara slowly retracted the stellar energy lightsaber. The 100-meter-long dazzling blade dissolved into points of blue light, merging back into his palm. He lifted his head to gaze at the flattened ruins of the Huaying Rock. The old era has been buried along with these stones. Madara spread his arms and powerful stellar energy exploded from within him. "Now let me show you what a true empire's foundation looks like." The azure stellar energy swept out like a tsunami. It rushed straight toward the towering cloud of dust. The gale ceased instantly, the flying gravel and powder hung unnaturally still in midair. Then, under the stunned gazes of all present, the rubble began to reorganize madly under the pull of stellar energy. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by harsh metallic grinding. A colossal sci-fi metal foundation rose abruptly from the ruins. Cold steel lines pulsed with azure energy circuits. It was like a steel beast lurking in darkness, exuding a suffocating pressure. This base not only covered the original Huaying rock location but was several times larger. It resembled an inverted giant pyramid. At the apex of the central tower, a steel throne condensed purely from stellar energy hovered silently. This was no longer a statue for people to admire. This was the seat of ruling power, the heart of an empire. Madara lightly tapped the high platform, soaring into the air like a black eagle. He traced a sharp arc through the sky and landed firmly on the cold steel throne. Madara lounged back, resting his chin on one hand. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan swept over the thousands of kneeling ninjas and civilians below him. The breeze ruffled his wild black mane. In this moment he was the sole deity of this world. Since I've taken over this broken mess, Madara's voice was low but crystal clear to every ear. I need to set some new rules. He gestured grandly toward the crowd below. Now rewards will be given out according to merit and positions established. The crowd in the square stirred immediately. The Uchiha clan stood tall and proud. Minato took a deep breath and gripped Kushina's hand. Everyone knew this was the critical moment that would decide the power structure of the new empire. Madara's gaze swept across the crowd and finally settled on a corner. A hint of mockery glinted in his eyes as he lifted his chin slightly. That little brat in goggles, face covered in snot and tears. Get out here. Obito stood in the most inconspicuous corner of the crowd, his head lowered, trying to hide the flickering dog-head light effect on his back behind the broad shoulder armor of his black flame armor. Suddenly he heard the irrefutable voice calling names from the steel throne on the high platform. That brat with the goggles, crying all over his face. Get out here. Obito felt the gazes of everyone around him land on him like a spotlight all at once. Some were surprised, some envious, but most were mocking, eager for a show. He swallowed hard. A faint puff of air shot out from the power valve at the base of his mecha's foot. Obito, clad in the black flame armor with the flashing marquee light effect on his back, walked out of the crowd, looking back every few steps. With each step the words, "Single dog exclusive," on his back flickered under the sunlight. Suppressed snickers kept coming from the crowd. Obito forced himself to ignore the marquee light effect that had utterly humiliated him, striving to straighten his back. His mind uncontrollably began to fantasize wildly about the magnificent scene where, after being appointed as Dark General, or Empire Grand Marshal, Rin would gaze at him with eyes full of admiration and adoration. With such a title, what was a mere thunder mecha Kakashi? He strode to the foot of the pedestal, knelt on one knee like an adult, and struck his chest armor heavily with his right fist. A loud clang echoed. Ancestor! Ah, no, Lord Ban! Obito shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice brimming with undisguised excitement and anticipation. Uchiha Obito is ready to charge and fight for you at any moment. To strike off the enemy's head. Ban sat on the cold steel throne, one hand propping his chin. His Mangekyo Sharingan looked down at Obito from on high, taking in the comical appearance of a youth who seemed to have the words, "I want to show off," written all over his face. Ban's mouth twitched involuntarily. This kid's talent was barely passable, but his mental circuit was even more bizarre than Hashirama's. Charge and strike off heads. Ban snorted derisively, tapping his fingers on the steel armrest. With that lovesick look of yours. Ban's voice echoed across the entire square, amplified by stellar energy. I think your most outstanding skill is not cutting off enemies' heads. Rather, you'd make the enemy die laughing on the battlefield with that stupid look of yours. Obito's smile froze. He looked up blankly through his goggles at Ban, stunned. Lord Ban. What do you mean by that? A foreboding sense spread like weeds through his heart. Ban withdrew his smile, sat up straight, and spoke in an unwavering tone. Uchiha Obito, heed my command. Obito instinctively straightened his spine and held his breath. This was the moment that would decide his fate. I hereby appoint you as. Ban deliberately dragged the last word, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. The first comedy vanguard of the new galactic empire. Specifically tasked to charge the front lines, take the beating and draw all enemy fire. In other words, you are a meat shield and living target. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's mouths gaped open, doubting their own ears. The first comedy vanguard. What kind of accursed position was that? A founding hero of the new empire awarded this. Obito felt as if struck by lightning. He knelt there stupefied, his world spinning and ears ringing. The dream of becoming the Dark General burst like a soap bubble, shattering into nothing. Comedy vanguard. Obito's voice trembled as he leaped up from the ground. Pointing at his own nose, he protested loudly. I refuse. Why am I the comedy vanguard? I am the man with the black flame armor. I want to be the great general. I want to be the Grand Marshal. Ban stared coldly, not even lifting an eyelid. Protest denied. Mecha execute Imperial Prime Directive. The moment Ban's words fell, a piercing electronic synthesized voice came from Obito's black flame armor. Ding. Received highest authority command, activating Vanguard taunt mode. Before Obito could react, the faceplate of his helmet suddenly slid open to both sides with a sharp sound. Then a red holographic clown nose the size of a fist emerged. It precisely snapped onto Obito's nose. Moreover, the spikes on the mecha's shoulders began spinning wildly, emitting a sound like flatulence. The single dog exclusive text on the back doubled in brightness, flickering madly. Obito tried to grab the holographic nose, but his hand passed right through it. He couldn't take it off. He stood there in the wind, utterly flustered, wearing that ridiculous red nose and listening to the farting sound from his shoulders. On the now silent square, someone couldn't help but snicker first. Then, like a bursting dam, thousands of people erupted into laughter that nearly tore the sky. Tsunade laughed so hard tears came to her eyes, leaning against a stone pillar and pointing at Obito, unable to straighten up. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore, my gut is cramping. This kid would be wasted not joining the circus. Kakashi didn't laugh out loud, but his shoulders were shaking like a sewing machine. He silently turned around, afraid that if he spoke his mecha would seize up too. Even Rin, who had been standing behind Minato, was now covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking violently as she fought to suppress her laughter. Obito saw Rin's flushed face struggling not to laugh, and his vision went dark. He nearly spat blood. No. Ancestor. Just kill me. Obito wailed to the sky, his voice as piercing as a nightingale's cry. He suddenly covered his face and tried to burrow back into the crowd. But two Uchiha clan members blocked him with grins, claiming they were protecting the Vanguard Lord. Amid this scene of absurdity and humor, yet carrying a strangely light-hearted atmosphere, Ban sat on the steel throne, a genuine smile finally curling at the corner of his mouth. The oppression, hypocrisy and scheming of the third Hokage's era had been washed clean by this string of laughter. The structure of the new empire had taken its initial form in this comical spectacle. No tedious formalities, only absolute power and freewheeling rule. While everyone was laughing heartily and Obito was utterly despondent, from the edge of the crowd suddenly burst a deafening wild roar. The flame of youth never retreats. Please let me also feel this burning mecha. The voice was full of vigor and penetrating, overwhelming the laughter in the square. Instinctively everyone turned to look. A green blur accompanied by a sharp whistle tore through the crowd with terrifying speed. Like a green meteor, it violently broke through the barrier of people. The green afterimage crashed heavily onto the stone slab beneath the pedestal. With a crisp crack, the hard bluestone shattered like a spiderweb, fragments of rock flying in all directions. Accompanying the loud crash was a crisp ding, the sound of sunlight refracting off snow-white teeth. A cloud of yellow dust rose into the air. Before the dust had even settled, a rough and vibrant voice emerged from within. The sweat of youth. It will never dry up because of fear. A breeze blew past scattering the dust. Might Guy maintained a one-down posture, one hand supporting the ground while the other extended a thumb pointing at his gleaming white teeth. Under the sunlight that iconic green bodysuit was so bright it practically glowed. His thick eyebrows resembled two brushes and his bowl cut was impeccably trimmed. Obito had barely recovered from the humiliation of being utterly embarrassed when he caught sight of that familiar green. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Guy. What are you doing here causing trouble? Don't you see I'm already the #1 funny? Ahem, the first vanguard. Obito tried to hide his awkwardness with the mechanical voice of his mech. Guy suddenly stood up, completely ignoring Obito's ridicule. His eyes blazed as he stared at the steel throne atop the platform, two flames named youth burning within them. My lord! Guy roared, his voice so loud it echoed through the square. Though I possess no ninjutsu or genjutsu, I have a body tempered through 1,000 hardships. Please look at my taijutsu. I too yearn to burn my youth in the sea of stars. Madara, seated on the throne, had let his guard down after Obito's antics, but this roar snapped his focus back. He narrowed his eyes slightly, examining the strange bowl-cut man below. Taijutsu. In the depths of Madara's memories a flash of blood-red steam suddenly surfaced. The man who had nearly kicked his way to the grand finale back then seemed to share a similar aesthetic with this youth. Madara had always admired those who purely honed their bodies. That was true power nurtured through sweat and blood, far more substantial than flashy ninjutsu. How intriguing. Madara straightened up, resting his chin on one hand, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Then let this old man see just what that body of yours tempered through 1,000 hardships is really made of. Show me your strength. If you satisfy me, a mech is yours. Upon hearing this, Guy's eyes lit up like two large light bulbs. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists in front of his chest. Of course. Watch closely. 8 gates. First gate, the gate of opening, open. Guy growled, his muscles instantly swelling, veins bulging. A violent surge of chakra erupted from his body, sending the surrounding civilians stumbling backward. Second gate, the gate of rest, open. Third gate, the gate of life, open. Guy didn't stop opening 3 gates in succession. His skin began to flush with an abnormal redness, the chakra fluctuation distorting the very air around him. Leaf, great whirlwind. Guy shouted, his body transforming into a green tornado on the spot. His powerful leg wind screamed as it tore through the air, instantly grinding the scattered rubble into powder. That speed, that power. Even Kakashi standing nearby couldn't help but turn his head, the data on his tactical eye patch flickering wildly. This guy's physical stats have gotten stronger. Kakashi murmured softly. Madara watched Guy's performance in silence. The kid's taijutsu foundation was absurdly solid. That explosive power squeezing the body to its limits, if paired with a set of armor capable of converting and amplifying such kinetic energy. It would be an absolute killing machine, rivaling a tailed beast. Madara's lips even curled slightly upward involuntarily. His mind was already scheming which set of heavy close combat mecha to equip this youth with. However, just as Madara was about to nod in approval, Guy ended his whirlwind kick and landed steadily. To showcase his muscle definition, he deliberately struck an exaggerated bodybuilder pose. That green bodysuit, so bright it was almost painful, clung tightly to his form, clearly outlining certain indescribable contours. Coupled with the reflective bowl cut and eyebrows as thick as caterpillars, Madara's smile froze. The muscles on his face twitched violently twice. The appreciation he had felt for a pure martial artist just moments ago was completely shattered by this eyesore of an outfit. Stop, stop, stop. Madara waved his hand abruptly, his brows furrowing so tightly they could crush a fly. Put away those disgusting poses. Guy froze, standing there in his bodybuilder pose. Lord Madara, is my youth not passionate enough? Guy asked, a hint of grievance in his voice, even tears shimmering in his big eyes. Your taijutsu is barely passable. Madara took a deep breath, restraining the urge to kick the kid into the stratosphere. But these clothes. He pointed at Guy's green bodysuit, his voice dripping with undisguised contempt. They are appallingly ugly. My empire can tolerate madmen and fools. But it will never tolerate such a monstrosity that drags down the entire legion's aesthetic. These words doused Guy's fiery passion like a bucket of cold water. Tsunade snickered beside him. I told you that green frog's taste was bound to cause trouble. Madara stared coldly at Guy. You want a mech? Fine. Now immediately right this instant. Take off that green garbage and change into some proper clothes. Guy looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Madara in disbelief, clutching the hem of his suit with both hands. No. That's impossible. Guy's voice trembled as if he had suffered a tremendous insult. This bodysuit is the battle robe of my youth, passed down from my teacher and my father. It represents my unyielding will and the sweat I have shed. Guy thrust out his chest and declared loudly. Even if I go without a mech, even if I die, I will never take off my youth. The entire square fell silent. Obito drew in a sharp breath. He looked at Guy and gave a silent thumbs up in his heart. That thick-browed fool dared to openly defy that old killer. He really had a death wish. Madara stared at this stubborn green frog, his eyes turning dangerously cold. He hated defiance more than anything. Yet damn it, the kid's unyielding stubbornness somehow strangely appealed to him. Kill him. Too wasteful. Keep him. Too painful to look at. Madara stared at Guy for a full half-minute. Finally he sighed. Why was it so hard to pick a few decent people from this broken village? You win. Madara snorted coldly, flicking his wrist. A star energy core emitting a violent red glow appeared in his palm. I'll give you the armor. Madara flicked his finger and the red core shot out as a beam of light heading straight for Guy's chest. But let me make this clear. Madara's voice carried a gnashing threat. If after you transform the mecha still comes in that nauseating green, I will personally shove you mech and all into the planet's core to keep the magma company. The Crimson Star energy core precisely embedded itself into Kai's chest. In an instant a visibly violent airwave erupted in the air. Roar! A cry of utmost ecstasy tore from Kai's throat. It was as if an ancient ferocious beast trapped in a cage for countless years had finally shattered its shackles and howled toward the heavens. A red radiance like a volcanic eruption shot up from where he stood, piercing the clouds. The wild star energy surged madly through Kai's tempered meridians. He felt the hidden injuries left by his training in the 8 gates instantly heal under the torrent of this power. Those human body limit gates that once required his very life force to open. Now, as if encountering a master key, were pushed wide open without obstruction. Amid the blinding light a set of heavy combat armor began to rapidly reassemble and cover Kai's body. Clang! Clank! The dull weighty sound of metal interlocking echoed across the entire plaza. Kakashi narrowed his exposed right eye, the data on his tactical visor flashing and refreshing like a waterfall. He drew a sharp breath. This chakra, no, this pure kinetic energy reaction has already exceeded the peak output of my white-fanged mecha. The light gradually faded. All eyes stared fixedly at the figure emerging from the pillar of radiance. Even Ban, sitting on his steel throne, leaned forward slightly. He had already prepared himself mentally. If this brat really conjured up a turtleshell-like green mecha, he would unhesitatingly kick him straight down into the planet's core. The dust settled. Kai's new appearance made everyone in the arena gasp. There was no nauseating green. A full suit of 8-gate star armor, dark gold in color with edges flowing with magma-like crimson light, perfectly conformed to Kai's explosive muscle lines. Mounted on the shoulders and knees of the mecha were small star energy thrusters. The energy core at the chest pulsed like a beating red star, exuding suffocating heat and oppressive pressure. Most crucially, his trademark bowl-cut hair and thick eyebrows were perfectly hidden beneath a sleek full-coverage crimson tactical helmet. The Kai before them now was the spitting image of a heavy-armored war god descending from an interstellar battlefield. Uhu! Daitu, watching from the side, was so envious he practically drooled. He glanced down at his own black flame armor covered in barbs and flashing with the lonely bachelor's racing lights. Suddenly his own mecha felt far less appealing. Why him? That thick eyebrow guy gets such a cool armor. Daito grumbled discontentedly. Kai paid no attention to Daito's complaints. He lowered his head staring at his hands encased in dark gold armor clenching and unclenching them. He felt the terrifying power that had perfectly transformed the backlash force into boundless kinetic energy. He suddenly lifted his head, though his expression was hidden behind the helmet. The blazing fighting spirit was palpable through the armor. This is the power of the stars. Kai trembled with excitement. Without warning he launched himself into the air. The star energy thrusters on his feet erupted with twin crimson exhaust trails propelling him 100 meters into the sky. Fantastic. My youth is on fire. Lord Ban. Please allow me to show you this unparalleled power. Take this. Star energy kinetic prelude. Midair Kai twisted his waist sharply, his right leg like a burning red whip delivering a vicious kick toward an empty stretch of ground below, tearing the air with a piercing sonic shriek. The terrifying kinetic energy even left a tangible trail of flame in the air. Shuemen and Kakaxi's expressions shifted dramatically as they instinctively shielded Juxinai and Lin. A physical attack of this magnitude, even its shockwave, could obliterate half the square. Ban nodded from his throne satisfied. This kid's taijutsu combined with this kinetic conversion armor indeed made him a qualified battlefront god of slaughter. He was ready to see just how big a crater Kai's kick would leave. However, just as Kai's right leg was about to touch the ground, the damned system, the ever-lurking Peak Charm aura, triggered a bizarre glitch due to excessive resonance with the star energy. Boom! A heavy dull sound. No earth-shaking explosion, no pit of flying rubble. The moment Kai's kick, enough to shatter a mountain, made contact with the ground, the energy twisted eerily. The wild crimson kinetic energy instantly transformed into a sky full of holographic pink light. With a soft puff, a massive formation of pink peach blossoms composed of pure star energy burst open in midair. Countless holographic peach petals drifted down like a romantic spring rain, scattering across the entire plaza of my village. Even the air carried a faint sweet fragrance. Kai stood frozen in place, still holding that fierce downward kick. The pink petals swirling around him formed a tragic contrast with his cold dark gold armor. The entire scene fell dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. After a brief stillness, the female ninjas in the crowd were the first to react. They gazed at the drifting blossoms, then up at the proud and domineering man on the elevated platform. The thread of reason in their minds snapped completely. Ah! Lord Ban is so romantic. This isn't a mecha test at all. Lord Ban is confessing his love to us. I want to be Lord Ban's pilot, even if I die inside the cockpit. The mad concubinous election frenzy that had been barely suppressed erupted exponentially, once more fueled by this storm of pink peach blossoms. The women surged forward like mad, some even trying to climb the base of the raised platform. Daito stood agape, his jaw practically hitting the ground. He turned to Kai and gave him a thumbs up. Thicky brows, you've done it. One kick turned into a huge group blind date. Kai's helmet hid his expression. But his stiff body and slightly trembling legs betrayed his inner collapse. This wasn't the youth he wanted at all. Ban sat on his steel throne watching the pink petals fall and listening to the women's shrill screams. The veins on his forehead bulged and throbbed, sending pain to his temples. All his life what he detested most were sticky soft things like this. Enough. Ban suddenly stood up. He drew the star energy beam sword from his back. The hum of the blade barely suppressed the noise below. Now his rage had no outlet, he desperately needed a hard object to chop. I've had enough of this damn place. Ban growled through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with irritation. We must go annihilate a country right now to get some peace. He turned his gaze to Dashawan, who was lurking in the corner. What's the next target? Just pick one with thick skin. Dashuan immediately slid out of the shadows. His dark purple Ouroboros mecha looked eerily strange against the peach blossom rain. He extended his long tongue, licked his lips and handed over an intelligence scroll with an unreadable look. Lord Ban. Dashawan's hoarse voice carried a hint of amused schadenfreude. The land of water is isolated overseas, cloaked in blood mist all year, a very tranquil environment. And I hear their current Mizukage Zaomiming is a very moist woman. Dashiwan respectfully held the intelligence scroll with both hands. The set of dark purple Ouroboros mecha gleamed with a cold luster under the sunlight. Schwa, the parchment of the scroll was slowly unfurled, emitting a subtle yet distinct rustling sound. In Ban's crimson Mangekyo Sharingan, murderous intent and irritation roiled like boiling magma, staring unambiguously at the island encircled by rippling water-blue lines on the map. The Shui country. A secluded island realm shrouded in mist and blood. That old fool the Yimu actually allied with the cloud-hidden village to come after me. A cruel smirk curled on Ban's lips. Since they want to play, you'll first use this most remote sandbag as a target. Consider it a live fire test for these iron lumps. Without a shred of hesitation, Ban's slender finger tapped heavily on the map. Dashiwan, is the warship ready? Dashiwan extended his long tongue and licked the cold mask edge of his mecha. Lord Ban, the Shura hovering battleship combining star energy technology and god tree remnants is at full power standby. His hoarse voice brimmed with uncontrollable scientific fervor. It can lift off at any time, unleashing your wrath upon the barren land of the Shui country. Excellent. Ban waved his hand grandly and the star energy light soared on his back, instantly dissipated into specks of blue light. Transmit my orders, everyone board the ship immediately. Ka Shi Dai 2 and that green monkey in the gold-red mecha follow me. Today I will make this sea boil for the birth of a new empire. At Ban's order the square shook violently. Behind the base of the newly built Imperial Command Center, a massive sky-obscuring hovering interstellar battleship slowly rose with a dull roar. The pure black metallic hull shimmered with azure star energy circuits, and the huge main cannon muzzles were like cyclopean eyes devouring the abyss, exuding a despair-inducing aura of destruction. The battleship's massive shadow fell, nearly shrouding the entire central square of the Woodleaf village. Dai 2 craned his neck, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. Wearing the black flame armor with a single dog, scroll-like light pattern flashing on its back, he jumped up and down like a chubby man weighing hundreds of pounds. Oh my god! This big toy is so awesome! Dai 2 threw his arm around Zai's shoulder. Shi, did you see that? This is a man's romance. What are ninjutsu and genjutsu compared to this hunk of iron? Shi disdainfully pushed Dai 2's hand away. His gaze beneath the tactical eye patch remained calm, but the pulsation frequency of the energy core on his mecha's chest betrayed his inner shock. Indeed, the firepower configuration of this battleship, if fully unleashed. Shi analyzed in a low voice. One salvo could probably raise the entire land of lightning to the ground. Shui men stood aside, looking at the warship symbolizing absolute force with complex eyes. He knew that from the moment this ship took off, the old order and rules of the ninja world would become nothing but waste paper. Jio Xian tightly gripped Shui men's arm, her eyes full of blind adoration for Ban. The team began boarding the ship. Dai 2 walked on the metal gangway. He elbowed Shi, lowering his voice with an irrepressible gossiping tone. Hey Shi, have you heard? That pervert Dashiwan just said that the current Mizukage of the Shui country, Zhao Meiming, is a super beauty. Shi kept his eyes straight and his pace steady. I'm not interested in such boring rumors. We're going to war, not a blind date. Dai 2 curled his lip, sneering at Zai's hypocritical demeanor. Keep pretending. I heard from the old intelligence officer in the village that Zhao Meiming is not only stunningly beautiful but also has an incredibly hot figure. Dai 2 leaned close to Zai's ear, lowering his voice with obvious excitement. Moreover, her specialty bloodline limit is the dissolution release. I heard the acid mist she spits can even melt bones. The most important thing is she's famously moist. As Dai 2 spoke, he smacked his lips involuntarily. As luck would have it, the words drifted perfectly on the crosswind along the gangway into the ears of a group of women walking behind them. The kunoichi who had just been madly infatuated with Ban due to the peach blossom bug were now chattering about whose lipstick color matched Lord Ban's battle robe better. Hearing Dai-Tu's words, the surrounding air instantly froze. Moist. A cold snort reeking of alcohol and murderous intent exploded behind Dai-Tu. Dai-Tu's whole body stiffened, his neck turning slowly like a rusty gear. Gang Shou stood behind him with one hand on her hip. Her twin blonde ponytails were messy in the wind and her amber eyes seemed to burn with two raging fires. She stepped forward and grabbed the barb on Dai-Tu's mecha shoulder. "What did you just say about that vixen from the Shui country?" Gang Shou gritted her teeth, the force in her hand almost deforming Dai-Tu's mecha. "She's moist, huh? More moist than my fist." Dai-Tu was scared out of his wits. Gang Shou-sama. Please be gentle. This is a mecha. If you break it you'll have to pay. I am just repeating what I heard. Qing Mu Kuei standing nearby also approached. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze cutting through Dai-Tu like a knife. No wonder Lord Ban was in such a hurry to go to the Shui country. Qing Mu Kuei's voice was icy thick with jealousy. So it's because he finds the women in the Woodleaf village not flavorful enough and he's going to see to find that wild woman who spits acid. Yi Yuanlin stood behind, though not as agitated as Gang Shou and the others. But her fingers twisted the hem of her clothes, her delicate face full of resentment. No. Gang Shou shoved Dai-Tu aside and strode toward the bridge. That Shui country is always foggy and harsh. What if Lord Ban gets acclimatized? We must follow. Right. We are the professional logistic medical team, we can't let Lord Ban face danger alone. Qing Mu Kuei immediately echoed, leading a flock of women grandly behind Gang Shou. Dai-Tu rubbed his aching shoulder, looking at Kakashi with a face full of tears. Kakashi. This is a disaster. This isn't a war, it's a full-scale cheating bust. Kakashi walked away expressionlessly. You're on your own. On the warship bridge, Ban stood before the huge panoramic command window, hands behind his back. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan coldly gazed at the shrinking Woodleaf village below. The ship's star energy engines roared deafeningly powerful thrust, sending the massive hull into the clouds. Originally this should have been a solemn moment filled with the iron and blood aura of war. But Ban's face was blacker than a pot bottom. He heard the chattering noise from the deck behind him, his brows twisted into a tight knot. Through the corner of his eye he saw Gang Shou directing a group of kunoichi to carry crates of homemade sake and cosmetics onto the ship. Qing Mu Kuei was even worse, actually setting up a parasol on the deck, fiddling with several boxes of high-end rouge and comparing whose lipstick color was brighter. These women completely treated this interstellar warship symbol of destruction and death as a luxury cruise for a sea vacation. Lord Ban. This lipstick color, do you think it matches my skin tone? Qing Mu Kuei held up a bright red lipstick and shouted to Ban from afar. Shut up. Ban spun around, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his teeth, his voice squeezed out through gritted teeth with barely suppressed fury. I am going to wage war. Oh Lord Ban, war and beauty care don't clash. Gang Shou held a jar of sake, waving her hand dismissively. Madara's roar was utterly drowned out by the deafening roar of the starship's engines as it tore through the clouds. Gale force winds swept across the bridge's observation windows. Faintly he could still hear the chattering laughter of those women and the clinking of bottles and jars from the rear deck. Madara felt as if his brain were being chiseled by a hammer, throbbing painfully. He spun around abruptly. He strode across the metal corridor of the bridge with long, swift steps. The hem of his black robe trailed a sharp, cold gust of wind. Orochimaru set the ship to autocruise. Madara's voice was low, brimming with pent-up fury. Kakashi, Obito, and that one in the red armor. Get to the meeting room now. Madara had fought countless battles in his life. Every single one had been a bloody storm strewn with corpses. Today they were going to flatten the land of water. Yet these women had turned it into a beach vacation. This was the greatest insult to his title of the Shura of the ninja world. 10 minutes later. In the spacious bright metallic meeting room in the ship's belly, Madara sat dominantly at the head of the table, his hands clasped on the tactical surface. His scarlet Sharingan eyes, sharp as blades and dripping with murderous intent, were fixed on the holographic sea chart before him. The land of water is perpetually shrouded in blood mist, its terrain complex. Madara extended a finger and pointed to an island on the edge of the map. According to Orochimaru's intelligence, they have deployed extensive water release barriers around it. Our goal this time isn't to occupy that damned place. It's to teach them a profound lesson in physics with absolute force. Madara lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the mecha squad standing along the walls. Kakashi, you'll breach their defenses from the east. Obito, you worthless waste, draw their main firepower. Guy, you, my lord Madara, please try this. The automatic metal door of the meeting room suddenly slid open with a beep. Tsunade entered, swaying her hips, carrying an exquisite red clay stove. On the stove was a warm pot of sake emitting an enticing aroma. Tsunade didn't even glance at the sea chart on the tactical table. She placed the sake pot directly in front of Madara. This is a 10-year vintage I've been saving. The sea wind is harsh, have some to warm yourself. As she spoke, she pulled up a chair and sat down close beside Madara, completely ignoring the dumbfounded mecha warriors nearby. Obito swallowed hard and shrank back. Kakashi turned his head aside, the data streams on his tactical eye patch flickering wildly. Madara's face instantly darkened. I am in a war council meeting. What is this drunkard doing here? Oh, it doesn't hurt to drink during a meeting. Instead of leaving, Tsunade leaned in even closer. She even reached out to straighten Madara's collar. Before Madara could erupt. With a whoosh, a figure flashed out from behind Tsunade. Chinmu Kue was holding a purple clay teapot in one hand and a warm towel in the other. My lord Madara, alcohol harms the body. Please have some freshly brewed spirit-cleansing tea instead. She pushed Tsunade aside and placed the teapot on the other side of the table. Then she naturally walked behind Madara. Her soft boneless hands pressed directly onto his shoulders and began to knead gently. The humidity on the sea must be making your shoulders uncomfortable. Chinmu Kue's voice was as soft as a cat's purr. You wild girl, what do you think you're doing? Tsunade stood up abruptly, glaring at Chinmu Kue. With Lord Madara's mighty physique, does he need your flattery? I'm just doing my logistical medical work. Chinmu Kue glared back without flinching. And you reeking of alcohol, you'll end up tainting Lord Madara. Are you looking for a fight? Tsunade slammed her palm onto the tactical table. The holographic map of the land of water projected on it flickered twice, nearly crashing. Just as the two women were locked in a standoff, Haruno Rin entered timidly with a small tray holding several delicate pastries. She glanced at the bristling Tsunade and Chinmu Kue, then at Madara, whose face had turned as black as a pot bottom. Silently she set the pastries on the corner of the table and stepped back. The originally spacious meeting room instantly became cramped with the addition of these three women. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sake, tea and various high-end cosmetics, a bizarre combination. Where was the solemn murderous atmosphere of a military council? Kakashi, Obito and Guy, three men clad in imposing mecha, were squeezed into the most inconspicuous corner of the room. The three tin cans stood shoulder to shoulder in a row like schoolboys being punished, not daring to breathe loudly. Obito. Guy whispered in a faint metallic synthesized voice. Why do I feel that the killing intent in this meeting room is more terrifying than facing 800 Iwanin? Obito nodded with a grimace. Shut up. All I ask is that this doesn't splash onto my single dog mecha. Madara closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. He felt his patience had reached its limit. Stellar energy began to rage within him. The metal walls of the meeting room groaned under the strain. All of you. Madara's eyes snapped open. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto the noisy women before him. Get out. A violent blast of air overturned the sake pot and teacups on the table. Tsunade and Chinmu Kue stumbled back several steps from the force. They exchanged glances, still reluctant but daring not to act recklessly in the presence of this enraged Shura. They slunk out of the meeting room. Rin quickly followed carrying her tray. The metal door shut again. The world finally fell silent. Madara pinched the bridge of his nose. In all his life he had never found women such troublesome creatures. He turned his head to look at the 3 tin cans cowering in the corner. His gaze was filled with a profound sense of helplessness. Cancel the battle plan. Madara coldly spat out those 6 words. Kakashi was taken aback. My lord Madara, then when we reach the land of water. To hell with deployment. Madara kicked the chair aside and strode to the meeting room door. Steer the ship directly over their Mizukage's office building. I've got a belly full of rage with nowhere to vent. When we arrive. Madara turned his head, his eyes cruel. Smash everything you see. The Shura-class starship tore through the clouds at full speed over the sea. Its massive hull ripped through the sea of clouds. Ahead a stretch of gray cold mist appeared on the horizon. The mist carried a faint scent of blood. It was the blood mist of the land of water which never dissipated throughout the year. On the edge of the hidden mist village atop a tall watchtower, a mist-nin on reconnaissance duty was idly wiping his kunai. He instinctively looked up at the sky. The gray sky, normally shrouded in blood mist, was suddenly torn open by an immense indescribable black shadow. The cold metal bow of the ship emerged slowly from the clouds like a ferocious steel beast. Its eerie blue light was especially piercing and terrifying within the blood mist. The reconnaissance ninja's mouth fell open. His eyes bulged as if they would pop out. Clatter. The single-tube telescope in his hand slipped from his stiff fingers, clattered on the wooden platform, bounced and fell straight into the turbulent sea below. The shrill sound of air raid sirens instantly shattered the long-standing silence of the hidden mist village. The piercing sound of the air raid siren shattered the silence of the blood mist. It was like a rusty dull knife scraping frantically against a piece of scrap metal. The metallic scent of blood seemed to intensify with the harsh alarm. The massive Shura-class battleship slowly descended through the clouds. The pitch-black metallic hull glimmered with a cold sheen, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire Shueiying building along with the square ahead. The sunlight was completely blocked. Fog-hidden village was plunged into a suffocating darkness. The enormous anti-gravity engine roared as it emitted a deep blue flame, scattering the blood mist across the square. Enemy attack. All units on high alert. A captain of the fog-hidden Umbu shouted hoarsely. Dozens of dark-clad ninjas wearing rippling water-pattern masks surged into the square like a swarm of disturbed vipers. They gripped their kunai and shuriken tightly, looking up intently at the steel behemoth above that seemed capable of devouring everything. However, in the face of this miraculous interstellar battleship, their cold weapons seemed absurdly powerless. No one dared to make the first move, even their hands trembled uncontrollably as they formed seals. The hatch is opening. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed through the battleship's loudspeakers above the square. A massive metal plate slowly descended from the belly of the battleship, forming a wide platform. Dazzling azure starlight suddenly erupted on the platform. Madara descended step by step from the battleship, hands behind his back. His black robe billowed in the wind from the engines, and his scarlet Sharingan gazed down at the fog-hidden ninjas. Following him were 3 figures clad in mecha. Minato wore a suit of the glimmering storm mecha, its golden luster flashing, while his originally gentle face was obscured by a cold metallic mask exuding a chilling aura. Kakashi carried a high-frequency blade, arcs of electricity dancing across his white fang armor. Obito donned the spiked black flame armor. Despite the garish lights flashing behind him, the black flames radiated a terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything. Kai, due to aesthetic issues, was kicked into the battleship's lower cabin for reflection by Madara and was currently crying against the wall. 4 unparalleled warriors. With this epic-making, awe-inspiring mecha, as soon as they landed, the sheer aesthetic of violence and oppression instantly shattered the last shred of resistance in the fog-hidden ninjas. Gulp. A member of the Umbu swallowed hard and his kunai clattered to the stone floor. A few fog-hidden kunoichi hiding behind the window of the Shueiying building stared at the 4 men descending from the sky, their eyes wide with disbelief. Some couldn't help but murmur, "This isn't a war party. It looks more like a male model group on a runway." That long-haired man in the black robe is so handsome. Madara's feet firmly touched the stone slabs of the square. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding umbu as if they were nothing more than trash. I'm in a terrible mood today. Madara's voice was not loud, but under the wrapping of star energy it clearly reached everyone's ears. You have 3 seconds to bring out your leader. Otherwise I will sink this broken island into the sea. The umbu captain gritted his teeth, suppressing the fear in his heart. No matter who you are, this is Fog Hidden Village in the land of water. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. He shouted, taking the lead to attack. The dozens of umbu around him seemed to find their backbone, quickly forming seals. Dozens of massive water dragons roared up from the square. With a destructive might they charged toward Madara and the mecha team. Madara didn't even blink. Noisy. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Obito, standing behind him, sneered. Water release. In front of my black flames it doesn't even count as a splash. Obito suddenly stepped forward, the spikes on the shoulder of his mecha spinning rapidly. He threw a punch into the air. Boom. Violent black flames erupted from his fist, transforming into a ferocious black dragon. The black flames collided violently with the water dragons in midair. There was no stalemate, no steam evaporation. The dozen fierce water dragons were instantly reduced to nothing the moment they touched the black flames. Not a single drop of water fell. Kakashi swiftly drew the white fanged short blade from his back. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a blinding blue lightning in its wake. Sizzle. A bolt of lightning from the blade swept across the ground. The front row of dozens of umbu didn't even catch how the blade was swung. Their proud steel kunai were sliced cleanly in half. The cut was smooth as a mirror, still crackling with blue electric sparks. The umbu stared blankly at the half of the kunai left in their hands, their minds completely blank. Their proud water techniques had been burned away and their weapons severed in an instant. What are we even fighting for? Minato was even more straightforward. The golden mecha transformed into countless afterimages in the arena. He didn't even use any ninjutsu, he relied solely on the terrifying speed and pure physical impact granted by the mecha. Like a golden storm he darted through the crowd of umbu. Bang bang bang. Continuous dull sounds erupted. In less than a breath's time the remaining dozens of umbu fell like bowling pins struck by a bowling ball. They toppled in all directions, wailing endlessly. In less than 5 seconds the elite umbu of Fog Hidden Village was ground to dust by these 3 armored warriors. And that most terrifying man in the black robe hadn't even taken his hands out of his pockets. Madara watched the rolling Fog Hidden ninjas and the irritation in his eyes deepened. Is this all you've got? Not even worthy of warming me up. Madara raised his hand, gathering azure star energy in his palm. He prepared to directly blast the Shueiying building to smithereens. Just then the heavy wooden door of the Shueiying building was suddenly kicked in, shattering with a loud bang. Amid the flying wood chips a short figure holding a hooked short staff emerged from the door. The fourth Mizukage Yagura. At this moment Yagura's eyes had turned a strange dark red. A thick viscous red chakra cloak resembling blood plasma enveloped his entire body. 3 massive dark red tails thrashed wildly behind him, smashing the surrounding debris to pieces. The violent-tailed beast chakra instantly engulfed the entire square. Even the blood mist in the air was forced to roll back by this power. Yagura tightened his grip on the short staff. His eyes were fierce, like a beast driven into a corner, staring intently at Madara on the platform. No matter what kind of monsters you are, this is not a place for you to run rampant. 3 dark red tails lashed wildly against the ground behind Yagura, each strike tearing through the air with a dull piercing sonic boom. The hard bluestone slabs shattered like tofu under the onslaught, shards of stone whistling sharply in all directions. The wild-tailed beast chakra pushed back the surrounding blood mist entirely. Die! A roar that was hardly human burst from Yagura's hoarse throat. His eyes filled with crimson chakra locked onto Madara with deadly focus. The muscles in his legs swelled in an instant, then exploded into motion. Boom! The stone slab beneath his feet collapsed completely, leaving a deep crater. Yagura transformed into a cannonball wrapped in dark red chakra, carrying enough kinetic force to shatter a city wall, and charged straight at Madara's face. He moved so fast that an afterimage trailed through the air. This power. Quite interesting. Kakashi's tactical eyepiece displayed data frantically. He gripped the white fanged short blade in reverse while the lightning on his mecha flickered uneasily. Lord Madara, let me test his mettle. Obito rubbed his fists with excitement, the black flame armor creaking with friction. Kakashi, don't steal the spotlight. A thick-skinned brute like this is perfect fuel for my black flames. Minato said nothing, but his golden flash storm mecha crouched slightly, ready to charge. Just as the three mecha warriors prepared to engage, Madara slowly raised a hand. His slender fingers waved casually in the air. Withdraw, all of you. Madara's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority through the stellar energy. A mere beast that cannot even control its chakra is not worthy of soiling the mechas I just granted you. The three of them paused, then obediently stepped back a few paces, yielding the main battlefield. Madara did not even reach for the stellar energy lightsaber on his back, nor did he activate his bone-chilling Mangekyo Sharingan. He simply stood there unhurried, drawing his hands from the wide black robe sleeves. His black eyes were as calm as stagnant water watching the oncoming red projectile. No matter who you are, if you dare to disrespect the Mizukage, you will pay. Yagura roared mid-flight, his three tails spinning wildly behind him, accelerating his charge to another level. His fist, coated in viscous crimson chakra, carried a thick bloody gale as it slammed toward Madara's chest. Madara watched the fist, a cruel sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Disrespect. I never even bothered to look at you. Just as Yagura's fist was less than half an inch from Madara's chest. Madara moved. No complex taijutsu, no flashy hand seals. He simply shifted his body slightly, dodging the core impact of the fist. At the same time, his right hand traced an afterimage through the air. That pale, slender hand that seemed to carry little muscle. The moment it touched Yagura was instantly wrapped in a layer of azure stellar energy. It was not chakra, it was a high-dimensional power that transcended all energy systems of the ninja world. Slap. A crisp, almost comical sound exploded across the empty square. Madara backhanded Yagura's face with a solid, resounding smack. The slap did not raise any earth-shattering shockwave or produce a deafening roar. But in that infinitesimal moment when palm met cheek, the layer of the Three Tails chakra cloak, said to be impenetrable even by ninjutsu, thick and viscous as blood, melted like butter under a red-hot iron. It vaporized, instantly vanishing without a trace. Inside the sealed space, the Three Tails Isabu, who had just been trying to get some fresh air through Yagura's body, shuddered violently as soon as it sensed that familiar, terrifying stellar energy pressure. Its single eye flickered with a human-like panic. This aura. It's that madman who toyed with the Nine Tails. The Three Tails didn't even dare to bubble a response. It severed its chakra connection with Yagura at the fastest possible speed, shrinking deep into the seal, pretending to be a dead turtle. Deprived of the tailed beast's chakra support, Yagura, under Madara's light yet immensely heavy slap, became like a ragdoll hit heaved by a charging rhinoceros. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Yagura didn't even have time to scream. His small body spun in the air a dozen times. Then, like a meteor, he slammed violently into the hard ground at the center of the square. Boom! A huge crater several meters deep was blasted into the earth. Dust rose. Complete silence fell. The fourth Mizukage, who moments ago had been arrogant and invincible, now lay pitifully at the bottom of the crater like a broken toy, his life unknown. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he would be indistinguishable from a corpse. With his small stature and current miserable state, he looked exactly like a child worker driven to death by an exploitative boss. The mist Umbu around, who had just recovered from the mecha squad's crushing assault, watched their own Mizukage be one-shotted by a slap. Their ninja swords clattered to the ground. Their mouths hung open as if they had even forgotten to breathe. Madara leisurely pulled a black cloth from his robe. He carefully wiped the hand that had just slapped Yugura. Tailed beasts. They are getting weaker and weaker. He tossed the soiled cloth aside and gave Yugura at the bottom of the crater a cold glance. Not even enough to warm me up. Just as everyone thought the one-sided massacre was over, the terrifying stellar energy aftershocks from Madara's slap had not been fully released on Yugura's face. That violent energy riding the ripples of the air blasted straight toward the Mizukage building behind Yugura. Creak, a shrill sound of wood breaking stood out starkly in the silence. That old building, which had weathered countless storms, swayed like a precarious tower of blocks under the impact of the stellar energy aftershocks. In an instant the outer walls of the upper floors were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Then with a rumble, most of the load-bearing wall collapsed, massive stones and wooden beams raining down. The entire Mizukage building shook violently, collapsing by half instantly. Dust billowed up, obscuring half the sky. In the midst of the deafening crash, a terrified female scream suddenly rang out from the thick dust. Madara frowned and looked up. He saw a slender figure amid countless rubble and debris falling straight down from the highest point of the collapsed building. Falling straight down. The slender figure tumbled through the air, flailing uncontrollably as she plummeted. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of crumbling gravel and her own terrified screams, she shattered the once deadly silent atmosphere. Madara frowned slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his gaze. He could have simply ignored her and let the wretched fool smash into a pulp upon the ground. Or he could have casually waved a strand of star energy, blasting both her and the rubble into fine dust, granting himself some peace. Yet somehow, just as the woman was about to crash onto the ground, that damn system's instinctive reaction inexplicably intervened in his actions. The arm that had just sent the fourth Mizukage flying instinctively stretched forward. There was no flashy ninjutsu, merely a solid arm extended outward. Bang! The figure slammed heavily into Madara's arm. The immense impact of the fall would have broken an ordinary ninja's arm. But Madara stood firm, not even cracking the bluestone beneath his feet. He held the projectile from the sky with one hand, as steady as a mountain. Dust and stone fragments rained down like droplets, yet not a single particle could cling to his black robe. An invisible shield of star energy repelled all impurities, protecting both him and the woman in his arms. Tsurumi May clenched her eyes shut, her thick lashes trembling violently with fear. Moments ago she had been in the Mizukage's office agonizing over the village's future and the fourth's tyrannical reign. Before she could even react, the floor beneath her had completely collapsed. The intense sensation of weightlessness and despair of death forced a scream from her lips. Not dead. After a few seconds the anticipated agony of shattered bones never came. Instead she felt as though she had fallen into a solid warm haven. Cautiously she cracked open an eye. The first thing she saw was the man's chiseled, perfectly sculpted jawline. Then his deep, unfathomable black eyes brimming with arrogance and untamed wildness. Tsurumi May's breath caught in her throat. In her lifetime she had seen countless men, some powerful, some cunning, some handsome. But before this man they all seemed like immature youths. The lethal pressure radiating from him and the dominating aura that looked down upon all creation as mere weeds, struck the softest, most secret corner of her heart like a potent poison. Tsurumi May felt her heart pound like a faulty engine slamming violently against her ribs. Then it skipped a beat, unable to maintain its rhythm. Her face, usually cold and resolute in the mist village, now uncontrollably flushed with an enchanting rosy hue. Her gaze grew hazy, fixated on Madara's face. Peak charm aura. This passive skill, dismissed as trash by Madara, once again demonstrated its terrifying lethality without reservation. Even in this ruined battlefield reeking of blood it somehow managed to churn out pink bubbles. Had your fill. Madara glanced down at her, his voice as cold as iron pulled from an ice cellar. Those four icy words drenched Tsurumi May like a bucket of cold water, snapping her back to reality. She shuddered violently. Reason surged back like a tide. She was a high-ranking official of the Mist Village. A candidate for the future Mizukage. How could she be swooning in the arms of an enemy who had just destroyed the Mizukage's building and left the Fourth Lord battered? A wave of intense shame and her ninja instincts sharpened her gaze. Forcing down the inexplicable flutter in her chest, she bit her lip until she tasted blood, regaining full composure. "Release me!" she cried, twisting abruptly in Madara's arm. Using the momentum, her hands fluttered like butterflies as she rapidly formed hand seals across his chest. Her movements were so fast they left only blurs. Madara didn't even attempt to stop her. He simply watched with an amused expression as the woman struggled in his arms. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit. The moment the seals were complete, Terumi took a deep breath, her chest heaving. A ruthless resolve flashed in her seductive eyes. "Die, arrogant man." She parted her crimson lips. And a visible eerie yellow-green corrosive gas erupted from her mouth. Lava release melting apparition. This was Terumi's proud Kekkei Genkai. The acidic mist was so corrosive that even the hardest steel would instantly dissolve into molten iron. The distance between them was too close, almost face to face. At such proximity not even a deity could evade. The acid mist clung like a relentless curse, instantly engulfing Madara's entire head and upper body, emitting a piercing sizzling sound. From afar, Kakashi and the others tensed. Obito even took a nervous step forward. "Hey! The old ancestor won't get burned and disfigured by this woman, will he?" Minato shook his head, his voice calm from behind the golden armored mask. "Impossible. That level of acid mist couldn't even touch the edge of his star energy shield." Inside the dense acid mist, Terumi gasped, staring intently at the yellow-green haze. She knew the power of this technique. Even if the man survived, he would be severely wounded. That would avenge the Mist Village and the Fourth Lord. But then a deep mocking voice came from the center of the acid mist. "Is this your ace?" Terumi's pupils contracted sharply, her heart clenching. How is this possible? A sudden gale swept through, dispersing the thick acid mist as if it had met its bane. Madara remained in the same posture, holding her with one hand, not even a single strand of hair displaced. His flawless face bore no signs of burns, not even a speck of dust. The black robe which had endured the steel-melting acid mist was pristine. Even the faint blue star energy aura on its surface remained undisturbed. "You plan to use this thing against me?" Madara looked at the stunned woman in his arms, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Not hot enough for you? Perhaps I should teach you what true incineration means." The yellow-green acidic dense fog completely dissipated under the gentle breeze. Faint corrosive hisses still lingered in the air. A few droplets of acid that mist bands splashed onto the bluestone slabs, instantly dissolving the hard stone into several bottomless pits. Zhao Meiming felt Ban's robust arm like an unshakable iron hoop steadily supporting her lower back. She remained held in his embrace. Her captivating emerald-like eyes gradually widened, her pupils reflecting the unbelievable scene before her. There was no blood or mangled flesh. No agonized wailing. Under the baptism of the melting release, Ban's handsome and arrogant face remained unyielding, not even a single eyebrow was bent. His thick black hair drifted freely in the wind. Even the seemingly ordinary black robe he wore was perfectly intact. A faint, almost imperceptible layer of azure star energy aura flowed slowly along Ban's skin. It was this energy, seemingly as thin as a cicada's wing, that effortlessly isolated Zhao Meiming's proud bloodline limit, capable of melting steel as if it were merely a trivial spring rain falling upon an indestructible rock. How is this possible? Zhao Meiming's crimson lips trembled slightly, her voice hoarse as if she had thirsted for 3 days in a desert. She knew full well the power of her technique, melting release, clever mist art. Even the fourth Mizuki Jigura dared not face it hidden without entering tailed beast transformation. Yet this man before her not only avoided it but didn't even form a single hand seal. In the distance, Kakaxi's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, the data stream on his tactical eyepiece pulsing calmly. Melting release's acidity is indeed potent, but against high-dimensional energy like star energy it doesn't even qualify to break through the defense. Daitu stood by with arms crossed, his black flame armor emitting a creaking friction sound. "See? This wench's acid spittle isn't even worthy of washing the ancestor's face." Shueman remained vigilant, his golden flash storm mecha subtly charging ready for any contingency. Ban lowered his head. His deep black eyes held an undisguised mockery as he looked down at Zhao Meiming in his arms. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. You intend to deal with me using this? Ban's voice was low and husky, exuding an innate domineering aura. The temperature is passable. Are you giving me a steam facial? This sarcastic remark landed like a heavy hammer, striking Zhao Meiming's heart. The pride and confidence she had built over time were shattered effortlessly by this man in that moment. Her ultimate killing move was nothing but a ridiculous steam facial in his eyes. Fear. Despair. No. After acknowledging this absolute disparity in power, the hostility and rebellious spirit within Zhao Meiming belonging to the Kirigakure elite deflated like a punctured balloon, completely drained. What replaced it was an intense emotion that even startled herself, submission to ultimate power and a fervent desire to conquer this invincible man. Kirigakure revered the strong. And this man before her was undoubtedly the most dazzling invincible son she had ever seen. Peak Charm Halo's passive effect reached its zenith at this moment of psychological collapse. Zhao Meiming gazed at Ban's flawless profile so close to her. Feeling the steady powerful heartbeat from his chest, her body previously tense from executing the jutsu suddenly went completely limp, as if her bones had been removed. Those emerald eyes, once filled with killing intent, instantly turned into a spring of water shimmering with seductive charm. Not only did she not flee. Instead, like a supple water serpent, she tightly wrapped her fair slender arms around Ban's neck. Ban frowned, a flicker of disgust flashing in his eyes. Is this woman mentally deficient? Her killing move failed and now she resorts to seduction. He was about to channel star energy to shake her off this octopus clinging to him. But Zhao Meiming pressed closer first. Her tempting red lips almost touched Ban's ear. Such a powerful man. Zhao Meiming's breath was like orchid, her voice dripping with an intoxicating bone-melting coquetry. Since I can't defeat you, I can only surrender, she said, deliberately rubbing her cheek against Ban's chest, assuming a pitiable delicate woman's posture. In the square, the Kirigakure Anbu who hadn't been knocked out by the mecha squad saw their proud cold goddess not only failing to finish a single move, but instead clinging to the enemy like an accessory. Their eyes nearly popped out and the kunai in their hands clattered to the ground. Is this a genjutsu? Has Lady Zhao Meiming defected? The Kirigakure ninja's worldview shattered more completely than the collapsed Mizukage building. Meanwhile, aboard the Shilua interstellar warship hovering in the clouds high above Kirigakure before the massive screen in the main control room, Tsunade stared intently at the close-up on the screen. Her golden twin tails seemed to bristle upwards. When she saw Zhao Meiming wrap her arms around Ban's neck, Tsunade's amber eyes seemed to spew actual flames. Vixen. Shameless. Tsunade growled through clenched teeth. She grabbed the warship's steel control railing before her. Crack. Accompanied by the grating sound of metal twisting, the special alloy railing, as thick as an adult's arm, was crushed into a twisted mess by Tsunade's bare hands. Behind her, Qingmu Kuei's face was ashen, the teacup in her hand trembling slightly. Tea splashed out, wetting the floor. I knew women from the land of water were no saints. In broad daylight, using such despicable means to seduce Lord Ban. Yi Yuanlin swallowed hard in the corner, terrified by the twisted railing in Tsunade's hand, not daring to breathe. Dash Yuan. Tsunade whipped her head around, shouting at Dash Yuan in the pilot's seat. Open the hatch. I'm going down right now to tear that green tea bitch's mouth apart. Dash Yuan slowly turned his head. His dark violet Ouroboros mecha gleamed coldly under the screen's light. He extended his long tongue, licking the edge of his metal faceplate. His golden slitted eyes glinted with a mocking, amused glint. Lady Tsunade, please calm down, Dashuan's hoarse voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Without Lord Ban's orders, no one may leave the ship. You dare stop me? Tsunade clenched her fists and strode toward Dashuan, looking ready to dismantle the mecha. Just as an inner circle civil war was about to erupt aboard the warship. Down in the square, Ban had finally reached his limit. Get off. Ban spat out 2 words coldly. His arm jerked sharply. Without any chivalry he flung Zhao Meiming, who was clinging to him, onto the rubble-strewn ground like a sack of sand. Zhao Meiming grunted from the impact. But instead of getting angry, she half-propped herself up, sat on the ground and looked up, fixing Ban with a gaze full of possessive aggression and adoration. Lord Ban, I'm serious. Terumi Mei sat half-collapsed in the pile of rubble. The faint sting of scraped skin against sharp shards beneath her palm made her acutely realize that none of this was an illusion. She heard Madara let out an impatient snort. The disdain in his gaze was like flicking off a piece of gum stuck to the sole of a shoe. Yet Terumi Mei felt no anger. Instead, like a docile cat, she tilted up her face, one that could bewitch all beings, her emerald eyes burning with fervent desire. In this bloody mist that worshipped the law of the jungle, the absolute power Madara had just displayed, the kind that could tear even heaven and earth asunder, was more intoxicating than any sweet talk. Madara-sama, I'm serious. Terumi Mei paid no heed to the terrified, stunned stares of the Kirigakure Anbu around her. She simply stood up, dusted off her clothes, and then in front of the entire village raised her voice and declared with an air of entitlement. From now on, Kirigakure unconditionally surrenders to Madara-sama. She extended a hand, pointing at the still smoking ruins around them and the interstellar warship that blotted out the sky above. The entire land of water, let it be my dowry to Madara-sama. The moment these words fell, the air in the square seemed to be sucked dry. The surviving Kirigakure Anbu stood slack-jawed, their ninja blades slipping from their hands unnoticed. This. Has Terumi Mai-sama gone mad? Our Kirigakure is now a dowry. The bloody mist they prided themselves on, the village they fought to protect, had become in the future Mizuki's words nothing more than a trivial addition to a man's betrothal gift. This was more crushing than death itself. Obito stood nearby, arms crossed, the running lights on his mech's rear flashing rapidly with his emotional turmoil. Tisk, this woman really knows how to play hardball. Obito lowered his voice to Kakashi. To bag our ancestor, she's even willing to throw away her village. This level of desperation is insane. Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask. You'd better worry about yourself first. That one on the battleship's probably already on her way down. No sooner had Kakashi spoken than, bang! A deafening crash echoed above the square. A golden streak hurtled down like a meteor carrying a turbulent current of chakra. It slammed viciously into the open space between Terumi Mei and Madara. Dust erupted. Tsunade, one hand on the ground, slowly rose from the crater she had formed. Her twin golden ponytails whipped furiously in the wind and her amber eyes seemed to blaze with tangible flames. The green gambler's coat she wore billowed noisily in the gale. You vixen, dream on. Tsunade straightened up and pointed accusingly at Terumi Mei. Do you think a nobody from nowhere can covet Madara-sama's empire? The land of water as a dowry. That broken island of yours is nothing but fog and sour water, I wouldn't take it even for free. Terumi Mei, momentarily stunned by Tsunade's sudden appearance, soon composed herself. She looked Tsunade up and down, her gaze lingering briefly on Tsunade's proud chest, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. And who do I see? The legendary princess of Konoha who never wins a bet. Terumi Mei covered her mouth with a light laugh, her voice dripping with the coquettish provocation of a schemer. What's the matter? The Hokage of Konoha abandoned you, so you come crawling to Madara-sama. Besides, a man as charming as Madara-sama, what's wrong with having a few women around? She deliberately thrust out her chest. I'm young, I know my place, and I can bring Madara-sama the entire land of water. What can you give him? A mountain of gambling debts you can't pay off. You're asking for death. Tsunade, stung to the core, exploded in fury. She clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking loudly. Monstrous chakra gathered in her arms, the very air around them groaning under the pressure. Today I'm going to tear apart that honeyed mouth of yours. Just as the two women were on the verge of battle in the square, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures descended from the warship. Aoi Aoki led a group of female ninja from Konoha, arriving hastily. As soon as she landed, she immediately stood by Tsunade's side. Though she and Tsunade often clashed aboard the battleship when facing an outsider, the women of Konoha instantly formed a united front. Terumi may stop your bluster. Aoi Aoki glared coldly at Terumi, may her kunai already in hand. We are the medical and logistics unit that has followed Madara-sama since Konoha. You, a defeated prisoner, have no right to bargain here. In an instant the atmosphere in the square turned bizarre. What should have been a grim, brutal war of conquest had been twisted by these women into a dramatic, smoldering harem rivalry. Madara stood still, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. He watched the bickering women and listened to their absurd arguments about who was more worthy, whose breasts were bigger, and who was more useful. He felt as if 10,000 bees were stabbing his brain, his temples throbbing. What was this? Uchiha Madara, the shinobi no shinobi, had come to war with a star energy fleet capable of sweeping the cosmos. Yet instead of fighting, he had been dragged into a nonsensical melodramatic harem farce. If word got out, how could he ever hold his head up in the vast sea of stars? All of you, Madara ground out the words, dripping with an icy, murderous authority. Shut up. This low roar was like a thunderclap from the highest heavens. The violent pressure of his star energy swept across the entire square. Everyone's breath hitched. Tsunade's raised fist froze midair. Terumi Mei's coy smile vanished and she retreated a half-step in fear. Aoi Aoki was so terrified she could barely hold her kunai. Silence fell over the scene, even the wind seemed frozen by the killing intent. Just as Madara was about to lose his temper and use limbo to pack these annoying women back to the battleship, a piercing red alarm suddenly blared from the communicator strapped to Orochimaru's body. Beep beep beep. The shrill electronic tone was jarringly loud in the silent square. Orochimaru had somehow slid up behind Madara. His dark purple Ouroboros mech gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. He raised his arm, glancing at the blinking red dot on the communicator screen. Then he extended his long tongue, licking his cracked lips, a glint of excitement in his golden slit-pupiled eyes. Madara-sama. Orochimaru's raspy voice carried a barely concealed sense of schadenfreude. It seems your peaceful days are over. He projected the communicator's holographic screen into the air. On the screen, dense clusters of red dots were rapidly approaching the land of water from the directions of the land of earth and the land of lightning. Intelligence indicates that the stubborn old man Inoki of the land of earth has sensed our movements, Orochimaru said softly. Not only is he leading his forces personally, but he has also allied with the remnants of Kumogakure. Now they are crossing the sea with a dust-release army of over 10,000 shinobi charging straight at us. Hearing this, Madara's face, which had been dark enough to drip water, paused momentarily. Then he slowly raised his head. The restless frustration in his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan was swept away. In its place, a long-suppressed savage battle lust finally found an outlet. Inoki. Dust release. A cruel, fervent smile spread across Madara's lips. He reached behind his back and drew his stellar energy lightsaber. The hum of the blade unsheathing was more piercing than ever before. Excellent. Madara gripped the hilt with both hands, his gaze piercing across the turbulent sea to the distant horizon. Finally, I have a proper punching bag to beat down properly. The blade of the star energy lightsaber in Ban's hand suddenly surged dozens of meters. Zheng. The sharp screech from the vibrating blade, like the roar of an ancient beast, pierced through the thick, sticky blood mist. An oppressive, frenzied, murderous intent permeated the air. Even the rubble debris beneath their feet trembled incessantly under this killing aura. The dazzling blue light of the lightsaber not only illuminated the entire Wuin village but also pierced through layers of clouds as if solid, extending all the way to the distant horizon. That ominous blue light even crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers. Over the village of the two country, built from countless rocks, it cast a breathtaking aurora. Yenin Village Earth Shadow's office. The Yemu was floating in midair, clutching a top-secret intelligence scroll just delivered by Urgent Hawk. The edges of the parchment were deeply creased under his grip. His murky old eyes, usually full of shrewdness and calculation, as he saw the words, Leaf Village Destroyed, Water Country Fallen, boldly marked in blood-red ink on the parchment, and the three words that made his soul tremble, Uchiha Ban, his pupils sharply contracted to the size of a needle tip. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Deyima's voice trembled terribly. He shook his head involuntarily. He tried to shake off the nightmares sealed in his mind for decades. But how could he? The silhouette wearing the red layered armor. The colossal 100-meter complete Susanoo that blotted out the sky and split mountains with a single sword. And the arrogant laughter of that man looking down on him Deyima as if he were an ant. It was as if carved into his bones with a blunt knife, each stroke coming vividly alive as the intelligence unfolded. My lord, the intelligence is absolutely true. The ANBU intelligence officer kneeling on one knee on the ground had a clear sob in his voice. The Hokage rock of the Leaf Village has been leveled to the ground with a single sword strike. Yunfei Risen's whereabouts are unknown. The entire Leaf Village has now become a base called the Galactic Empire. Moreover, just now news came from the water country that the fourth water shadow was turned into a cripple with a slap from that man. Lady Zhao Mei Ming. Lady Zhao Mei Ming surrendered voluntarily. A slap. Deyima muttered. He felt a chill shooting from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. Even a tailed beast Jinchuriki could be killed with a slap. What kind of outrageous monster was this? This pure unreasonable violent crushing was even more despairing than the Azura of those years. The violent emotional fluctuations combined with the mad assault of old nightmares. The chakra in Deyima's body instantly lost control and began to flow wildly in reverse. Kacha. A crisp yet dull sound of bone dislocation. It rang clearly in the quiet Earth Shadow's office. I owe my old back. Deyima let out a pig-like scream. The Earth release chakra that had been keeping him afloat instantly dissipated. Like a stone losing its buoyancy, he fell straight down from midair. Bang! Deyima crashed heavily onto the hard solid wood desk. Ink bottles and documents on the desk flew everywhere. He clutched his lower back with both hands curling up painfully on the desk like a boiled shrimp, his aged face contorted. Lord Earth Shadow. The ANBU intelligence officer was terrified, scrambling to his feet to help. What happened? Old man, did you hurt your back again? The office door was slammed open with a bang. The tall and burly Huang Tu and the short-haired handsome Hei Tu rushed in hastily. Huang Tu quickly stepped forward, carefully lifting Deyima from the desk and leaning him against the back of the chair. Old man, how many times have I told you? At your age, stop floating in the air, but you never listen. Huang Tu complained while reaching out to massage Deyima's lower back. Hei Tu also came over, pouting. Grandpa, with your back hurting every few days, how are you going to lead our Yenin village to dominate the ninja world? Shut up. Deyima grimaced in pain, sucking in cold air. He pushed away Huang Tu's hand and tremblingly pointed at the intelligence scroll on the floor. Dominate my ass. You're still dreaming here. The ninja world is doomed. Huang Tu and Hei Tu exchanged glances, both frightened by Deyima's unusual despair. Huang Tu bent down to pick up the scroll. He quickly scanned its contents. On his rugged face the expression slowly shifted from confusion to shock. Finally it solidified into an unmistakable look of terror. Uchiha Ban. He's still alive. And he has mastered a monster weapon called the Star Energy Mecha. Huang Tu swallowed hard, feeling a chill down his back. Hei Tu leaned in to take a look. Although she had not lived through the era dominated by Ban. But just reading the descriptions on the intelligence, one sword shatters a mountain, instant kill of the water shadow, was enough to send an inexplicable tremor through her restless heart. Grandpa, could this intelligence be fake? Hei Tu tried to find a glimmer of hope. How could a legendary monster like that just appear out of nowhere? And become so young? Fake. I wish it were fake. Deyima, clutching his old back, cursed angrily. You've never seen that madman when he's truly enraged. That's not ninjutsu at all, it's divine punishment. Deyima panted heavily, his chest heaving. Now the Leaf Village is gone, the Water Country has surrendered, and the Wind Country's paupers probably aren't even enough to fill his teeth. Next it will definitely be our Two Country. Huang Tu's face became extremely grave. What do we do then? Defend the village. Defend? What would you defend with? Your head. De Yimu slapped the table in disappointment. Facing that monster, even if we stacked all the stones in the village, it would only take one swing of his sword. He gritted his teeth, a flash of desperate determination in his murky old eyes. We can't just sit and wait for death. Since fighting alone is a dead end, we have to drag everyone who can breathe into this. De Yimu, enduring the sharp pain in his back, grabbed Huang Tu's arm tightly. His nails deeply embedded into Huang Tu's solid muscles. Huang Tu. De Yimu's voice was hoarse, as if issuing a final testament. Go to the communications room immediately. Connect me to the chakra communication line of Yunin village. Yunin village. Huang Tu was taken aback. Old man, we are sworn enemies with Yunin village. Will they agree to an alliance? Now who cares about sworn enemies or not? De Yimu pounded the desk in panic. Get me the fourth lightning shadow, that brainless brute. Tell him if we don't unite we will all become stepping stones for that old monster by tomorrow. Huang Tu dared not be negligent. He immediately turned and rushed out of the office, running to the underground communications room. A few minutes later, the huge crystal communication orb in the Earth Shadow's office lit up. The moment the chakra line connected, a blinding blue electric light flickered on the surface of the communication orb. Before De Yimu could speak, a deafening roar mixed with violent lightning release chakra exploded out from the other end of the orb like a bomb. The deafening roar erupted from the massive crystal communication sphere, its violent sound waves carrying a tangible impact of chakra that sent the teacups on the Ōtsutsuki's desk rattling and clattering. A few drops of scalding tea even splashed onto Inoki's bandage-wrapped waist. Inoki felt a dull buzzing in his ears, as if hundreds of bees had taken flight simultaneously inside his skull, jolting his already frail body and causing him to wobble twice, nearly slipping off his chair once more. His gaze pierced through the intricate network of chakra communication, freezing upon the cloud shinobi village thousands of miles away within the Reikage office. The air was thick with the pungent scent of ozone, and violent arcs of blue lightning slithered through the space like enraged vipers. Inoki. Have your old brittle bones completely rusted away? The fourth Reikage, clad in blinding lightning release chakra armor, stood before the massive communication screen, bellowing like an enraged blue rhinoceros. His thick finger jabbed at the shriveled old man on the screen. Leaf village crushed. Water country surrendered. You actually came crawling to me begging for an alliance, scared witless by a name that should have rotted in the ground long ago. The Reikage's chest heaved violently, each breath expelling streams of hot white vapor. Uchiha Madara. Even if he clawed his way out of the grave, so what? Against my lightning release, those old bones of his won't last a second. On the other side of the screen, Inoki shook with fury, ignoring the searing pain in his waist, and slammed the desk as he roared. You brainless brute. This isn't some ordinary resurrection. He wields a monstrous weapon that can split a mountain with a single strike. The Mizukage Yagura was in partial tailed beast transformation, and he crippled him with one slap. If we don't join forces, none of us will survive that madman. Shut up. The Reikage refused to heed Inoki's warning. In his mind, steeped in the aesthetics of violence, absolute speed and power were the only truths of the shinobi world. Stellar energy matched dimensional strikes, all were excuses concocted by the weak to mask their own incompetence. You might fear that old trickster, but I certainly don't. I took a sudden step forward, shattering the solid wooden floor beneath his foot. He raised his right fist, enveloped in crackling lightning. The Cloud Village's combat faction is invincible. We don't need some cowardly alliance. I alone will tear that Madara to shreds. Bam! I slammed his fist onto the desk, crafted from century-old timber. The solid wood, fragile as a stale biscuit against the violent lightning release, exploded into a shower of splinters. The tremendous shockwave rippled across the surface. The expensive crystal communication sphere shattered as well, the chakra line severed amid a piercing crackle of electricity. Inoki's anxious face vanished into darkness on the screen. Big brother, you're way too impulsive, you damn fool, you idiot. Killer Bee leaped up from the corner sofa, his bulky body bouncing. In his hand was a notebook filled with crooked lyrics, and he tapped out an odd rhythm as he spoke. That Madara guy, I heard even the Ninetales was toyed with like a dog by him. Not simple, really tough. Better we gather intel first then decide. Yeah. Gather intel my ass. I spun around, his sharp glare slicing across Killer Bee's face. The water country is less than half a day's sea voyage from our cloud village. If we let that bastard reorganize his forces at sea, we're next in line to suffer. He strode to the office door, yanked the rakich's cloak from the rack and threw it roughly over his broad shoulders. Mabui. Relay my orders. I shouted at the beautiful secretary trembling outside the door from the earlier explosion. Mabui straightened up at once, clutching her folder tightly, her voice quivering. Arikagesima, your command. Assemble the village's most elite strike force immediately. Ai's eyes burned with fervent battle lust, a craving for an unknown powerful foe. I'll lead the charge myself into that blood-mistridden water country. I'll personally crush that old monster Madara and his scrap metal mechs into a heap of junk. But Rikagesima, that Satsuki Jinoki just said. Mabui tried to dissuade him, for the Madara in the reports was far too absurd. A power that could annihilate a Mizukage in one blow seemed beyond human capability. No buts. I cut her off brusquely, flinging open the office door. My lightning release is the fastest spear and the strongest shield in the shinobi world. Whoever stands in my way gets struck down first. No sooner had he spoken. Ai's body erupted once more in blinding blue lightning. Boom! With a thunderous roar. The rakage transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, crashing through the thick glass window of the rakage's building, hurtling into the overcast sky of the lightning country. Leaving behind a room full of bewildered cloud village elders and shards of glass scattered across the floor. Killer Bee sighed, tucking his notebook back into his pocket. Big Brother's temper is such a headache. No choice, got to go. He shook his head and followed out of the office. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on the ruined plaza of the water country, Madara, who had just concluded a one-sided slaughter with no suspense, slowly slid the dazzling stellar energy lightsaber back into the sheath on his back with a sharp click, the metallic sound echoing across the empty plaza. It was meant to be a cool, intimidating finishing move to terrify all enemies. But just as Madara prepared to turn and savor the despair on the captured mist shinobi's faces, he suddenly sensed the air behind him congealing. It wasn't killing intent, but an eerie aura even more suffocating than facing an army of 10,000. Madara slowly turned his head. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan, which had been dominating the scene just moments ago, twitched uncontrollably as he beheld what was behind him. He saw Tsunade, who had been calmly pouring tea and comparing lipstick shades aboard the warship, now standing less than 10 meters away, her face shrouded in murderous rage. And Mei Terumi, who had shamelessly clung to him just moments ago and declared the water country her dowry, now stood face-to-face with Tsunade, neither yielding an inch. The two women's noses were almost touching. The metallic friction of the star energy lightsaber sheathing echoed crisply in the air, thick with the smell of blood. Click. Ban's hand had just released the sword hilt, and the excitement ignited by the impending Daimyo coalition had not yet fully dissipated in his chest. He acutely sensed a strange odor. It was the strong alcohol smell of sake mixed with the pungent acidic mist of acid release residue and the fragrance of several expensive cosmetics blended together. The smell assaulted his nostrils, causing Ban to feel his temples throbbing. He slowly turned around. The scene he had anticipated, the terrified mist prisoners or the battered remnants of the enemy, did not come into view. Instead, what replaced it was a sight that made even him, the shinobi no Shura, feel his scalp tingle. Gangzhou and Zhao Meiming. These two women renowned throughout the ninja world, whose mere stomp could make any regional lord tremble. They were now standing face to face, their noses almost touching. Gangzhou stood with one hand on her hip, her golden twin tails slightly perked up in anger. Her amber eyes seemed to burn with tangible monster strength chakra, glaring intently at Zhao Meiming's face. Zhao Meiming, on the other hand, wore a half-smile. Her captivating emerald eyes flickered with an unyielding sharpness, while her lips held a hint of coy delicacy. Oh my, this must be the Princess Gang's-ho of my. Zhao Meiming broke the stalemate first. She deliberately drawled her final syllables, her voice dripping with sweetness. As she spoke she leaned towards Ban, nearly pressing against his black robe. Lord Ban has just arrived in Shueiji-gua and must be unfamiliar with its terrain and customs. Zhao Meiming lifted her chin slightly, her gaze lingering on Ban, looking pitiful and delicate, a stark contrast to the murderous goddess who had just spewed acid mist. To make up for the Wuing village's mistake, I am willing to personally guide Lord Ban, and even if it means warming his bed and folding his blankets at night, I have no complaints. The moment she said this, the surrounding air plunged to freezing point. Dato, standing nearby, gasped sharply and instinctively covered the eyes on his mecha helmet. Kakashi silently pulled his tactical eye patch down a little and shifted his feet 2 meters deeper into the ruins without a trace. They knew Gang's house temper all too well. This was like tossing dynamite into a powder keg. Sure enough, the muscles on Gang's house face twitched violently. She took a sudden step forward, thrust out her fist, capable of smashing even a mountain, and grabbed Zhao Meiming by the collar, physically yanking her away from Ban. "Pa! You tramp a fallen woman." Gang's house spittle nearly sprayed onto Zhao Meiming's face, her voice so loud it shook the nearby rubble. "Stop your flirting here. Warming the bed. With your sour acid release, aren't you afraid of burning a hole through Lord Ban's bed?" Gang's ho shoved Zhao Meiming away, straightened her back and loudly asserted her authority. "We are the professional logistics team that has followed Lord Ban since my Lord Ban's food, clothing, shelter and transportation, all personally managed by me, Gang's ho. A surrendered captive like you is only fit to dig stones in the mines. Stop playing pitiful in front of me." Zhao Meiming stumbled back from the push but steadied herself. Her coquettish smile vanished, instantly replaced by a layer of icy frost. "Captive." She let out a cold laugh, crossed her arms and retorted without courtesy. "I have come to pledge allegiance with the entire land of water as my dowry. And you? A my rogue ninja who always loses in gambling and owes a mountain of debt, what right do you have to bark at me? Besides, a peerless hero like Lord Ban naturally prefers young, gentle and sensible girls." Zhao Meiming deliberately puffed out her proud chest and swept a contemptuous glance over Gang's ho. "A tigress like you only know how to swing your fists, probably don't even know how to please a man. You're asking for death." Gang's ho was completely enraged. Monster strength chakra surged into her right fist, the air around it distorting into visible ripples from the extreme compression. She made as if to smash her fist into Zhao Meiming's pretty face. Zhao Meiming was not to be outdone. Her red lips parted slightly, emitting a hissing sound from her throat. A yellow-green, highly corrosive acidic mist was already forming in her mouth, ready to burst forth at any moment. Lady Gang's ho is right. At this tense moment Qingmu Kue emerged from some corner. She was still holding the purple clay teapot she had just used to brew tea for Ban, looking like a loyal maidservant as she stood beside Gang's ho. "We are Lord Ban's original logistics. Who do you think you are, you wild woman, daring to steal our credit?" Qingmu Kue fanned the flames while sneaking glances at Ban's expression from the corner of her eye, trying to gain some presence before Ban. 3 women, a drama. And a high-risk action drama filled with lethal chakra, monstrous strength and acid release, acid vapor. The ruins of the plaza groaned under the collision of these 3 women's auras. The Mist Anbu, already half dead from the mecha male squad's beating, now scrambled away in terror, fearing to be caught in the crossfire of these goddess-like fighters. Kakashi and Dato, 2 big men in heavy mecha suits, were forced by this jealousy-fueled chaotic pressure to hide behind a huge collapsed wall. Dato poked half his mecha head out, watching the chaotic scene and smacking his lips. "Wow, this is even scarier than facing Daima's dust release. The ancestors' love luck is truly enviable. No pitiable." Ban stood at the center of the vortex. He watched these women who were jealous and quarreling on the ruins of an enemy nation, treading on rubble and bloodstains. Listening to their sharp, shrill and somewhat shameless quarrels. The veins on his forehead bulged one after another like green snakes writhing under his skin. He felt as if 10,000 drunken mosquitoes were madly buzzing and colliding inside his head. The noise was driving him insane. He the mighty Uchiha Ban, a man destined to conquer the stars and seas. And now he was trapped in a war of words among a group of women. What was this? Star energy began to run out of control within him. The blue stone slabs beneath his feet silently turned into fine powder. An aura 100 times more terrifying than when he had instantly killed the Shueying descended upon the entire plaza. Ban abruptly raised his head, his crimson eyes blazing with fury. Enough. This roar laced with violent star energy exploded like a heavy bomb above the plaza, causing the surrounding ruins to tremble. I just want to stuff you all into outer space now. The roar mixed with the violent star energy exploded like a heavy bomb above the ruins of Wuing Village. The echo reverberated between the collapsed buildings and the cold bluestone slabs, causing the lingering blood mist to instantly dissipate. The air in the entire square froze at that moment. The sharp and sarcastic quarrels of the women were suddenly choked off as if a formless hand had firmly gripped their throats. It came to an abrupt halt. Tsunade's raised fist froze in midair. The strange chakra swirling around her fist emitted a crackling sound as it suddenly lost control. In her amber eyes the flames of anger were replaced by a hint of panic. She forcibly swallowed the curse that had just reached her lips. Kohara was also startled. She had originally been intentionally leaning closer to Ban, trying to assert her dominance with her impressive assets. Shocked by the roar, she stumbled, nearly falling onto the ground littered with debris. The charming smile on her beautifully flushed face completely froze and her breathing became cautious. Aoki Aoi was so frightened that she couldn't steady the Zisha teapot in her hands. The lid slipped and fell to the ground, breaking in two. Clear tea splashed onto her shoes, but she didn't dare to wipe it off. She just lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, looking like a maid caught doing something wrong. In the corner, Obito and Kakashi, two big men in heavy mechs, huddled behind a huge broken wall. Obito's mech scraped against the wall, producing a faint metallic clattering sound. He lowered his voice, even turning the volume of the tactical communication channel to its lowest. I told you these women have angered the ancestor and we'll all be in trouble because of it. Kakashi, do you think the ancestor might in a fit of rage wipe out the land of water along with us? Kakashi's mouth twitched under his mask but remained silent. He silently reduced the energy output of his mech to the lowest level, fearing that any slight movement from his side might draw the overwhelming wrath towards him. Ban stood at the center of the vortex. His scarlet Sharingan, radiating an oppressive aura, slowly scanned the now quiet women before him. The wind swept through the ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust tinged with the scent of blood and cheap perfume. Ban took a deep breath. He felt as if a sponge soaked in seawater was blocking his chest. It made it hard for him to breathe. What was this? He, Uchiha Ban, once stood alone against the entire ninja world. His name had been a terrifying nightmare that could silence infants for decades. He didn't even regard beings like Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, easily treating the Ninetails like a weaned puppy. Blowing up a planet was merely a matter of swinging his sword a few extra times. But now, facing these women he couldn't kill or drive away. He unexpectedly felt an unprecedented and absurd sense of powerlessness. Kill them. Although these women were bothersome, they were currently the only logistical support and facade for his new empire. Moreover, that troublesome system's romantic luck acted like an invisible chain, binding these women tightly around him. Drive them away. He had just tried that in Konoha Square. As a result, these women, like stubborn adhesive bandages, shamelessly followed the warship under the guise of logistical medical support. Ban looked at Tsunade's face, which was clearly aggrieved but still stubbornly defiant. He then glanced at Kohara's watery green eyes, which were filled with innocence and pleading. He could feel his temples throbbing wildly. Dealing with war is as simple for me as drinking water. Ban gritted his teeth in silence. But dealing with this damned romantic debt is more troublesome than handling Senju Hashirama's 1,000 hands. He shut his eyes, forcibly suppressing the urge to draw his sword and slash. When he opened them again, his Sharingan had regained its calm indifference. He must maintain his aloof persona as the Shura of the ninja world. He could not let these women see that he was actually fed up and wanted to escape. Orochimaru. Ban turned his head and coldly called out. In the shadows Orochimaru clad in a dark purple snake mech silently slid out. His golden slit pupils still retained the lingering thrill of watching a spectacle. Lord Ban, I am here. Minato. Ban called out again. A golden flash lit up the square. Minato wearing a shining storm mech steadily landed in front of Ban, placing a hand over his chest. Lord Ban, what are your orders? Ban pointed to the shivering Wuin captives around them and the devastated ruins. You and Orochimaru will handle this. I want all the remaining remnants of Wuin village assimilated. Those who resist, throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Ban paused, his gaze drifting over the ruins to the massive interstellar warship hovering in midair. Within 3 days I want to see the initial form of the interstellar fleet subbase here. Yes, Lord Ban. Minato and Orochimaru responded in unison. Minato glanced at the women nearby who didn't even dare to breathe and sighed inwardly in relief. It seemed that Lord Ban did not intend to hold the earlier commotion against them. However, before he could fully relax, Ban's next words left everyone present in shock. As for you all. Ban's gaze returned to Tsunade and Koharu, his tone carrying an irresistible authority, yet beneath it lay a hint of barely detectable evasion. With great enemies approaching, Ban stood with his hands behind his back, slowly turning to leave the women with a proud and cold silhouette. The coalition of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning will soon arrive. My current strength is still not perfect. This sounded grandiose. To anyone unfamiliar with him, it would seem as though this was a supreme leader strategizing and preparing for battle. In reality, even Obito in the corner couldn't help but roll his eyes. Not perfect. Ancestor, with a single slap you could bury the Mizukage in the ground and wouldn't be able to dig him out. Is that not perfect enough? Ban ignored the small thoughts behind him. He slightly lifted his chin, gazing deeply into the distant horizon. Before the coalition of the Land of Earth arrives. Ban's voice echoed in the square. I will retreat to the warship's lower chamber to enter closed-door cultivation and conduct the ultimate simulation of star energy. He slightly turned his head, casting a sharp glance at the women who were about to speak, a flash of killing intent glimmering in his eyes. Who dares to disturb? Madara's warning, laced with icy killing intent, still echoed in the thick fog above the ruins of the Land of Water. Like an invisible blade suspended over everyone's heads. The air was thick with a suffocating pressure, as if even the scattered gravel on the ground was pinned in place by this imposing force. Tsunade bit her lip hard, forcing back the curse that had already reached her throat. Mei Terumi also dropped her pitiful seductive demeanor, obediently stepping back half a pace and standing aside with downcast eyes. Qingmu Kuei didn't even dare to breathe, frozen like a statue holding the purple clay teapot that was only half full of tea. The 3 women who had been fighting like angry hens moments ago were now as meek as quails with their tails stepped on. Orochimaru, Minato. Madara withdrew his intimidating gaze and turned to look at his 2 trusted subordinates standing nearby. I'm leaving this mess on this lousy island to you. Within 3 days I want to see the fleet subbase operational. Anyone who disobeys, just throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. Yes, Lord Madara. Minato placed one hand on his chest and bowed respectfully to accept the order. Orochimaru on the other hand flicked his long tongue, his golden slitted eyes gleaming with undisguised fervor. Lord Madara, rest assured. I will use the most scientific methods to squeeze every last drop of value out of the hidden mist village. Madara nodded with satisfaction. He glanced one last time at those women still frozen in place, then turned without hesitation and strode toward the elevator platform of the Shura battleship. With a faint hum the platform slowly ascended. Madara's figure disappeared into the massive black hull of the ship. The moment he stepped into the ship's bottom cabin, the heavy door behind him, several meters thick and forged from high-density astral energy alloy, began to slowly close. Click. Click. The heavy sound of gears meshing echoed through the empty corridor, each clank bringing a sense of reassuring safety. Madara stopped and turned around. Through the last gap before the door completely shut he saw the figures of those women on the deck outside. Tsunade and Mei Terumi, though no longer daring to make noise, had already clashed with their eyes hundreds of times in midair. Chingmu Kuei was also observing quietly as if seeking the next opportunity to undermine Tsunade. Watching this scene of chaos, Madara's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to yell again. But he was truly afraid that when he emerged from seclusion, this battleship, built at the cost of a large amount of his hegemony points, would be dismantled by these crazy women. Just as the alloy door was about to close completely, Madara couldn't help himself and for the first time added a warning that undermined his reputation as the shinobi demon. You women, behave yourselves out there. If anyone dares to fight and damages the battleship, he'll throw her into the sea to feed the turtles. Bang! The door sealed completely tight and flush. It isolated all the noise, the smell of blood, and the headache-inducing fragrance of cosmetics outside. Inside the bottom cabin, only a few backup lights emitting a faint blue glow elongated Madara's shadow. Madara let out a long sigh of relief. The muscles in his shoulders completely relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He walked to the metal disc engraved with energy circuits in the center of the cabin and sat down cross-legged. Who? Madara exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, closed his eyes and gradually calmed his breathing. Compared to facing 1,000 troops in battle, dealing with those women was a drain on his vitality. It was much more comfortable to be alone. Madara calmed his mind and gave a slight mental command. The familiar virtual system panel glowing with cold light instantly unfolded on his retina. Ding! Detected host successfully subdued the hidden mist village of the Land of Water. Ding! Host displayed absolute force, greatly intimidating the remaining forces in the ninja world. System settling. Congratulations! Host receives a massive reward, hegemony points 500000. Madara stared at the long string of zeros on the panel and a genuinely pleased smile finally curled at the corner of his mouth. 500,000 hegemony points. This was definitely the most lucrative haul since he transmigrated. Although these worthless ninjas of the mist were useless in battle, they were surprisingly good for farming points. Ding! Detected host's hegemony points have reached the threshold. Ultimate evolution path unlocked, conditions satisfied. Do you wish to immediately consume all hegemony points to exchange for the ultimate interstellar evolution path of Susanoo? Madara silently chanted without hesitation. Exchange. The old-style chakra giant driven by ocular power was fine for showing off in the small pond of the ninja world. But now that he was building a star empire and facing unknown powerful enemies in the vast universe, that outdated thing should have been eliminated long ago. He wanted to see what kind of evolution the system could bring to his Susanoo. Ding! Hegemony points deducted successfully. Loading ultimate evolution blueprint for host. Please have host immerse into consciousness space to view. As the system's prompt tone faded, Madara felt his consciousness seemingly break free from the shackles of his body, pulled by a powerful force, and instantly sank into a vast boundless void. Around him was a pitch-black cosmic backdrop. Countless brilliant stars slowly revolved around him, emitting ancient and mysterious light. In the center of this starry sea, a blue glimmer suddenly flickered to life like a newly born supernova. The light rapidly expanded and intertwined in countless complex energy circuits, and mechanical structure diagrams quickly reorganized and assembled before Madara's eyes. Madara stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the void, calmly watching the transformation before him. He had originally thought that the blueprint the system provided would at most add a layer of sturdier astral energy armor to the Susanoo or replace it with 2 sharper lightsabers. After all, the form of Susanoo had remained the same since ancient times. But when that ultimate evolution blueprint fully unfolded in the void, revealing its complete appearance, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, which had witnessed even the Six-Path Sage's Chibaku Tensei, could not help but widen in shock. His pupils reflected the awe-inspiring blueprint filled with incredulous light. This! Madara gasped, his usually steady voice even carrying a hint of tremor. He stared intently at the colossal thing floating in the void, feeling as if his decades-old ninja worldview was being shattered into pieces by an invisible hammer. What the hell is this thing? Ban floated in the boundless void of the system consciousness. The piercing blue holographic light brimming with a sense of cutting-edge technology illuminated his face, which was slightly agape in astonishment. A continuous series of dense low-frequency hums reminiscent of the reassembly of colossal machinery echoed in his ears. The sound seemed to be countless tiny gears and energy circuits interlocking in the void, vibrating his very soul with a faint numbness in rhythm. Ban's experienced Mangekyo Sharingan eyes were fixed on the ultimate evolution diagram slowly unfolding before him. Those eyes, usually tinged with 3 parts contempt and 7 parts arrogance, now blinked involuntarily again and again. He wondered if the strange hallucination aftereffects from being stabbed in the back by Hashirama Senji years ago had not yet fully healed. What the hell is this thing? Ban sucked in a cold breath from the void. This phrase, somewhat demeaning to his reputation as the shinobi of the demigod, slipped out of his throat. The image displayed on the diagram thoroughly overturned his understanding of power systems accumulated over most of his life. It was no longer the energy giant clad in ancient samurai armor wielding cold weapons formed from chakra as the base energy. Instead, it was a colossal war machine of interstellar proportions, 10,000 meters tall, vast enough to dry up the deep seas beneath its feet and crack the sky above. This ultimate creation, named Star God Susanoo, was forged entirely from the universe's most resilient dark matter and stellar energy alloy. On the deep dark golden armor flowed energy circuits as scorching as magma, yet radiating a cold killing intent. The most captivating aspect was the 12 ring-arranged planetary annihilation floating cannons behind the mecha, suspended like 12 miniature suns in the air. The cold lines exuding the ultimate cyberpunk heavy industrial aesthetics, the mechanical texture born solely for destruction and slaughter. Even with just a glimpse of the phantom, Ban felt a crushing pressure capable of tearing this galaxy apart. This thing is Susanoo. Ban looked at the 12 planetary cannons, rubbed his temples involuntarily. My Susanoo was always about slashing with a sword, wasn't it? What's with this ring of glowing cannons hanging behind? Ding. Host's confusion detected. System begins explanation. A cold mechanical voice sounded in the void at the right moment. To the host, the traditional Susanoo is limited by the shackles of low-dimensional energy like chakra, its power ceiling completely locked. However, Star God Susanoo is the ultimate form that deeply integrates the host's high-dimensional soul power dojutsu with the universe's top mecha technology. It abandons the outdated melee cold weapon thinking, equipping a dark matter engine and stellar energy orbital cannon. The host may understand it as a tailor-made cyberpunk-style super weapon capable of crossing the universe solo and executing planetary annihilation missions. Ban listened to the system's explanation. In his eyes the astonishment gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented, almost pathological fervor. Technological power surpassing magic and ninjutsu. Solo travel across the universe. Planetary annihilation strikes. These words hammered wildly against his heart like heavy sledgehammers. Screw chakra. Screw that weak will of fire. In the face of absolute interstellar heavy firepower, they weren't even worth a joke. Good. Very good. Ban couldn't help but laugh heartily in the void, the laughter carrying a delight of finally finding a suitable toy. This is the power truly worthy of my ambitions. That old blockhead Hashirama, if he knew I could now ride an iron contraption covered with cannons for a spin in space, had be so jealous had come back to life in the Pure Land. Ban didn't hesitate. He waved his hand abruptly and pressed the confirmation button on the system panel in the void. System, pour all these 5,000,000 hegemony points into it. Begin the fusion immediately. Ding. Hegemony points deducted. Star God Susanoo fusion begins. Warning: due to the excessive energy dimension span, the fusion process will be accompanied by intense dimension upgrading reconstruction. Please prepare, host. As the words fell, the entire system consciousness space burst into a radiance more dazzling than a supernova. Inside the warship's bottom compartment, Ban, who had been quietly meditating, shook violently. Violent stellar energy like a breached galaxy flooded into his body frantically from all directions. This power no longer tore through meridians roughly as before. Instead, it was a delicate yet irresistible high-dimensional transformation. He felt his bones being strengthened by dark matter. What flowed in his veins was no longer mere liquid but liquid stellar energy containing the universe's origin. His soul, the dojutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan, was forging a flesh-and-blood bond with the interstellar mecha that had only existed in the diagram. It was an indescribable sublime pleasure and dimensional ascension. Ban let out a low roar. His black hair danced wildly in the windless compartment and his black robe fluttered noisily. He felt he could punch this planet beneath him to pieces at any moment. Just as Ban was immersed in the fusion of this new power, ready to open his eyes fully and experience the cyberpunk-style Susanoo. Boom! A thunderous roar as if the very sky were being torn apart suddenly came from outside the warship. Accompanying it were the sharp piercing highest-level red air raid sirens inside the Shura warship. This sudden commotion forcibly interrupted Ban's dimension upgrading experience. He snapped his eyes open, two beams of solid blue light bursting from his crimson Sharingan, burning two deep scorch marks into the alloy floor. Which blind fool dares to ruin my mood at this moment? The next second Orochimaru's hoarse-hurried voice came through the warship's broadcast system in the compartment. Lord Ban Trouble. Anoki of the Land of Earth with over 10,000 IWA ninja and the remnants of the Land of Lightning has already pressed against our outer sea defense line. They just used a combined ninjutsu to shatter our perimeter energy warning net. Orochimaru's hoarse and urgent broadcast echoed off the cold metal walls of the lower deck. Lord Madara, the rock ninja army from the Land of Earth has arrived. Madara did not respond immediately. He slowly closed his eyes. The air was thick with a pungent smell of ozone, like the sharp scent after a thunderstorm. That was a chemical reaction from the overflow of high-dimensional stellar energy rubbing against three-dimensional space. The violent stellar energy that had just finished merging within his body surged like uncontrollable magma rampaging through forcibly widened blood vessels. Every cell let out an almost greedy cheer under the torrent of this power. It was a sensation of transcendence across dimensions, completely detached from the life forms of the ninja world. He could even clearly feel that with a single thought he could cross the distance of space and descend directly onto a battlefield 10,000 miles away. However, the more violently this power churned within his body, the stronger the rage in Madara's heart grew. This frustration of having just pushed open the door to a new world, ready to enjoy the view, only to have someone kick the door open and shout, "Check the water meter." That infuriating feeling. Madara's gaze turned completely cold. He slowly opened his eyes. In his originally deep black pupils the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan had entirely transformed into a profound starry sky. "Spoilsport insects," Madara muttered. Boom! The heavy door of the warship's lower deck, several meters thick and forged from high-density stellar energy alloy, suddenly let out a groan of unbearable strain. No hand seals, no physical collision. It was merely a trace of the pressure from Madara's unconsciously released star deity Susanoo. That alloy gate, which could withstand a direct hit from a tailed beast ball, was like a fragile piece of cardboard. In a visible blue energy storm, it was blasted outward from the inside. Twisted metal fragments carrying terrifying kinetic energy smashed through the corridor walls like cannonballs. The entire lower deck of the warship shook violently under the impact. In the smoke-filled corridor, Kakashi, Obito and Tsunade, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, were forced back repeatedly by the sudden explosion. They steadied themselves, staring intently at the massive gap that had been blasted open, accompanied by steady and powerful footsteps. Madara slowly emerged from the swirling dust. No wild chakra turbulence, no soul-piercing killing intent. The black robe he wore did not even have a single wrinkle. He looked exactly the same as usual. However, when Kakashi's tactical visor scanned Madara's body, the series of data that went off the charts made him gasp. That feeling was like standing before an extinct volcano about to erupt. The surface was calm as water, but inside it contained enough destructive energy to flatten an entire continent. At this moment Madara seemed to have completely merged with the heavens and earth, with the universe itself. "Lord Madara, are you all right?" Chinmu Kue was the first to rush forward, holding a white silk handkerchief she had somehow produced. She tried to wipe the non-existent dust off Madara's shoulder. Tsunade followed closely behind, frowning. The situation outside is not good. Just now reconnaissance showed that the old man Inoki not only brought the main force of the hidden rock but we can even see warships from the hidden cloud on the sea. Madara didn't even spare a sidelong glance at these two women. Ignoring their solicitous inquiries, he walked straight through between them as if passing through two patches of air. His footsteps never halted as he headed straight for the outer deck of the warship. The oncoming sea breeze carried a salty moisture and a thick aura of murderous intent. Madara stood at the edge of the deck looking down from above. On the distant horizon there was no longer empty blue. Countless warships like a black steel forest blanketed the entire sea area. On every ship stood fully armed ninjas from the hidden rock and hidden cloud. The lights of various ninjutsu interweaved between the ships, weaving a net of firepower capable of sealing the heavens and earth. This was the final trump card assembled by the remnants of the ninja world born from fear and despair. A cruel extreme smile slowly curled at the corner of Madara's mouth. He did not turn around, but his voice clearly reached the ears of everyone behind him. Obito Kakashi. Madara's voice was low, carrying an indescribable fervor. Have you ever seen the true Susanoo? Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances, both somewhat puzzled. Susanoo. Of course they knew what it was from the murals at the Valley of the End and the ancient texts of the Uchiha clan. It was a war god condensed from immense chakra, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. But why was their ancestor asking about this now? That thing from before, just swinging swords around like an idiot. Madara lifted his chin slightly, facing the howling sea wind. Too low level. In my eyes now that's nothing but a glowing puppet. He spread his arms wide. His deep eyes fixed on the oppressive fleet of the allied forces below. Today. Madara's voice suddenly rose, piercing through the roar of the warship engines and the crash of the waves. I will graciously let you witness how my Susanoo transforms. Before his words faded, Madara's legs suddenly exerted force. Bam! The sturdy stellar energy deck was stamped into a deep pit by him. His entire body turned into a black meteor, leaping directly from the warship deck thousands of meters above. The wind cut across his cheeks like knives. The sensation of weightlessness made the stellar energy within him boil even more. Inoki. Madara laughed loudly in midair. His laughter exploded like rolling thunder across the skies above the waters of the land of water. You old bag of bones. Are you ready to dance? Ban rapidly plummeted through the air. The howling wind rushed past his ears, slicing through the atmosphere like countless invisible blades. Below, the dark mass of enemy warships was filled with terrified shouts and shrill alarm signals. Amidst the deafening chaos, the violent stellar energy began to materialize around his body. The azure energy erupted like a cascading waterfall centered around Ban. The deep black cloak rustled under the illumination. With arms crossed, he exuded an air of supreme arrogance, resembling a cataclysmic meteor fallen from outer space, crashing straight into the fleet that resembled a steel jungle. On the surface of the sea, Inoki floated at the forefront of the Tsuchi no Kuni fleet. His already crooked spine was now wrapped in thick white medical bandages. Each breath tugged at his fractured vertebrae, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain, yet he gritted his teeth, not uttering a sound. His murky old eyes, however, were as sharp as a hawk's, fixated intently on the figure descending from the sky. Lord Ōtsutsuki. Is that person Uchiha Ban? On a nearby main battleship, Kuratsuchi formed hand seals with both hands, his face grave as he shouted loudly, his chakra fluctuations are too bizarre, the sensing equipment has gone haywire. Forget about the equipment. Inoki roared hoarsely, his voice breaking from exertion. He was all too familiar with that face. Decades ago that individual had looked down upon them with disdainful eyes, crushing the dignity of Tsuchi no Kuni underfoot. Everyone form up. Inoki's withered hands flew through the air, moving so swiftly that they left behind a trail of afterimages. Don't let him touch the ground. Use large-scale Doton and Jiten to bombard him in midair. With Inoki's command. On the hundreds of warships below, tens of thousands of elite shinobi from Iwagakure shouted in unison. Doton Tsukikoryu no Jutsu. Doton Santi no Jutsu. Instantly the sea roiled with tumultuous waves. Countless gigantic mud and stone dragons roared up from the depths, their gaping maws defying gravity as they lunged toward Ban in midair. Following that, two massive hemispherical rocks akin to small mountains erupted from the sea with a deafening roar. Like two gigantic hands they sought to crush the falling black dot into mush. Aoki floated in the air, his hands suddenly coming together. A translucent square-shaped barrier rapidly took form in his palms. Jiten Genkai Bakuhatsu no Jutsu. A dazzling white beam erupted from the square prism, carrying the terrifying power to decompose all matter, mixing with the overwhelming Doton attacks directly targeting Ban's head. This was the strongest combined ninjutsu assault that Tsuchi no Kuni could muster. The entire sky was illuminated by the overwhelming radiance of these techniques. Even a tailed beast would be obliterated in an instant here. However, in the face of this world-ending barrage, Ban did not even blink. In midair he slowly opened his scarlet Sharingan. The intricate and bizarre patterns within his eye began to spin wildly, even creating faint dark purple spatial rifts. "Is this all you've got?" The mocking tone in Ban's voice grew stronger. "Aoki, after all these years, this is the extent of your progress?" Ban suddenly spread his arms wide. The stellar energy which had just completed its fusion and elevation erupted from every pore like a nuclear explosion. Boom! No hand seals, no preparatory motions for ninjutsu. Pure materialized azure stellar energy transformed into an energy column with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Centered around Ban, it crashed down toward the ocean below. The roaring mud and stone dragons that surged upward. Upon contact with the stellar energy column, they were like wax blocks scorched by fierce flames, evaporating into a cloud of dust without even a whimper. The two gigantic rocks that had converged like small mountains were also violently shattered by the stellar energy column. Massive debris rained down like a meteor shower onto the warships below, instantly sinking a dozen vessels. As for Aoki's proud Jiten beam, when it collided with the stellar energy shield, it emitted a piercing friction sound. Yet it couldn't even graze the hem of Ban's clothing, being forcefully deflected off to the distant sea. Boom! The stellar energy column continued its momentum, crashing into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. The calm sea instantly boiled. A gigantic whirlpool with a diameter of several hundred meters formed at the seabed. Following that, a towering wave over 100 meters high surged forth like an insurmountable wall of water, roaring outward in all directions. The violent seawater instantly engulfed the front row of dozens of warships. The screams, the sound of wood splintering, and the roar of water flooding back intertwined to create a symphony of despair. Aoki floated in midair, nearly swept away by the raging pressure wave. He gritted his teeth, his face pale as paper, as he watched the chakra fluctuations far surpassing those of the Valley of the End. He felt his limbs grow cold, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. This is not a power that a human can possess. Kuratsuchi stood on a violently shaking battleship, murmuring in despair. Aoki suppressed the fear surging in his heart, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching madly. He pointed at the man descending from the sky like a demon god, roaring hoarsely, "Don't retreat. All forces attack. Even if he's a god. Today we will drag him down from his pedestal." The Iwagakure shinobi, though terrified, still held up their kunai and explosive tags, preparing for a second wave of attack under the Tsuchikage's roar. Even if it meant death, they would bite off a piece of flesh from the enemy in this sea. At this moment of tragic tension, ready to fight to the last breath. Out of the corner of Aoki's eye he suddenly caught a glimpse of the high sky behind Ban. The massive shadow-covering Shura-class interstellar battleship was slowly descending from the clouds. The enormous black hull shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. That sense of futuristic technology was enough to instill fear in anyone. Yet this was not the reason for Aoki's astonishment. What truly made him widen his eyes, even doubting whether he was imagining it due to his old age, was the sight on the broad deck of that battleship. Several graceful figures stood out. Tsunade wore a green coat holding a delicate wine glass. Mei Terumi languidly leaned against the battleship's railing holding a small fan. Aoi Aoki even set up a sunshade on the deck. The women were not only unarmored but also showed no signs of tension or readiness for battle. They just stood there chattering about something, occasionally pointing down at the vigilant Iwabikure army. Their demeanor resembled that of spectators watching an inconsequential seaside performance. Kuratsuchi followed Inoki's gaze and was stunned. He rubbed his eyes. Lord Tsuchikage. The figures on that battleship are Tsunade from Konoha and Mei Terumi from the Land of Water. What are they doing there? Holding a tea party. Inoki and the Yenin shinobi were utterly dumbfounded. In the face of a tens of thousands strong army clash, their nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Everyone had steeled themselves for a brutal confrontation with Mai or Wuin elites. Yet when Inoki's bloodshot old eyes passing over the slowly descending Madara in midair made out the scene on the deck of the colossal Shura battleship that blotted out the sun. His hands, which were about to form hand seals, froze in midair. Looking at the conspicuous giant parasol with a pink and white polka dot pattern on the battleship deck. Hearing faint feminine giggles carried by the wind, Inoki's mind experienced a brief blank. There were no armored units on alert. No elite umbu exuding murderous intent. On the vast metal deck where horses could gallop there now stood a group of gorgeously dressed, stunningly beautiful kunoichi. Tsunade had somehow procured a redwood lounge chair and sprawled on it like a conqueror. Her iconic green gambler's coat was casually draped over the backrest. In her hand was a delicate white jade wine cup and she was squinting leisurely, savoring the fine liquor. Her amber eyes held not a trace of tension from facing tens of thousands of soldiers. Standing beside her, Terumi Mei had changed into a deep blue high-slit sailor uniform that accentuated her stunning figure. She had no intention of joining the battle below. Instead, she leaned lazily against the metal railing of the deck, holding an exquisite wooden comb. Against the fierce wind she leisurely began to untangle her long brownish-red hair. Looking further back, Chingmu Kue along with several equally attractive kunoichi was bustling about the deck. They were not preparing explosive tags or ninja tools. Instead, on a massive long table they were arranging an assortment of delicate pastries, fruits, and even a complete tea set. One might have thought these women had chartered a luxury interstellar cruise ship and sailed to this smoke-filled sea solely to vacation and hold a tea party. Lord Madara. Are these tens of thousands of stonehead fellows enough to warm you up? Tsunade looked up and down the sake in her cup in one gulp. Her clear, bold voice, amplified by the stellar energy speaker, rang out across the entire sea. If you think they're too weak, just finish them quickly. The plum wine I just brewed is still warm. It'll be perfect when you return. Terumi Mei, not to be outdone, smoothed her wind-blown hair and threw a flirtatious glance at Madara's retreating figure in the sky. Her voice dripped with honey. Lord Madara, please don't overtire yourself. This kind of rough work, just a little effort will do. I've prepared a bath for you on the battleship. After you've dealt with these blind fools you can come up and relax. These sweet flattering shouts and cheers mingled with the crashing waves echoing back and forth above the heads of the Yenin army. Inoki floated in midair, trembling like a leaf in an autumn gale. The muscles on his withered face twitched violently. His earlier pallor from fear had been completely replaced by a humiliated livid purple. What was this? The entire Yenin village had mobilized tens of thousands of elite shinobi, even their Tsuchikage himself on the front lines, all resolved to die. Yet in their enemies' eyes this army, capable of sweeping any of the 5 great shinobi countries, was only worthy of being an after-dinner entertainment. That monster named Uchiha Madara had actually brought a group of women to watch the battle. This was nothing less than tearing down the dignity of Yenin, the honor of these tens of thousands of shinobi. Dragging it through the dirt and grinding it underfoot. Damned! Damned bastards! Inoki erupted in curses, no longer feeling even the sharp pain from his thrown-out back. Uchiha Madara. You go too far. Do you truly believe you are invincible? Bringing a bunch of rear-line girls to humiliate me. On the main battleship below, Kitsuchi listened to the women's giggles on the deck and watched his father's quivering, enraged back. His rugged eyes seemed to shoot tangible flames. As the pride of Yenin, when had he ever endured such affront? Lord Tsuchikage. No more words with this madman. Kitsuchi stepped forward, his legs planted firmly on the deck. His brawny hands instantly formed a complex earth release seal. Wild earth-natured chakra surged inside him, and even the wooden deck under his feet began to emit groaning, cracking sounds of strain. Brought a bunch of women to war. Kitsuchi roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Such arrogance. Today, even if he were a god, well, make him see the backbone of Yenin. With Kitsuchi's roar, the tens of thousands of Yenin shinobi around him were also ignited with fury. The humiliation of being ignored and toyed with like insects made them temporarily forget their fear of Madara. All of them simultaneously drew their weapons and frantically refined their chakra. Kill him. Fight for Yanyan's honor. Shoot down that ship. The roars of tens of thousands coalesced into an earth-shaking torrent that seemed to shatter the clouds above. Countless lights of earth release, water release, and fire release lit up the sea surface like a net of death about to close. Yet facing this overwhelming killing intent and the impending barrage of combined ninjutsu, Madara in midair merely tilted his head slightly. He did not even turn around to glance at the women on the battleship. He just swept his peripheral gaze over the Yenin shinobi below, now driven to madness by humiliation. His black robe flapped violently in the wind. At the corner of Madara's mouth a chilling, supremely mocking arc curled. He found the logic of these ants utterly ridiculous. Bringing women to war was an insult. If they knew that he hadn't even wanted to bring those women and had only come here to escape his romantic entanglements and find some peace, these stonehead fools would probably be so enraged they'd collectively self-destruct on the spot. Just then, on the high-altitude battleship, Tsunade suddenly stood up. She picked up a white jade wine cup filled with sake from the table. Then, facing the fierce wind and the upcoming flood of ninjutsu below, Tsunade raised the cup high. The clear liquid shimmered dreamily in the sunlight. Her amber eyes sparkled with an almost blind worship and fervor. The crystalline sake glimmered with an enchanting radiance under the sunlight. The translucent white jade cup swayed gently between Tsunade's fingers. Were this scene set in a tavern of Konoha, it might have been a beautiful spectacle. But at this moment beneath them churned a deep sea, roiling and poised to devour everything. The air was filled with the savage roar of waves and the earth-shaking howls of tens of thousands of Iwanin, their pride shattered to dust. Lord Madara. Tsunade's clear, unrestrained voice, amplified by the star energy loudspeaker, cut through the battlefield's clamor and reached the ears of Madara, who was plummeting through the sky. Don't have too much fun out there. This flask of fine sake is freshly warmed. When you finish this fight, come back and well drink together. Terumi, May, unwilling to be outdone, lazily waved her small fan. Yes, Lord Madara. Dealing with these stone-hearted fools who know nothing of romance, finish them quickly. They'll be waiting on the deck for your triumphant return. The women's coquettish cries were like salt rubbed into the festering wounds of the IWA Army's dignity. Kill that insolent fiend. Capture all the women on that ship and make them slaves. Earth style. Full bombardment. Huang Tu roared with bloodshot eyes, his voice nearly drowning out the sea. Countless earth and stone dragons, thicker and more violent than before, mixed with a dense rain of kunai and explosive tags, surged upward like a mudslide storm, engulfing Madara in midair. Madara plunged downward at breakneck speed. His black robe whipped violently in the wind. Listening to the clamorous shouts of those women from the battleship behind him, he knitted his brow in irritation. A bunch of chattering nuisances, he scoffed inwardly. Yet undeniable was the intoxicating effect of this near-crazed adoration, coupled with the murderous intent erupting from tens of thousands of ants below, stoked by their humiliation. It was like a fuse igniting the wild battle fury that had just ascended to a new dimension and needed an outlet. In his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, the deep starry pattern spun madly, his killing intent boiling to the extreme. Facing the torrent of jutsu below, enough to level a small island, Madara did not even dodge. He didn't bother drawing the star energy lightsaber strapped across his back. Instead, he threw his arms wide open midair. Anoki. His voice, arrogant beyond measure, thundered across the entire sea. It was no longer a frequency that human vocal cords could produce. Instead it carried a metallic timbre and the resonance of higher dimensional energy, making the eardrums of the Iwanin on the ships below ache, some even vomiting blood and collapsing on the spot. "Didn't you want to see me dance?" A cruel manic grin stretched across Madara's lips. "Today I'll let this frog at the bottom of a well witness what true despair really is." Before his words faded, a brilliant azure light 1,000,000 times more dazzling than the sun erupted from Madara's chest. The radiance pierced the clouds and illuminated the entire sea around a land of water. Even Inoki's particle-style barrier dimmed before this light like a dying firefly. "Star God Susanoo," Madara growled. This was no mere manifestation of chakra. This was the ultimate collision between a higher-dimensional soul and cosmic technology. Under the horrified gazes of all, a colossal steel entity, too immense for words, tore through the fabric of space itself, manifesting instantly around Madara as the core. Clang clang clang. The deafening sound of metal interlocking drowned out every other noise on the battlefield. A body 10,000 meters tall. It could no longer be called a giant. It was a true moving mountain of steel. The star god Susanoo's feet slammed onto the seemingly bottomless sea surface. Boom! The ocean let out a despairing wail. Within dozens of nautical miles, the seawater under the sheer mass and star energy repulsion of the mecha was forcibly pushed aside upon landing. The once turbulent sea was physically stamped into a vacuum zone several kilometers in diameter, exposing the pitch-black seabed rock. The displaced seawater rose into a tsunami hundreds of meters high, collapsing like a fallen wall and instantly capsizing hundreds of IWA ships on the periphery. Cries of agony and the crack of splintering hulls merged into one. The head of the star god Susanoo punched through the thick clouds towering high into the sky. Its dark gold armor was etched with energy circuits glowing like molten magma. On its back 12 star-destroying floating cannons like miniature suns revolved slowly along an arcane trajectory, exuding the aura of annihilation that made hearts stop. The colossal shadow enveloped the remaining tens of thousands of Iwanin and their ships in a chilling darkness. Those earth and stone dragons that had just been roaring toward the sky collided with the mecha's calf armor and shattered instantly, like soft dough hitting an alloy plate. Not even a white mark remained. They all crumbled into harmless mud clods pattering into the sea. Inoki floated midair, his old face paler than a corpse's. He craned his neck so far back he nearly broke it, yet could only barely see the knees of this steel monstrosity. This. What is this? Inoki's dry lips quivered uncontrollably. His proud particle style, his proud army of tens of thousands. Before this cyberpunk mecha that stood with feet in the deep sea and head piercing the sky, were nothing but ants trying to lift a spear at the feet of a giant elephant. Laughably pathetic. Huang Tu stood on the listing ship, his kunai clattered onto the deck. His once vaunted Earth-style defenses in front of this mecha probably couldn't even block a single fallen part. Inside the control cabin of star god Susanoo, Madara reveled in the power feedback from this ultimate weapon. This was true domination. The mecha's massive dark gold head slowly lowered. Its mechanical electronic eyes, like twin blue suns, coldly gazed down upon the trembling ants below. Star god Susanoo slowly raised its right arm. A star-slaying greatsword flashing with higher dimensional energy and stretching for kilometers materialized out of thin air in the mecha's palm. The mere vibration of the energy on the blade caused visible black cracks in the surrounding space. Madara's voice, arrogant beyond measure and like a divine verdict, thundered across the sea through the mecha's amplification system, shaking every IWA warship violently. The land of Earth. The star-slaying greatsword rose high, its light tearing through the gloom of the sky and illuminating Inoki's despairing face. Before my sword, Madara coldly spat the last words. Turn to dust. The colossal star-slaying greatsword, stretching several kilometers in length, was raised high. The high-dimensional stellar energy flowing along its blade caused visible tiny black fissures to appear in the surrounding space. A tangible pressure like an invisible mountain pressed heavily upon the backs of every IWA shinobi. Oanoki floated in midair, smelling the thick despair and the briny scent of seawater in the atmosphere. His withered chest heaved violently, cold sweat having long soaked the medical bandages around his waist. He stared at the light blade that seemed capable of splitting the sky in two. He knew that ordinary earth release techniques were less than a tickle against this Tentosan maternal steel monster. All that remained was hope in the bloodline elimination capable of disintegrating atomic structures. Huang Tu! Pull everyone back! Oanoki roared in a hoarse voice, his hands rapidly forming seals in front of him. Old man, you're back! Huang Tu shouted with anxious urgency from the swaying warship. Oanoki ignored his son's dissuasion, biting his lower lip fiercely to forcibly squeeze out the last traces of chakra within him. Dust release original world stripping technique. A massive translucent cubic barrier rapidly took shape between Oanoki's hands, emanating a dread-inspiring white light of annihilation. Oanoki poured every ounce of his chakra into it without reservation, risking the complete rupture of his aged spine. He dared not aim for the vital points of the star god Susanoo. At that height and distance he couldn't reach them in his current state. His target was the mechanical ankle of the colossus planted on the seabed and as thick as a sky pillar. If I can decompose its support point, this monster will surely fall. Oanoki's eyes were bloodshot and blood vessels burst at the corners of his eyes. He thrust his hands forward fiercely. Boom! A dazzling white pillar of light erupted from the cubic barrier, carrying the terrifying might to decompose all matter. The light pillar gouged a deep trench across the sea surface, heading straight for the dark gold ankle armor of the star god Susanoo. This was the last hope of Iwa Village, Oanoki's desperate life-staking strike. On the warship deck, Tsunade's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly, the liquid swirling inside. That old bastard's actually throwing his life away. The power of his dust release has grown quite a bit. Mei Terumi also put away her small fan, a hint of gravity flashing in her emerald-like eyes. However, inside the star god Susanoo's cockpit, Madara didn't even glance downward. He merely adjusted the angle of the star-slaying greatsword slightly. Shying, the dust release pillar struck the ankle armor of the star god Susanoo with immense force. Oanoki stared fixedly at the point of impact, expecting to see the armor disintegrate into atoms. But 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The dust release pillar raged wildly against the dark gold stellar energy alloy, yet failed to leave even the tiniest scratch. Not to mention decomposing the armor, it couldn't even stir a ripple on the azure stellar energy shield flowing across its surface. The ultimate ninjutsu that could level mountains. Striking the star god Susanoo's foot was like poking a hard steel plate with a toothpick. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Oanoki stood dumbfounded, his hands still maintaining the dust release stance, but his chakra was nearly depleted. His proud bloodline elimination, the ultimate technique that could turn all matter into nothingness. Before this steel monster it couldn't even be called the most laughable tickle. Just as Oanoki was questioning his existence inside the star god Susanoo's cockpit, Madara suddenly felt a strange itch in his nose. The cockpit's air circulation system had just drawn in a whiff of outside air. But mingled in that air was the rich aroma of the warm sake Tsunade was drinking on the warship deck. This pungent spicy alcoholic scent to Madara, whose senses had been elevated to an extreme after his dimensional ascension, was more irritating than the deadliest poison. Those troublesome women. Madara cursed inwardly, reaching up to rub his nose. But the itch didn't fade, instead it surged from his nasal cavity straight into his brain. Achoo! Unable to suppress it, Madara opened his mouth and let out a resounding sneeze. Under normal circumstances this would be a trivial physiological reaction. But never forget, he was currently inside the control pod of the Tentosan maternal star god Susanoo. The mech's ludicrously advanced neural conduction and energy amplification systems perfectly captured this minute movement of the pilot. Rumble, boom, boom. This seemingly comical sneeze. Through the star god Susanoo's head-mounted super loudspeakers and energy converters instantly transformed into a terrifying ultrasonic boom of unimaginable magnitude. The boom detonated above the sea surface, forming a visible white ring of air that spread outward with devastating force. The seawater was flattened instantly by the shockwave. The IWA warship still struggling on the surface shattered like matchboxes crushed by an invisible giant hand under the impact. First to be hit was Oanoki, still floating in midair and maintaining his dust release. The dust release pillar that had been violently assaulting the mech's ankle was like a fragile glass column before this shockwave. Crack. The dust release barrier instantly fractured and then shattered completely. PFF, Oanoki felt as though a mountain had slammed into his chest. He opened his mouth and spewed a large gush of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs staining his clothes. His aged bones emitted a sickening snapping sound. Like a rag doll he tumbled violently through the air, hurtling backward uncontrollably. Lord Ōtsutsuki. Huang Tu's eyes bulged with fury as he shouted, reaching out desperately to catch his father. Oanoki, still spinning midair, forced his blood-blurred eyes open. He stared at the star god Susanoo still standing motionless. His withered lips quivered slightly, letting out a bitter laugh filled with despair and desolation. He just sneezed. The Ōtsutsuki's Tao heart at that moment shattered into a heap of dust along with that resounding sneeze. His proudest ninjutsu couldn't even withstand the residual effect of someone's physiological reaction. This battle from the very beginning was an absurd joke. Inside the star god Susanoo's cockpit, Madara rubbed his nose, glancing at the sea surface cleared of a huge area by the sonic boom and the old man flying away like a broken kite. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Damn mech, its sound pickup was this good. If word got out, what would remain of his reputation as the shinobi no Shura? These boring insects. Madara snorted coldly, gripping the controls of the star-slaying greatsword once more. Since greetings are over, I won't hold back. Daimyo tumbled rapidly in midair like a deflated ball. Blood gushed fiercely from his withered mouth, tracing a glaring red line above the azure sea. The whistling wind and the crisp sounds of his own bones breaking filled his ears. Huangtu stood on the violently swaying deck of the warship, his eyes wide with fury. He stretched out his hand desperately, his thick knuckles turning white from excessive force. Lord Earth Shadow. Huangtu roared, but could only watch helplessly as his father plunged into the distant seawater like a rag doll. A tiny splash of water rose. Inside the control cabin of star god Susanoo, Ban rubbed his nose, his gaze coldly sweeping over the rock-hidden warships below that had fallen into complete chaos due to Daima's fall. I've grown tired of such boring tricks, he said, gripping the control levers with both hands. The stellar energy within his body surged into the mecha's core like a river bursting its banks. Get out of my way. Star god Susanoo strode forward on its metal legs like towering pillars. With each step the seawater parted wildly to both sides and the seabed's rock layers groaned under the terrifying weight. The rock-hidden warships blocking the mecha's path were like paper boxes before a steamroller. Without the mecha even actively attacking, the violent gusts and towering waves from its metal legs alone swept dozens of warships and the ninjas aboard into the abyss. Screams, cries for help and the sound of wood splintering wove into a mournful dirge. But to Ban's ears it was merely the buzzing of insects before death. The mecha's speed seemed slow but was astonishingly fast. With just a few strides its colossal steel body that blotted out the sky had already crossed the vast strait. The heavy metal foot stomped hard onto the rocky coastline of the land of Earth. Boom, rumble. The earth let out a painful groan. The entire coastline the moment the mecha landed collapsed into hundreds of bottomless chasms. Seismic waves spread inland like a tsunami. The land of Earth rock-hidden village. This ninja village, built amidst towering mountains and known for its strong defenses, was now shrouded in a dead silence of panic. The civilians and lower-rank ninjas left in the village looked up in terror at the sky. That enormous shadow even blocked the midday sun, plunging the entire village into dusk-like gloom. Ban, piloting star god Susanoo, stared down coldly at the village with its mechanical eyes like two blue blazing suns. His gaze did not linger on the trembling civilians. Instead it locked directly onto the center of the village, the towering Earth Shadow building that represented the highest authority of Rock Hidden Village. So this is your confidence? Ban's voice boomed through the mecha's loudspeaker system across the entire rock-hidden village, shaking tiles off all the rooftops. Today I will utterly crush this confidence. Star God Susanoo slowly raised its right foot. The dark gold metal armor reflected a cold, deathly shine in the sunlight. Then with overwhelming force it stomped down fiercely. No! A crisp, desperate cry rang out on the street in front of the Earth Shadow building. Haito had just retreated from the front line. Her body still carried the salty smell of seawater and dust, and her originally delicate face was now pale as paper. Her eyes wide, she covered her mouth tightly with both hands. Boom! Without any suspense. That extremely solid Earth Shadow building, symbol of the dignity of the land of Earth. Beneath the mecha's giant foot was like a fragile piece of tofu. It couldn't even resist for a second before being crushed flat. Dust filled the sky mixed with shattered rocks and wood fragments raining down on the surrounding streets like a small meteor shower. The ground shook violently. Haito's legs gave way and she slumped onto the rubble-strewn ground. She stared blankly at the scene before her. The village that her grandfather and father had always told her was indestructible since childhood. The highest center of power representing rock-hidden village's glory. Was it simply wiped out by a metal foot? The smoke and dust gradually cleared. Star God Susanoo's gigantic suffocating figure was clearly revealed before Haito. The mecha's control cabin was made of transparent stellar energy glass. Through the glass glowing with a faint blue light, Haito clearly saw the man sitting inside. Ban rested his chin on one hand, his black robe casually draped over him. On his face, as flawless as a deity's, there was 3 parts disdain and 7 parts arrogance. His black eyes deep as the universe looked down upon the ruins from above. Haito felt her heart suddenly clench. She did not cry. She didn't even draw the kunai hanging at her waist. Having grown up in rock-hidden village, she had always been instilled with the will of stone, taught to be as tough as stone and to fight all evil for the village. In her understanding, Uchiha Ban was the most evil, most terrifying villain. But when this legendary villain truly arrived in a completely overwhelming manner, Haito found that what surged in her heart was not fear or hatred. She watched Ban's invincible posture that crushed everything, and that cyberpunk mecha full of violent aesthetics. This wild abandon that trampled the old order underfoot. This domineering power that could make the world submit through sheer force without any reason. It was like a powerful dose injected into her heart that revered strength. In her clear eyes a strange fanaticism suddenly flashed, sending chills down the spine of Hwantu, who had just arrived. Haito! Run! Hwantu, covered in wounds, stumbled over and grabbed his daughter's arm. This madman will destroy the entire village. But Haito did not move. She let Hwantu pull her, but her gaze was glued to Ban in the control cabin, unable to look away. She swallowed, her voice trembling but with an unmistakable excitement. Father. Haito murmured, as if asking Hwantu or perhaps herself. You call this a villain? Haito's abrupt murmuring still dispersed in the dust-laden gale. Hwantu looked in the direction of his daughter's gaze with utter astonishment, his burly arm tightly grasping Haito's arm. He only felt a desperate resistance suddenly surge from his daughter's arm, which had been stiff with fear. Haito. You're insane. Hwantu roared, his rugged face full of terror. That's Uchiha Madara. The demon who's come to destroy our Yenin village. Quick, come with me. This place will soon be flattened. Let me go. Haito, like a stubborn donkey whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly exerted force and actually shook off Hwantu's pincer-like grip. Not only did she not flee backward with her father's pull, instead she turned around, moving against the tide of civilians and genin scurrying like headless flies. Staggering toward that gigantic mecha like a deity amidst the falling rubble and choking dust. Haito. Come back. Hwantu's eyes nearly split with rage. He wanted to chase after her but was blocked by the surging tide of fleeing people, only able to watch hopelessly as his daughter's figure grew distant. Haito ran while gasping heavily. Her lungs filled with the dry sand peculiar to the land of Earth, yet she felt not the slightest discomfort. A nearly pathological fervor surged wildly through her veins. She looked up at the massive dark gold body of the star god Susanoo. Sunlight refracted through the 12 planet-destroying floating cannons on the mecha's back, casting a cold yet mesmerizing cyberpunk halo. In this ninja world that has always believed only the biggest fist is the truth. In this village where children are taught to confront enemies with a will of rock, what could better embody the word power than this steel beast that crushed the Ōtsutsukai's headquarters with one step? What could better match her fantasy of the perfect powerhouse than the man in the control pod who regards all things as insignificant? Big villain. Screw the big villain. If she can follow a man who can pluck stars with a single hand, who would still be willing to be the so-called Ōtsutsuki's successor in this crappy village where they eat dirt all day and can't even get a sip of clean water? The peak charisma aura, that damn passive skill, once again demonstrated its precision strike capability that transcended species distance and even moral boundaries. Haida ran to within less than 20 meters of the star god Susanoo's ankle, her legs giving way. With a thud, she unhesitatingly dropped to her knees on the rubble strewn with sharp fragments. Her knees scraped skin, blood seeping out, yet she didn't even frown. She lifted her pretty face, though covered in dust, still unable to conceal its youthful vitality. Both hands clenched a broken slab on the ground. With all her might she screamed hysterically at the control pod in midair. Lord Madara. Haida's voice cracked yet carried a hysterical determination. Our Yenin village is too weak. This crappy place that can't even withstand one of your steps is not worthy of my loyalty. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with sand, a blazing fanaticism burning in her eyes. I, Haida, on behalf of myself pledge absolute loyalty to you. As long as you allow me to follow you and witness that world-shattering power. I am willing to be your beast of burden. Even if it's just a maid who serves tea and washes your feet. These hysterical shouts echoed in the empty ruins. Several Umbu from Yenin who hadn't fled far heard the granddaughter of their own Ōtsutsuki utter such treasonous words. Stumbled, nearly falling flat on their faces. They stared at Haida kneeling on the ground, their worldview shattered, hardly believing their ears. Inside the control pod of the star god Susanoo, Madara, chin resting on one hand, had been about to operate the mecha to blast away the obtrusive rock mountain in the distance with one cannon shot. Hearing this sudden unsolicited confession, he paused. Madara frowned slightly, a trace of extreme speechlessness flickering in his deep eyes. He looked down through the star energy glass at that little girl kneeling in the ruins like a fanatical cultist. This feeling of being worshipped was indeed pleasing to him. But what kind of scenario is this? This old man is a tyrant who came to annihilate nations in an interstellar mecha. I'm here to spread fear and despair. Not to hold a huge fan meet and greet and take in these brainless fans who can't even control their chakra. This damn romantic fortune is more troublesome than Hashirama Senjus would release. Meanwhile, inside the interstellar battleship Azura, hovering over the waters of the Land of Water, the huge screen in the main control room clearly broadcast the battle scene in the Land of Earth in real time. Tsunade was leaning on a leather sofa holding the unfinished cup of sake in her hand. Mei Chirumi sat on the other side trimming her nails with a small file. When the two saw through the screen the scene of Haida kneeling and crying out to be Madara's, made the air in the control room instantly drop to freezing point. Bang! The white jade wine glass in Tsunade's hand was crushed into powder, with wine dripping down her fingers onto the expensive carpet. She suddenly stood up, her golden twin-tails seeming to bristle. Mei Chiruma's file also stopped and her emerald-like eyes instantly froze over with frost. She rose with a cold smile and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tsunade before the screen. The two women who had been fighting each other to the death on the ruins of the Land of Water just moments ago now miraculously reached consensus. This is supposed to be a proper conquest of the world. Tsunade gritted her teeth, slamming her fist on the console before her, causing the whole control room to tremble. How did we pick up another earthy flower? Mei Chirumi chimed in with a cold snort, her tone reeking of jealousy and killing intent. That Land of Earth place doesn't even have decent skincare products. How dare that yellow-haired girl think she's worthy of serving tea to Lord Madara? That little slut is even more shameless than me. The two exchanged a glance. Though silent, the message in their eyes was crystal clear. Lord Madara's side absolutely must not allow any more of these inexplicable vixens to share the spoils. Tsunade and Terumi Mice furious shouts aboard the warship blared without restraint through the communication channel of the Stellar Energy Network directly into the control cabin of the star god Susanoo. The channel was filled with the women's sharp complaints, the sound of fists pounding tables, and even Chingmu Kuei's sarcastic instigations on the side. This little girl dug out of the dirt hasn't even grown her feathers yet, and she dares to learn how to throw herself at someone. Tsunade's furious roar made the channel indicator flicker wildly. Exactly. Looking at her dusty, grimy appearance, she's not even fit to carry Lord Ban's shoes, let alone dream of being a maidservant. Terumi Mice's voice carried an icy, murderous intent. Ban sat in the pilot's seat, rubbing his temples in helplessness. He felt his brain throbbing sharply. This system was deliberately messing with him. He had arrived in the land of Earth riding a Tentosan turtle star-destroying mecha with an earth-shattering and invincible demeanor, ready to savor the thrill of a tyrant crushing ants. But instead the grand entrance was complete. The building was flattened yet because of this damned peak charm aura before tens of thousands of troops. A melodramatic scene of a love-struck maiden throwing herself at the Demon King unfolded. A perfectly good war of annihilation had been turned into a farce. Ban took a deep breath and decisively pressed the mute button on the communication channel, completely isolating the noisy voices of the women. He paid no attention to the black earth below, who was still crying and shouting about becoming a maidservant. Nor did he develop any tender feelings because of her advances. In Ban's eyes, women only hindered his sword-drawing speed, especially a country bumpkin who hadn't even fully developed. He just wanted to clean up this mess quickly. The colossal mechanical head of the star god Susanoo slowly lifted. Two cold, tangible gazes shot from the blue electronic eyes, sweeping over the countless IWA ninjas scattered across the mountains. Land of Earth, you are defeated. Ban's arrogant and icy voice, amplified by the mecha speakers, thundered like rolling thunder above Iwagakure. It shook the remaining debris of buildings down in showers. I have no patience to waste time with you useless lot who only play with mud. Ban's voice carried an irrefutable finality. Those who don't wish to die, drop your weapons honestly and accept the Empire's integration. If anyone wants to test how hard their bones are. Behind the mecha, the 12 enormous star-destroying floating cannons simultaneously lit up with glaring red light, emitting a heart-stopping hum of charging energy. I don't mind erasing this land along with you, small fry, from the map of the ninja world. Silence. An oppressive, despairing silence permeated the ruins of Iwagakure. Tens of thousands of IWA ninjas stared at the steel giant that seemed to overshadow the sky, at the 12 cannons that could reduce them to atoms at any moment. The last flicker of resistance in their hearts was completely extinguished. Clang. Someone was the first to loosen their grip on a kunai. The sound of the weapon hitting the rubble was piercingly loud in the quiet environment. That sound was like the first domino tipping over. Then more and more ninja tools were thrown to the ground. Long sword shurikens, explosive tag scrolls clattered down in a heap. Huang Tu stood not far away, watching this tragic scene of a collapsing army. His rough eyes were bloodshot and filled with unwillingness. But what could he do? His father Anoki had been sent flying by the residual force of the opponent's sneeze, fate unknown. His daughter Hei too was kneeling on the ground like bewitched, pledging allegiance to the enemy. His pride, his tens of thousands of troops, did not even have the courage to charge before this man. Huang Tu closed his eyes in pain. He raised his trembling hands, slowly unfastened the ninja tool pouch at his waist and threw it heavily to the ground. We surrender. Huang Tu's voice was hoarse beyond recognition, as if drained of all his strength. With Huang Tu's declaration, this great ninja war that should have been brutal ended in an extremely absurd and one-sided manner. Ban watched this from the control cabin and snorted coldly. With a thought, the Tentosan turtle star god Susanoo transformed into countless blue specks of starlight, dissipating in the air like a meteor shower. The immense pressure faded, but the fear carved into the depths of their souls could never be erased. Ban's figure flipped in midair and landed steadily on the rubble-strewn ground. His black robe fluttered gently in the wind. Orochimaru had already slipped down from the warship at some point. The dark purple Ouroboros mecha gleamed with a cold light under the sun. He walked behind Ban, his golden slit eyes gleaming with the glee of a spectator. Lord Ban, it seems you've gained another admirer. Orochimaru rasped, deliberately provoking the topic. Ban cast a cold glance at Orochimaru, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Orochimaru immediately took the hint and shut his mouth, lowering his head. Ban turned his head and looked at the dejected IWA prisoners squatting all over the mountains. He also looked at the surrounding rock ruins shattered beyond recognition. This land of earth, nothing but stones and yellow sand without even decent vegetation. He wondered how these people managed to survive here. Ban stroked his chin, his gaze turning thoughtful. To establish his interstellar empire, the manufacturing of mechas and upgrading of warships required massive amounts of resources and rare metals. And the land of Earth, though poor, possessed the richest mineral resources in the ninja world. Orochimaru. A cold exploitative smirk curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. These muscle-headed stone men, keeping them around is just wasting the Empire's food. Might as well put them all to hard labor. The moment Ban made his decision while stroking his chin, One immediately let out a hoarse, cold and sticky low chuckle from his throat. That laughter was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, crawling along the broken bluestone slabs into the ears of every Genin ninja present. Huang Tu and the others felt a bone-chilling cold rising from their backs, cold sweat instantly soaking through their tattered combat uniforms. Minor. Huang Tu jerked his head up, his bloodshot cowbell-like eyes wide and round. He suppressed the humiliation of having just surrendered, trying to win a last shred of ninja dignity for his village. Bansama. Our Genin village has laid down weapons and unconditionally surrendered. We are willing to pledge allegiance to your empire and fight on the front lines for you. Charge into battle. Ban sneered. His blood-red Wanhuating Xiaoluan Yen swept like garbage over the hills covered with dejected Genin prisoners squatting on the ground. You good-for-nothings who only know how to hide in rock shells. Can't even withstand the afterwave of my sneeze. On the battlefield, do you plan to fill the enemy's trenches with your corpses? This merciless mockery was like a loud slap fiercely hitting every Genin ninja's face. Huang Tu's face turned pale and then green. He wanted to retort but found himself unable to utter a single tough word. Before that steel monster that could stomp the Tuing building flat with one foot and slice the sea apart with one sword. Their proud Tu-dun defenses were indeed as fragile as paper. The new empire I am establishing is expanding at an unprecedented speed. Ban lowered his hand from his chin, his black robe rustling in the wind. His arrogant gaze pierced through the towering Rocky Mountains surrounding Genin village. Mass production of shimmering mecha, upgrading of interstellar warships and deployment of orbital defense weapons. All require massive amounts of rare metals and special ores. Ban lowered his head, looking down at Huang Tu kneeling on the ground. Your land of Earth has a harsh environment and barren soil, not even a decent local product. The only thing you can offer is this hills full of broken rocks and the mineral veins buried underground. Ban's voice suddenly rose, carrying an irresistible authority. From today onward, the ninja organization of Genin village is completely dissolved. There will no longer be any distinction of Umbu, Shangren or Xiaran here. Everyone. All are demoted to the empire's lowliest miners. As these words were uttered, tens of thousands of prisoners on the ruins instantly erupted. Despair and humiliation spread like a plague through the crowd. Disband the organization. Make us dig mines. We are noble ninja. How can we do such despicable manual labor? Several hot-tempered Genin Shangren trembled with rage, instinctively reaching for their ninja tool pouches at their waists. Ban's brow furrowed slightly. A wild shingling pressure like a tangible mountain instantly crushed down on the shoulders of those ninja attempting to resist. Bang! 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 Several Shangren didn't even utter a scream, their kneecaps shattered by the pressure, forced to kneel in the rubble, vomiting blood in great gushes. I am not negotiating with you. Ban's eyes were ice-cold, murderous intent boiling. Confiscate all their chakra-conductive weapons, Qibao Fu and Fengyin Wanzhou. Issue them pickaxes and miners' lamps. If anyone thinks they're too noble and refuses to go down a mine shaft. Ban pointed to the scorched land in the distance that had been flooded by seawater due to the descent of the Xing Shinshuzwa. I will send him to see the Ludao Xianren right now to let him maintain his nobility in the Jingtu. Under absolute martial suppression. No one dared make any sound anymore. The instinct for survival triumphed over the ethereal ninja dignity. Huang Tu closed his eyes in pain, 2 streams of hot tears rolling down his rugged cheeks. He hung his head weakly, his hands digging desperately into the dirt. We accept our fate. One standing by the side. Watching these tens of thousands of once arrogant Yenin elites being reduced to docile laborers by a few words. In his golden vertical pupils flickered a mad worship of Ban's violent aesthetics. The dark purple Xianwei Shijia emitted a low mechanical hum. Lord Ban's decision is truly as flawless as universal truth. Wan's hoarse voice carried a sinister calculation. He extended his long tongue and licked his lips. However, Lord Ban. Wan bowed slightly and pointed at the vast number of prisoners covering the hills. These tens of thousands of miners, if left unmanaged, will probably find it hard to meet the efficiency standards you require. These rockhead fellows are stubborn and stupid. You need a foreman who understands them and can keep them in line, constantly wielding a whip to urge them on. Ban raised an eyebrow, finding Wan's words somewhat reasonable. He didn't have the leisure to watch these people dig dirt every day. Dai Tu and Ka Kaxi still had to incorporate the remnants of other countries, and Wan was also in charge of mecha research. Foreman. Ban's gaze casually searched through the dense crowd. Those Yenin ninja whose eyes met his quickly lowered their heads as if avoiding a plague, afraid that this thankless task would fall on them. Suddenly, Ban's gaze stopped. At the very edge of the ruins, several medical ninja were hurrying over, carrying a simple stretcher. Lying on the stretcher was none other than the third Tu-wing, who had just been blasted away by the sonic boom from Ban's sneeze on the sea, his life hanging in the balance. The Yimu was utterly miserable at this moment. He was completely soaked with seawater and mud, his originally short and small body now curled up like a rag doll on the stretcher. Those once sturdy old bones were now limp. Especially his lower back, wrapped in a thick layer of temporary bandages, still losing bloody fluid. His eyes were tightly shut and he was still moaning in pain. Obviously the injury to his old waist had not been set. Ban looked at the Yimu on the stretcher. A cold smile of malicious amusement slowly curved at the corner of his mouth. He extended his hand and pointed from a distance at the little old man groaning in pain on the stretcher. I think that half-dead fellow is quite suitable. The finger Madara pointed at the stretcher gleamed with a chilling cruelty under the harsh sunlight like a scepter of death. A pained groan escaped Aoki on the stretcher, the old man's face twitching uncontrollably. Even in unconsciousness he seemed to sense the malevolence that sent a chill down his spine. Huang Tu followed Madara's gaze, his coarse face turning ashen in an instant. Lord Madara. Huang Tu lurched forward, his legs giving way as he fell heavily onto the rubble. That's such a kitch. No, my father is advanced in years and his spine is broken. In his current state he absolutely cannot handle the heavy labor in the mines. Huang Tu's voice trembled, almost pleading. I am willing to take his place. He'll do the work of 2 men. Please spare him. Madara slowly withdrew his finger. His black robe fluttered gently in the wind. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan regarded Huang Tu, who knelt on the ground with the mocking gaze of a cat playing with a mouse. Take his place. Madara let out a contemptuous sneer. Do you think him doling out mercy, arranging a cushy retirement job? He strode over to the stretcher. Aoki's withered diminutive frame appeared even more pitiful under Madara's looming shadow. This old geezer was quite arrogant in front of me back in the day. Madara raised his foot. Without any warning he kicked the edge of the stretcher with brutal force. Bang! The flimsy wooden stretcher shattered into pieces. Aoki tumbled like a tattered sack, rolling twice in midair before crashing onto the cold stone floor. Ah! The violent impact instantly tore apart Aoki's freshly bandaged lower back. A searing pain shot through his entire body like an electric current. Aoki jolted awake from the excruciating agony with a piercing scream. He writhed on the ground clutching his waist. His bleary old eyes were filled with cold sweat and confusion. When he saw the black-robed man standing before him, his pupils contracted sharply and a terrified gurgle escaped his throat. "You! Uchiha-ban! Awake! Perfect!" Madara kept his hands in his pockets, his gaze icily devoid of warmth. "From now on your title of Ōtsutsuki is revoked. I officially appoint you as the chief foreman of the Earth Countries No. 1 mining area." Aoki froze. He stared blankly at Madara, clutching his waist, certain he had misheard. Foreman. He, the great Aoki of the two scales, the most senior and highest-ranking Kage in the ninja world. Being demoted to oversee mine labor. This humiliation was worse than death. "No. You wish." Aoki gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his waist, and tried to push himself up with both hands. His aged face flushed crimson. "I would rather die, be shattered to pieces, than suffer such an insult. My old bones would rather rot in the earth." Madara watched Aoki's defiant stance, the mockery in his eyes intensifying. He leaned down, bringing his mouth close to Aoki's ear, and whispered in a demonic tone only the two could hear. "Die. Dying is easy." Madara straightened up, his voice rising sharply, echoing across the ruins. "Aoki, I am giving you two choices now. Either you obediently put on a hard hat and go supervise the progress in the mine. Or I will order right now that these tens of thousands of IWA prisoners, along with your son and granddaughter, be buried alive." As Madara's words fell, in the distance the Susanoo's ethereal shadow flickered, a charging warning from the main cannon of the battleship in low orbit. The shadow of death instantly enveloped every IWA shinobi. All color drained from Aoki's face. He looked at Huang-Tu kneeling in despair in the distance. Then at the once vibrant IWA villagers, now like lambs to the slaughter. The backbone that had stood straight his entire life. In that moment, along with the fracture of his old waist, it bent completely. "I'll do it." Aoki lowered his head, tears mingling with dust as they hit the stone floor. His voice was hoarse like a rusty bellows. "I'll be the foreman." Scene shift. 3 days later. Deep within the endless stone forests of the Earth Country. "Hurry it up. All of you, move it. Haven't you eaten?" Dai Tu, clad in the black flame armor with a flashing, single dog exclusive sign, held a whip he had found somewhere, pacing around the mine entrance like a bullying overseer. "You, the short one. Yes, you. Get a move on. If the quota of star energy alloy or isn't met today, no dinner for anyone." Inside the mine, the air was stale, filled with dust. Aoki wore a yellow hard hat that was too large, covering half his eye. He clutched his thickly bandaged lower back with one hand, using a broken wooden stick as a crutch with the other. He stumbled along the dim tunnel. Cough, cough, cough. Aoki coughed, choked by the dust as he walked. He watched the once proud IWA Jonin, now stripped to the waist, swinging pickaxes furiously against the stone walls. Each strike sent sparks flying, illuminating their humiliated and numb faces. Aoki's heart bled. "Ōtsutsuki. No, foreman, sir." A former Umbu shinobi approached, wiping the black grime from his face. "Those whip-wielding bastards are pushing too hard. Our chakras are sealed. Relying on sheer strength to dig our backs can't take it." Aoki's old face twitched at the title, foreman. He wanted to flare up to curse, but remembering the tens of thousands of lives outside, he swallowed his anger. "Ouch." Aoki groaned, clutching his waist in pain. "You have to endure even if you can't. It's our fault for being unable to beat that monster. Everyone put in more effort. Don't give those bastards an excuse." The once majestic Ōtsutsuki had lost all his dignity, now nothing but a pitiful old man squeezed to the limit. Just as Aoki collapsed at the mine entrance, panting heavily, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with clouds. The concentration of lightning-natured chakra in the air began to skyrocket at a terrifying rate. Boom! A blinding blue lightning bolt slashed down from the sky. The bolt with earth-shattering force struck directly and shattered a tall watchtower on the outskirts of the mining area. Debris and electric sparks flew everywhere. Dai too was startled at the running lights on his armor flickered twice due to the energy fluctuation. What's going on? Someone here to cause trouble. Amidst the rolling thunder a voice seething with rage exploded over the entire mining area like the wrath of heaven. Uchiha-ban. Get your ass out here and die. The thunderous crash of that azure lightning bolt striking the ground reverberated endlessly across the desolate mining field. Wild arcs of lightning-infused chakra like a spider's web spread across the charred earth shattering the solid rock wherever they touched. Fragmented stones mixed with blinding sparks flew in all directions striking Obito's obsidian armor with crisp metallic clinks. Obito frowned catching the acrid scent of ozone that instantly permeated the air. The rainbow LEDs on his mecha's back, emblazoned with a lone dog running, flickered more frantically due to the energy interference. Who the hell dares to cause trouble on my turf? Obito waved his whip shouting arrogantly toward the center of the dust cloud. The dust was abruptly swept away by a fierce gust of wind. The towering iron tower-like figure of fourth Raikage AI emerged. He was bare-chested, his muscles knotted like solid rock and a dazzling lightning chakra clung to his skin like armor crackling with sharp piercing sounds. Ace's large bell-like eyes swept across the scene. When he took in the sight before him the muscles on his face twitched violently. This is Iwagakure. Ace gaze passed over Obito and landed on the Iwanin who were stripped to the waist sweating profusely as they mined. Finally his eyes fixed on a wizened old man wearing a ridiculous yellow hard hat writhing on the ground clutching his back. Dayemu. Ace's voice was filled with disbelief and fury. You old fool. A village leader reduced to being a mining foreman. You've disgraced Iwagakure beyond belief. Dayemu struggled to get up from the ground, his hard hat knocked askew. He stared at AI whose entire body blazed with lightning, his old face flushed crimson. He wanted to retort but the motion pulled at his fractured spine making him gasp in pain. AI. You brainless idiot. Dayemu panted pointing at the newly built steel command post behind AI. Run. That monster is inside. Your lightning isn't even enough to fill his teeth. Shut up you old relic. AI whirled around, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the cold metallic command post. I didn't travel all this way to listen to a defeated general spread panic. What monster? Today I'll tear his head off and use it for a soccer ball. Before the words faded the heavy metal door of the command post slid open with a hiss. Ban, clad in his signature black robe, hands in his pocket, strolled leisurely out of the shadows. Sunlight fell upon his ageless, wild and unrestrained face. He didn't look at the furious Raikage but rather brushed a speck of imaginary dust off his shoulder with a hint of disdain. Obito. Ban's voice was low and lazy, carrying the displeasure of one disturbed from an afternoon nap. Didn't I tell you to manage this mining area? How did you let in a loudmouthed, ill-mannered stray dog like this? Stray dog. At the insult the veins on Ace's forehead bulged as if about to burst. As the supreme commander of Kyuubi he had never suffered such humiliation. Uchiha-ban. AI roared and the lightning armor on his body blazed so brightly that it enveloped him like a blinding orb of light. Today I'll show you how hard the iron fist of the Land of Lightning's martial faction can strike. Bang! The ground beneath AI instantly collapsed into a crater several meters deep. He transformed into a streak of azure lightning too fast for the naked eye to track, hurtling toward Ban's face with destructive overwhelming momentum. Lightning release horizontal thousand dance. The speed was immense. Even Obito supervising nearby barely registered it, a blur and a gust of wind strong enough to rock his mecha. Not far away Dayemu closed his eyes in despair, knowing that this brainless Raikage would soon follow his own fate. Yet through Ban's slowly opening Crimson Mangekyo Sharingan, Ace vaunted so-called fastest speed in the ninja world appeared like a poorly slowed film frame by frame. That seemingly unstoppable lightning-charged fist in his eyes was riddled with openings and feeble. Ban didn't even move a single step. He kept one hand in his pocket, casually extending the other from beneath his robe. No dazzling ninjutsu clashed. No earth-shattering energy collision occurred. Slap. A muffled sound. Ban's pale slender hand, so effortlessly, so precisely, caught Ace's fist, which was enveloped in raging lightning and larger than a sandbag. The terrifying forward momentum of AI the instant it touched Ban's palm seemed to slam against an immovable wall of lament. It ceased abruptly. The wind died down, even the rising dust eerily halted around Ban. This. Impossible. Ace's pupils contracted violently, his eyes nearly popping out. He felt as though his fist was clamped between two great mountains. No matter how desperately he pushed, that pale hand remained utterly still. What sent a chill down his spine was this, his proudest means of both defense and offense, the lightning chakra armor. When it touched the faint azure stellar energy halo on Ban's palm, it was like fragile glass meeting a hydraulic press. Crack. Sizzle. Those violent blue arcs emitted a despairing shriek, then shattered inch by inch, dissipating into harmless static sparks in the air. His lightning before stellar energy couldn't even breach the most basic defense, an utter joke. Ban looked at the wreckage so close, his face full of shock and disbelief. A cold sardonic smile curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. Too slow. He tilted his chin, his contempt undisguised. With his other hand still in his pocket, Ban's gaze swept over Ace's wild face, finally settling on Ace's spiky bristling hairstyle. Ban's voice carried a hint of icy disdain. That messy hairstyle of yours really displeases me. The sneer of contempt and disdain in Ban's words still echoed in Ace's ears. His heart clenched, and an unprecedented sense of humiliation entwined with fear slithered like a viper up his spine. He was the fourth Reikage, the mightiest spear of Kyuubi. Throughout the shinobi world, who would dare look at him with such scorn as if he were mere trash? Who would dare mock his hairstyle? Bastard! Let go of me! Ace's eyes blazed crimson as a beastly roar tore from his throat. Every muscle in his body strained to its limit, veins bulging beneath his skin like writhing earthworms. The remnants of lightning-released chakra frantically converged into his clenched right fist, attempting to forcibly break free from the seemingly delicate yet iron-like grip. Yet Ban did not even deign to look at him. His right hand, cloaked in an azure stellar radiance, remained utterly still as if fused with Ace's fist. Before AI could withdraw his trapped fist, Ban's left hand, which had been resting in his black robe's pocket, moved. No blur of hand seals, no vast leakage of chakra. That hand merely swept through the air with casual grace. A blade of stellar energy as thin as a cicada's wing formed instantly at Ban's fingertip. Since it's an eyesore, I'll graciously trim it for you. A cruel malicious smirk curled at the corner of Ban's lips. With a flick of his wrist, the energy blade traced a bizarre yet elegant arc toward Ace's head. You dare! AI felt a biting chill above him, his scalp tingling with dread. He struggled to twist his head away, but under Ban's absolute power his body seemed nailed to the spot, even moving his neck became an impossible luxury. Ssh. A faint sound like a hot knife slicing through butter rang out above Ace's head. No blood splattered, no pain of torn flesh. Only a breeze passed. AI felt a sudden chill on his scalp, the sensation of being stripped naked and thrown into a snowdrift in the dead of winter. His iconic hairstyle, bristling like steel needles, a symbol of Kyuubi's belligerent pride, was severed by Ban's unnaturally precise stellar energy blade. The golden locks were shorn cleanly flush with the scalp. Clusters of severed hair fluttered down like a ludicrous golden snowfall. They fell upon Ace's broad shoulders and onto the charred earth before him. A dead silence fell over the scene. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the Reikage's newly shorn head. Oanoki, still clutching his aching back amidst rubble, had been waiting to see AI pummeled into paste. Lifting his head, he beheld this spectacle rivaling any shinobi wonder. What kind of style is that? Oanoki rubbed his blurry eyes, his withered lips trembling uncontrollably. That was the Reikage. The brute who valued pride above life itself. Now the crown of his head was shaved smooth, gleaming and reflective in the sunlight. Yet the sides retained their original spiky golden hair, an unmistakable textbook example of a comb-over hairstyle. Obito stood nearby still holding the whip head used as an overseer. He glanced at Ace's gleaming bald patch, then at Ban's nonchalant expression as if he'd done nothing remarkable. Obito couldn't help himself. Pfft. He doubled over, bursting into unrestrained laughter. Oh heavens! I can't. Ancestor, your craftsmanship is absolutely brilliant. This hairstyle suits him perfectly. Much better than that porcupine look. That burst of laughter was like a spark igniting a powder keg. The IWA miners, trembling with fear, saw the once arrogant Reikage reduced to such a ridiculous sight. They too couldn't stifle their chuckles, sending waves of suppressed mirth through the crowd. Ace's body froze. He raised his free left hand, trembling to touch his head. His fingertips met Bear's smooth cold scalp. Gone was the wild mane, his crown felt like a barren desert. Humiliation, 1,000 times more intense than death, surged like boiling magma through his skull. He, the fourth Reikage Supreme Commander of Kyuubi, had been shorn like a sheep into a comb-over by a resurrected monster before a crowd. This ultimate trampling of dignity was more agonizing than a blade to the chest. Uchiha Ban. Ace's eyes split at the corners, blood and tears streamed down. A heart-wrenching roar tore from his throat, as shrill as a beast cornered. Under the surge of fury his chest churned with violent upheaval. Pwah! Ai spat a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of organs, forming a crimson mist in the air. Ban snorted and flicked his wrist. A surge of stellar energy erupted along Ace's arm. Bang! Ace's massive body was hurled aside like a discarded sandbag. He crashed into a rocky hill dozens of meters away, leaving a giant human-shaped crater as rubble cascaded to bury him. Ban dusted off his hands, gazing at the pile of stones with not a trace of pity, only weariness from a dull game. Not even worthy of providing me amusement. Such a waste dares to shout in my presence. Just as Ban turned to check on Onoki's mining progress. An jarring metallic clatter echoed from the sky above the mining area's perimeter, accompanied by a bizarrely rhythmic, crudely worded rap. Yo! Big bro got shaved like a bald-headed clown, this surely got me frowning down. But here comes your main man, Chila Biz, show the power of Hachi Bill, let you know there's no way to go, dummy turkey. Yeah. Big bro got beaten into a bald pate, this really makes one uneasy. But I Kannabi have arrived, and the power of the Eight Tails will show you what unstoppable means, you fool, you idiot. Kannabi's clumsy, utterly off-key rap suddenly echoed across the silent mining area. With every twist of his bespectacled obese body, the dark red Eight Tails chakra cloak tore through the air with low roars like boiling blood. The raging energy waves swept up the rubble on the ground, clattering against the pickaxes of the surrounding IWA ninja miners. Ban furrowed his brows slightly. In those scarlet Sharingan eyes that had been mocking just moments ago, a clear trace of irritation now surfaced. In his life he had fought wars, destroyed nations, faced tailed beasts alone, and even crushed mountains with his bare hands. What situations had he not seen? What tough nuts had he not cracked? But this noise pollution, utterly devoid of melody, forced together purely for rhyme, was like a swarm of green bottle flies burrowing directly into his ear canal, buzzing madly against his eardrums. This was a unilateral massacre of his auditory nerves. Even more unbearable than the glare of the Reikage's lightning just now. An annoying insect. Ban muttered under his breath, the killing intent in his eyes instantly turning cold. Kannabi was completely unaware that he had already stepped onto death's doorstep. He even thought his rap rhythm was perfect, capable of intimidating the pervert who had just shaved his big brother's head. His hands quickly formed seals, and 8 giant chakra tails danced wildly behind him. The 8 tails rhythm has struck, let me show you the madness of the tailed beast ball, yeah. Kannabi opened his mouth wide, and an ink-black tailed beast ball rapidly took shape within it, radiating destructive high-density chakra. He planned to use the cover of his rap to hit Ban with a point-blank attack. Too bad. He overestimated his rapping speed and underestimated Ban's zero tolerance for noise. Just as Kannabi's, yeah, dragged into a long note. Bang! The bluestone slab beneath Ban's feet did not crack nor did a single speck of dust rise. But he vanished from the spot entirely. This was no profound spacetime jutsu. It was a terrifying shunshin achieved through pure physical strength combined with star energy explosion surpassing the limits of visual perception. The tailed beast ball in Kalabi's mouth had only just condensed halfway. His vision blurred. That black robe, which even his brother's proud lightning release armor couldn't defend against, was already pressed against the tip of his nose. What? The pupils behind Kalabi's sunglasses contracted sharply, the tailed beast ball in his mouth nearly exploding prematurely from chakra disorder. Instinctively he tried to swing his 8 tails in defense. But Ban was too fast. Too fast for even the 8 tails' combat instincts to react. "Shut up, old man." Ban's voice was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. He couldn't even be bothered to reach out and grab Kalabi's neck. He bent his right leg slightly, jerking his knee upward. No flashy light effects. Just a simple straightforward front kick infused with violent star energy. Crack. A crisp teeth-grinding sound of bone fracture exploded at Kalabi's jaw. Ban's kick landed precisely and forcefully on Kalabi's singing jaw. Ugh. Kalabi's body jolted upward and the half-formed tailed beast ball was forced back into his stomach by the impact. Then he performed an extremely irregular backflip in midair, crashing heavily into the mine ruins dozens of meters away. That layer of 8 tails chakra cloak, hailed as an absolute defense, exploded like a punctured balloon under the impact of star energy, instantly dispersing into crimson chakra particles that faded into the air. Inside the sealed space, the 8 tails Gyuki was so frightened it didn't even dare to bubble, directly cutting off the chakra connection and shrinking into a corner of the water prison, trembling. It clearly remembered how this man had led the 9 tails around like a dog in the Valley of the End back then. It had no desire to follow Kurama's fate. The mining area fell into dead silence again. Everyone stared dumbly at the fat man twitching in the ruins. Kalabi held his chin, writhing in pain on the ground. His sunglasses had long since flown off somewhere. That face, usually bearing a cynical smile, was now twisted beyond recognition. His jaw was completely dislocated, possibly shattered into several pieces. His tongue had been heavily bitten by his own teeth due to the immense impact, now swollen like a purplered sausage. He tried to speak. To continue his beloved rap. Ah. B.A. B.A. Kalabi opened his mouth and saliva mixed with blood dripped down his chin. He struggled to form a complete syllable. But his vocal cords seemed to have gone on strike, emitting only a stuttering sound like a leaky bellows. Not only could he no longer rap, he couldn't even speak a full sentence clearly. Much quieter. Ban slowly withdrew his right leg, took out that black cloth and disdainfully wiped his shoe. As if he hadn't just kicked the Cloud Village's strongest Jinchuriki, but a piece of mud blocking the path. He raised his head. His gaze passed over Kalabi, still convulsing on the ground, over the bald fourth Reikage who had been shaved, coldly swept to a spot not far away. There. The 2 beautiful Cloud Village secretaries who had originally followed the Reikage and Kalabi to witness the glorious moment of Cloud's martial faction, Mabui and Samui, were now like 2 quails soaked in ice water, huddling together and shivering, their legs giving way as they fell to their knees with a thud on the sandy mining ground. Their 2 usually sharp and icy beautiful faces now had no trace of color, as pale as paper. Their beauty vanished, their pupils filled with extreme fear of death. In less than a minute, the 2 strongest people of Cloud Village. One was shaved bald, vomiting blood from severe injuries. The other was kicked into a stutter, not even daring to let the tailed beast show itself. This sheer unreasonable brutal crushing had completely shattered the psychological defenses of these 2 women. Ban casually tossed the cloth he had used to wipe his shoes. His black eyes showed no trace of tenderness. He strode with long legs step by step toward the 2 women kneeling on the ground. The soles of his shoes crunched on the gravel, making a deathly ticking sound. Ban's cold emotionless black eyes swept over the two kneeling women like a glacial wind cutting across an ice field. The air was thick with the faint scent of blood ozone and their rapid fear-driven breaths. Mabui clutched the folder tightly to her chest, her knuckles white from the strain. Samui bowed her head, her golden bob hiding half her face, her proud chest heaving violently. Ban felt this farce had gone on long enough. The two strongest ninja of Kyuubi had been reduced to a bald-headed buffoon and a stammering fool. The remaining pair of trembling secretaries didn't even warrant a flick of his wrist. He turned, preparing to tell Obito to clean up the mess, then pilot the interstellar warship straight to flatten the entire Cloud Village. But just as Ban turned, the passive skill peak charisma aura, a power on the level of absolute causality, once again activated without rhyme or reason in this mind wreckage drenched in testosterone and brutal aesthetics. Mabui's tightly shut eyes instinctively cracked open a slit. She had expected to see a hideous demonic face. Instead, what met her gaze was Ban's sharply defined profile, radiant even in the sunlight. His high nose bridged his eyes that seemed to see through all worldly sorrow yet brimmed with untamed arrogance. And the invincible posture of one who had crushed Kyuubi's top combatants like two stinking flies in under a minute. Mabui's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, a loud thump then a skipped beat. Her amber eyes, once filled with despair and terror, were suddenly brainwashed by some mysterious power. Fear receded like a tide, replaced by a nearly blind fervor and worship. Beside her, Samui reacted the same way. She had always been known as the cool icy beauty, unfazed even when facing the fourth Rakich's rage. But now, as she gazed at this man who had pushed violence to its pinnacle, two strange blushes, like a young girl's, crept across her cold, beautiful face. The ninja way she had held dear and her loyalty to Kyuubi melted under Ban's unreasonable peerless charm like an ice cream in the scorching sun, turning into a pool of sweet syrupy spring water. "Wait. Lord Ban." Mabui suddenly spoke, her voice no longer trembling but carrying a soft urgent tone she never usually possessed. Without a second thought she dropped the folder, the most classified document of Kyuubi, pressed her hands on the dusty ground and even shuffled forward on her knees to close the distance with Ban. Ban stopped and tilted his head slightly, his brows knitting into a knot again. As he looked into Mabui's eyes that were beginning to shimmer with pink bubbles, the foreboding sensation in his heart grew like wild weeds. The Rakic, he was too reckless. Mabui looked up, her eyes practically clinging to Ban, betraying her boss who was still playing dead in the pit. He had no understanding of your greatness and mercy. This foolhardy challenge was entirely his own doing. Samui quickly straightened her back, presenting her enviable curves, the ones that made countless male cloud ninja drool, unreservedly in Ban's line of sight. "Yes, Lord Ban." Her voice was still cool, but her tone had softened to a cat's purr. "The military faction of Kyuubi should have been eliminated long ago. Only a king with absolute power like you deserves to rule this world." The two sang a duet, changing faces faster than flipping a book. Obito's jaw was practically on the floor. He thumped his battle armor with an elbow, clang clang. "Holy crap, are kunoichi from the cloud always this forward? One second they're scared out of their wits, the next they're fighting to throw themselves at him." Inoki, wearing a crooked yellow hard hat, lay at the far end of the mine entrance. Watching the scene, his old face was full of contempt and schadenfreude. "Pa. The women of the cloud have no shame. At least I took a beating before I surrendered, they didn't even fight before they knelt." Mabui took a deep breath and made a bold decision. "Lord Ban, the Cloud Village is now without a leader. If you don't mind." She blinked her watery eyes, her tone thick with innuendo. "I am willing to represent Kyuubi and surrender unconditionally to your empire. To show our sincerity, Samui and I." Mabui bit her crimson lip deliberately. "We are willing to stay personally to serve Lord Ban, to attend to your daily needs." Samui immediately nodded in agreement. "We have received the most professional secretarial training. Whether it's handling documents, or other needs, we guarantee your satisfaction." These brazen words fell like a bombshell. The entire mine one fell into a deathly silence. The IWA miners swinging their pickaxes didn't even feel the pain when the heads hit their own feet. They gaped staring dumbfounded at the two icy beauties of the cloud who had turned a brutal shinobi war into a large-scale Blindetejurender event. But just as Mabui and Samui looked at Ban with anticipation waiting for his answer far above the waters of the Land of Water in the main control room of the colossal interstellar warship Shura. Bang! Crack! Two deafening explosions shook the entire control room. Tsunade smashed her fist through the metal console. Her golden twin-tails seemed ready to burst into flames and her amber eyes shot out tangible fury. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. She pointed at the two cloud women preening on the screen and cursed loudly. The secretaries that dark-skinned brute of a rakeage raised are just as flighty. Personal service. I've never seen such desperate flirting even in the casinos. Mei Terumi also put away her small fan. She crushed a water glass with a cold smile, her emerald eyes brimming with killing intent. Do the women of the cloud only know how to negotiate with their chests? Lord Ban's side is no place for some random wild women to approach. The two women once again displayed astonishing unity on this matter. They didn't even bother arguing. They simply charged toward the warship's hatch. Orochimaru. Set the coordinates immediately. Tsunade bellowed at the top of her lungs. I'm going to the land of Earth right now and tear those two fox spirits' mouths apart. Back in the land of Earth, Mind Ban stood still, feeling his blood pressure skyrocket dangerously. He listened to the two cloud secretaries' saccharine confessions. Then he thought of the women on the warship who were surely already in a frenzy. He, the shinobi no Shura, a man who had cut down Hashirama Senju and annihilated tens of thousands of troops. Was he really in his old age, no in his second youth, going to be stuck dealing with these trivial harem squabbles every day? Ban tilted his head back, staring at the gray sky of the land of Earth. He let out a deep sigh. That sigh was filled with helplessness, frustration and a vehement protest against this blasted system. System, Ban growled through clenched teeth in his mind. What do I have to do to turn off this goddamn romantic luck? Ban's helpless sigh slowly dissipated in the murky air above the mining area. Immediately after, the system's cold mechanical prompt tone rang in his mind without any emotion. Ding! The passive skill Interstellar Superstar is a bound attribute and cannot be disabled. Ban felt the veins on his forehead twitch fiercely 2 more times. This damn system. When it comes to giving out mechas it's stingy. But when it comes to disgusting people it's full of tricks. Mabui and Sammy knelt on the ground looking up at Ban. They keenly caught the fleeting emotional fluctuation on Ban's face. From their perspective, this cold-blooded demon who had just crushed the rakeage like cutting through vegetables. His silence at this moment was interpreted as a kind of secret hesitation and tacit consent. In Yunin village, power is everything. Since even the rakeage himself had been defeated. So as elites of Yunin village they would use their bodies to trade for a glimmer of hope for the village and even seek a stronger backer for themselves. In their view this was the most worthwhile bargain. Mabui bravely shuffled her knees half a step forward on the rough sandy soil. She lowered her head slightly. Her originally tight business suit collar had become somewhat disheveled from the earlier panic. While straightening her clothes, her fingers seemingly casually unbuttoned the 2 buttons that had been tightly fastened at the top. Her pale skin dazzled in the sunlight. A bottomless ravine was faintly exposed to the air. Lord Ban. Mabui's voice became even softer and sweeter, carrying a unique fatal allure that comes from a woman who has long been in a high position deliberately lowering herself. As long as you are willing to keep us no matter what demands you have, we will do our best to satisfy you. The secret techniques, intelligence and even our very persons of Yunin village are all your private property. Sammy was not to be outdone. Her golden short hair swayed slightly. Her original icy indifferent temperament was replaced by a strange softness, forming a strong contrast. She straightened her back, revealing the magnificent curves that dominated the entire ninja world without reservation. The tight-fitting clothes were stretched almost to the point of tearing. The women of Yunin village can not only kill enemies for you on the battlefield. Sammy bit her red lips. In other places they can also solve your problems and let you experience true imperial pleasure. Daitu stood behind, staring wide-eyed. Drool nearly dripped from under his mecha helmet. He swallowed saliva and screamed wildly in his heart. Who can withstand this? The ancestors' love luck is practically cheating. With the same mecha, why does mine only have a crying dog head? Yuan stood in the shadow of the ruins a bit farther away. The dark purple mecha emitted a faint humming sound. A glint of sarcasm flashed in his golden vertical pupils and his long tongue licked the corner of his mouth. These two women really don't know how to spell death. Ban stood on the spot watching the two women putting on their performance. Ban's eyes devoid of any warmth slowly swept over the two union female secretaries kneeling on the ground with disheveled clothes. His black robe stood still in the wind like an eternal iceberg standing atop a glacier that cannot melt, freezing all the perfume trying to cling to him. A corner of his mouth twisted into a contemptuous sneer at the extreme. Imperial pleasure. Ban's voice was low with undisguised scorn. Do you think I have ever lacked women in my life? The seductive smiles on Mabui and Sammy's faces froze. Ban took a step forward looking down at them from above. Trying to use such a cheap beauty trap to gain status. In my life I have seen more stunning beauties than the number of dead people you have seen. A woman like you whose bones have gone soft in my eyes is not even worthy to be a pastime. Ban's words were like a loud slap. It struck hard on the faces of Mabui and Sammy, shattering the pathetic confidence they had just built up. Put away your disgusting tricks. Ban turned his head to look at Daitu, who had been eating melon on the sidelines. His gaze was icy. Daitu. I made you the overseer here and this is how you do your job. Daitu shuddered in fright and quickly stood up straight. The single dog racing light on the back of the mecha flashed wildly. Ancestor. I thought you were handling family matters. Bullshit. Ban roared. What family matters? My mining area doesn't need idle people. Throw these two women into the mine pit for me. Daitu opened his mouth wide, pointing at the two delicate beauties on the ground. Ah. Throw them in the mine pit. Ancestor, these are two delicate beauties. Isn't it a waste of resources to send them to mine? What? Ban's gaze instantly turned extremely dangerous and a red light flashed in his Sharingan eyes. Are you feeling sorry for them? If so, shall I strip off your mecha and let you mine with them? No, no, no. Not sorry. Absolutely not sorry. Daitu shook his head like a rattle drum. He quickly pulled out the whip he used as an overseer and cracked it loudly in the air. Crack. You too. Do you hear me? Lord Ban has spoken. Daitu walked up to Mabui and Sammy, putting on a fierce face. Put away all your tricks. In this mine, whether you are a kage or a secretary, you are all miners. Go get pickaxes. If you don't mine enough today, no dinner. Ban watched coldly from the sidelines, feeling somewhat relieved in his heart. Trying to corrupt my will with beauty. Daydreaming. He Uchiha Ban will always be that ruthless overlord of the ninja world. Ban snorted coldly. With his hands in his pockets he turned to leave the mine entrance that had bothered him. He thought that this cold and ruthless humiliation and the tragic fate of sending them to mine would definitely make these two proud union women back down and fill their hearts with endless resentment and fear. However, he had just turned around. With his back to the two women he had not even taken half a step. Yet suddenly the sound of two strange movements reached his ears. Not only were there no signs of fear or despair. On the contrary, there came a sound of uncontrollable, extremely excited, rapid panting. Ha! Ha! The two hurried breaths like feathers carried a scorching heat as they brushed gently across the nape of Ban's neck. His body, which had just turned, suddenly paused mid-motion. Those eyes of his, once cold as a frozen lake, the Mangekyo Sharingan, now flickered with a flash of bewilderment. His upright spine stiffened imperceptibly beneath the black robe. His brow twisted into a dead knot once more and the veins at his temples throbbed violently. Something was off. His words just now had been merciless, every single one a piercing thorn. Even a clay figure would have felt some indignation after hearing that. Yet these two elite kunoichi from Yunin village whom he had humiliated before so many as being worse than jesters showed no such reaction. They were to be thrown into the sunless mine to dig rocks alongside a bunch of foul men. Shouldn't they be weeping in despair or glaring at him with venomous curses? What was with this breathless excitement as if they were at the peak of ecstasy? Dai Tu, whip in hand, was about to step forward to fulfill his duty as the ruthless overseer. Upon hearing the sound his stepping foot froze in midair. Beneath the mecha helmet his mouth gaped open wide enough to swallow an ostrich egg. What? What is this? The Shiwan stood in the shadow of the rubble, his golden-slitted pupils constricted slightly. He licked his arid lips, a deep curiosity flickering in his eyes. It seems that Lord Ban's cross-dimensional charm has begun to distort the very logic of living beings. Ban suppressed the irritation surging in his heart and slowly turned his head. He had expected to see two faces full of resentment. But what met his gaze nearly made this seasoned shinobi world's Azura utter a curse. Mabai and Samui were still kneeling on the ground. But all fear and grievance had vanished from their faces without a trace. In their place was a pathological fervor and obsession nearly rabid. Those once cold eyes now sparkled with undisguised starry light, glistening with moisture, exuding an excitement that sent shivers down one's spine. Under the influence of the peak charisma aura, a causal law passive skill that defied all reason, their neural pathways had been utterly reshaped and mutated. In this shinobi world where the strong prey on the weak, they had seen countless sanctimonious hypocrites and spineless men who lost their wits at the sight of beauty. Those men in their eyes were nothing more than exploitable pawns or nauseating vermin. But now, before them stood a man who not only possessed absolute power capable of crushing even the fourth raikage with ease, but also exhibited an extreme dominance that regarded all worldly beauties as mere bones. He had not been seduced by their allure, instead he had mercilessly trampled their dignity underfoot, reducing them to the dust. This lofty ruthless cruelty, like a heavy hammer, struck the most hidden corner of their hearts with ferocity. This is true ultimate strength. Ma Bai pressed her hands tightly to her chest, feeling her heart race from overwhelming excitement. What are those men who lose their way at the sight of women? Only a man as cold, ruthless and domineering as Lord Ban deserves my submission. Her cheeks flushed as red as ripe apples and her breath became rapid. To be humiliated by him, driven by him, even trampled under his feet. This feeling is simply too wonderful. Samui too shed her usual icy beauty persona. She bit her red lip, her gaze dazed as she stared at Ban's flawless face. Exactly. Lord Ban's coldness is more intoxicating than the strongest wine. He doesn't even deign to look at us twice. This proves that in his eyes only true hegemony matters. A man like this is the king I saw me have dreamed of. The worldviews of these two women achieved a startling self-consistency in that moment. Ban's merciless rejection not only failed to deter them but ignited a fire within them, a desire to conquer and a masochistic inclination. Now their eyes held nothing but Ban. Dai Tu approached them, whip in hand, trying to put on a fierce face. Hey! You two! Did you not hear the ancestors' command? Get up now and get your pickaxes. If you don't mind 2 tons of ore today, no one rests. Dai Tu had expected these delicate beauties to resist and cry. He had even prepared to force them with harsh measures. But then, Ma Bai and Samui exchanged glances and simultaneously broke into bright, determined smiles. Yes. Overseer. Ma Bai replied crisply, her voice free of any grievance, infused instead with an inexplicable zest. She rose from the ground, unhesitatingly brushing the dust off her knees. Then turning, she met Ban's gaze with burning eyes and shouted loudly. Lord Ban. Rest assured. Although you don't recognize us yet and think we're just vases, we will prove ourselves in the mine. We will show you through our actions that the women of Yunin village are not only fighters on the battlefield but also adept at mining. Samui rose as well. Her striking figure seemed out of place in the dusty mining area, yet her eyes were resolute. We will become the best miners in No. 1 mine. We will strive to earn your recognition soon and be transferred to serve at your side. Lord Ban, just watch. With that the two women ignored the whip in Daita's hand. Hand in hand like two spirited hens they strode briskly toward the mine entrance, even actively requesting pickaxes from the dumbfounded Yenin miners nearby. Daita's hand holding the whip froze in midair. He stared blankly at their retreating figures, his mouth opened and closed beneath the mecha helmet, but no sound came out. He turned to Ban as if looking at a monster. An ancestor. Have these two women been struck senseless by the Rakich's lightning jutsu? Going mining with such enthusiasm? This is sheer madness. Ban watched the two figures scurrying toward the mine. The veins at his temples throbbed even more fiercely. He took a deep breath, forcing down the urge to obliterate the entire mining area along with those two lunatics. The power of this romantic fortune had completely exceeded his comprehension. If this continued, his title of Shinobi World's Azura would soon become Shinobi World's first socialite. Shut up. Ban shot Dai-2 an irate glare. Do your job properly. If I ever see them slacking off, I'll throw you into the mine with them. Dai-2 shrank his neck in fear and bowed hastily. Yes, yes. Rest assured, ancestor, I'll drive them hard with the whip. Ban waved his hand in annoyance, intending to find a quiet place to calm down and figure out how to block this damn system passive. However, at that moment not far from them the human-shaped crater formed when Ban casually threw that man against the rocky mountain. Suddenly a violent coughing sound erupted, accompanied by the clatter of tumbling stones and the rustle of falling dirt. The sound was exceptionally heavy in the silent mining area, brimming with unwillingness and the violent struggle of a dying man. The sound of gravel tumbling echoed from the deep pit. In the mining area, where silence was only broken by the two women's confessions, those scraping noises rang out with an oppressive dullness. A charred, slightly trembling hand emerged from the edge of the human-shaped pit. Faint sparks of lightning still crackled upon that hand, hissing a mournful farewell. The fourth Raikage AI clenched his teeth. His mouth was filled with a nauseating metallic taste of blood. Forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain that felt as if every bone in his body was shattered, he used his one still functional arm to grip the rocky rim of the pit with all his might, hauling his massive frame out of the depths. With a heavy thud, AI crashed onto the flat ground outside the pit. He gasped for air, his chest heaving like a worn-out bellows, each breath bringing a stabbing pain. He shook his dazed head, and the cool breeze brushing against his scalp ruthlessly reminded him of his humiliating Mediterranean hairstyle. AI struggled to stand. Uchiha Ban. He roared silently in his mind, murderous intent and indignation intertwining, burning his eyes crimson. As the strongest spear of Kyuubi, he absolutely refused to accept being discarded like a dead dog. Even in death he would stand, using his lightning release to blast a massive hole in this accursed mine. But just as he propped himself up on his hands and took in his surroundings, an indescribable stench assaulted his nostrils. AI then realized that when Ban had casually tossed him aside, he had landed precisely beside the temporary latrine built for the tens of thousands of Iwagakure miners at the edge of the mining area. The revolting yellowish-brown excrement splattered from the pit now unevenly clung to his once proud muscles, and one lump even plopped onto the gleaming top of his bald head. Ugh! AI fought the churning in his stomach. The supreme commander of Kyuubi, the absolute spiritual leader of the militant faction, had fallen into a cesspool. If this ever got out, he wouldn't dare face the third Raikage in the Pure Land even after death. Old man will kill you. I'll tear you apart limb from limb. AI roared aloud, willing his meridians to rupture if necessary to forcibly regather his lightning release chakra. Yet just as he prepared to unleash a world-shaking roar to restore Kyuubi's glory, a voice from near the command post not far away doused his fury like a bucket of ice water, freezing even his soul. Bansama. Rest assured. It was Mabui's voice. Clear, loud, and carrying a tone AI had never heard from her before, full of vigor and coquettishness. We will definitely perform well in the mine. Well, strive to earn your recognition soon and be transferred to serve by your side. Then came Sammy's equally fervent echo. Yes, Bansama. Just watch us. Ace's body went completely rigid. The faint lightning release chakra he had just gathered instantly dissipated within his body. His eyes wide with disbelief and bloodshot stared ahead uncomprehendingly. Mabuyi, the chief secretary who always wore a cold expression and processed documents with meticulous care. The one he regarded as Kyuubi's brain and his absolutely loyal right hand. Sammy, the elite kunoichi renowned as an ice queen who faced high-ranking enemies from other nations with unwavering composure. At this moment they were like two hens in heat. They were no longer even afraid of Obito's whip. Instead they eagerly snatched two mud-caked pickaxes from the nearby Iwagakure miners. Then hand in hand with radiant smiles and high spirits they marched toward the dark entrance of the mine. Far from feeling humiliated by their demotion to miners. They treated this as a trial to win that man's favor, a competition for a position at his side. This can't be. Ace's lips quivered uncontrollably. He would rather believe this was some high-level genjutsu. He, the prestigious fourth Raikage, the pillar of Kyuubi, had been publicly shaved and thrown into a latrine like trash. And his most trusted subordinates, while his life hung in the balance, had not only failed to rescue him or seek revenge for Kyuubi, but instead blatantly and fervently confessed before him to the very enemy who had trampled them, even fighting over who would mine for him. This dual spiritual assault, this complete collapse of faith, was even more despairing than Ban's slap earlier. Mabuyi. Sammy. Ai pointed at the two figures cheerfully heading toward the mine. His throat seemed blocked by a decades-old clump of phlegm emitting a whistling hiss. Rage consuming his heart. And blood surging in reverse, compounded by extreme physical and mental humiliation. Ai felt something explode inside his chest. With a violent spray of blood his eyes rolled back and a massive gush of black blood mixed with organ fragments erupted like a fountain. His towering iron tower-like frame completely lost all strength and toppled stiffly backward. With a sickening squelch, he landed solidly back into that foul latrine, unconscious, leaving only a trail of murky bubbles on the surface. Not far away, Orochimaru, who had been lurking in the shadows and spectating, watched the fourth Raikage, a man who once dominated the ninja world, exit the stage in such a ludicrous and tragic manner. A gleam of undisguised mockery flickered in his golden reptilian eyes. Orochimaru slithered languidly out of the shadows. His dark purple Ouroboros mecha gleamed with an icy eerie light in the sun. He approached Ban and gave a slight bow. His long tongue licked his parched lips, his voice hoarse and dripping with cold calculation. "Bansama," Orochimaru said, gazing at the reeking latrine. "It seems Kyuubi's strongest combat power has already turned into fertilizer. Now those destitute fools from the land of wind are no longer a threat. The 5 great nations, only a desert remains awaiting your acquisition." Orochimaru's words, dripping with cold calculation, still lingered faintly in the air, thick with the smell of sand. Madara's gaze swept past the fourth Raikage, who lay unconscious, half submerged in filth by the edge of the latrine. It landed on the panoramic map of the shinobi world spread across the tactical command table. His jet-black eyes shimmered with a lifeless gleam, his gaze traversing like a tyrant, surveying his domain until it finally locked onto the vast yellow expanse at the westernmost edge of the map. The Wind Country. The scene shifted across thousands of miles. Inside Tsunagakure, the hidden village of the Wind Country, shrouded in flying sand, a raging sandstorm mercilessly battered the low dome-shaped buildings made of rammed clay. The entire village radiated a barren stillness, as if it could be buried by the gale at any moment. Beneath the gray-yellow sky, even breathing carried a sense of hopeless dryness and grit. The fierce wind whipped sand against wooden window frames, producing a crackling sound like the wailing of demons. The top-floor office of the Kazekage building. The environment here was hardly better than the streets outside. On the old wooden desk lay piles of documents requesting funds and material aid. The air was thick with the mustiness of years without sunlight and the bitter taste of cheap low-grade tea. The fourth Kazekage Raza sat in a heavily worn chair. He gripped his own reddish-brown hair, once meticulously combed, now disheveled, with both hands. Scattered on the desk were several intelligence scrolls just delivered through urgent encrypted channels. Raza's eyes were bloodshot. He stared intently at the words in the intelligence: Konoha annihilated, reduced to ruins of an interstellar capital. The Mizukage of the water country was killed instantly. Hime Terumi surrendered the village. The army of the Earth country was crushed by a 10th steel monster in a single blow. Inoki became a mining contractor. Half a day ago the fourth Reikage of Kyuubi charged and only to have his head shaved fainted in the latrine from rage and Killer Bee got kicked until he stammered. It's over. All over. Raza's voice was hoarse like sandpaper grinding against itself. His entire body trembled as if electrocuted and even his hands, usually steady as rock when manipulating gold dust, now spasmed uncontrollably. Sunagakure was already impoverished. The daimyo had repeatedly cut military funding, leaving the village's shinobi to meticulously budget even for high-quality explosive tags, sometimes splitting them in half. Many genin's tool pouches contained only a few rusty kunai and stones picked from the desert. In such dire straits, forget about resisting that 10th mecha that had sliced through Inoki's dust release with a single sword strike. Even facing just a few of Madara's mecha soldiers, Sunagakure scraping together every last resource couldn't afford the funds for a decent defensive battle. Is the Wind Country really going to end like this? Granny Chiyo stood beside the desk leaning on her cane, her old face etched with despair and desolation. Her withered hands trembled slightly. Raza, we don't even have an escape ship. In this vast yellow sand, where can we flee? Ebizo also stood nearby sighing. I heard that Uchiha Madara is an 80-year-old monster crawling out of hell. His temperament is cruel and erratic, he kills without mercy. If his fleet arrives, not even a single sand rat might survive in our village. Listening to the complaints of the two advisors, Raza felt as if countless steel needles were stabbing his brain. He released his hair and slammed his palm onto the desk. The rising dust made him cough violently. If we can't fight, then the only option is to surrender. Raza gritted his teeth, each word seeming forced out through clenched jaws. But Granny Chiyo frowned. Our village is dirt poor. What can we offer that tyrant to surrender? The water country at least has seafood, the earth country has mineral veins. What do we have? Worthless sand. Would that old monster care about our scrap metal? Raza's breathing quickened. His eyes scanned the office, finally resting on a photo frame on the desk. Inside the frame was a picture of him with his three children, his eldest son Kankuro, younger son Gaara, and eldest daughter Temari. Raza's gaze turned oddly calculating. He recalled a detail from the intelligence. Konoha Tsunade, the water country's mate Terumi, and even two female secretaries from Kyuubi, they all now seem to stay by that Uchiha Madara's side. Who says we have nothing worthy? Raza's voice turned eerily cold, carrying a stark pragmatism and cruelty. He picked up the photo frame, his thumb slowly tracing Temari's vibrant and rebellious face. Granny Chiyo froze for a moment. Following Raza's gaze, her expression instantly changed. Raza, have you lost your mind? She's your own daughter. How old is Temari? You want to offer her to that 80-year-old perverted monster as a plaything? Granny Chiyo thumped her cane heavily on the floor, trying to awaken Raza's conscience. I'm not crazy. I'm the Kazekage. Raza stood up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Chiyo. To save Sunagakure, to prevent tens of thousands of villagers from being buried alive with that monster. Even if it means my own life, I must give it. Raza panted heavily. Konoha and the water country used women to curry favor with him, why can't we? Temari is the most beautiful woman in our village and the Kazekage's daughter. That status is fit for a tribute of political marriage. As long as it pleases that old monster and preserves the village's future, sacrificing her for the lives of everyone, this deal is worth it. Granny Chiyo opened her mouth, looked at Raza's twisted and resolute face, and finally let out a helpless sigh, turning away, unable to bear looking further. In this cruel shinobi world, the dignity of the weak is worthless, especially before a monster possessing power of such dimensional disparity. Morality and kinship are merely luxuries. Raza hardened his heart, ignoring Chiyo's expression. He abruptly turned and barked orders at the umbu who stood guard outside the door. His voice was cold, devoid of any human warmth. Go. Summon Temari. Raza leaned on the desk, his knuckles white. Tell her this is for the survival of the village. Even if that Uchiha Madara is an old pervert with bark-like skin and 1 foot in the grave. She must smile, strip and serve him well. If she dares to anger that demon, he'll disown her. Luo Sha's merciless command reverberated through the empty office. Outside, the wind-driven sand battered the frail wooden window, producing a piercing wail as if mourning for the girl about to be sacrificed. Creak, the scarred wooden door of the office was pushed open. Shoju entered, bringing with her the coarse, gritty smell of the desert. Her short golden hair was slightly tousled by the wind and sand, and she wore her signature red sash at her waist. On her back, the enormous and heavy 3-star fan, almost taller than herself, bent her spine slightly. Shoju's face was somewhat pale, but her eyes were unusually calm. She had clearly overheard Luo Sha's command from outside the door. There was no hysterical crying or pleading. In this resource-scarce Sunagakure, where survival justified abandoning everything, she, as the daughter of the Kazekage, had long been prepared to sacrifice herself for the village. "Father, I understand." Shoju's voice was clear but carried a heartbreaking resolve. She did not look at Grandma Chidai and Hai Lao Zong, who were sighing with their faces covered. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Luo Sha, who sat behind the desk with bloodshot eyes. "For the survival of Sunagakure, I am willing to go. Even if that Yuzhibo-ban is a twisted old monster crawling out of hell, I will certainly satisfy him." The last few words were squeezed out from Shoju's throat through gritted teeth. Luo Sha looked at his daughter's face, feigning strength. His lips moved as if to say something comforting, but in the end he only waved his hand weakly. "Go. The airship is waiting for you at the village entrance. Remember, you are no longer the Kazekage's daughter, but a tribute from Sunagakure. Never provoke him." Shoju bowed deeply, then turned and walked out of the Kazekage's office. Outside, the wind still raged. Alone, she walked down the sand-covered street. The villagers and ninjas of the village, seeing this girl carrying the enormous 3-star fan, lowered their heads one after another. They knew that Shoju was using her own life to buy them a chance to survive. Shoju's steps were steady, but her mind was racing with terrifying legends about Yuzhibo-ban flashing like a lantern. That man was killed by the first Hokage in the Valley of the End. By calculation, if he really lived to this day, he would be at least 80 or 90 years old, covered in age spots, an old monster exuding a decaying aura. Intelligence also said he could summon a 10,000-meter tall mecha, tear apart tailed beasts with his bare hands, and slap the Mizukage to death. Such an old fiend with twisted strength and surely a distorted psyche. He probably had some cruel special fetish. Perhaps as soon as she arrived he would torture her to death with those terrifying star energies. Or she might be used as some strange experimental material, a fate worse than death. At this thought, Shoju's heart felt as if a cold, huge hand was gripping it tightly. But she bit her lip hard, holding back tears. "Shoju, you are a kunoichi of Sunagakure, you cannot cry." She kept encouraging herself in her heart. "Even if I die, I'll die with dignity." Half a day later, at the border of the Land of Wind, the Azura-class interstellar warship, vast as a moving castle, hovered silently in midair. The black hull glistened with a cold sheen under the sun. The massive anti-gravity engines emitted a low hum, dispersing the surrounding sandstorm. Shoju stood on a sand dune below the warship, looking up at this behemoth that completely transcended the shinobi world's comprehension. Even though she was prepared for death, when she sensed the aura of destruction emanating from the ship, her legs still uncontrollably trembled. Click. A blue tractor beam descended from the warship's belly. Dai-2, wearing the black flame armor adorned with a garish LED light show fit for a lonely bachelor, slid down along the beam. He swaggered up to Shoju and gave her an appraising look. "Yo, a marriage tribute from Sunagakure." Dai-2's voice came through the mecha with a hint of mechanical mockery. "Pretty cute, but carrying that huge fan makes you look a bit fierce." Shoju took a deep breath, forcing herself to look calmly at Dai-2. "Take me to Yuzhibo-ban." Her voice trembled, but her back remained straight. Bold words. Dai-2 curled his lip and pressed a communicator on his arm. "Follow me. The old ancestor is waiting for you in the command room. Let me warn you, the old ancestor has a bad temper. You'd better be sharp." Dai-2 turned and stepped onto the tractor beam. Shou-ju followed closely. As the beam ascended, Shou-ju's heartbeat quickened. The image of that 80-year-old twisted monster in her mind grew clearer and more terrifying. Passing through the long metal corridor, the star energy circuits glowing with eerie blue light on both sides made Shou-ju feel as if she had walked into the gut of a steel beast. "We're here." Dai-2 stopped before a heavy alloy door. The door slid open slowly to both sides with a dull metallic scraping sound. The command room was enormous. In the center, a massive throne made of pure star energy alloy was placed. Shou-ju stood at the doorway. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, ready to face that withered, icy, terrifying old face. Then she abruptly opened her eyes, raised her head with the determination of one facing death, and stared straight at the throne. The next second, Shou-ju was struck as if by lightning, completely stunned. Sitting on the throne was not some decrepit 80-year-old man. Instead, it was a young man in a black robe, his posture wild and unrestrained. Ban propped his chin on one hand, his thick black hair cascading like a wild lion's mane. His face chiseled to perfection like a sculpture bore an extreme arrogance that looked down upon the world and regarded all as mere chaff. His deep black eyes radiated an inviolable majesty. This was a divine beauty that completely surpassed mortal aesthetics with a destructive allure. Shou-ju's heart, once ashen and prepared for death. The moment she saw Ban's face, it was as if a shot of adrenaline had been injected and her heart began to beat wildly at an unprecedented frequency. Thump. 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 The sound of her heartbeat thundered like a drum in her chest. She stood dumbfounded. Her originally pale cheeks flushed visibly into two rosy clouds. Even the heavy 3-star fan on her back slipped from her shoulder and clattered onto the metal floor with a loud thud, yet she didn't notice. Peak charm aura struck again without reason, shattering the terrifying image of the twisted old monster in Shou-ju's mind. Instantly crushed into dust. The dull echo of the 3-star fan clattering against the metal floor still drifted through the empty command room. The sound shattered the previously heavy atmosphere, appearing particularly jarring. Temari's clear eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Ban's face. The resolve she had prepared for a heroic sacrifice had now transformed entirely into an uncontrollable blush spreading across her cheeks. Ban sat reclined on the throne forged from star energy alloy. Hearing the weapon fall, he furrowed his brows slightly. A faint azure halo of star energy emanated from his body, accompanied by an oppressive aura of supremacy that instantly enveloped the entire command room. Sent by the wind country. Ban's voice was as cold as ice shards, his black robe rustling in the gale stirred by his oppressive presence. He scrutinized Temari from head to toe with the gaze of one regarding a corpse. "Bringing a weapon to meet me, it seems the fates of Inoki and the Reikage haven't taught you rats living in the sand any lesson." He assumed this was yet another assassin sent by some reckless village. After all, carrying such a huge fan hardly seemed like a gesture of surrender. That star energy pressure weighed down on Temari's shoulders like an invisible mountain. For an ordinary shinobi, such an aura would have reduced them to weak knees and desperate pleas for mercy. But not Temari. Instead of fear, her heart pounded even more violently under that overwhelming pressure. At this moment, the peak charm aura flawlessly converted the killing intent Ban released into a lethal pheromone capable of shattering a maiden's emotional defenses. Temari swallowed hard, her mouth dry. Gazing into Ban's cold eyes, she had long since crushed and buried the image of an 80-year-old perverted monster deep in the sand. This was no demon. This was a peerless overlord straight out of ancient myth. "No, that's not it, Lord Ban." Temari took a deep breath, braving the pressure as she stepped forward hastily. Fearing a misunderstanding, she waved her hands frantically in front of her, not even bothering to pick up the fallen 3-star fan. "I am an envoy from Sunagakure. And also a hostage sent for you." "Hostage?" Ban raised an eyebrow, impatience flickering in his eyes. He loathed these roundabout political games. "I demand unconditional submission." "What use is a hostage?" "Well, Sunagakure wishes to surrender." Temari bit her crimson lip, gathering her courage to meet Ban's eyes. "But our village is too poor to offer any decent tribute." My father Raza the fourth Kazekage sent me to serve you. Her voice dwindled to a whisper by the last few words, her face as red as a ripe apple, even her slender neck flushing a delicate pink. Obito rolled his eyes beside them. The single dog, running lights on his mech's back, flickered frantically. Old ancestor, that Kazekage sure knows how to play the game. Obito lowered his voice, sourly complaining. Can't win, so he sends his daughter, trying the marriage alliance route, to cling to your coattails without shedding a drop of blood. Ban ignored Obito's sarcasm. Looking at Temari's bashful demeanor, he felt a headache coming on. This damned romantic luck was relentless. He was about to wave this troublesome woman off the warship and simply blast the Kazekage building to rubble. Just then Temari made an unexpected move. She hurried to the tactical console on one side of the command room. As the Kazekage's daughter, she had some knowledge of operating high-end communication equipment. Her fair fingers flew across the holographic keyboard. Beep! A sharp electronic tone rang out. The massive holographic projection screen in the center of the command room instantly lit up. The screen split into two halves. One side showed Ban and Temari inside the command room. The other displayed the Kazekage's office in Sunagakure, thousands of miles away, shrouded in swirling sand. More critically, Temari had connected the channel directly to the public chakra network of the shinobi world built by Orochimaru. This meant the entire shinobi world was watching this scene live. On the other side of the screen, the fourth Kazekage Raza sat slumped in his chair, clutching his hair in defeat. Hearing the communication chime, he jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot. Temari. Raza, seeing his daughter on screen, feared she was being tortured. He lunged toward the communicator, his voice hoarse. Have you met that fiend? Did he mistreat you? You must endure it, for the village you must not resist. Raza had expected a tearful, desperate scene from his daughter. But instead Temari showed no sign of weeping. Her eyes sparkled and her face was flushed with undisguised excitement. Father! Temari yelled into the screen, her hands braced on the console, her voice crisp and resonant, echoing across the entire shinobi world. I'm definitely taking this hostage role. Raza froze, his hand gripping the communicator suspended midair. Huh? What did you say? I said Lord Ban is simply perfect. Unconcerned that the whole shinobi world was watching, Temari turned her head and gazed adoringly at Ban, then declared loudly into the screen. He's not some ancient monster. He is a true supreme powerhouse. Father, hurry up and surrender the village. Don't put up a futile fight and waste my chance to throw myself at him. This rebellious, utterly shameless declaration exploded like a nuclear bomb in the public shinobi channel. In the Sunagakure office, Raza felt a surge of blood rush to his skull as he heard his daughter's words. His vision darkened and he nearly fainted from a stroke on the spot. You unfilial daughter. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Raza trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at the screen. He, the honorable Kazekage, had painfully sold his daughter for the village's survival, humiliated enough already. Yet this wretched daughter showed no tragic awareness. Instead, in front of the entire shinobi world, she complained that he was too slow to surrender, delaying her chance to throw herself at a man. The face of Sunagakure was ground into dust by Temari, rubbed into the dirt. Father, I'm serious. Temari ignored Raza's fury, adding fuel to the fire. Meeting a man like Lord Ban, anyone would willingly submit. Raza clutched his chest, gasping heavily. He was about to curse and disown this disgraceful daughter. But out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of the man sitting on the steel throne behind Temari. Ban's crimson Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Raza coldly through the screen. It was the gaze of a superior being looking down on an ant. Then he saw the 12 star-destroying floating cannons suspended behind the star god Susanoo outside the warship's main screen. The muzzles glowed with a despair-inducing dark red charging light, as if ready at any moment to erase the entire wind country from the map. All his anger and humiliation evaporated in the face of absolute destructive power. Raza collapsed into his chair like a deflated balloon. He hung his head weakly, avoiding Ban's gaze. Sunagakure. Raza ground his teeth, a hoarse voice of pain escaping his throat. Unconditionally surrenders. He closed his eyes, squeezing out 2 humiliated tears from the corners. But Lord Ban, our village is too poor, we can't even afford explosive tags without borrowing from the daimyo. I'm afraid we cannot offer any decent tribute. Luo Sha let out a sigh filled with helplessness and the bitterness of poverty. It drifted through the frequencies of the holographic communication device, echoing back and forth in the spacious command room of the Ashura warship. Like a dry withered draft carrying the unique scent of desolation from the desert. Ban leaned against the throne crafted from star energy alloy. His black eyes gazed through the massive holographic screen at the dilapidated scene of the sand-hidden village. Low mud buildings swirling yellow sand and villagers of the sand-hidden village who were emaciated and couldn't even afford proper ninja tools. It was nothing short of an abandoned refugee camp. The corners of Ban's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile filled with exploitation. So poor that you have to borrow money just to buy explosive tags. Ban's voice revealed unmasked disdain. I have heard that in your land of wind you can't even extract a decent iron or let alone sand. On the other side of the screen Luo Sha lowered his head in shame, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Once a dignified fourth wind shadow, he now felt like a penniless wretch being scolded by a landlord for failing to pay rent. Lord Ban, I sincerely apologize. Luo Sha's voice grew increasingly bitter. The economic lifeblood of our village has always been controlled by the daimyo, and in recent years even the military funding has been cut by more than half. Now the entire village is on the brink of collective bankruptcy. If you wish to requisition resources or manpower, we genuinely cannot provide anything. Obito, listening from the side, curled his lips. The single dog running behind the mech's marquee flickered twice. Old ancestor, these poor folks look too pitiful. Why don't we just forget it? Recruiting them would mean having to subsidize their food, it's not worth it. You don't understand anything, Ban coldly interrupted Obito's ramblings. He stood up and walked to the holographic screen, looking down from a high position at Luo Sha. What I intend to establish is a vast empire that spans the star sea. The mineral veins of the land of Earth will be used to construct the main body of interstellar warships, while the land of water will serve as an energy cooling center. And your land of wind with its vast desolate deserts. A glimmer of wild ambition flashed in Ban's eyes. It is the perfect site for me to establish a supersized interstellar mech assembly factory. Luo Sha was momentarily dazed. What interstellar warships? What mech assembly factories? These concepts were completely beyond the understanding of someone like him, who was still worrying about hundreds of thousands of military funds. All he knew was that this devil-like man had set his sights on their desolate land where there was nothing but sand. But Lord Ban. Luo Sha steeled himself and once again posed the most critical question. Even if you want to build a factory, our village doesn't even have the startup funds. The daimyo will definitely not allocate us any funds. Daimyo. A parasite like that is fit to control the economic lifeblood. Ban scoffed as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. He slowly raised his right hand. That pale slender palm pointed towards the direction of the sand-hidden village through the holographic screen. Poverty has never been an excuse. Today I will teach you what the true wealth code is. Ban's kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly erupted with blinding red light. The primordial power of the star god body thundered into motion. This was no longer a simple transformation of chakra, but touched upon the material reorganization laws at the cosmic dimensional foundation. Gather for me. Ban shouted lowly, his 5 fingers abruptly grasping inward. Far away in the sand-hidden village, the villagers who had been despairing and crying over the village's surrender suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet begin to tremble violently. An earthquake. Run. The wind shadow building is going to collapse. The villagers fled in panic. However, the source of the tremor was not in the wind shadow building but underground, right in the center of the spacious square of the sand-hidden village. Luo Sha could no longer bother communicating with Ban. He scrambled out of the office and stood in the corridor looking down. He saw the yellow sand in the center of the square swirling like a fountain. A dazzling golden light so bright it was impossible to look at burst forth from deep within the ground. This light was not a ninjutsu but pure high-density metallic reflective light. What? What is that? Granny Chio rubbed her blurry old eyes, her voice trembling. As the vibrations grew increasingly intense. Amidst the horrified gazes of the entire village, a massive object emitting dazzling golden light forcefully rose from the bottom of the sand dune. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. This was not a defensive structure created by Earth-style ninjutsu but an enormous mountain of gold forcibly condensed from pure gold with a purity of 99. 99. As the sunlight hit the mountain of gold, the reflected golden light almost dyed the entire sky of the sand-hidden village in a rich gold hue. Boom! The mountain of gold settled firmly in the center of the square, its immense weight crashing into the yellow sand. This stirred up a cloud of golden dust. The dust settled on the villagers' faces and clothes, and some even instinctively stuck out their tongues to lick it. Silence. A deathly silence. In the entire sand-hidden village, apart from the whistling wind, no other noise could be heard. Luo Sha leaned over the railing of the Wind Shadow Building's corridor. His eyes, originally filled with bloodshot veins, were now wide open, resembling copper bells. In his pupils the outline of the towering mountain of gold was clearly reflected. All the constraints of military funding imposed by the daimyo, all the despair of the village's bankruptcy melted away in the face of this solid mountain of gold like snowflakes under the scorching sun, leaving not a trace behind. Gold! Gold! Luo Sha's breath completely halted. He couldn't even believe his eyes. The man who was said to be a demon had not unleashed a world-ending meteor. Instead, he had extracted elements from the depths of the desert from thousands of miles away, dropping a mountain of gold on them, the sand-hidden village. The villagers in the square finally came to their senses. All fears and tragic sentiments vanished in an instant under the overwhelming impact of wealth. Even the usually calm jonin, upon seeing that golden mountain, had their eyes transformed into the shape of gold ingots. We're rich. Our sand-hidden village is rich. What are we still doing as Wind Shadow Guards? I want to be Lord Ban's #1 sycophant. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Ashura warship, Temari stared blankly at the screen displaying the suddenly appearing mountain of gold. She turned to look at Ban, who sat on the throne as if he had casually tossed a coin. The blush on her pretty face deepened. This is not some perverted old monster. Temari pressed her hands together on her chest, her heart racing uncontrollably. This is clearly a handsome, powerful, and capable of casually summoning mountains of gold, unparalleled sovereign. This hostage I will keep for the rest of my life. The colossal tremor caused by the golden mountain's landing still echoed through the dilapidated streets of Shine Village. The stirred dust gradually settled, but a layer of fine dazzling golden powder still floated in the air. The entire plaza fell into a dead silence, with only the hissing sounds of villagers gasping in excitement audible. These sounds converged like a group of travelers thirsting for half a month, madly gulping down a sweet spring. Luo Sha leaned against the corridor railing of the Fengying building. His eyes, originally bloodshot and filled with despair, were now fixed intently on that dazzling golden light. The outline of the golden mountain reflected in his pupils, and even blinking felt like a waste of time. His breathing was as rapid as a worn-out bellows, and his heart pounded like a war drum in his chest. Gold. It's really gold. Luo Sha's voice trembled uncontrollably. He extended his withered hands and made grasping motions in the air as if trying to stuff the golden mountain directly into his pocket. As the news of the golden mountain falling from the sky upon Shine Village swept through the major nations like a hurricane via the chakra communication network, the hearts of those small ninja village leaders who were originally trembling in remote corners and trying to survive were instantly replaced by an absurd greed. The news spread too fast and was too absurd. Have you heard? That Uchiha Ban is not the Shura who came to destroy the world. Exclaimed Sanchuan, the general of the Iron Country. He was training shirtless in the practice room, and upon hearing his subordinates report, his samurai sword fell onto the tatami. He is a living god of wealth who can casually conjure a golden mountain. The leader of the grass country was even more excited, jumping out of bed in the middle of the night. He didn't even bother to put on shoes, ran barefoot to the village square and roared at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Pack up all the most valuable local specialties in the village. Those herbs poisonous insects pack them all into boxes. We must get ahead of other villages and deliver the letter of surrender to Lord Ban. If we're late we won't even get a sip of soup. The small forces of the waterfall country, rain country, frost country. Those who were still hesitating and watching and even planned to carve out their own domains after the downfall of the 5 great nations. Driven by the immense benefit of surrendering to Lord Ban can make you rich, they completely abandoned the thought of resistance. Their worldview completely collapsed and was rebuilt at this moment. What dignity of ninjas! What independence of nations! In front of a golden mountain they are all worthless. Can dignity be eaten as food? Can independence be exchanged for explosive tags? Since you can't defeat him, join quickly, maybe you can even earn the title of founding hero and enjoy a life of luxury following Lord Ban. Aboard the interstellar battleship Shura in the metal corridor outside the command room. Kakashi and Obito wearing mecha suits stood at the entrance like 2 guardian deities. They looked at the surreal scene before them, feeling that the shocks they had received in the past 2 days outweighed those of the past decade combined. In the corridor a long line had already formed. Those high and mighty daimyo of small countries and ninja village leaders were now all bowing and scraping their faces plastered with sycophantic smiles. They held various letters of surrender in their hands, and some even carried large bags of local specialties, afraid that if they were at the back of the line they would miss Ban's audience. Lord Kakashi, Lord Obito. The leader of the grass country with a beaming smile stepped forward and shoved a beautifully packaged box of herbs into Obito's hand. This is a small token from our village. Please my lords, put in a good word for us before Lord Ban. The grass country is absolutely the first to respond to the Empire's call. Obito looked down at the herbs in his hand, then at the long line. The single dog marquee light on the back of his mecha flashed wildly. Oh my goodness, isn't this too exaggerated? Obito whispered to Kakashi in complaint. Are all these people crazy? Do they know who is sitting inside? That is the old ancestor who would casually throw people into the sea to fill it. Kakashi expressionlessly took another letter of surrender and casually tossed it into the collection box beside him. This is human greed. In the face of absolute power, fear makes people submit. But in the face of absolute wealth, even fear is devoured by greed. He paused. The data stream on his tactical visor flickered calmly. The old ancestor's super money power is even more terrifying than his Tenthosan maternal star god Susanoo. This is the true way to subdue the ninja world without shedding blood. Inside the command room, Ban sat on a throne made of stellar energy alloy, one hand propping up his chin. His deep black eyes looked listlessly at the pile of surrender letters stacked like a small mountain on the table before him. Orochimaru stood nearby holding a latest intelligence summary in his hand. His golden vertical pupils shimmered with genuine admiration for Ban's methods. He extended his long tongue, licked the edge of his metal mask and began to report in a hoarse voice. Lord Ban. Orochimaru bowed slightly, his tone extremely respectful. As of now 17 small countries including the Iron Country and Grass Country have all submitted their letters of surrender. Plus the previously destroyed Konoha Water Country, Earth Country, Lightning Country and the recently surrendered Wind Country. Orochimaru raised his head, his eyes fervent. The entire ninja world, all armed forces and state regimes, have submitted to your empire. The de facto unification of the ninja world has been achieved. Ban listened to Orochimaru's report without showing much excitement. This was to him merely the first step in establishing a stellar empire, not even an appetizer. However, this table full of surrender letters did save him a lot of trouble. At least he no longer had to pilot the star god Susanoo to stamp foundations village by village. Ban slowly straightened up. He prepared to stand and proclaim the establishment of a new order in the ninja world, and incidentally send those small country leaders who came with gifts to work in the mines. Since they had surrendered, the labor force naturally could not be wasted. Just as Ban left his throne and prepared to enjoy a brief moment of overlord pleasure, in the living quarters at the rear of the battleship there came an ear-piercing crisp sound of a plate shattering on the metal floor. Crash! The sound was particularly distinct in the quiet command room, even drowning out the flattering voices of the leaders outside. Ban's movement froze in midair. His originally calm face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. The veins on his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. The jarring crack of shattering dishes echoed through the vast metal corridor, a needle mercilessly piercing the sovereign authority that had permeated the command room. Orochimaru's hoarse report came to an abrupt halt. His golden-slit pupils contracted slightly as he silently retreated half a step, ceding the battlefield to his master who was about to erupt. Madara frowned in displeasure, his gaze turning dangerously sharp. The veins on his forehead throbbed like restless serpents. He had only just begun to savor the exhilaration of crushing the entire ninja world beneath his heel, a sense of achievement that had yet to settle in his chest. It was brutally shattered by this sudden noise. Those foolish women, what madness has seized them? Madara gritted his teeth, a flicker of uncontrollable rage gleaming in his deep dark eyes. Ignoring the minor country leaders still queuing to submit their surrender, he shoved past Obito and Kakashi who stood in his way. He strode purposefully toward the living quarters at the warship's stern. His black robes dragged a frigid shadow across the metal floor, the very air seeming to freeze under the weight of his fury. Bang! Madara kicked open the heavy alloy door of the logistics area's lounge. As the door slid aside, a dense bizarre odor, a whirlwind of expensive perfumes, alcohol and pungent acidic mist, rushed forth. The sight before him made even this shinobi demigod, who had once faced tens of thousands of allied shinobi without flinching, feel his scalp tingle. The once luxuriously appointed lounge now looked as if a dozen-tailed beasts had rampaged through it, chaotic and filthy. In utter disarray. "You desert fox crawling from nowhere, how dare you fight me for this spot?" Tsunade stepped on a collapsed leather sofa. Her golden twin-tails whipped through the air. Her iconic green coat was nowhere to be seen, she wore only a tight sleeveless undershirt. With visible monstrous chakra converging in her hands, she pointed at Temari and cursed, "Believe me, I'll punch that cheap fan of yours, along with you, back into the desert." Temari stood unyielding across from Tsunade, holding her massive 3-star fan horizontally before her, wind nature chakra already swirling faintly along the ribs. "Humph, you gambling-addicted old hag, what are you so smug about?" Temari not only showed no fear but lifted her chin provocatively. "I came from Sunagakure as a legitimate tribute for marriage, a proper offering. What are you? A babysitter who shamelessly clings to the warship? Lord Madara's personal attendant can only be me." "Shut up, you two uncouth village girls." Mei Chirumi emerged from the other side. Today she wore a high-slit dress that emphasized her figure even more, a glass of red wine in hand, her gaze contemptuously sweeping over Tsunade and Temari. "As for qualifications, I brought the entire water country as my dowry to surrender." Mai's crimson lips parted slightly, a wisp of yellow-green lava release acidic mist swirling around her fingertip. "Comparing family background and means, how can you compete with me for the position of the Empire's First Lady?" Lady Mei is right. Aoki Ki hid behind Mei. Though the two were usually at odds, in this moment of external threat she decisively chose to form an alliance. "You rustic women, how could you know how to serve Lord Madara?" As their quarrel grew uncontrollable, Mabui and Samui, the newly joined female secretaries from Kyuubi, unabashedly entered the fray. Samui straightened her impressive figure, her icy face revealing a hint of fervor. "We received the most professional secretarial training. Lord Madara is building an empire, he needs capable helpmates to handle official duties, not crude women who only know how to fight and flirt." 6 women, from Konoha Water Country, Wind Country and Kyuubi, 6 stunning beauties who had nothing in common. Now vying for a place by Madara's side, they had completely cast aside their usual aloofness, reserve and dignity, arguing until their faces were red and their throats raw. It was even fiercer and more chaotic than the Fourth Great Ninja War. "Enough!" Madara roared from the doorway. His violent stellar energy pressure slammed like a hammer into the lounge floor, rattling the few unbroken cups and plates into a trembling clatter. Hearing that familiar voice, the 6 women simultaneously ceased their bickering. They turned to see Madara standing at the entrance, his face dark with fury. Normally facing an angry Madara would send normal people to their knees in fear. Yet under the influence of this accursed ultimate charm aura, The 6 women's minds had completely mutated. Instead of restraining themselves, they felt that even Madara's anger exuded an irresistible domineering charm. Lord Madara Tsunade was the first to react. She instantly shed her tigress demeanor, put on a coquettish expression and rushed toward him like a homing swallow. She grabbed his left arm. "You're back. They ganged up on me. You have to judge fairly." Lord Madara. Mei wasn't far behind, pressing forward to seize his right arm, even deliberately rubbing her chest against his bicep. She started it by flipping the table. "I'm so scared." Temari took a more direct approach, coming around to stand in front of Madara, lifting her youthful innocent face. "Lord Madara, I'm here to marry you. When will you accept me?" Mabui Samui and Aoki Ki also swarmed over. They surrounded Madara, chattering all at once, each pouring out their grievances and loyalty, even tripping and stepping on each other's toes in secret to get closer. Madara was besieged by these 6 women. His ears filled with the coy calls of Lord Madara, his nose overwhelmed by suffocatingly rich perfumes. His arms were pulled sore and he had no room even to turn. He looked at these women making noise like a flock of ducks. He looked at his own battleship meant to conquer the stars and seas, now transformed into this chaotic harem battlefield. The thread of his patience, stretched taut for so long, finally snapped at this moment. Within those crimson Mangekyo Sharingan eyes of his, a tangible blue light of murderous intent burst forth. The azure glow shimmered under the dim light of the lounge like 2 blades about to be unsheathed. He clenched his teeth, hearing the grinding sound of his molars. He felt the violent star energy suppressed to the extreme within his body, like an imminent volcanic eruption rampaging through his veins. "I've had enough." Madara jerked his head up, unleashing a furious roar like an ancient beast. The roar was amplified by no device, a pure physical sonic boom resonating from his body and star energy. Boom! A visible blue shockwave centered on Madara spread outward hemispherically. Those women clinging like octopi to Madara or trying to squeeze closer. Under this unreasonable, terrifying force, they were like leaves in a gale, utterly powerless, all sent flying. "Ah!" Tsunade cried out, crashing heavily onto the leather sofa she herself had overturned, smashing the frame into pieces. Mei Teruma's back hit the metal wall with a grunt, the wine glass in her hand shattered, red liquid splashing onto her high-slit dress. Temari, Mabui Samui and Aoki Aoi all collapsed haphazardly on the cold floor, clutching their bruised spots with faces full of shock. The ambiguous atmosphere of mixed perfumes and alcohol in the lounge was utterly torn apart by that roar. Madara stood still, his chest heaving violently. His black robe whipped wildly in the yet unsettled airwaves. He pointed a finger at the women sprawled on the floor, every finger trembling with extreme rage. "You stupid women, have you got sand in your heads?" Madara's voice was icy, carrying a pressure that made souls tremble. "I exhausted every scheme to flatten the 5 great nations and squeeze the entire shinobi world into my grip. My goal is that boundless sea of stars. It is to forge an invincible fleet to sweep the cosmos." He strode over to Tsunade and looked down at her. "Not to hear you like a bunch of mad ducks on this broken ship squabbling over some damn first lady title, and even less to be your neighborhood mediator settling these trivial paltry disputes every day." Tsunade stared back under Madara's murderous Sharingan gaze. The primal fear from the depths of her soul finally briefly suppressed the intelligence-dulling effect of the peak charm aura. She swallowed, instinctively shrinking back, daring not to utter a word. Madara spun around, his gaze sweeping over the other women like a blade. "My new empire has no room for idle loafers, even less for troublemaking vases. Since you have so much energy, I'll find you something real to do right now." Madara clasped his hands behind his back, his tone merciless, with no room for negotiation. "All of you get the hell out and work this instant." He pointed at Tsunade, who was still rubbing her shoulder. "Tsunade, stop showing off your monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu in front of me. Go to the interstellar capital and build me the first round-the-clock medical mecha rescue unit. I want to see the prototype within 3 days." Tsunade bit her lip. Though still aggrieved under Madara's devouring gaze, she could only nod obediently. "Yes, Lord Madara." Madara turned to Mei Terumi. "Mei Terumi, You know the mess in the land of water best. Go back to your Kirigakure. Consolidate the resources there and build the Empire's largest logistics supply line. If you can't keep up with the frontline mecha parts, he'll hold you accountable. Mei Terumi dropped her coquettish act, stood up, smoothed her skirt and bowed respectfully. As you command, Lord Madara. I will not disappoint you. Madara then looked at Temari, who held her 3-star fan. Temari. Since the land of wind has nothing but sand, then go back to eating dirt in the desert. Oversee the construction of the superlarge-scale interstellar mecha assembly plant. That mountain of gold is your startup capital. If you fail, he'll throw everyone from Sunigakure into the blast furnace to smelt iron. Temari's face turned pale and she quickly knelt on one knee. Mission guaranteed, Lord Madara. Finally Madara looked at Mabui Samui and Aoki Aoi. You three. Go assist Orochimaru. Organize this tableful of surrender letters and resource lists from the nations into a detailed interstellar expedition plan. Madara issued all orders in one breath. He took a deep breath, a final warning in his tone. From now on, if anyone dares to bother me with your petty jealousies again. Madara pointed at the thick alloy armor plates above. He'll stuff her into the barrel of a planet-destroying cannon and fire her into space as space junk. Before the absolute overlord's merciless iron fist and terrifying pressure, the 6 women were completely cowed. The frenzy and rivalry for favor generated by the romantic aura were forcibly suppressed deep within by this naked threat of death. They dared make no more sound. One by one, terrified, they crawled up from the floor like frightened quails and silently filed out of the lounge. Click. The alloy hatch closed slowly behind them, cutting off the outside world. In the spacious lounge, dead silence finally returned. Only the overturned leather sofa and the broken glass on the floor silently testified to the brutal catfight that had just transpired. Madara stood there, his straight back slightly hunched. He raised a hand and pinched his throbbing forehead. He felt that dealing with those 6 women was more exhausting than cleaving the entire Ōtsutsuki building in half with a single sword stroke. This kind of mental torment was more terrifying than any physical attack. Dragging his weary steps, Madara walked to a nearby intact chair and sat down. He closed his eyes. The images of those women shamelessly throwing themselves at him replayed in his mind. Then he remembered the disgusting title on the system panel, shimmering with pink light and heart-shaped effects. An uncontrollable rage surged from the depths of his heart once more. Madara snapped his eyes open, his hands gripping the armrests of the chair. The metal armrests groaned under his immense strength. System. Madara gritted his teeth, hurling a hysterical roar in his mind. Get the hell out here. What the hell is going on? System. Show yourself, now and what in the blazes is going on here? And Madara Uchiha's frantic guttural roar echoed violently within his mind, still reverberating with the aftershocks of turbulent stellar energy. He gripped the armrest of his chair, already warped from prior force, his knuckles white and tendons bulging like coiled steel cables, as if determined to crush the cold metal into dust. The moment that furious cry subsided, a crisp mechanical chime rang out, cold, emotionless and utterly precise, sounding directly beside Madara's ear. Instantly a translucent cerulean interface materialized from nothingness, hovering perfectly before his retinas, neither drifting nor flickering, anchored with uncanny stability. Faint data glow shimmered across its surface, casting the dim rest chamber in an eerie pallid luminescence. System online. How may the host inquire? A bold, expressionless line of text emerged slowly at the center of the interface. And Madara stared at those words, and felt a wildfire erupt in his chest. How may I inquire? And he ground the words between clenched teeth, each syllable sharp as shattered obsidian. I demand to know, are these relentless romantic entanglements you're doing? Madara surged upright. Knees, wild jet black hair billowed unnaturally in still air. And he thrust a finger toward the empty chamber, as though jabbing it straight into the unseen face of the system itself, unleashing a torrent of blistering fury. My path has been forged in fire and blood. First came Tsunade of Konoha, then Mei Terumi of the land of water. Even my brief sojourn to the land of lightning proved disastrous. The two Kyuubi secretaries, unshaken by my killing intent, wept and pleaded to dig ore for me in the deepest mines. Now even the Wind Country, a barren forgotten wasteland, sends a diplomatic hostage who declares before the entire shinobi world that she will offer herself freely to me. His voice grew increasingly incredulous, his rage mounting like a gathering storm. And I crushed the 5 great nations, not for petty romance but for dominion over the star-strewn cosmos. To forge through absolute martial supremacy a galactic empire where no soul dares defy my will, not to endure this absurd farce aboard some rusting vessel, watching women swarm me like heat-maddened felines clawing one another for the privilege of pouring my footbath water. This crass, laughable narrative doesn't merely slow my blade, it desecrates the dignity of Madara Uchiha, the shinobi world's blood-soaked reaper. Speak. Did you tamper with me? Did you implant some vile unseen corruption upon my being? And Madara hurled the question like a barrage of cursed kunai. The cerulean interface pulsed twice, perhaps running diagnostics. And then the same frigid synthetic voice resonated once more inside his skull. System detects extreme host emotional volatility. Initiating self-diagnostic sequence, end diagnostic complete. Null system functions operating normally. No involuntary negative status effects have been applied to the host. Lies Van Madara slammed his palm into the holographic interface, his hand passing harmlessly through, but the shockwave sent shards of broken glass scattering like shrapnel. If no manipulation occurred, why do these women behave as though ensnared by genjutsu, unable to tear their eyes from me? And even Koharu Udatane, that ancient crone half buried in her own grave, dared bet her eyelashes at me. Recalling that grotesque scene in Konoha's central plaza, Madara's stomach wrenched violently, so fiercely he nearly vomited up his last meal. The interface flickered again. Host, please remain composed. Null rewards and attribute enhancements align precisely with your current power tier and ascendant trajectory. To resolve your inquiry, your personal attribute panel is now being summoned. Please review at your discretion, with a sharp digital SHK. The interface expanded dramatically, flooding with cascading streams of real-time data. Madara snorted, a low contemptuous sound, as he forcibly suppressed his seething wrath. He would see what spectacle this accursed system dared conjure. His gaze swept, swift, incisive, across the staggering metrics scrolling before him. Name: Madara Uchiha, age 22, peak physical prime and power framework, stellar energy, higher dimensional cosmic force, 6 paths, chakra, fully integrated Mangekyo Sharingan, stellar deity tier, evolution and strength, incalculable and agility, transdimensional mobility, personal vessel, stellar deity Susanoo, star destroyer, class N, imperial territory, entire shinobi world fully subjugated. Gazing upon these godlike attributes, Madara's fury softened, just slightly. At least in raw might the system had not betrayed him. With such stats alone he could traverse interstellar voids barehanded, and casually annihilate Ōtsutsuki homeworld for target practice. Yet, what did any of this have to do with women throwing themselves at his feet? And I already know these figures, Madara muttered, brow furrowed in irritation. No evasions. Where lies the root of this aberration? Please scroll downward to the hidden attributes section. The system's icy prompt sounded again. Skeptical Madara guided the interface downward with sheer will, past dense arrays of combat techniques and biomechanical weaponry. Finally, at the very bottom of the panel, a previously concealed folded entry unfurled, slow, deliberate, inevitable. Madara froze, entirely, utterly. And there, glowing with an unsettling rose-pink radiance, sat a single term, alien amidst the sea of sterile blue data, jarringly vivid, almost obscene. Even more absurd, delicate pulsing pink heart-shaped bubbles drifted outward from its edges, animated, whimsical, utterly incongruous. And beneath it, deep within his consciousness, a bass-thrumming heartbeat echoed, thump, thump, slow, rhythmic, mocking. Madara's eyes widened, unblinking. His throat constricted, scorched as though choked by molten iron. He even questioned whether his Mangekyo Sharingan, strained beyond endurance, had fractured into hallucination. Encased in that rosy halo, 5 characters blazed forth in flawless luminous script and interstellar charmer. Madara drew in a sharp, ragged breath. His blood turned to ice, then reversed course, surging backward through his veins. And what infernal title was this? And each character struck like a thunderclap, each syllable a stinging slap against his indomitable pride. He, Madara Uchiha, warlord of the Warring States era, forged in slaughter and crowned atop mountains of corpses, a man carved from iron and vengeance, had been branded with a title both effeminate and humiliating. His lips twitched violently. A trembling finger rose, shaking unsteady, pointing directly at that accursed heart-bubbling entry. System, Ni's voice had collapsed, from fury into hollow gravel-throated despair. And, who dared affix this abomination to me? Ban stared intently at the title that flickered with pink heart effects. The glaring pink light seemed completely out of place in the cold worship lounge. Hearing the system's cold mechanical response echo steadily in his mind, Ban's lips twitched violently. His handsome face, usually exuding 3 parts disdain and 7 parts arrogance, now seemed to wear a mask of anguish, even his kaleidoscope Sharingan slightly losing focus due to overwhelming stimulation. Uchiha Ban, who once trampled on the 5 Kages and treated the lives of the ninja world like grass, looked at the 5 pink characters on the panel that seemed to mock him, galactic heartthrob, and felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Even his usually light breaths became heavy. His fingers turned white from clenching, almost wishing he could crush the very air in his hand. System. Ban's voice squeezed out from his tightly clenched teeth, carrying a chilling murderous intent on the brink of eruption. I will give you one last chance. Uninstall this disgusting thing immediately. Right now, at once. Ding. Host command detected. The system's emotionless voice rang out again. Sorry, host. This title is a universe-level hidden passive skill. Once triggered, it is permanently bound and cannot be uninstalled. The triggering conditions for this skill are extremely harsh, requiring the host to simultaneously meet the prerequisites of reshaping the perfect star god body and acquiring over 5,000,000 authority points in a single instance. Listening to this explanation, Ban felt no sense of honor. Instead, the anger in his chest flared even hotter. What use do I have for this broken passive? I am here to conquer the stars and the seas, to obliterate those disobedient planets with my annihilation cannon. Not to select brides in the universe. Ban slapped his palm against the virtual light screen, his passing fingers stirring up a turbulent flow of star energy, shattering the last intact chair in the lounge into metallic fragments. System-friendly reminder: the host need not be overly resistant. The galactic heartthrob aura not only possesses a dimensional-level attraction to low-dimensional carbon-based life forms such as humans from the ninja world. As the host's dominion expands and the dimensionality of star energy increases, the aura's allure will transcend species and dimensions. In the future, when confronting silicon-based life forms, energy conglomerates, and even higher-dimensional deities, this aura will provide unexpected diplomatic advantages and enhancements to mental control. Transcend species. Transcend dimensions. Ban gasped. The image of Inoki's face covered in age spots and the pussyridden figure of Gamabunta flashed through his mind. If under the influence of the aura they were to throw flirtatious glances or even throw themselves at him. Ban shuddered violently. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach, almost making him vomit. This broken system has no proper functions at all. All it gives me are these hellish attributes. I would rather cut my way through with a lightsaber than resort to such despicable means for diplomacy. System functions operating normally, wishing the host a flourishing dominion. The system casually tossed out its last remark, then the light screen shrank with a swish. It completely vanished from Ban's view. No matter how he called and cursed in his mind, the system seemed to have crashed and made no further sound. Ban sat hopelessly on the ground. He covered his face with his hands and sighed deeply. What was this? After working so hard to conquer the entire ninja world, what he received was not the feeling of ruling over all, but a universal indiscriminate love calamity that could erupt at any moment. This life was simply unbearable. No way. Ban suddenly raised his head, a nearly obsessive fervor reigniting in his eyes. I absolutely cannot be led by this broken system. Since I can't turn off this romantic fortune, I will use frenzied work and endless slaughter to numb myself. As long as I kill fast enough, those chaotic romances won't be able to keep up with my pace. Ban forced himself to shift his focus away from that disgusting pink title. He stood up and walked to the panoramic window of the lounge. His gaze swept over the vast sea of clouds, landing on the ruins below that were once Konoha village, now completely leveled by his sword, which was in the midst of being transformed into the Imperial Command Center. Since women are so troublesome. Ban snorted coldly, clasping his hands behind his back, regaining a bit of the majesty befitting a ruler. Then I will go see if there are any foolish male ninjas brave enough to step forward. Anoki and Reikage are already out of commission. In this vast ninja world there must still be a few tough bones to let me stretch my muscles. A cruel smile crept onto Ban's lips. He was about to activate space transfer and directly arrive at the intergalactic capital to vent his anger on a few remnants of the old powers. However, just as Ban was preparing to shift his focus at the edge of the ruins of the intergalactic capital, formerly Konoha village, behind a metallic barrier that had just been half constructed, a tall man with long white hair wearing a red cloak and wooden sandals was sneakily poking his head out. The white-haired man looked around with shifty eyes. After confirming that there were no patrolling mecha guards nearby, he lewdly rubbed his hands together, displaying an expression that was hard to look at. Muttering to himself, "Hee hee hee. The field trip is over. This lord has finally returned. I wonder if the scenery at the women's bath is still as enchanting." Zilai stealthily poked out half of his head. His white hair danced wildly in the wind, and the forehead protector with the character "oil" was covered in dust. He sniffed, catching the pungent smell of oil and metal welding in the air. Strange. Zilai rubbed his nose in confusion and muttered under his breath. When did a blacksmith shop open near Mui's women's bathhouse? This smell, could it be that some pervert's camera leaked oil while he was secretly taking photos? Zilai had just returned from gathering material in Chao country. His new volume of Passionate Paradise was stuck in a writer's block, urgently needing some fresh inspiration and graceful material to stimulate his exhausted brain cells. Therefore he didn't even return to the Huiying building and directly with practiced ease sneaked towards my village's most popular inspiration sanctuary, the public women's bathhouse. Because he had been immersed in deep mountains and forests seeking inspiration in recent days, completely isolated from outside information, he had no idea that in just a few short days, the world of ninja had completely collapsed and turned upside down. Not only was my raze to the ground, but even Huiying Rock was used as a foundation upon which an interstellar capital was built. Zilai crept forward along the route in his memory. The more he walked, the more he felt something was wrong. The originally familiar wooden buildings and blue stone slab streets had all disappeared. In their place were huge steel frames emitting cold metallic luster and intersecting energy circuits. The vendors who originally should have been selling ramen and dumplings on the streets, now they were all wearing hard hats and working with great enthusiasm. What is that old man third Hokage doing with this urban development? Zilai muttered, stopping behind a half-built metal partition wall. According to the My Beauty distribution map, in his mind that was accurate to the millimeter. Behind this wall was the most core and best viewed open-air hot spring area of the women's bathhouse. Zilai rubbed his hands lecherously. A perverted smile that was too painful to look at spread across his face. Hee hee hee. No matter how my changes, as long as the bathhouse is still here, it's fine. Come on. Let this great sage see which charming little birds are playing in the water today. He took a deep breath, fiercely grabbed the edge of the metal wall with both hands and pushed off the wall with his feet. Like an agile giant toad, he leaned out more than half of his body, looking toward the Holy Land, behind the wall that he had been yearning for day and night. Whoa! Zilai let out an excited, strange cry. Then, his smile froze completely on his face. His eyes bulged as if they were about to fall into the huge metal furnace in front of him. There was no steaming hot spring water behind the wall. Nor were there any white attractive figures. And certainly no little birds playing in the water. What met his eyes was a super mechanical processing factory covering an area as large as several football fields. Countless mechanical arms were waving in midair, sparks flying everywhere. Rows of semi-finished medical mechas were neatly arranged on the assembly line like terracotta warriors. And in the very center of the factory, a woman wearing a green gambler's coat was standing on a high operating platform. Holding a blueprint, she was shouting at the workers below with a ferocious expression. The welding arc of this star energy armor plate is wrong. Re-weld it. You bunch of idiots, medical mechas are meant to save lives. Did you connect the circuit backwards because you want to electrocute the wounded? Hurry up. If you can't produce a prototype within 3 days, when Lord Ban gets angry, he'll stuff you into the furnace first. Zilai lay on the wall, his brain directly crashed. Gangsho. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was that female foreman directing a bunch of muscular men smithing really the my princess who always lost at gambling and fainted at the sight of blood? This change in style was too outrageous. And who was that, Lord Ban? She shouted. Where had the third Hokage Yuanfei risen gone? Is this still my village? Could it be that he had wandered onto the wrong set and ended up in Tai country? Zilai's mind was full of question marks. Subconsciously he leaned out from the wall, wanting to greet and ask about the situation. Yo Gangsho. Zilai waved his hand, habitually putting on that smile he thought was dashing but was actually extremely lecherous. Long time no see, how come you changed careers to become a blacksmith? On the operating platform, Gangsho was fuming with anger because she had been driven off the battleship by Ban to do hard labor. She, one of the 3 great ninja, not only failed to secure a decent harem position in this new empire but instead had to eat dust and smith here. These days her temper had reached its peak. She was just looking for someone to beat up to vent her anger. Hearing this familiar lecherous toned greeting, Gangsho's movements suddenly halted. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the sound. On the metal partition wall, Zilai's face, wearing that perverted smile, happened to come into her view. In the instant she saw Zilai, the tightly stretched string in Gangsho's mind snapped with a pop. Z. Lai. Yi. Gangsho ground her teeth and squeezed out these 3 words. In her amber eyes, blazing substantial flames instantly ignited. Strange power chakra not only gathered on her fist but also integrated a bit of the star energy essence she had just come into contact with these days. You old pervert. I'm here eating dirt and suffering. And you still have the leisure to sneak back and peep at the women's bathhouse. Today I'm going to send you to heaven. Gangsho suddenly kicked off with both legs. The high-strength metal operating platform under her feet was crushed into a scrap iron pancake by this kick. Her entire body turned into a green afterimage accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom tearing through the air and shot straight towards Zilai on the wall. Painful sky leg. Zilai didn't even have time to wipe the smile off his face. He saw Gangsho's heel wrapped in violent chakra and blue starlight infinitely magnifying in his field of vision. Wait. Gangsho. I was just greeting. Zilai shouted in panic, trying to form hand seals to defend. But Gangsho's speed was too fast for even a battle-hardened ninja like him to react. Boom. A deafening loud noise exploded above the factory. Even Ban in the command hall far away in the center of the interstellar capital felt the ground tremble slightly. Zilai didn't even let out a complete scream. Gangsho's heel solidly struck his chin. He only felt a sharp pain in his jawbone, as if his entire skull had been kicked off by this blow. His mind instantly went blank. The powerful impact directly shattered the thick metal partition wall into powder. Zilai, like a baseball hit by a bat, shot up from the ground at a terrifying speed. Swoosh! A white afterimage cut through the clouds above me, leaving a long white vapor trail. Zilai's body tumbled rapidly in midair. The surrounding air became scorching hot due to intense friction. He could even feel that he had broken through the atmosphere. The surrounding scene gradually changed from blue sky to dark universe and twinkling stars. A huge gray planet covered with craters grew larger and larger in his sight. That was the moon. Zilai tumbled bruised and swollen, frothing at the mouth. Only one desperate thought remained in his mind. This my now. How has even the bathhouse become so violent? Jiraiya shot through the dark night sky like a white meteor, losing all control. The sharp sound of friction between meteors and air outside the atmosphere whistled past his ears. The tearing pain in his chin constantly reminded him that the kick he just received was no friendly greeting but a genuine attempt on his life. The violent chaos of chakra swirled around him as he desperately formed seals, his long white hair growing wildly and intertwining, creating a massive white fur ball that enveloped him completely. Bang! A few minutes later, accompanied by an extremely dull thud, a small mushroom cloud rose above the wilderness surrounding the interstellar capital formerly Konoha. The tremendous impact had created a meteorite crater over 10 meters deep on the ground. The defensive fur ball formed by the wild lion hair technique shattered into pieces at the moment of impact. Jiraiya rolled out of the rubble at the bottom of the pit looking like a rag doll. His face was bruised, his signature red outfit torn into rags, and there were even comical streaks of blood on his dusty face. Coughing, Jiraiya rubbed his nearly dislocated jaw and struggled to climb out of the pit. Kushina's temper hasn't calmed down over the years, if anything it's worsened. He shook his slightly dizzy head and spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Looks like I can't go to the women's bathhouse. I need to find someone familiar to ask what's going on. Why are there iron lumps everywhere in Konoha? Jiraiya brushed off the dust from his clothes and hunched over like a cautious old cat, stealthily made his way into the current interstellar capital using the darkness and shadows of the buildings. However, when he truly walked on this once familiar land, his resilient old heart was completely shattered by the surreal scene before him. Gone were the familiar wooden rooftops and the Ichiraka ramen shop that smelled of oil and smoke. In their place were towering metal skyscrapers crisscrossing translucent energy conduits and holographic billboards shimmering with ghostly blue light. What shocked Jiraiya the most was the sight of the Konoha genin on the streets, who should have been practicing shuriken throws or forming seals. Instead, they were all clad in technologically advanced lightweight exoskeletons gliding on hoverboards that emitted blue flames beneath their feet. They soared several meters above the ground, zipping back and forth, even competing to see who could make sharper turns. Is this still Konoha? Jiraiya hid behind a metal trash can, his eyes nearly bulging out. That old-fashioned Hokage, when did he become so open-minded? Did he rob funds from other villages for this infrastructure? Just as Jiraiya was pondering, a noisy commotion came from around the corner of the street. Jiraiya peeked out, thinking he might finally encounter some normal villagers to ask for directions. Instead, what approached was not patrolling umbu nor hurried ninjas. It was a group of flamboyantly dressed Konoha aunties and dozens of vibrant young kunoichi. This should have been the scene Jiraiya cherished the most. However, the objects in their hands made him gasp. Each of them was holding a holographic poster radiating a soft glow. On the poster was a young man in a black robe with long hair swirling chaotically, exuding a cold and domineering gaze as he looked down at the viewer. That face, even if reduced to ashes, Jiraiya would recognize it. Madara is the most handsome. Madara is invincible. Established the Galactic Empire. We want to give birth to Madara's children. Madara's support group eternal and united under the starlit sea. The aunties and young women behaved like fervent cultists, brainwashed and chanting slogans while holding up the Uchiha Madara poster. The procession was perfectly synchronized, with someone even holding a giant pink glowing heart sign in front. Jiraiya felt as though his mind was being thrown into a blender, spinning wildly. Uchiha Madara. The old monster who was killed by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. How could he suddenly come back to life, and so youthful at that? The most absurd thing was, when did the women of Konoha become so fanatical? They actually idolized the greatest trader of the ninja world. Watching the frenzied parade pass right before him, Jiraiya couldn't hold back any longer. He jumped out from behind the trash can and grabbed a plump auntie walking along the edge of the procession. Hey! Wait a moment. Jiraiya lowered his voice, his face anxious. What on earth is happening? How did Uchiha Madara become your idol? Where's the third Hokage? Where did Sarutobi Hiruzen go? Isn't he going to do anything about this outrageous situation? The plump auntie was startled by Jiraiya's sudden appearance. When she saw this disheveled, bruised and ragged man, her fervor instantly morphed into blatant disdain and disgust. Pa! The aunt spat at Jiraiya's feet, forcefully shaking off his hand. Who is this bumpkin who doesn't even know the current interstellar situation? The third Hokage. That old liar who led us to our deaths is already under the great Madara's heel. She raised the holographic poster in her hand looking at Jiraiya as if he were an idiot. Who still believes in that so-called will of fire in the entire ninja world. Madara who can deploy mechas and gold mountains and can take us off this planet is our only faith. If you dare to disrespect Madara again, watch out for the sisters of our support group tearing you to pieces. With that, the ant shot Jiraiya a fierce glare, turned her head and rejoined the procession, continuing to chant, "Madara is invincible," as they marched away. Jiraiya stood dumbfounded in place. The night wind blew through his tattered red outfit, carrying a hint of desolation. He looked around at the metal structures lining the streets, at the young ninjas soaring on hoverboards. Then he gazed at the towering Imperial Command Center that had replaced the Hokage rock in the center of the distant plaza. The Konoha he once prided himself on, the will of fire he fought to protect. In just a few days it had been uprooted and completely wiped out by that man in this absurdly destructive manner. Even the hearts of the people on this land had completely turned against him. I can't let this happen. Jiraiya collapsed onto the cold metal floor, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh. The will of Konoha cannot be severed like this. Watergate, Old Man and Tsunade. They must be under some kind of control by that madman. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes burning with a determination willing to face death. Without hesitation, Jiraiya put his thumb to his mouth and bit down hard. The rusty taste of blood spread through his mouth. I must summon the two sages Fukasaku and Shima. With the sage mode of Mount Myaboku I will confront this madman who seeks to destroy the ninja world. Blood dripped from Jiraiya's thumb, falling onto the cold metallic floor. The bright red stain appeared especially glaring on the surface of the star energy alloy, which shimmered with a ghostly blue glow. He let out a low suppressed roar from his throat, akin to a lone wolf driven into a corner attempting to awaken his slumbering companions with the last of his strength. His hands suddenly came together in front of his chest, fingers flying in a flurry, creating a series of afterimages. Haisuyushin Wei. The complex hand seals were completed in less than a second. The violent chakra surged through his meridians towards his palms, generating a visible airflow. For the will of Konoha. Jiraiya's eyes turned crimson with fine strands of blood even bursting from the corners. He slammed his bloodied right hand heavily on the metallic floor before him. Summoning technique. Black tadpole-shaped runes spread rapidly from his palm like a spider web. Bang! A dull sound echoed. A large cloud of thick white smoke erupted in front of Jiraiya. He endured the intense pain in his fractured jaw and straightened his back with effort. He knew that as long as Fukasaku and Shima arrived and activated Sage Mode, even when facing that lunatic who had destroyed Konoha, he would still have the strength to fight, at least to leave a final ember for the will of fire. Two sages, the ninja world is facing a great calamity, please. Jiraiya's words were cut short as a gust of wind blew away the white smoke before him. The determination and tragedy etched on his face instantly solidified into a palpable awkwardness. There was no giant toad the likes of Gamabunta towering like a mountain. Nor were there the ethereal Fukasaku and Shima. In the center of the dispersing black runes there was only a small toad the size of a palm, entirely emerald green with a few black patterns on its back. It lay trembling on the metallic floor, its four short legs shaking like sifted chaff. Tears of terror filled its bulging eyes. Gamabunta. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his jaw dislocating with a sharp crack that made him gasp in pain. Why did you come out, little guy? Where are Fukasaku and Shima? Even if it meant summoning Gamatatsu, that would work. Jiraiya panicked, reaching out to grab Gamakichi for clarification. Uncle Jiraiya. Don't touch me. I'm scared. Gamakichi leaped back in fright, jumping several times to evade Jiraiya's hand. It covered its mouth tightly with its forepaws as if fearing that any sound would lead to its demise. Its voice was barely above a whisper laced with a clear sobbing tone. Uncle, please stop summoning. If you keep sending chakra to Mount Myaboku, our whole family will be doomed because of you. Gamakichi wiped away a tear and looked around at the sci-fi-like metallic buildings in fear. Doomed? What on earth is happening? Jiraiya was completely bewildered. Mount Myaboku was one of the three great holy lands, a place even the first Hokage revered. How could it be harmed by his summoning technique? You don't know yet. Gamakichi jumped anxiously. That man named Uchiha Madara, the strange energy emanating from him. Gamakichi swallowed hard as if recalling that sensation made it feel suffocated. That high-dimensional star energy fluctuation has completely destroyed the natural energy network of Mount Myaboku along the earth veins. Jiraiya felt as though he had been struck by lightning, sitting dumbfounded on the ground. The natural energy network destroyed. That was the foundation on which the three great holy lands relied for survival. Not only that, Gamakichi continued to lament. Fukasaku Grandpa and Shima Grandma said that the energy from that man carries an absolute attribute of domination and plunder. Now all the giant toads of Mount Myaboku are terrified beyond comprehension by that aura. Gamabunta even took his whole family and dug a pit dozens of meters deep overnight, hiding inside and playing dead. Gamakichi pointed at the energy conduits around them shimmering with blue light. They said that Lunatic is looking for something called biological batteries and mecha power sources. If he discovers the coordinates of Mount Myaboku, we will all be captured and forced into those metal clumps to generate electricity. Biological batteries. Jiraiya felt like his worldview was being repeatedly ground into the dirt by this completely incomprehensible term. His proud summoned beasts, those old companions who once fought alongside him. Before Uchiha Madara, they lacked even the courage to resist, trembling in fear of being captured to become batteries. So please, I beg you, don't summon anymore. Gamakichi bowed pitifully. I'm just a useless little one. That demon likely looks down on my meager energy, which is why I dared to slip out through the gap to give you a warning. Uncle, you need to run. The ninja world is doomed, it's all that man's domain now. With that there was a soft thud. Gamakichi directly cancelled the summoning contract, transforming into a puff of white smoke, escaping back to Mount Myaboku without looking back. On the empty metallic street, only Jiraiya was left sitting alone on the cold floor. The night wind blew, lifting a few frenzied posters emblazoned with Madara's visage, hitting him in the face. He clutched his messy white hair in despair, letting out a long sigh towards the sky. Old man. Minato. What can I even do upon returning this time? He had completely become a solitary figure on this land, even the last trump card too frightened to show its face. And at that moment, in a distant unknown space deep within Mount Myaboku, in the giant temple perpetually shrouded in mysterious mist, a gigantic toad as large as a mountain, adorned with a string of massive prayer beads inscribed with the character for sage, was sleeping with its eyes closed on a colossal throne. It had been asleep for hundreds of years, only awakening when foreseeing a significant change in the ninja world. Suddenly this elderly toad sage twitched violently. Its enormous body shook on the throne, causing the entire temple to quiver. Gugwa! The great toad sage let out a piercing cry. It abruptly opened its murky, gigantic eyes. In the murky depths of the great toad sage's enormous eyes it resembled a spiderweb violently torn apart, riddled with threads of terrified crimson. This old toad, having lived for over 1,000 years, usually presented a demeanor of transcendence, as if the sky could collapse and it would remain indifferent. But now a prickly ball of barbed wire seemed to be lodged in its throat, producing a rapid and heavy wheezing sound, its massive body trembling on the throne. The air in the entire temple had turned exceptionally damp and cold due to its uncontrollable fear, as if even the moisture was on the verge of freezing. Master! The sage Shinsaku suddenly leaped onto the stone platform in front of the great toad sage. His old face was filled with anxiety, even his white beard was trembling. What is wrong? Have you foreseen the destruction of the ninja world? Sage Shima also jumped up, his eyes reflecting deep concern. The father of the child, this reaction from the master is highly unusual. Could it be that the man named Uchiha Madara truly intends to destroy this world? Just now Jiraiya's failed summoning technique and the terrifying news brought back by Toad Gigi have already stirred up a great uproar in Myaboku Mountain. Now even the great toad sage had been startled awake. This made the hearts of the two old toads hang precariously in their throats. No. It is not destruction. The great toad sage struggled to swallow, its enormous eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Its usually cryptic and drawn-out tone seemed somewhat incoherent at this moment, even tinged with an absurdity that was hard to articulate. I saw a ball of pink light in my dream. The great toad sage's voice trembled, its enormous claws gripping the edge of the throne tightly, its nails gouging deep scratches into the stone. The man named Uchiha Madara. He emanates a strange pink halo. He not only aims to dominate this planet but also to break free from the stars. To conquer the universe. Conquer the universe. What difference does that make from destroying the ninja world? Is he going to seek stronger weapons in the universe to annihilate us? If it were merely destruction, that would be acceptable. The great toad sage suddenly raised its head, a look of indignation akin to losing one's integrity in old age appearing on its old face. That pink halo. It carries a terrifying allure that transcends dimensions and species. I saw in my dream. The great toad sage's voice grew softer, even taking on a tone of weeping. All the maternal beings in the universe. As long as they are female, be they human, divine, or even alien monsters with tentacles. They all rushed toward him like they were mad. Even in our Mayaboku mountain. All those untransformed female toads, female snakes and female slugs from the 3 sacred lands. Once illuminated by that halo, they all cried out, wanting to give birth to little toads for him. The great toad sage's words detonated like a tailed beast bomb in the temple. Not only did they shock Shinsaku and Jima, but even the hundreds of toads lurking in the mud eavesdropping all gasped in shock. The temple was filled with the hissing sounds of gasps. What on earth is this cursed prophecy? Destruction of the ninja world is one thing, at worst we all die together. But what is the situation where all the maternal toads in the universe have been abducted? This is going to sever the lineage of Mayaboku Mountain. This is a calamity 1,000 times more vicious than physical destruction. Master. Is this prophecy true? Shinsaku was so frightened that he fell onto the stone platform, his front claws tightly clutching his head. He glanced at Jima, whose face had already turned red, his eyes somewhat dazed. The sense of crisis in his heart instantly peaked. Mother of the child. Get a grip. You are a married toad. After being yelled at by Shinsaku, Jima suddenly came to his senses, his old face flushed, and he slapped Shinsaku's back of the head. What nonsense are you shouting about, you old fool? I was just contemplating how to deal with that man. Shinsaku no longer cared about bickering with his wife. This was no longer a matter of life and death for the ninja world, it was a battle of survival concerning the ethics of the 3 sacred lands and the continuity of species. No. We absolutely cannot let that man's pink halo shine upon Mayaboku Mountain. Shinsaku suddenly jumped up, his eyes wide open, his tone resolute. We must send messengers to contact him before that man comes. Master, I will now perform the reverse summoning technique to meet that Uchiha Madara. Shinsaku's mind raced. He planned to use Mayaboku Mountain's usual tactics, employing terms like child of prophecy and change the world, to deceive Madara. Attempting to spiritually persuade him, or at least dissuade him from his intentions of charming non-human species. Even if he had to play the fool, they needed to keep this bizarre interstellar love calamity at bay. Shinsaku, you must be careful. The great toad sage weakly advised, closing its eyes as its mind filled with the jarring image of a group of female toads in wedding dresses chasing after Madara. That man's soul dimension is too high, my dreams cannot penetrate his thoughts. Shinsaku did not hesitate, his claws clasped tightly in front of his chest. Sage chakra began to flow rapidly within him, the surrounding air humming with a deep resonance. Reverse summoning. However, just as Shinsaku's seal was about to be completed, just as he prepared to traverse space to deceive the enraged demonic figure of the ninja world, above Mayaboku Mountain, the heavy clouds which had long symbolized the sanctity of the sacred lands suddenly came to a standstill. Immediately following, an immensely sharp invisible sword chi that could seemingly slice through space and souls descended abruptly, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom that tore through the air. SSSH. A sound that made one's teeth ache. The cloud that had existed for thousands of years was brutally cleaved in two by this violent sword energy. The blinding sunlight pierced through the crack in the clouds like a sharp sword directly stabbing into the dim temple. In the rift of the cloud that had been split, blinding sunlight poured through. The seal of the Sage of Shinzwa, which had just been half-formed, was rigidly frozen before his chest. A creaking sound echoed from the sky as space was forcibly torn apart, as if some colossal entity was squeezing its way into this world. The Sage of Shinzwa felt a terrifying killing intent descending upon him like the weight of Mount Tai, rendering his breath momentarily suspended. The rift in space shattered completely. A tall figure stepped out slowly from within without piloting the colossal star god Susanoo or commanding any mecha army. Ban, dressed in a pristine black robe, held a star energy lightsaber glowing with an eerie blue light stepping out from the rift like a peerless killing deity emerging from the abyss of hell. He hovered above Myaboku Mountain, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan as deep as the cosmic starry sky, coldly gazing down at the mysterious sanctuary revered as one of the three great holy lands in the ninja world. Being in seclusion was exceedingly boring. Having just fused with higher dimensional power, he was vexed with the inability to find a suitable punching bag to stretch his muscles. Since these frogs were sneaking about and plotting in the shadows, it was time to take action against them. Uchiha Ban. The Sage of Jima let out a sharp cry, instinctively hiding behind the Sage of Shinzwa. The Sage of Shinzwa swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. He knew that retreating at this moment was absolutely not an option. If he did, Myaboku Mountain would be erased from the ninja world today. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and tried to make his voice sound filled with the majesty and wisdom of a sage. Conqueror from afar, he began clearing his throat and employing the ancestral persuasion techniques of Myaboku Mountain. The great Sage of the Frogs has foreseen your arrival. Although your power is immense, your path is fraught with destruction and solitude. If you continue to be obstinate, you will inevitably encounter an inescapable. Shut up, Toad. Ban impatiently interrupted the Sage of Shinzwa. With a slight twist of his wrist, the star energy lightsaber emitted a chilling low hum. I did not traverse space nodes from afar to listen to you beasts preach. Bring out that old toad who's about to shed its skin. Within the depths of the temple, the great Sage of the Frogs sat upon a massive throne. Upon hearing Ban's words, the old frog's heart, already racing due to nightmares, began to pound even more violently. It knew that ordinary words could not possibly deal with this tyrannical ruler. It had to throw out some heavy artillery to intimidate him. Descendant of Uchiha. The great Sage of the Frogs' elongated and cryptic voice echoed from within the temple, resounding in the skies above Myaboku Mountain. Do you think you are invincible? I have seen your tragic future in the river of fate. Ban raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Oh. Do tell. Let's see what tricks you can come up with, old man. The great Sage of the Frogs thought Ban had taken the bait, secretly feeling relieved. It intentionally lowered its voice to create a sense of profound mystery. Your ambition, your empire will ultimately face ruin. Because you are destined to encounter an unavoidable peach blossom calamity. The great Sage of the Frogs grew increasingly animated, as if it could already envision Ban being frightened away. This peach blossom calamity is not a mere romantic entanglement. That ominous pink aura around you will enchant all the female beings of the universe, even those from our three great holy lands. Completely, utterly bewitched. In the end you will be overwhelmed by countless frenzied females, leaving not a bone behind. After finishing, the great Sage of the Frogs closed its eyes with satisfaction, awaiting Ban's terror and plea for mercy. In its view, such a grotesque prophecy that transcended species would surely shatter the psychological defenses of any normal man. However, what it received was not Ban's begging for mercy, but a violent killing intent powerful enough to evaporate Myaboku Mountain. In midair, Ban's face darkened like the bottom of a pan. The veins on his forehead bulged, resembling small blue snakes writhing beneath his skin. His fingers gripping the star energy lightsaber turned pale from exertion. His nails dug deep into his palm. In this life he hated nothing more than others pointing fingers at him. Moreover, this old frog actually dared to hit his absolute sore spot right in front of him. Peach blossom calamity. Being chased around by all the mother frogs of the universe. Is this a prophecy? This is clearly picking at his scar and dancing madly on his landmine. You old beast. Ban gritted his teeth, his voice sounding like a chilling wind drifting from the depths of the underworld. I originally only planned to demolish your shabby temple. Now I've changed my mind. Buzz. The star energy lightsaber in Ban's hand erupted with brilliance. The azure blade surged in size. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying lightsaber hundreds of meters long loomed above Myaboku Mountain like a colossal pillar. The icy sword light scorched the surrounding air, producing a nauseating burnt smell. Shut your filthy mouth. Ban gripped the hilt with both hands, showing no hesitation. With a furious momentum that could crush anything, he swept the sword out. Boom. This earth-shattering strike cleaved through everything that obstructed its path. The massive frog statues symbolizing the majesty of Myaboku Mountain were sliced cleanly in half before the lightsaber collapsing like fragile tofu. The sword chi continued unabated and struck heavily against the main peak of Myaboku Mountain. The hard mountain body emitted a painful moan. Crack. The entire mountain top was forcibly flattened by more than half. Massive falling rocks rained down like a storm. My God! Run! The sage of Shinzua was terrified beyond measure. Forgetting all about his sage demeanor, he grabbed the sage of Jima and pushed off with his legs. Splash! The two old frogs dove into the nearby mud pit used for cultivating summoning beasts at the fastest speed of their lives. They burrowed deep into the mud, not daring to make a single sound. The great sage of the frogs in the depths of the temple screamed in terror. The throne was smashed by falling rocks. Its massive body tumbled awkwardly on the ground, eventually finding a deep pit to bury its large head, feigning death like a toad. The might of a single strike left this once mighty holy land in ruins and silence. Only the echoes of collapsing rocks remained in the air. Ban hovered in midair, gazing down at the frogs that had buried themselves in the mud like ostriches. A cold smile filled with disdain crept across his lips. A bunch of useless fools who can only play tricks. How dare you speak grandly before me? He twisted his wrist, and with a clang the star energy lightsaber vanished into thin air. Ban turned, stepping into the rift in space, leaving this holy land now reduced to ruins without a backward glance. Only trembling frogs remained in the mud, secretly grateful to have escaped with their lives. However, the terrifying star energy fluctuations contained within Ban's earlier strike did not dissipate with his departure. Instead, like the source of a super earthquake, they transmitted through the intricate natural energy network deep within the earth. In a violent manner, they directly reached the other two deeply hidden holy lands. The terrifying surge of star energy wildly transmitted along the earth veins. This force was not as crude as an earthquake, but possessed a unique penetrating quality of higher dimensional energy, directly causing high-frequency resonance deep within the rock layers and soil. In the dark and damp underground palace at the top of the dragon's lair, large clouds of dust fell in a flurry. Accompanying the descent of the dust were the dull cracking sounds of thick stone pillars breaking under the strain of this resonance. Upon the throne, the massive white serpent coiled there, shuddered violently. The yellow serpent eyes of the white serpent immortal, perpetually half-closed and exuding a cold calculating aura, widened in shock. The iconic long pipe of the serpent fell with a clatter onto the cold stone slab. The tobacco scattered across the ground, and the sparks quickly extinguished in the humid air, much like its current mood, which had plummeted to the depths. Is this the direction of Nyamu Mountain? The white serpent immortal flicked its red tongue anxiously, its massive head nervously peering out from the throne. With its keen ability to sense the earth veins, it could clearly see the events unfolding thousands of miles away. There stood the main peak of Nyamu Mountain, which had remained steadfast for over 1,000 years. Those giant toad stone statues, harder than rock. Under the man's seemingly casual strike, they crumbled like cut tofu, along with the throne of the great toad sage neatly leveled to the ground. Moreover, the sword energy was infused not just with destruction. It carried a dominion pressure that made all natural energies submit, even collapse. He's gone mad. That man named Uchiha Obito has completely lost it. The enormous body of the white serpent immortal squirmed uneasily on the throne, its scales scraping against the stone slab with a grating sound. What does he intend to do? Destroy the 3 sacred lands one by one. Even the great toad, that old fox who has lived for over 1,000 years, can only feign death and hide in the mud. If he comes knocking on my dragon's lair. The white serpent immortal shuddered. It was all too aware of the temperament of these Asura from the ninja world. Ordinary submission or offering a few large snakes as summoning beasts would never satisfy a tyrant of such caliber. Furthermore, it had somewhat picked up on the whispers of the great toad sage's prophecy regarding the cross-border peach blossom catastrophe through the network of natural energy. Peach blossom catastrophe. A strange glimmer flashed in the serpent eyes of the white serpent immortal. The desperate survival instinct teetering on the edge of life and death made this ancient serpent spirit who had lived for over 1,000 years make a mad decision that defied ancestral edicts. Since that man's aura can transcend species, then I shall follow his intent. Dignity means nothing, surviving is the only truth. The white serpent immortal suddenly raised its head, opening its gaping maw. A rich pure white chakra of celestial arts surged forth from within, enveloping its massive serpent body entirely. This was the core celestial art of the dragon's lair, transformation technique. Moreover, it was not merely a transformation into human form but a direct burning of its essence to reshape into the most perfect vessel. As the white smoke cleared, the terrifying white giant serpent atop the throne disappeared. In its place stood a stunningly cute girl with bare feet standing on the cold stone slab. She wore a loose-fitting white kimono half open at the collar, revealing vast expanses of snow-white skin and alluring curves. Her long white hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and her exquisite face bore both the innocence of a young girl and a unique serpentine charm. Most striking were the 2 small white serpent horns playfully perched among her white locks. With this appearance, even if he is a piece of 10,000-year-old ice, I will thaw him out. The white serpent immortal glanced at her new look in a puddle beside her, satisfied, and licked her rosy lips. Then she immediately closed her eyes, beginning to search for the summoning contract coordinates left by Orochimaru in her mind. At this moment, in the interstellar capital within the newly risen Imperial Command Center Hall, Obito sat majestically upon the iron throne, resting his chin on one hand, his cold gaze fixed below. He had just summoned Orochimaru and several key subordinates, preparing to lay out the upcoming interstellar resource extraction plan. Buzz. Suddenly a white reverse summoning array lit up on the metal floor in the center of the hall. Orochimaru was taken aback. He hadn't activated the summoning technique. What was happening? As the white smoke dissipated, a petite and delicate girl in a white kimono stumbled out from the mist. She didn't even glance at the fully armed mechanical guard surrounding her. Instead, she locked onto Obito sitting on the throne. Then, in the midst of everyone's astonished, bewildered, and even questioning looks at life, the white serpent immortal stumbled slightly, her entire being resembling a light white butterfly, as she dove straight towards the throne. Without even using a single technique or daring to utter a harsh word, she executed a smooth and textbook-level sliding kneel right at Obito's feet. Whoosh! Her fair arms tightly embraced Obito's left thigh, tilting her tearful and pitiful face upward. Her big watery eyes brimmed with undisguised admiration and pleading. Lord Obito, the white serpent immortal's voice was sweetly high-pitched, oozing sweetness. I am the white serpent immortal of the Dragon's Lair. Everyone in the Dragon's Lair has long admired your renown, my lord. I rushed here overnight to tell you that the Dragon's Lair is willing to unconditionally submit to the Empire. Our territory is vast, cool and quiet, making it the perfect base for raising your interstellar battleships as pets. Please don't destroy our Dragon's Lair like you did Miamu Mountain, okay? Orochimaru stood at the foot of the steps, his golden vertical pupils suddenly expanding several times in shock. His dark purple tail serpent mech even emitted a slight grinding sound from the gears due to excessive shock. This is the white serpent immortal. The one who was once high and mighty in the Dragon's Lair, with a peculiar temperament, always ready to devour people. How did she transform into a cute girl clinging to a man's thigh? What kind of bizarre charm does this interstellar heartthrob possess? Even a cross-species transformation can be triggered. Obito sat on the throne gazing at this new white accessory on his leg. listening to the sickly sweet cooing and feeling the shocking softness against his leg. The veins on his forehead began to throb with glee. The corners of his eyes twitched violently, almost unable to control the murderous intent gathering in his kaleidoscopic sharingan. In his lifetime he despised nothing more than this sticky, clingy and unyielding leech that refused to let go. Moreover, this was a serpent spirit that had lived for over 1,000 years. "Get off me." Obito gritted his teeth as he spat those 3 words, his leg muscles tensing, ready to kick this old hag out of the hall without mercy. However, before he could muster the strength in his legs, suddenly on the smooth metal floor of the hall a thick transparent liquid began to bubble up like a fountain without any warning. Upon the smooth metallic floor of the grand hall a viscous glistening puddle materialized out of thin air, and expanded rapidly before the eye. Glug glug glug. Transparent bubbles roiled across its surface, their faint boiling hiss piercing the hushed stillness, broken only moments earlier by the white serpent sage's coquettish murmurs, now rendered jarringly surreal and uncanny. Orochimaru stood at the foot of the dais, his golden vertically slit pupils locked unblinkingly upon the puddle. Beneath his dark purple mechanized mask a sharp serpentine hiss escaped his clenched teeth. Once one of the legendary Sannin who had navigated the treacherous currents between the 3 sacred realms, he knew this gentle yet bottomless chakra, this primordial sage energy, intimately. Even the slug sage of the wet-bone forest, the reclusive one who rarely shows her face, has stirred from seclusion. Orochimaru mused, inwardly awestruck. It seemed Madara's single blade stroke had not only leveled Myaboku Mountain, but torn away the final veil of mystery shrouding the entire shinobi world. These ancient beings, each having lived over a millennium, had cast aside honor and dignity without hesitation, discarding them into the dustbin of survival, desperate to carve out a sliver of existence within this terrifying new empire. As the bubbling intensified, a cerulean pillar of light rose slowly from the puddle's center. Emerging from within was no sluggish acid-spitting mollusk, the colossal gelatinous creature Orochimaru remembered, but something altogether different. The light dissipated. A woman stepped forth from the water, elegant, poised, clad in a sapphire-blue form-fitting split kimono. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of deep ocean blue, studded with glistening droplets that exuded the fresh rain-washed fragrance of an ancient forest. Her face was serene and wise, her eyes and brows radiating a maternal grace so profound it seemed to embrace all things. Yet what commanded undeniable attention was her voluptuous figure, tightly encased in a kimono, its contours straining with breathtaking mature allure, each step revealing a mesmerizing sway of seasoned femininity. The sovereign of the wet-bone forest, the slug sage, had likewise ignited her core sage chakra, transmuting her vast fragmented form into this irresistibly captivating human guise. Clearly she too had felt the summons of that transcendent cross-species aura, the intergalactic irresistible charm, and responded without hesitation, choosing the most ruthlessly logical path to survival, devoted surrender. The moment the slug sage appeared, her tender liquid gaze locked instantly onto Madara seated upon the throne, utterly ignoring the white serpent sage who clung possessively to Madara's left leg and now glared at her with open hostility. Instead she strode forward with effortless grace, her long legs carrying her up the dais steps in measured elegant strides, her high heels clicking softly against the metal. "You spineless slimy slug! Are you trying to steal my territory?" Enraged, the white serpent sage, now a petite doll-like girl, released Madara's leg and sprang upright, lunging to shove the advancing slug sage aside. Yet her diminutive childlike frame proved utterly insignificant before the slug sage's impossibly lush voluptuous chest. The slug sage merely arched her torso forward, ever so slightly. A surge of chakra, deceptively soft yet brimming with hidden overwhelming force, sent the white serpent girl stumbling backward, collapsing once more at Madara's feet. "Little white serpent, such rudeness is unbecoming," murmured the slug sage, her voice as warm and soothing as a spring-fed pool, imbued with the quiet magic to dissolve even the deepest agitation. She bore no trace of enmity toward Madara, not even the faintest flicker befitting a sovereign of a sacred realm. Instead she moved behind his throne with practiced ease, as if having performed this ritual 1,000 times before. "Lord Madara, your shoulders seem terribly tense." Her breath, warm and fragrant, brushed softly against his ear. She extended her slender alabaster hands, cool and moist like dew-kissed lotus petals, and placed them gently upon his broad powerful shoulders. Her sage chakra flowed seamlessly from her fingertips, sinking deep into the fibers of his muscles. This was no assault, but rather an art of supreme healing and release. The subtle rigidity accumulated from relentless warfare and the integration of stellar energy began under her deft ministrations to melt away. As she kneaded his shoulders with tender precision, she leaned forward ever so slightly, her magnificent curves hovering just shy of contact, a tantalizing whisper against his back. Though the wet-bone forest may lack the sheer scale of Ryuchi Cave, she whispered softly beside his ear, her tone dripping with unabashed flattery and veiled invitation. I can heal not only the wounds upon your body, but also soothe every pang of loneliness and weariness born of your endless interstellar journey. Should you grant us your favor, the entire wet-bone forest pledges itself as your empire's exclusive medical and therapeutic core. And I shall serve only you as your personal attendant. Every word was flawlessly calibrated, demonstrating irreplaceable value while surrendering with absolute unreserved devotion. Orochimaru watched this surreal spectacle from the dais steps, silently recording the scene through his mechanized visor, the Sacred Realm Survival Archive, a priceless testament to adaptation. The white serpent girl sprawled on the floor and, robbed of attention, flushed crimson with fury. She lunged again, this time coiling herself around Madara's right leg like a living sinuous ribbon. Pressing her delicate porcelain-smooth cheek against his knee, her small hands wandered restlessly along his thigh. Lord Madara. Don't listen to that old hag. What's so special about her slippery, slimy touch? Our great serpents of Ryuchi Cave can serve as starship mounts, and I can dance for you. I can even. Her voice trembled on the verge of breaking its affected girlish lilt, her desperate charm reaching fever pitch. Upon the throne, on either side. One seductive impish serpent girl clung fiercely to his leg, refusing to let go. One gentle nurturing elder sister massaged his shoulders from behind, her warm breath tracing delicate patterns upon his nape. To any man in the shinobi world, such a scene would surely trigger a torrential nosebleed, and plunge him irrevocably into this honeyed abyss of temptation. But Madara was no ordinary man. He was Uchiha Madara, the man who regarded all mortal life as mere grass beneath his feet, whose sole ambition was to pilot the star god Susanoo across the cosmos and shatter planets with a thought. He sat rigid upon his cold iron throne, frozen immovable like a slab of eternal glacial ice. The eyes that had just moments ago blazed with incipient fury now shimmered with profound bewilderment, and a quiet gnawing doubt about the very nature of this absurd inverted world. He heard the overlapping chirping entreaties ringing in his ears, felt the two starkly contrasting, yet equally lethal, sensations upon his body. In his mind's eye the title, Intergalactic Irresistible Charm, pulsed mockingly, its pink heart-shaped glow flashing like a cruel glittering taunt. Madara remained silent. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his right hand. His arm trembled with unbearable tension, tendons stood taut as steel cables, knuckles cracking audibly with the strain. In the slowly raised right hand of Ban a sphere of violently raging black star energy coalesced. This energy, due to excessive compression, devoured the surrounding light. A series of crisp crack sounds echoed in the grand hall. It was the sound of frost crystallizing in the air, shattering under the pressure of invisible killing intent. In Ban's eyes, deep and vast like the cosmic starry sky, the usual disdainful brilliance had completely vanished, leaving only a chilling and desperate madness. Give me. Ban gritted his teeth, the veins on the back of his hand bulging like coiling dragons. Get lost. He suddenly swung his arm. Without using a lightsaber or summoning the ethereal figure of the star god Susanoo, it was purely the raw physical strength combined with the shock of star energy. The white snake sage and the slug sage didn't even see how Ban made his move, they only felt an irresistible massive force crashing into them. Oh dear, two delicate gasps sounded. The exquisite beauties, one on each side hanging on him, resembled two discarded rag dolls. They were directly yanked off the iron throne and tumbled down to the cold metallic steps of the grand hall. The white snake girl rubbed her aching shoulder, tears welling in her eyes as her little snake horns drooped in dismay. The slug elder elegantly adjusted her split cheongsam, her gaze not filled with anger but rather with a hint of enchantment at being conquered by this domineering power. Orochimaru stood aside. Beneath the dark purple faceplate of his mech, his golden slit pupils had narrowed into two thin lines due to overwhelming shock. He looked at the two once revered leaders of the sacred land now seated at Ban's feet like two failed concubines vying for favor. His belief in science was once again shattered. Is this the ninja world? This is absurd. Even the cultivation world couldn't write such ridiculous plot twists. Ban did not glance at the two women below the steps. His body softened and with a thud he leaned despairingly against the cold steel back of the throne. He looked up gazing at the shimmering energy circuits glowing in a ghostly blue on the dome of the grand hall. He took a deep sigh. This sigh was filled with accusations against fate and a sense of helplessness towards this absurd world. System. Ban questioned in his mind, his tone almost gritting his teeth, enunciating each word. I ask you one last time. Whose lunatic code set up this damned galactic charmer aura? It's one thing for human women to throw themselves at me, I can just assume they haven't seen the world. But what are these two down here? A 1,000-year-old old snake spirit that reeks of fishy stench. A puddle of soft-bodied creatures that only spit acid. Tell me why even such non-human spirit beasts can be influenced by this damned aura, and they can even transform to come on to me. Is my aesthetic bottom line something you can casually test? The cold mechanical voice rang in Ban's mind on cue. There was no emotional fluctuation, only a perfunctory response. Ding. Host's emotional state is nearing collapse. The system will answer again. The galactic charmer is a universe-level hidden passive ability whose mechanism does not depend on the biological structure of the species but on the suppression of energy dimensions. These three leaders of the sacred land, due to years of absorbing natural energy, have their soul dimensions elevated above that of ordinary ninja world beings. When they sense the high-dimensional masculine hormones emitted by the host star god body in accordance with the universe's survival law of the weak attaching to the absolute strong, their original immortal arts automatically adapted to match the host's subconscious aesthetic through physical metamorphosis. In summary, the system's voice even carried a hint of summarizing tone. They feel that only by becoming like this can they be worthy to serve the host. To attach to the host. The system is functioning normally. Please adapt as soon as possible to the mundane yet enticing routine of being a galactic overlord. I won't adapt to your nonsense. Ban nearly swallowed the system whole in his mind. He finally understood. As long as the high-dimensional power of the star god body within him remains. In the future it wouldn't just be toads and snakes. Even if he piloted a warship into space and encountered silicon-based life forms or even a conscious meteorite. As long as that thing had a gender. They could all transform under the aura's influence and come running to cling to his leg. What kind of universe conquest is this? What kind of ambition to conquer the stars and seas is this? He couldn't even step out of this interstellar capital's command hall. The moment he opened the door, outside was a throng clamoring to serve him tea, fetch water and warm his bed. This mental torment was even more despairing than being smashed by Senju Hashirama's true thousand hands in the Valley of the End. For the first time in his life Ban experienced what it meant to be invincible is so lonely and annoying. He was numb. Completely numb. Below the throne the white snake girl saw Ban's silence and began to twist her body restlessly. Lord Ban, please accept us. The secret techniques of the Dragon Cave are really fun, the slug elder chimed in. Yes, Lord Ban, the tenderness of the wet bone forest, once you experience it you'll never forget. Ban listened to their chattering, chirpy voices. He closed his eyes, pinching his aching brow, feeling the throbbing blood vessels at his temples. Suddenly Ban opened his eyes wide. In those kaleidoscopic Sharingan that had just been filled with despair and numbness, a flame of destructive madness ignited. He crushed the star energy alloy armrest on the right side of the throne with a single squeeze. Bang! Metallic shrapnel flew everywhere. Ban abruptly stood up, his towering figure exuding an eerie aura of danger. He no longer wanted to stay on this wretched planet filled with peach blossom traps. Since the women and spirits of this planet were abnormal. Since even breathing the air would bring a multitude of troubles. He would completely shift the battlefield to a place devoid of women, only filled with cold slaughter. Orochimaru. Ban's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire grand hall with a buzz. Get over here. Orochimaru hurried 2 steps forward and knelt on one knee. Lord Ban, your subordinate is here. Immediately send the orders. Ban pointed at the holographic star map of the Grand Hall's dome, his gaze resolute and cruel. Activate the Ashura-class interstellar battleship. All mech troops assemble. Lock the coordinates of the Ōtsutsuki clan's home planet. Orochimaru was stunned, his golden slit pupils filled with shock. The Ōtsutsuki home planet. But Lord Ban, our current interstellar navigation technology is still in the testing phase. No buts. Ban drew the star energy lightsaber from his back, aiming the tip at the deep space. I don't want to stay on this wretched planet for even a second longer. Since I can't stay here, then I will go hunt aliens. The starlight energy sword in Ban's hand cast the hall's dome in a deep azure. Its piercing radiance sliced through the heavy star energy alloy armor like a miniature blue sun rising within the chamber. From deep below came the heavy rumble of the warship's main engine warming. A low humming vibration traveled up through the floor and numbed the souls of everyone in the hall. Ban felt the blood he had just suppressed begin to surge again, frenzied at the thought of the coming interstellar slaughter. He had had enough of this damned planet that only brought him lovesick calamities. Now he wanted nothing more than to pilot the warship into the void and find a place free of women where he could unleash his bloodlust. Lord Ban. You mustn't. A shrill hoarse cry violently interrupted his rising martial ardor. The Shiwan surged up from the steps like a snake whose tail had been trodden, scrambling and flailing. Forgetting all pretenses of chief scientistly dignity, he lunged forward and clung to the metal lever beside the throne that controlled the main engine's energy output. The dark purple Ouroboros mech scraped sparks in the violent eddies of energy. The Shiwan's face, pale as paper, was beaded with cold sweat the size of soybeans. His golden vertical pupils narrowed to slits in sheer terror. Lord Ban. Be calm. Our star-annihilating main cannon is only half welded. The anti-gravity engine's power core has not been fully tuned. The Shiwan clung to the lever and shouted hoarsely, if we force an interstellar jump now, we'll be torn to shreds by cosmic rays before we even reach Tomu Mother Star. We must first consolidate the continent's resources, mass-produce mechs, and build a stable interstellar jump infrastructure. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Ban's burning warlust. Ban's hand froze midair around the blade as his chest heaved twice. Reason told him the Shiwan was right. The Empire was still a makeshift troop, and a hasty assault would be no less than suicide. But whenever he imagined remaining here and enduring the daily entanglements of that swarm of fluttering beauties, the wicked fire in his heart refused to be quenched. Ban glanced at the Shiwan's pale, terrified face and felt the star energy in his veins settle. He forced down the savage urge to rend the cosmos, put on a cold expression, and returned to the ice-cold steel throne. A metallic ring and the blade dissolved into motes of blue light. The subterranean roar of the warship's engines ebbed away. Good, he murmured. Ban gritted his teeth and drew a long breath. Impatience and menace threaded his tone. If we're to consolidate resources and build infrastructure, then don't dawdle before this old man. Issue the orders. Ban swept his hand, his gaze passing over to Shiwan below and the Gangzhou and Zhao Meiming he had summoned to convene. Hold a continent-wide submission commendation at the capital's central square. Distribute to me the first batch of mass-produced mechs the Shiwan has rushed these past days. Once they've taken my equipment, they all get to work repairing bases and mining spirit stones for me. One day later, the central plaza of Shinji Shaodu, formerly my village. The plaza had been transformed into a vast steel reviewing stage. The square was packed with ninja delegates from across the Renjia. Those daimyo kage and elites of the great ninja villages who once stood so high now resembled schoolchildren awaiting assignment, necks craned and eyes feverishly fixed on the rows of gleaming starlight mechs on the dais. Ban sat on the throne at the center of the platform, arms folded and eyes closed in repose. He left the tedious task of mech distribution to the Shiwan and the system's automatic matching. Next batch confirming mech model allocation. The Shiwan's hoarse voice carried across the plaza through the holographic loudspeaker. Medical logistics and command support mechs begin matching. These mechs were high-end models mass-produced by the Shiwan according to the system's schematics. Their armor was light and they were fitted with compact energy light wings that let them glide in midair, exuding extreme cool. Gangzhou and Zhao Meiming stood at the front of the line, faces alight with expectation as the system scanned them. A blue scanning beam descended and enveloped Gangzhou. Ding! The system's clear chime rang out. Genetic sequence matched, energy affinity extremely high, attractiveness rating S. Matched model, new Wuxian wings of healing, the system announced. A streamlined armor gleaming with pearlescent white and edged with golden energy filigree dropped from midair with click-clack sounds and clothed Gangzhou's proud form. 2 golden energy light wings unfurled from the mech's back like angel feathers. Gangzhou clenched her fist in excitement. With a beat of the wings she floated lightly in midair. Her stance was unbearably beautiful, as if a war goddess had stepped from myth. Wow! That's incredible! A chorus of awe erupted from below. The beam then swept across Zhao Meiming. Attractiveness rating S. Matched model, Meiying Siren's breath. A deep blue high-slit mech cloaked her, and 2 flexible tendrils of water-attributed starlight energy unfurled from Zhao Meiming's back, shimmering seductively in the sun. Next came Qingmu Kuei Samu I Ma Bu I, even Shouju, every female ninja who was scanned. Without exception they were assigned ornate, vividly colored high-end mechs equipped with light wings or special effects. For a time the dais shimmered with prismatic light and a breeze of perfume. Clad in their new mechs the women soared over the plaza, comparing whose lines were sleeker and whose wings gleamed more brilliantly. They had turned a solemn review into a grand interstellar mech fashion show. De Shiwan stood at the console staring at the scanner's readouts. A flicker of helplessness flashed through his golden-slit pupils. He stole a glance at Ban on the throne. This was no scientific distribution. This damned system, under the influence of the Xingji Wanrenmi halo, had long had its underlying allocation logic tampered with. It was plainly assigning the flashiest mechs according to attractiveness and degree of admiration for Lord Ban. The women basked in glory aloft, while below Dai Tu and Kakashi stood sullen and dust-covered, necks craned as they watched the glittering new Wuxian mechs in the sky. Looking down at themselves, Dai Tu wore the barbed black flame armor with a flashing marquee on the back that read "Singles Only." Kakashi wore the sleek but muted white Fong Thunder, looking shabby beside the new Wuxian's radiant wings. The 2 men were utterly deflated. Why is this fair? Dai Tu trembled with fury, pointing at the gaudy mech soaring above. We've fought and bled with our ancestors, taken the deadliest blows and borne the heaviest wounds. And yet when gear is handed out we aren't even worthy of a single wing. Ka's eyes mask twitched, the exposed eye reddened. He seldom spoke, but what man does not secretly dream of piloting a winged mecha? Watching those women swagger above sent bitter pangs rising in his chest. Dai Tu and Kakashi exchanged a steely look, in their eyes flared a fierce fire to defend the dignity of male mechs. With reddened eyes they bolted out of the crowd. The black flame armor beneath Obito's feet made a clattering sound against the bluestone tiles. Each step seemed to vent his pent-up grievances. His heavy and reluctant breaths, even muffled by the thick metal mask, could be clearly heard. Obito felt the astonished gazes of the civilian ninjas around him, piercing his spine like poisonous thorns. Especially when he saw Noera Rin gliding gracefully in midair, clad in a light mech glowing with a pale green healing light adorned with 2 pairs of transparent butterfly wings. His masculine pride shattered into 1,000 pieces. Ancestors! This is unfair. Obito burst through the crowd like a frenzied black cannonball, charging directly to the steps of the high platform. He pointed at the flashy, colorful Valkyrie mechs in the sky, then gestured to his own suit covered in spikes and dark iron plating. We brothers have fought alongside you through thick and thin, enduring the harshest blows and bearing the heaviest injuries. Why is it that when it comes to gear distribution those women are all dressed like celestial fairies? The more I speak the more aggrieved I feel, to the point my voice takes on a hint of a sob. And my mech looks like a burnt coal ball adorned with a mocking marquee saying "Single Dog Exclusive." Look at the way those civilians are looking at me. How am I supposed to survive in the Empire from now on? Kakashi, although less outwardly emotional than Obito, also found his own white Fang Thunder armor ceasing its crackling light, appearing somewhat shabby. He silently followed Obito, kneeling on one knee before the steps. Lord Madara, I am not driven by vanity. Kakashi's voice was low, his gaze darting under the tactical eye mask. But as the first batch of mech pilots for the Empire, we represent your dignity. If only the logistics unit's mechs are equipped with flying wings and flashy paint, while us frontline warriors appear so shabby. Kakashi paused, seemingly searching for a dignified term. This is likely to provoke unnecessary rumors within the military. Madara sat on his cold steel throne, listening to Obito's raspy wails and observing Kakashi's frustrated demeanor caught between words. He felt a nerve in his head which had just relaxed start to throb again. Madara took a deep breath. He surely knew there was a flaw in the logic of mech distribution. When Orochimaru was operating in the background, his Sharingan could see everything clearly. The troublesome system under the influence of the starry charmer aura forcibly altered the resource allocation code. The top-tier paint materials and flight modules were prioritized for those female ninjas who met the aesthetic standards under the pretext of enhancing the Empire's visual deterrence. In reality, it was just the system giving him this damned peach blossom luck, a special effect. But could he articulate this embarrassing reason? Clearly not. A wicked grin slowly crept across the corner of Madara's mouth as he leaned slightly forward, looking down at his two kneeling subordinates. His abyss-like eyes sparkled with a chilling light. Shabby. Madara's voice was not loud, yet it instantly drowned out the cheers of the women in the square. Do you think those flashy wings and paint are all there is to a mech? Obito paused, stopping his howling, and raised his head in confusion. Isn't it? Ancestor, those women's mechs can not only fly but also launch fireworks. Foolish. Madara scoffed, casually resting his wrist on the armrest of the throne. The real battlefield is a meat grinder, a clash of steel and blood. Do you think that a few glowing thin sheets of iron can block the star cannon of the Ōtsutsuki clan? Madara suddenly stood up. His black robe fluttered gently in the breeze, and an aura of dominance belonging to a commander swept across the whole area. The reason I provided you with these seemingly crude mechs is that I have high hopes for you. Obito and Kakashi's eyes brightened simultaneously. High hopes. Could it be that the ancestor is testing them? Although the current empire has unified the ninja world. Madara's voice became deep and solemn, as if entrusting a great mission concerning the universe's survival. But in that vast sea of stars, countless unknown enemies are lurking in the shadows. We must establish an impregnable interstellar fortress as our forward base for conquering the universe. This will be the Empire's greatest and most hardcore top-secret mission. Madara extended two fingers pointing towards Obito and Kakashi. I need two men who can bear this heavy responsibility. As long as you dare to accept this mission, I will grant you the true romance belonging to men. The most powerful and violent heavy mechs in the universe. Men's romance. Obito's eyes instantly sparkled like stars, even the marquee behind the mech turned a passionate red. Heavy mechs. Just hearing the name is 100 times more imposing than those women's lightweight glowing wings. If I drive this out, won't Rin be utterly captivated? A hint of fervor flashed beneath Kakashi's mask. Although he remained calm in this atmosphere, the competitive spirit belonging to men was thoroughly ignited. We vow to complete the mission. Obito and Kakashi exchanged a glance without hesitation. Both knelt heavily on one knee on the stone slab, fists pressed to their chests, their voices booming towards the heavens. Madara looked at his two subordinates, who were bewildered by the deception. He nodded in satisfaction, his wicked smile now fully blooming. Very good. Madara's palm faced upwards as a dense earth attribute star energy quickly gathered in his hand. Amidst the flickering light, two star energy cores emanating a heavy yellow earth hue and larger than ordinary cores materialized out of thin air. Catch them. Madara flicked his fingers. The two yellow star energy cores transformed into two beams of light slicing through the air with a dull whistle. Equip them. Madara's voice carried a capitalist's coldness. Go and repair the interstellar base for me. Two earthy yellow star energy cores accompanied by a dull sound of breaking air accurately embedded into Obito and Kakashi's chests. A heavy earth attribute starlight reminiscent of a mountain collapse erupted around the two of them. This radiance was not as light and ethereal as that of the Valkyrie mecha but bore a weighty texture as if it could collapse the earth. Obito felt every bone in his body creaking under the weight of this formidable power. It felt like he had suddenly been burdened by a massive mountain, causing his legs to tremble, nearly making him kneel. Yet his overwhelming vanity and fervent fantasy of heavy armored mecha compelled him to straighten his back. Ah! Power! This is the power of a man! Obito shouted excitedly amidst the earthy yellow light beam. Kakashi! Can you feel it? This heavy armored sensation capable of destroying the world. I'm finally going to become a true battlefield bulldozer. Lin. Are you ready to cheer for your future general? Kakashi remained silent. He tightly closed his exposed right eye, his brow furrowing slowly during this process. Although this power was indeed immense, his keen ninja intuition told him that the mecha's structure seemed somewhat off. There was none of the sharp chakra conduction circuits he had anticipated. Instead, there were odd mechanical joints that seemed designed for physical movement. The radiance gradually faded. All eyes in the square, even those of the women in the sky flaunting their light wings, turned curiously to witness what Lord Madara's personally bestowed strongest heavy armor truly looked like. As Obito and Kakashi's new forms were completely revealed under the sunlight, the square, which had been somewhat noisy, instantly fell into a deathly silence. Obito excitedly opened his eyes, eagerly looking down at his long-awaited invincible battle armor. Then the joy on his face was abruptly doused like being splashed with a bucket of liquid nitrogen. It froze instantly. His previously black, somewhat intimidating black flame armor had vanished. In its place was an exceedingly bulky metal exoskeleton painted in glaring bright yellow. That was not all. The most critical issue was that his right arm had been transformed into a gigantic excavator bucket covered in metal teeth. Meanwhile, his left arm had become a super-large spiral drill that spun at high speeds, producing a deafening roar. The core on his chest that once burned with black flames had now turned into a holographic warning light, flashing "Safety First" in large red letters. Obito stared blankly at his continuously rotating drill left hand. His mind was a blank slate. Beside him, Kakashi was not much better off. His proud white Fang Thunder armor had been forcibly replaced. Now he was clad in a similarly bright yellow caterpillar-type mecha. Behind the mecha extended a heavy lifting arm over 10 meters long with a mechanical claw capable of lifting dozens of tons at its front. All combat data in the tactical visor had disappeared, replaced by various engineering data on geological exploration, load calculations, and cement ratios. What the hell is this heavy armored war god? This is nothing more than two engineering brick-moving mechas that have become sentient. The first to break was Tsunade. She clutched her stomach, laughing so hard that she almost fell from the Valkyrie's mecha wings. Oh my! This is too funny. What battlefield bulldozer? It's really just a bulldozer. Kahaku also laughed uncontrollably, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with unabashed pity and mockery as she looked at Obito. Lord Madara's taste is truly unique. The representatives and leaders of various ninja villages below struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces red as they shook with suppressed mirth, yet dared not laugh out loud due to Madara's authority. Obito's eyes turned red. This was not from being moved but from the pent-up anger and grievance. He suddenly raised his excavator bucket, right hand pointing at Madara sitting on the throne. His voice was thick with tears. Ancestor! You deceived me. Where's the romance of a man you promised? Where's the strongest heavy armored mecha? What am I supposed to do with an excavator bucket? How am I supposed to kill people like this? Madara leaned on his chin with one hand, watching Obito's despondent expression, and the malicious smile at the corner of his mouth finally blossomed without reservation. Who said you had to kill people? Madara's voice carried a tone of a capitalist's inherent reasoning. He stood up and walked to the edge of the high platform. Pointing at the vast construction site on the outskirts of the interstellar capital left behind by his sword that shattered Hokage Rock. I need to establish an empire that spans the star sea, and first I need a super-large interstellar fortress capable of docking 1,000,000 warships. Do you think those steel and concrete, those heavy star energy bases could be built by those women up there who can only pose? Madara's cold gaze swept over Obito and Kakashi. The Empire's greatest and most hardcore secret mission is infrastructure. These two engineering mechas were specially tailored for you by Orochimaru, combining star energy technology. One machine can do the work of 1,000 ninjas. Isn't this the strongest heavy armor? Isn't this the ultimate romance of a man sweating it out? Obito opened his mouth only to find himself at a loss for words due to this bandit logic. What the hell is this man's romance? Whose man's romance involves moving bricks at a construction site? But. Obito still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. There's no but. Madara snorted coldly, having lost patience for even one more word. He raised his right leg and kicked hard at the heavy mecha's rear. Bang! Obito along with the mecha was sent flying off the high platform like a heavy yellow tin can. He traced a sorrowful parabola through the air before crashing heavily into the distant construction site, kicking up a cloud of dust. Go! Madara pointed towards the ruins, his voice like thunder. Take those prisoner soldiers and work day and night for me. You won't be able to take off this iron shell until the fortress is built. Kakashi watched Obito's pitiful state and wisely refrained from protesting further. He sighed silently, maneuvering the caterpillar-type mecha carrying that long lifting arm. Amidst the sympathetic gazes of those around, he slowly and steadily made his way towards the construction site. A few hours later. Under the blazing sun, the vast construction site on the outskirts of the interstellar capital was shrouded in dust. Obito operated the giant excavator bucket, clearing the rubble left by the collapse of Hokage rock. The spiral drill in his left hand drilled madly into the hard rock layers. Sweat soaked his clothes, and the high temperature inside the mecha made him feel suffocated. I hate infrastructure. Obito gritted his teeth, muttering tearfully. Kakashi, not far away, used the lifting arm to hoist a star energy alloy steel plate weighing hundreds of tons. Working alongside hundreds of trembling prisoners from Iwabikure, they assembled the foundation. He glanced at the Valkyrie mechas flying by in the distant sky, leaving behind trails of dazzling light. He silently adjusted the light-blocking mode of his tactical visor to the maximum. Meanwhile, in the luxurious yet cold Grand Hall of the Imperial Command Center, Madara had just finished dealing with the lengthy report on star energy or mining progress submitted by Orochimaru. He leaned wearily against the throne, rubbing his swollen brow. These administrative matters consumed far more energy than fighting on the battlefield. On either side of the hall, Tsunade, Kahaku, Aoi and other core female ninjas had already shed their cool mecha. They changed into various lighter outfits that highlighted their figures and facilitated movement. They looked at Madara, who was seated on the throne with his eyes closed. They exchanged glances filled with implications and ambiguity. In their eyes there was a fervor akin to a wolf spotting meat or a cheetah that hadn't eaten for 3 days locking onto its prey. Under the continuous influence of the interstellar heartthrob halo, the brain circuits of these women had completely deviated from normal trajectories. Their only thought now was how to firmly secure the position closest to Madara in this new empire's power center, a position that was irreplaceable. Tsunade was the first to make a move. She adjusted her extremely low-cut green silk robe and walked up the steps to the throne with a lazy yet elegant stride. She did not shout boisterously as usual, but quietly circled around to stand behind Madara. A warm breath mixed with a faint scent of wine and expensive cosmetics brushed against Madara's neck. Lord Madara, Tsunade slightly leaned forward. The proud curve of her body barely touched the back of the throne, her breath fragrant. With Obito and Kakashi supervising the rough work of infrastructure and mining, you need not worry too much. Her voice was soft as if it could drip water. The newly built interstellar hot spring has just been completed, with Orochimaru bringing in the purest spring water from deep within the earth's veins. Tsunade extended her fair fingers, gently resting them on Madara's shoulder, slowly kneading. You've been working hard for days. Why don't we go relax a little? Tsunade's enticing proposition echoed in the grand hall, her soft lowered voice brushing against Ban's ears like a fluffy little brush. Ban caught the scent of wine and high-end cosmetics swirling around his nose, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. He felt the soft yet powerful hands on his shoulders applying just the right amount of pressure to gently knead his tense muscles. After days of bloodshed and the merging of star energy coupled with the incessant chatter of these women, Ban realized his mental state was indeed stretched too thin. Weary, he pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a long heavy sigh. A hot spring, huh? Ban pondered internally. Since he didn't have to pilot a battleship to cut down enemies in space right now, taking a bath to wash off the blood from the past few days was quite a decent choice. For the first time he nodded in agreement. Lead the way. Ban coldly uttered 2 words, rising to his feet and striding towards the hull's exit. Seeing her plan succeed, a glint of cunning and triumph flashed in Tsunade's amber eyes. She turned her head and raised an eyebrow provocatively at the wide-eyed Meitarumi and Aoi Aoki. The implication was clear: I've taken the lead, you can just enjoy the breeze here. Tsunade walked briskly like a victorious general, closely following Ban. Meitarumi watched their retreating figures, her teeth grinding in frustration. She turned to look at Aoi Aoki, whose expression was equally unwelcoming, along with the 2 newly transformed girls, the White Snake Maiden and the Slug Lady, who were staring eagerly at them. Without needing to speak, the women quickly formed a fleeting strategic alliance through their exchanged glances aimed at sabotaging Tsunade's monopolistic plans. Half an hour later, Ban stood before the newly completed Interstellar Hot Spring. This interstellar hot spring, personally supervised by Orochimaru, was entirely constructed from high-transparency star energy glass, channeling the purest spring water from deep within the Earth's veins with a faint mist of high-dimensional energy floating above the surface. The entire hot spring was built on the edge of a cliff in the interstellar capital. Through the massive glass curtain wall one could soak while overlooking the bustling construction of the empire. This luxurious and sci-fi blend of enjoyment truly suited Ban's current dominant status. At least that snake has some use, he thought, pushing open the heavy wooden door carved with star energy patterns and stepping inside. The changing room was empty. He removed the black robe stained with dust and a few drops of blood, tossing it aside onto a shelf. His perfect muscle lines, resembling an ancient Greek sculpture, were fully revealed under the soft lighting. He pushed open the inner door and stepped directly into the spacious hot spring pool, which resembled a small lake. The warm spring water instantly enveloped him. The trace elements and high-dimensional energy within the spring water seeped into his body through his pores, bringing a comfort that made him want to close his eyes and drift into sleep. Ban leaned his head against the smooth stones at the edge of the pool, taking a long deep breath. He believed he could finally enjoy a moment of tranquility. However, before he could finish his exhale, bang! The heavy wooden door of the hot spring was violently kicked open from the outside. Ban's eyes shot wide open, his brows knotting into a tight frown. Didn't I say no interruptions? His words caught in his throat. The sight before him almost made this former Asura, who had faced the Ninja Alliance without flinching, stand up straight out of the pool. A large crowd of people rushed in through the doorway. Tsunade, Meitarumi, Aoi Aoki. Even the White Snake Maiden and the Slug Lady were among them. As if that wasn't enough, what astonished Ban the most was that all these women were only wrapped in thin white towels. Expanses of snowy white skin and various alluring curves flickered in and out of view amidst the steam rising in the hot spring, dazzling to the eyes. What do you crazy women want? Ban gritted his teeth, hastily grabbing a large towel to cover his solid chest, his gaze full of wariness. This is a men's bath. Oh Lord Ban, the Empire has just been established and the conditions are rudimentary, we haven't had time to separate the baths by gender yet. Tsunade, unfazed, instead smiled cheerfully as she approached, holding a bath scrub towel and boldly stepping into the hot spring. The water immediately rose to her calves. I noticed you looked so tense on your throne earlier. I brought my sisters to help scrub your back and help you relax. Exactly, Lord Ban. Meitarumi followed her into the water, holding a bottle of high-end essential oil that seemed to come from nowhere. The massage techniques from the land of water are unparalleled in the ninja world. I guarantee you will experience true comfort. Aoi Aoki was not to be outdone, squeezing in with a bar of soap. The White Snake Maiden slid into the water like an eel, swimming to Ban's side and cuddling his arm. Lord Ban, can I wash your hair? The Slug Lady knelt gently by the pool's edge, reaching out to massage Ban's temples. Get away from me. Ban attempted to stand up and kick these women out. But as soon as he moved, several slippery arms firmly held his shoulders and arms. Each of these women, when taken individually, were among the best in the ninja world, and now combined with their soft fragrant advances, Ban found himself momentarily unable to move. He feared that if he used star energy, he'd blow up not only the hot spring but also the women surrounding him. The women fought openly and secretly in the hot spring pool for the privilege of scrubbing Lord Ban's back. "You vixen, where are you putting that bottle of oil? That's the area I want to scrub." Tsunade slapped Meichurumi's hand away, splashing water everywhere. "Old hag, your hand strength is like a bull's, don't tear Lord Ban's skin." Meichurumi retorted without hesitation, using her body to push Tsunade aside. Aoi Aoki smeared soap all over Ban's back while the white snake maiden clung to Ban's thigh underwater. The entire hot spring pool was in chaos, with water splashing as the white towels threatened to slip off. The originally clear spring water was churned by their chakra, boiling like a pot of water. It was as if a small tsunami had erupted in the pool. Ban was squeezed in the center by these slippery arms and voluptuous bodies. His ears were filled with the sounds of the women arguing and vying for his attention. His nostrils were inundated with the increasingly strong scent of cosmetics and shower gel. Amidst the rising steam, Ban gazed at the chaotic scene unfolding before him, suddenly feeling an absurd sense of surrealism. Madara looked at the scene before him, where water splashed everywhere amidst a haze of smoke, with veins on his temples throbbing fiercely. The once clear and translucent hot spring infused with high-dimensional energy mist was now a chaotic mess. At this moment it had been stirred up by the chakra of this group of women, boiling like a pot of scalding water, with waves crashing against the pool walls one after another. "Vixen! Where do you think you're touching? You think you can touch Lord Madara's back? Get away!" The air was filled with the chattering disputes and merciless insults exchanged among the women. Tsunade and Meichurumi had already engaged in a secret battle on Madara's left side for over a dozen rounds, the undercurrents beneath the water powerful enough to crush ordinary rocks. Aoi was on the right, trying to fish in troubled waters, but was swatted aside by the slippery tail of the white snake girl. The slug lady took advantage of the chaos to squeeze behind Madara, her voluptuous body pressing against his back. Madara felt an unknown hand groping aimlessly on his back. Sometimes it was a vigorous bath towel, and other times it was an oily massage infused with a strange fragrance. He sat rigidly in the center of the pool. In those once dreaded Sharingan eyes now there was not only irritation but also an unprecedented sense of deep powerlessness. "What is this?" Uchiha Madara, the Asura of the ninja world, the supreme ruler of the Interstellar Empire. Now reduced to being manhandled by a group of women wrapped in bath towels like a lamb to the slaughter. "Enough. Stop it all." Madara gritted his teeth, suppressing the impulse to unleash his star power and blow this hot spring establishment to the sky. He knew that these women were sure he wouldn't dare to make a move in such a place. Upon hearing Madara's low growl, their movements paused for a moment. But soon this brief silence was replaced by a more bizarre and outrageous onslaught. Lord Madara, Tsunade suddenly changed her demeanor, putting away her fierce mother tiger facade and replaced it with a sweet expression. She not only didn't step back but instead leaned over the edge of the pool. Out of nowhere she produced a thick stack of steaming imperial documents and handed them directly to Madara. "Please don't be angry yet." While gently massaging Madara's shoulder, Tsunade pointed to the top document. "This is the budget approval form for the Imperial Medical Mech Division I've planned. Look, the ratio of star metal needs to be increased by another 30% and the site selection for the largest beauty salon in the continent. Oh no, I mean the Battlefield Psychological Intervention Center." Tsunade exhaled softly, her voice sweet enough to be cloying. "Just sign here for me, will you?" Madara looked at the document, slightly wrinkled from the steam, and his brows furrowed again. This woman actually dared to bring administrative affairs into the men's bathhouse for approval. Before he could refuse, Meichurumi also approached from the other side. She was similarly holding a stack of documents and even produced a specially made waterproof pen from somewhere. "Lord Madara, don't listen to her." Meichurumi shoved Tsunade's documents aside and crammed her own into Madara's hands. "The supply list for reconstructing the Imperial Logistics flow line in the Mist Village is the most urgent. Especially this batch of high-grade ocean mud masks. I mean the anti-corrosion coating material for the mech shells. Mei Teruma's emerald eyes were filled with pleading and her body brushed against Madara's arm. This concerns the dignity of the Imperial fleet, please help me approve it quickly, and mine. Mine. Aoi was not to be outdone, pulling out a scroll. The funding approval for the Imperial Propaganda Department. Lord Madara, this is our pet base expansion plan in the Dragon Cave and the Wet Bone Forest. The White Snake Girl and the Slug Lady joined in the excitement. In an instant Madara's front was piled high with all sorts of haphazard document scrolls and application forms. The women's sweet calls and pleas mingled with the heat and various scents of the hot spring formed a dizzying barrage. Madara felt like his head was about to explode. These women were 1,000 times more terrifying than the most troublesome enemies. They disregarded all martial ethics, directly using this mix of coquetry and seduction, the gentle strategy of the warm cocoon, to force through internal approvals. Enough, enough. Bring everything to me. Madara was driven nearly mad by the noise, wanting nothing more than to quickly shoo away this swarm of flies so he could enjoy a peaceful bath. He snatched the waterproof pen from Mei Teruma's hand, not even glancing at the absurd requests written on the documents. Swish, 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 he quickly signed his name in a flamboyant style on each document and scroll. He didn't even notice that the application form from Tsunade included a costly interstellar luxury casino, while Mei Teruma's list concealed a procurement plan for all the rare pearls in the ninja world. Take this. Now immediately get out of here. Madara tossed the signed documents back to them like trash, pointing towards the hot springs entrance, his voice carrying an undeniable order to expel. The women received their documents, exchanging glances. Although they couldn't monopolize the privilege of massaging Lord Madara's back, the tangible benefits and budgets were firmly in their hands. This was not a loss. Thank you, Lord Madara, Tsunade beamed with a smile, carefully cradling the documents to her chest. We're leaving now, you take a good rest. Mei Terumi also happily tucked away her list, throwing a flirtatious glance back at Madara before departing. Aoi the White Snake Girl and the Slug Lady also decided to take their leave. A group of women holding their approved documents exited the hot spring like victorious bandits, chattering joyfully. The door slammed shut with a bang. The hot spring finally returned to a deathly silence. Only the pool water continued to emit wisps of warm steam. Madara sat alone in the empty pool, deeply exhaling the stagnant air. The world had finally quieted down. He leaned against the stone wall, closed his eyes, trying to relax his weary nerves. However, just seconds after he closed his eyes, an absurd yet incredibly clear thought suddenly struck his mind like a lightning bolt. Madara abruptly opened his eyes. A flicker of disbelief and humiliation passed through his kaleidoscope Sharingan. What had he just done? He, Uchiha Madara, the formidable Asura of the ninja world. He had flattened the 5 great nations and built an invincible empire spanning across the starry seas. He held the power to destroy worlds with star energy and commanded the divine Susanoo, towering 1,000 meters high. And yet, he had actually, while bathing, been coerced by a group of women wrapped in bath towels into approving a bunch of imperial affairs he hadn't even looked at. What is this? This is far from a tyrant reigning supreme. This is simply a spineless fool, completely overshadowed by a harem of women rendered impotent by their warm cocoon. A surge of intense shame and humiliation shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Splash! Madara suddenly stood up from the hot spring. A large splash of sparkling water erupted. The star energy within him erupted violently, instantly evaporating all the moisture from his body. The essential oils and soap that were still lingering on his skin were immediately burned to nothing by this raging energy. He strode out of the pool, grabbed a black robe from the rack and draped it over himself. The black hair rustled in the windless changing room. His crimson eyes radiated an extreme coldness and resolute killing intent. He could no longer continue like this. He couldn't let himself be entangled by this group of crazy women any longer. His ambitions, his vast ocean of stars, would soon become a joke filled with the scent of makeup. No. Madara gritted his teeth, his voice cold enough to freeze shards of ice. I must find someone with a normal mind to discuss my ambitions with. On this broken spaceship besides that fool Obito there's nothing but a bunch of crazy women. Looks like. Madara's gaze crossed the glass wall of the changing room looking out at the vast starry sky. I can only resort to that authority now. Ban donned the oversized black robe and strode out of the Star Energy Hot Spring Pavilion without looking back. He only heard the heavy Star Energy glass door behind him slam shut with a resounding bang. The dull sound of impact echoed in the empty corridor as if completely isolating the hot spring pool filled with the scent of cosmetics and absurdity into another world. Barefoot he stepped onto the metallic floor paved with Star Energy alloy. A slight coolness beneath his feet helped alleviate the warmth that had slightly risen from his nerves after soaking in the hot spring. Ban quickly traversed the long corridor and returned to the command hall, a symbol of the Empire's supreme power. The hall was empty. Only a few small cleaning and security drones were in the corners emitting faint sounds of operation. Ban walked to the cold steel throne in the center of the hall. He did not sit down. Instead he paced irritably in front of the throne. What is this all about? Uchiha Ban emerged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood of the Warring States era, stepping over the bodies of countless strong warriors to arrive at this position where he unified the ninja world and pointed his sword to the stars. He believed that as long as he possessed absolute military power and resources, establishing an empire that no one dared to resist was a matter of course. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. He had military power. Those remnants of old forces like Aoki and Reikage couldn't withstand even a sneeze from him. Yet managing an empire is not something that can be solved by killing everyone. Especially when around him there were either fools like Obito who only thought about romance or a group of women brainwashed by the system's romantic luck constantly competing and being jealous. This sense of despair was more headache-inducing than facing 10 Senju Hashirama. In my heart there is only that vast sea of stars. Ban stopped pacing, gritting his teeth and lowly growling in the empty hall. What I need is a right-hand man who can help me share my burdens, manage these lunatics and fools with an iron fist. Not a bunch of vixens who only know how to wave around chaotic approval forms to trick me into signing in the bathhouse. He recalled the humiliating scene from the hot spring pool just earlier. He hadn't even seen clearly and had vaguely approved Tsunade's budget for a casino and Meiteruma's budget for pearls. If this got out, this shinobi world Azura would surely become the laughingstock of the entire universe. This cannot continue. Ban took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He had to find a person with a sane mind and absolute loyalty to take over the daily affairs of the empire. Orochimaru, while clever, had a sinister nature and was entirely focused on mecha development. Expecting him to manage people was simply a dream. Minato was too gentle to keep those women in check. Ban closed his eyes, countless familiar faces flashing through his mind. In the end, all the faces gradually faded, leaving behind a young figure dressed in Uchiha traditional attire, smiling a little shyly yet incredibly courageous on the battlefield. That was his only weakness in this world. He was also the only one he could trust unreservedly and who possessed significant political acumen. His younger brother Uchiha Izuna. If Izuna were still here. Ban slowly opened his eyes, a rare tenderness and nostalgia flashing in his scarlet Sharingan. He would definitely help me manage this chaotic empire efficiently. Ban no longer hesitated. He focused his mind and immediately brought up the system panel on his retina. In the sections for empire construction and dominance achievements he had accumulated an astronomical amount of domination points due to unifying the entire ninja world. Ban's gaze quickly scanned the system store, directly locking onto the option at the very top, radiating brilliant golden light, perfect resurrection permission. This permission did not require any living sacrifices for Edo Tensei, nor did it demand the cost of overexerting the caster's lifelike rebirth. It forcibly reshaped the target's body and soul using high-dimensional star energy directly from the level of the universe's fundamental rules. A true flawless resurrection. The cost was 10 million domination points, nearly exhausting all of Ban's savings accumulated during his conquest of the ninja world. Yet Ban didn't even furrow his brow. Exchange. Ban coldly issued the command in his mind. Ding. Domination points deduction successful. Perfect resurrection permission has been activated. Please anchor the target's soul imprint in your mind host. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed through the hall. Ban closed his eyes, emptying all distractions. Deep in his memory he found the soul fragment of Izuna that he had cherished for decades. Izuna. Come back. Ban whispered softly. Boom. The star energy conduits in the dome of the hall erupted with blinding light in an instant. The underground energy matrix of the entire interstellar capital emitted a low hum, operating at overload capacity at that moment. A wildly powerful azure starlight like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens directly pierced through the roof of the hall and crashed down onto the ground before Ban. Within the light column countless complex energy circuits and molecular structures intertwined and reassembled frantically. From nothingness to bones, from flesh to skin. Star energy with a power beyond mortal comprehension forcibly pulled a life that had dissipated for decades back from the seams of time. Ban fixed his gaze on that dazzling light column. His hands, which had never trembled even while grasping a sword, were now slightly shaking. Even when facing thousands of troops he had never experienced such an emotional fluctuation. The brilliance gradually dimmed, eventually transforming into specks of blue starlight that dispersed into the air. In the center of the hall a young man appeared. He was dressed in a neat deep blue Uchiha traditional high-collared robe. His short black hair was slightly tousled and he was handsome, with an astonishing resemblance to the later Uchiha Sasuke between his brows. Yet in his eyes there was less of Sasuke's radicalism and darkness and more of the calmness and wisdom unique to that war-torn era. The young man slowly opened his eyes. They were pure black orbs not yet activated for Sharingan. He looked around in confusion, observing this unfamiliar hall filled with a sci-fi metallic texture. Finally his gaze fixed on Ban, who stood before him in a black robe. Izuna was stunned. In his memory he had clearly died beneath the flying thunder god / of Senju Tobarama. Before he died he had even entrusted his eyes to his brother. Yet now he not only felt no pain from his injuries, but even the chakra flowing within him was more abundant than at the peak of his life. He looked at the man before him, who had become younger yet whose domineering aura he could never mistake for anyone else. Brother. Brother. Izuna's lips trembled slightly, his voice carrying a tone of incredulous probing and ecstatic joy. The incredulous quaver of "brother" from Kwanna echoed back and forth in the vast and desolate hall. At this moment the air within the hall seemed to have solidified. The once buzzing star energy circuits appeared to have sensed this bloodline bond that transcended life and death, and their radiance softened considerably. Ban stood still in his scarlet kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The prideful arrogance of looking down upon the world had vanished, as had the irritability from being driven mad by a mess. Only a deep warmth, one that had weathered the storms of life and was now regained, remained. He stepped forward, his hands that had always wielded the lightsaber with decisive slaughter now trembled slightly. He opened his arms, wishing to give this brother who had sacrificed himself for protection during the warring states an earnest embrace. Kwanna, welcome back. Ban's voice was somewhat hoarse, his Adam's apple rolling with difficulty. I have established a brand new empire, and now I need you to help me. Kwanna looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar brother before him. Familiar was the deeply ingrained domineering aura, unfamiliar was his brother's excessively youthful and even more perfect physique. But he did not hesitate, feeling warmth in his eyes, and opened his arms in return. However, just as this touching moment of brotherly reunion was about to unfold. Bang! The heavy alloy door of the hall was suddenly pushed open from the outside without warning. Accompanying the sound of the door opening was a burst of clear bell-like laughter from a woman sharp enough to make one's head ache. Lord Ban. We are back. Before Tsunade even arrived, that boisterous voice had already penetrated in. She wore a green silk robe with an extremely low neckline, holding a budget document just finalized at the beauty salon. Behind her were Terumi May Aoi Aoki, along with the similarly just finished with work White Snake and Slug Lady. This group of women had evidently reached a temporary truce outside, now entering in a cheerful and chatty manner. The air was instantly filled with a pungent mix of high-end perfumes and cosmetics. Ban's outstretched hands froze in midair. His face, which had still carried warmth moments ago, suddenly darkened like the bottom of a pot. The veins on his forehead throbbed. These crazy women. They couldn't come earlier or later but chose this moment. The little bit of tenderness he had painstakingly brewed as a Shura of the ninja world was completely blown away by this fragrant wind. The first one to stop was Tsunade. Her amber eyes scanned over Ban's shoulder, landing on the unfamiliar young man in a blue Uchiha robe at the center of the hall. Lord Ban, who is this handsome guy? Tsunade examined Kwana up and down, her gaze like that of an art enthusiast admiring an intriguing piece. Terumi May also came closer, a hint of surprise flashing in her emerald-like eyes. He does resemble Lord Ban a bit, but he looks more composed. Kwana was still touched at this moment. Suddenly surrounded by a group of women dressed provocatively and exuding fragrance whose strength made even a Warring States elite like him feel a chill. He was completely bewildered. He instinctively took a step back, warily eyeing these unfamiliar women. Brother. Kwana turned to look at Ban, his eyes filled with great confusion. Who are these women? Why are they in this command center? In Kwana's memory, the Uchiha clan's conference hall absolutely did not allow women to enter freely, let alone dressed this way and making such a ruckus. Ban awkwardly coughed, just about to explain that these were the Empire's logistics personnel. But that group of women had ears sharper than a rabbit. Brother. Tsunade and Terumi May exclaimed in unison. Their eyes instantly sparkled like wolves that had spotted a chick. Oh my! So it's my little brother. Tsunade was the first to respond, completely ignoring Ban's murderous glare, and dashed straight to Kwana. Without waiting for a reply, she grabbed Kwana's hand. No wonder you're so handsome in your brothers. I am the chief medical officer of the Empire, Tsunade. Nice to meet you. If you ever have any headaches or anything, feel free to find your sister. Find me. Terumi May quickly stepped in from the other side, gently patting the non-existent dust off Kwana's shoulder. You must be a little disoriented after just being revived, right? I'm Terumi May from the Mist-Hidden Village, now responsible for the Empire's logistics. If you want to eat or use anything, just tell your sister and they'll make sure to arrange everything for you. Aoi Aoki, White Snake's cute girl and slug lady, saw this situation and were not about to hold back. This was a golden opportunity to please Lord Ban. Winning over the little brother would be like gaining an advantage in the harem competition. They all rushed forward. Little brother, you are so good-looking, just as handsome as Lord Ban. Little brother, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. Little brother. Poor Uchiha Kwana, this fierce character who once dominated the battlefield during the Warring States and made countless Senju clan ninjas tremble. At this moment he felt like a little lamb that had fallen into a web. He was surrounded by a group of women with various slippery arms squeezing him. The pungent smell of perfume made it difficult for him to breathe. He wanted to form seals and resist, but the chakra fluctuations of these women were more terrifying than the other, especially that woman who called herself Tsunade, whose grip was as strong as iron pincers, squeezing his bones painfully. Don't touch me. Let go. Kwana's face turned beet red as he struggled desperately among the women. Growing up, besides fighting with people on the battlefield, he had never experienced such a situation. Ban stood aside, watching his brother being treated like a rag doll by this group of women. He clenched his fists, wanting to kick each of these women away. But thinking of how he had just managed to calm them down, he knew that if he acted now, this hall would once again become a hellish battlefield. He could only grit his teeth, turn his head away, and pretend to study the star energy circuits in the hall's dome. Enough. Kwana finally could no longer tolerate it. The Threedemo Sharingan in his eyes instantly activated. Using the insight of the Sharingan, he spotted a gap. His hands quickly formed seals. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted in the midst of the women. Kwana used the body flicker technique to escape from that terrifying paradise of softness. He directly appeared at the bottom of the throne steps 10 meters away. He gasped for air, his previously neat dark blue robe now disheveled with a vivid red lipstick mark stamped on the collar. Kwana awkwardly adjusted his disheveled collar and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He lifted his head. First he glanced at the group of women who were still chattering and seemed unsatisfied. Then he turned his gaze towards Ban, who was sitting on the iron throne looking guilty at the dome of the hall. Quanah's expression changed. The excitement and admiration from their earlier reunion were gone, replaced by a complex gaze filled with resentment, as if his worldview had been completely shattered. Quanah fiercely wiped away the glaring lipstick mark at her collar with the back of her hand. The fabric bore a distinct red stain from her fingertip. In the great hall the women continued to murmur softly, buzzing about how to please him like a swarm of persistent flies circling in his ear. That must have been perfume from the Water Nation, right? The scent is too overpowering. Next time I'll bring some specialties from the land of wood for my little brother. Tsunade's boisterous voice rang out particularly loudly. Quanah adjusted her non-existent glasses on her nose, her gaze sharp as a knife. She did not look at the women who were still casting flirtatious glances, but instead directed her attention straight at Madara, who sat high upon the iron throne. Deep in Quanah's memory her brother was forever the ruthless Shura amidst the smoke of the Warring States period, with only the glory of the Uchiha in his eyes. He was the legendary hero who wielded a fan to instill fear in the Senju clan. But now this Shura sat steadily on the throne, allowing a group of women dressed provocatively and caked in makeup to command such a sacred place with their loud chatter. They even tacitly permitted them to stamp those heavily suggestive lipstick marks onto the body of her recently resurrected brother. How could this be the ruler who was supposed to lead the Uchiha to greatness? This was clearly a debauched tyrant who couldn't even manage his own backyard. Brother. Quanah spoke, her voice not loud, but it resonated clearly in the now quiet hall. Every word was like a blade tempered in ice. I still remember all the things you taught me back then. Madara shifted slightly on the throne, feeling a chill run down his back. He understood his brother too well. Once Quanah spoke in that cold, emotionless tone, it meant he was about to unleash his sharp tongue. Quanah, let me explain this matter. Madara cleared his throat, trying to regain a bit of the dignity of an elder brother. You don't need to explain. Quanah ruthlessly interrupted Madara's words. She stepped forward and stared directly into his scarlet Sharingan. You once told me that in the world of ninjas there is only life and death, and any excess emotion is a fatal flaw. Quanah pointed at the group of women who were eavesdropping nearby. You also said that women only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. The atmosphere in the great hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Tsunade's smile froze, and Konan also put away her small fan. Several women exchanged glances between Quanah and Madara. Quanah took a deep breath, his tone imbued with deep disappointment and accusation. But what about now? Upon my resurrection, what I see is not your majesty ruling over thousands of troops, but you floundering amidst a group of women circling around you like lost lambs. Brother, you lied to me. Did the ruthless principles you once spoke of all get devoured by dogs over time? Madara's face instantly flushed crimson. It was not shame but anger. When had he, the Shura of the ninja world, ever been publicly scolded as a tyrant by someone in front of so many people? The key point was that it was his most beloved younger brother who was scolding him. He wanted to retort, to loudly tell Quanah that all of this was due to that cursed system's interstellar charmer aura. He had no intention of courting these women, they had approached him like rabid dogs. Quanah. Don't spout nonsense. Madara slammed his hand on the armrest and stood up. I have no interest in these women at all. This is beyond my control. Madara clenched his back teeth, utterly at a loss for how to explain the concept of system passive skills to a resurrected ancient person. However, his pale and powerless explanation was completely misinterpreted by the women nearby. Oh dear Lord Madara, you don't need to be shy in front of your little brother. Konan giggled behind her hand, a glint of mischief flashing in her emerald eyes. She deliberately swayed her hips and walked over to Quanah, speaking in a tone as if a sister was instructing her younger brother. Lord Madara is just a tough guy with a soft heart. Though he says he doesn't care just now, in the hot spring he let us serve him for quite a while. Exactly. Tsunade was not to be outdone and immediately jumped in to add fuel to the fire. Lord Madara even approved our budget for building a gambling den. Quenna's younger brother, don't misunderstand your brother, he cares for us more than you know. As soon as these two sentences were uttered, Madara felt a buzzing in his head and a string called reason completely snapped. These foolish women. They were simply pouring oil onto the powder keg. All of you shut up. Madara roared, and a frenzied wave of star energy pressure instantly swept across the entire hall. The metal dome of the great hall creaked under the strain and several lights were directly shattered. The women were startled and quickly fell silent, retreating to the sides. Yet the expressions on their faces that suggested we understand Lord Madara is just being thunder in front of his younger brother made Madara wish he could draw his lightsaber and cut them all down. Madara took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger boiling within him. He looked towards Quenna at the foot of the steps, attempting one last rescue. Quenna, let me explain. These women. Enough, brother. Quenna shook his head slightly. He did not pursue the matter further but sighed deeply, filled with helplessness over the reality and heartbreak for his fallen brother. He reached into his robe. In the astonished gaze of Madara, he pulled out a pair of black-rimmed glasses that seemed to have come from a modern sci-fi world. He slowly put them on his high nose. The moment the glasses were on, the warrior's sharpness from the Warring States era that had enveloped Quenna instantly receded. In its place was an aura of absolute rationality, coldness to the extreme akin to a stoic elite. The lenses reflected a cold white light, obscuring the emotions beneath. Forget it. Quenna pushed up the frames, his tone becoming as flat as a machine. Since brother has completely fallen into this soft paradise, then I have no other choice. He strode up the steps, standing beside Madara, his gaze icy as it swept over the women below who were still whispering. From today onward, the internal affairs of this new empire, along with all these chaotic matters around you, brother, Quenna's voice rang out authoritatively, carrying an undeniable resolve, will have to be taken over by me. Quenna donned the modern Scythian-inspired black-framed glasses, gently pushing them up the bridge of his nose with his middle finger. A blinding cold light instantly streaked across the lenses like a drawn blade, slicing away the warmth that once resided in his eyes. The air in the grand hall seemed to have suddenly lost its warmth. The group of women who had been murmuring softly about how to please their newly appointed little uncle buzzed like ducks. Due to Quenna's sudden shift in aura, they collectively inhaled sharply, falling into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Ban stood before the throne, observing his familiar yet strangely dangerous brother, a shiver inexplicably running down his spine. Since you are so infatuated with these cosmetics, Quenna's voice was like a soulless machine, cold and rigid, carrying an undeniable sense of oppression. He turned around, his gaze slicing through the line of women standing below. Then the operation of the empire cannot depend on a commander whose reason has been hollowed out by the soft comforts of pleasure. From now on I will take over the internal affairs. Tsunade opened her mouth, her usually fiery temper momentarily wavering under this absolute rationality. Little uncle, we are just handling logistical work. Shut up. Quenna didn't even lift his eyelids, directly interrupting Tsunade. He waved his hand in the air, and the Grand Hall Star Energy System immediately responded to his command, displaying several densely packed holographic task lists. The progress of the medical mech factory is 30% behind schedule. There are 2 nodes in the logistics line of the Water Nation that have not been opened, and the foundation of the Desert Assembly Plant is still settling. Since you claim to be logistics, then go back to your posts and shine with your work. Do not let me smell any perfume during working hours in this command center. Otherwise I will shove you and your budget into the reactor of an interstellar battleship as fuel. The women were stunned by Quenna's rapid-fire reprimands and ruthless iron-fisted tactics. Even the usually competitive Terumi May could only grit her teeth and lower her head in reluctant submission. This was Ban's beloved younger brother. If he truly angered him, the consequences would be unbearable for anyone. Yes. Director. The women dejectedly accepted their tasks, resembling a flock of quails being driven away, hastily fleeing the grand hall. Finally the hall became quiet. Ban let out a long breath, just about to reach out and pat his brother's shoulder, praising him for a job well done. But Quenna sidestepped, evading Ban's hand. He turned his head, regarding Ban with a look of disdain, as if assessing a foolish monarch. Brother, you have changed. Kwanna sighed. Though your black armor was worn and tattered, it exuded the glory of blood and fire. Now this robe. The wrinkles and the scent of cosmetics are truly nauseating. Ban's hand, which was suspended in the air, froze. Kwanna, let me explain if this truly isn't. No need to explain, I understand. As one ages, one often seeks some solace from their youth. Kwanna adjusted his glasses again, his tone filled with grand tolerance and maddening sarcasm. However, please pay a little attention to the dignity of the shinobi world in public places. A vein popped on Ban's forehead. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to slap his younger brother across the room. He had originally thought that resurrecting Kwanna would provide him with a caring little helper to share his burdens. Unexpectedly, he had found himself a relentless, all-seeing critic. In the following days, Ban fully experienced what it meant to have a life worse than death in social situations. In the early morning, Ban had just settled into his throne, preparing to sip some tea. Aoki Aoi entered carrying a freshly brewed pot of tea, placing it down without yet having a chance to throw him a flirtatious glance. Kwanna floated out from the shadows of the grand hall's pillars like a ghost. Brother, does drinking tea require a dedicated maid to feed it to you? According to ancient texts, only severely disabled individuals who have lost their ability to care for themselves or the last monarchs indulging in pleasure would have such a need. May I ask which category you belong to? Pooh! Ban spat out a mouthful of hot tea. Aoki Aoi was so shocked that she scrambled out of the grand hall. At noon, Ban went to inspect the newly established Star Energy Weapons Depot. Sam, who was in charge, was wearing a tight uniform and was detailing the weapon parameters, inadvertently leaning close to Ban's arm. Before Ban could pull away, Kwanna's icy voice rang out from behind him. Brother, your gaze tilted forward by 45 degrees just now. That is the blind spot for weapon parameters, yet the highest point of human curves. Kwanna adjusted his glasses, a glint of cold light flashing across the lenses. Do you need me to help you get a pair of reading glasses, or should I directly book you an eye correction surgery? Ban trembled with rage, kicking a nearby star energy bomb away. I wasn't looking at all. In the evening, Ban hid alone in the battleship's lounge, gazing out at the starry sky, attempting to calm his building frustration. The door opened. Tsunade entered holding a plate of midnight snacks, tiptoeing cautiously. Before she could speak, Kwanna's voice blasted through the battleship's intercom system in the lounge. Brother, having a private late-night meeting with female subordinates is a serious violation of the Imperial Supreme Commander's Behavior Code Article 3, Section 2. If you cannot control yourself, I can immediately activate the vacuum system in the lounge to help you cool down. Bang! Ban smashed his fist through the bulletproof glass of the lounge. A gust of wind rushed in, blowing his long hair wildly. He was fed up. Living every day under the scrutiny of a magnifying glass, being relentlessly criticized by his younger brother felt even more crushing than being pummeled by Hashirama's wooden clones. He now felt that even if the system's interstellar heartthrob halo was absurdly powerful, it couldn't compare to the lethality of Kwanna's sharp tongue. He desperately needed a slaughter. A pure, emotionless and straightforward punching bag. To vent the frustration and agitation that had been building in his heart for days, threatening to drive him mad. Just as Ban stood before the shattered window, his eyes bloodshot, ready to explode, intending to blow up a few asteroids in space. SSSSS. Accompanied by a series of slimy sounds of serpents slithering, Orochimaru, clad in dark purple snake armor, slid into the lounge like an eel holding a freshly decrypted black intelligence scroll. Lord Ban. Orochimaru ignored the awkward Tsunade aside and the broken window. He extended his long tongue, licking the edge of the metallic mask, his golden vertical pupils gleaming with the delight of having found entertainment. I just received some intelligence. In the perpetually rainy land of rain, there is a mercenary organization called Akatsuki that refuses to accept the imperial surrender decree. Moreover, the leader of that organization is extremely arrogant. He calls himself a god. God. Ban's eyes brightened at the mention of the word, his originally dull Sharingan now flashing with a terrifyingly vivid crimson light. He abruptly turned his head, fixating intensely on the intelligence scroll in Orochimaru's hand. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile slowly spread across his lips, the first genuine grin he had felt in days. A rebellious brat. Still daring to call himself a god. Excellent. At the moment when a fierce crimson light ignited in his eyes, he sharply snatched the intelligence scroll from Orochimaru's hands. The edge of the parchment tore apart instantly under the pressure of his fingers. A violent murderous aura filled the air, shattering the lingering scent of powder in the lounge. Even the cold wind pouring in seemed to stagnate in the face of this killing intent. He glanced down at the contents of the scroll. Akatsuki. The leader claims to be a god. He looked at the lines of intelligence on the parchment, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth, which soon erupted into an uncontrollable laughter that echoed in the lounge. Ha ha ha. A god. He casually crumpled the intelligence scroll into a ball, and with a slight exertion of his palm wrapped in star energy, the scroll instantly turned into a pile of black ashes cascading down through his fingers. I have painstakingly unified the 5 great nations, overturning the entire structure of the ninja world with star energy mechas. Even the troublemakers like Inoki and Reikage are now obediently breaking stones in my mine. Now in this gutter where even the sun cannot be seen, a group of rebels calling themselves gods has emerged. He abruptly turned around his black robe, drawing a sharp arc in the air. In his crimson eyes a bloodthirsty excitement flickered. The anger that had been pent up by his brother and that group of women in recent days finally found a perfect outlet. Orochimaru, prepare a small hovercraft for me. He commanded coldly as he strode outside. No need to bring a large force nor to launch a battleship. For dealing with this delusional bunch you'll personally go and give them a beating. As he reached the door he suddenly stopped. He turned his head, looking at Izuna, who was coldly observing from within the hall. Izuna, you will come with me. Izuna raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of urgency to prove himself. I want you to see with your own eyes that your brother is still the ruthless slaughterer he was on the battlefield. Those women were just an accident. The blood of battle forever flows through my veins. He was fed up with being mocked as a fool by his brother. He urgently needed a swift slaughter to reclaim his dignity and status as the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Izuna slightly adjusted his black-framed glasses, the lenses flashing with an emotionless white light. If you think bullying a few mercenaries from remote regions will prove you haven't fallen, then I wouldn't mind wasting a little time to witness what you call ruthless slaughter. The corner of his eye twitched, forcibly swallowing back the curse that nearly escaped his lips. And that Toby. He turned to shout outside the hall, his voice echoing through the corridor. Get that clunky mech with the electric drill on for me and come here to do the hard labor. After the fight I want him to carry bricks and clean up. Half an hour later a streamlined black hovercraft pierced through the clouds above the star capital like a sharp black dagger. The engine of the hovercraft emitted a low hum, racing rapidly towards the land of rain. He stood at the forefront with his hands behind his back, facing the fierce wind, his wild black hair whipping about. Izuna stood quietly beside him, holding a small notebook seemingly recording the star energy consumption data of the hovercraft. Toby, wearing the heavy and comical yellow engineering mech, had the excavator bucket of his right hand drooping to the ground, while a sign reading "Single Dog Exclusive" on his back seemed particularly glaring against the gloomy weather. Ancestor, please don't underestimate this Akatsuki organization. Toby cautiously leaned towards Zetsu's back, trying to make his presence felt in front of the two powerful figures. He began to wildly share what he had heard in the village. I heard this organization is full of rank-wanted criminals who have defected from various villages, each one a remorseless psychopath. Their leader is even more mysterious, and no one has ever seen his true face. It is said that he possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths and can control life and death. Moreover, they have long occupied that secluded place in Kyuubi. Even the 5 great nations dare not provoke them lightly. The more Toby spoke, the more he felt uncertain, the mech's treads anxiously scraping against the deck. Are we being a bit too hasty with just the 3 of us? The power of the Sage of Six Paths. Zetsu sneered, not even turning his head. Even if that old man crawled out of the Pure Land, I could still slap him back into his coffin with one hand. Zetsu's gaze pierced through the hovercraft's windshield, locking onto the thick dark rain clouds in the distance that seemed to never cease. In the face of star-level power and absolute physical dominance, all those who claim to be gods are nothing but a bunch of punchable sandbags. The hovercraft accelerated abruptly like a black lightning bolt diving straight into the dense rain clouds. The cold rainwater pounded wildly against the star energy shield of the hovercraft, producing a series of crackling sounds. The view was instantly replaced by darkness and sheets of rain. The oppressive damp and despair-laden Amigakure suddenly appeared beneath them. The hovercraft gradually slowed down, hovering above the tallest tower of Amigakure, which loomed like a steel monster amidst the rain. The powerful airflow generated by the anti-gravity engine rudely pushed away the surrounding rainwater, forming a brief vacuum zone. Zetsu lowered his head. His gaze pierced through the rain curtain, locking onto the tower below. On the complicated metal pipes at the tower's peak, several figures in black robes adorned with red cloud patterns and wearing wind chime hats faced the hovercraft's engine-induced winds, heads raised, standing ready. The airship hatch opened with a dull mechanical hiss. A cold wind mixed with the unique humidity of the rain country instantly poured into the deck of the airship. Raindrops struck the intricate metallic pipes of the towering structure below, producing a staccato sound reminiscent of a chilling and monotonous elegy. Ban stood with his arms crossed. His kaleidoscopic sharingan like an abyss pierced through the heavy rain, looking down from a height at several figures in red cloud black cloaks atop the tower. A bloodthirsty cold smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. He had initially expected to encounter some semblance of resistance, allowing him to vent the frustrations he had endured in Quina. However, when he truly saw the state of the people below, the cold smile on Ban's face slowly froze, morphing into a sense of indescribable shock. Is this the terrifying rebel organization that Orochimaru's intel spoke of claiming to be gods? Didn't that kid Obito say they kill without blinking, and that they have long occupied the rain-hidden village to the point that even the 5 great nations dare not provoke them? From any angle they looked like a nearly bankrupt ragtag troupe. At the peak of the tower they were deprived of the substantial war funding and strategic planning that Obito Akatsuki provided in the original work. The Akatsuki organization formed by Nagato was now so destitute it was almost shocking. Even their iconic red cloud black cloaks had become somewhat faded and washed out by the rain. Kisame. You miser. A man wielding a bloody scythe with a slick-back hairstyle Haiden stood on a pipe, swinging his scythe and shouting at a masked man beside him. Where's the bounty I collected from the last village yesterday? Did you secretly pocket it again? That was supposed to be the money I was going to use to buy top-notch offerings for Lord Evil God. Kisame held an abacus in his hand, clicking it away in the rain. He didn't even lift his head, and his voice carried a tone of frugality shaped by life's hardships. That is for paying this month's base utilities and the organization's meal expenses. If you dare mention that so-called evil god of yours again, he'll dismantle you and sell you to the black market organ traffickers. Under the eaves sheltering from the rain, a boy with golden hair and a spiky ponytail Daidara was squatting on the ground, frantically kneading 2 balls of white explosive clay. His face was filled with frustration from the lack of funds hindering his artistic creation. Sasori, when will the organization's budget finally get approved? I'm running out of explosive clay. Without explosion art, what kind of artist am I? Sasori, hidden within his crimson stream, spoke in a low and hoarse voice. Shut up, Daidara. If you don't have money to buy materials, just go dig some dirt from a mud pit and make do with that. These shrank rogue ninjas were renowned in the ninja world. At that moment, beneath Ban's overwhelming starship, they were embroiled in a heated argument in the chilling rain over a few pieces of silver. The once grand and vengeful aura of this world-destroying villain had crumbled to nothing. They appeared like a down-and-out comedic acrobat troupe ready to disband at any moment due to unpaid wages. Obito, clad in his heavy yellow engineering mech, stood at Ban's side and looked at this bizarre group below, awkwardly scratching his helmet with the excavator's bucket. The single dog neon light behind the mech looked even more desolate in the rain. Ancestor, the intelligence might be a bit outdated. Obito cleared his throat twice, attempting to salvage the dignity he had just lost while frantically explaining. They were indeed quite terrifying in the past, but perhaps with the recent unification of the ninja world and no bounty missions being issued, they've run out of business and are starving mad. Quina stood on Ban's other side. He adjusted his black-framed glasses and a cold light flashed across the lenses. In a tone devoid of fluctuation yet cuttingly sharp, he spoke. Brother. Look at those rogue ninjas below arguing over a bounty of several 100,000. Is this the punching bag you mentioned? Is this what you brought me to see to prove you haven't fallen this decisive killer? Quina sighed deeply. They seem not only unintelligent but also somewhat malnourished. Brother, if you're willing to bully these beggars who can't even afford a meal, then the Empire's dignity is likely to be completely squandered in your hands. 3 veins bulged on Ban's forehead. He abruptly turned his head and glared fiercely at Quina. Shut your mouth, you brat. This bastard brother truly left him no face. Ban took a deep breath, forcing down the impulse to throw Quina off the airship. He was filled with a burning rage that had nowhere to go. Regardless of whether these rebellious ones were true gods or comedic artists, they must be punished today. Listen well, you ants below. Ban's voice mixed with violent star energy roared like rolling thunder, instantly drowning out the arguing voices and the relentless wind and rain above the tower. I am here to take over this territory. Those who do not wish to die kneel and bow before me now. The members of the Akatsuki organization atop the tower were stunned, their eardrums aching from the sudden sound. They all looked up at the sci-fi-like black airship in the sky. Kisame's eyes instantly lit up. An airship. That thing must sell for a fortune in the black market. Haydn excitedly waved his scythe. Perfect for offering to Lord Evil God. Just as Ban felt that these guys were oblivious to danger and prepared to fire the main cannon of the airship, turning the tower to rubble. Inside the tower below, a cold repulsive chakra surge suddenly shot up into the sky. The rain curtain seemed to be forcefully parted by an invisible hand. A man with orange hair and black metal rods piercing his face pain floated slowly into the air, surrounded by several white paper pieces. His pale purple Rinnegan held no human emotion, coldly observing Ban at the bow of the airship as if gazing at a group of lifeless stones. Pain hovered in midair level with the airship. He slowly raised both hands, his voice deep and ethereal as if coming from the distant horizon. I am a god. You should not trespass into the domain of the gods. The self-proclaimed godly remark from Tian Dao Pain gradually dissipated amidst the continuous cold rain of the land of rain. In the air, aside from the rhythmic sound of raindrops hitting the metal pipes, there was also the dull low rumble from the airship's floating engine, forcibly suppressed by stellar energy. Ban stood at the bow of the airship, allowing the cold rain to trace the contours of his sharply defined profile. He was not angry, not even the slightest spark of offended fury. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a bloodthirsty smile that was chilling to the bone. God. Ban's voice was soft, yet it carried a penetrating power that could pierce the soul, echoing throughout the entire tower. His pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes fixed intently on the pale purple orbs within Pain's eye sockets. Those eyes had rippling patterns like waves. Rinnegan. That was the supreme power that Uchiha Ban had barely awakened at the end of his life, after years of struggle following his battle at the Valley of the End, where he bit off a piece of Senju Hashirama's flesh. For the ridiculous infinite Tsukuyomi plan, he had transplanted these eyes into the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Initially he had hoped that this little brat could serve as a competent worker, gathering tailed beasts and resurrecting him. However, the result was quite the opposite. Now this little brat wielding his eyes not only failed to do anything productive, but also came before him taking on the airs of a god. This was undoubtedly the most absurd and infuriating joke Ban had ever heard in his life. Using my eyes to play God. Ban slowly raised his right hand, his fingers clenched tightly, the joints cracking like popping beans. It seems that Black Zetsu, that useless trash, has thoroughly brainwashed you, poor puppet. Upon hearing these words, Pain's emotionless face finally revealed a slight tremor. But he did not back down, instead he raised both hands. Ignorant one. Pain's voice remained ethereal, carrying a cold indifference that looked down upon all beings. Your power is indeed strong, but before a god all resistance is futile. A visible repelling chakra began to wildly gather in Pain's palms. The rain was forcibly pushed away by this repelling force, creating a massive hemispherical vacuum in midair. Shinra Tensei. Pain shouted, pushing both hands outward with great force. The terrifying repulsive force capable of deflecting all physical attacks and ninjutsu surged forth like an invisible giant wall crashing towards the airship in midair with the might to destroy everything. The metal pipes of the tower below began to break apart inch by inch under the shockwave of this force. Kakuzu and Haiden quickly clung to the nearby lightning rod, narrowly avoiding being blown away. "Watch out, Ancestor. This technique is extremely sinister." Obito shouted from the airship. He had heard White Zetsu mention the abilities of the Rinnegan capable of effortlessly repelling tailed beasts. Kisame adjusted his glasses, his gaze icy, ready to form hand seals. However, against this overwhelming repelling force, Ban did not even summon the ethereal form of the Susanoo. Bang! The deck of the airship beneath him showed no signs of damage, but Ban himself vanished from the spot. Without any fluctuations of space ninjutsu, he infused stellar energy into his legs, unleashing a pure speed that surpassed the limits of vision. Pain's Shinra Tensei, that invisible wall capable of repelling everything, met the layer of tangible azure stellar energy shield surrounding Ban. It was like a fragile paper window being violently pierced by a red-hot dagger. There was no pause. No stalemate. What? The first flicker of disbelief appeared in Pain's purple Rinnegan. His prideful absolute defense was actually torn apart by the opponent's physical form. Before he could react further, Ban, clad in a black robe, already appeared before him, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. The arrogant and unrestrained face nearly collided with the tip of his nose. "Since you like to play God so much," Ban's eyes flickered with a violent red light, his right leg drawing a residual shadow in the air that was imperceptible to the naked eye. "Then today I shall let you truly feel what divine punishment is." Boom! No fancy ninjutsu was exchanged. Ban delivered an unadorned yet ferocious flying kick, landing solidly on Pain's face, which was adorned with black rods. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed in the rain. The black rods used to receive chakra on Pain's face shattered into dozens of pieces of scrap iron under the immense kinetic force of the kick. He didn't even have time to scream. His entire being was like a cannonball shot from an anti-aircraft gun, flying back at a speed 10 times faster than the previous Shinra Tensei. Bang! Crack! Boom! Pain's body like a meteor smashed through the hard outer wall of the tower. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. He smashed through 7 or 8 thick concrete barriers, carving out a long human-shaped passage inside the tower. The sound of flying debris and twisted metal drowned out the rain below. Obito stared in shock at the scene from the airship. He glanced at his black flame armor, then back at the ancestor who had defeated the leader without even announcing a technique. Silently swallowing, he thought, Is this the power of star-level combat? Defeating a Rinnegan user is as easy as kicking a ball. Kirin nodded in satisfaction, a hint of admiration flashing across his glasses. Though his behavior is increasingly reminiscent of a tyrant, his martial prowess has not rusted. Inside the tower, in a dark, damp room filled with various thick pipes, the massive outer path golem stood like a lifeless object in the darkness. The red-haired man sitting in a wheelchair was emaciated, with dozens of black metal tubes connecting the golem and controlling Pain's 6 paths sticking out from his back. That was Nagato, the true leader of the Akatsuki. Just as Tian Dao Pain was struck in the face by Ban, Nagato suddenly tilted his head back. Pfft. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his withered lips. The terrifying backlash of stellar energy that Pain endured surged through the chakra connection tubes, mercilessly assaulting his already frail body. Nagato's eyes rolled back, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted positions, nearly passing out on the spot. Nagato. Conan, who had been by his side, turned pale. She hurriedly dispersed her paper wings behind her and rushed forward to support the swaying Nagato. What happened? How could Tian Dao be defeated so instantly? Conan's eyes were filled with horror. Nagato was a god with the Rinnegan. How could someone injure him to such an extent in one blow? Just as Conan prepared to form hand seals to control the other 5 pains for support, a crackling sound suddenly echoed from the ceiling above, causing a painful sensation in her teeth. Boom! The sturdy roof collapsed directly. Amidst the swirling dust a tall figure descended into the dim room like an elegant black eagle accompanied by falling bricks. Ban brushed off the non-existent dust from his black robe. He did not even glance at the wary Conan beside him but walked straight to the specially made wheelchair. Ban looked down at the pale-faced terrified red-haired man. His scarlet Sharingan eyes narrowed slightly. The mocking cold smile at the corner of his mouth appeared especially chilling in the dim light. Red-haired brat. Ban's voice was low, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. How useful are my eyes? The question from Uchiha Obito echoed like the demonic sound of hell reverberating in the dark damp room. Nagato looked up in terror, meeting the gaze of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan that resembled an abyss. He felt as if the air around him had been suddenly drained, even the oxygen in his lungs was stripped away by the murderous intent. What are you saying? Nagato's emaciated chest heaved violently, his pale purple Rinnegan losing focus from shock. This is the power I awakened since childhood. It is the divine eye that guides the ninja world towards peace. Divine eye. What a fool, easily misled. Uchiha Obito sneered coldly, stepping forward and looking down at the frail figure in the wheelchair. That Black Zetsu only fit to hide in the gutter plotting schemes stuffed my eyes into the eye sockets of a brat from the Uzumaki clan simply to trick you into being my resurrection battery. Your ridiculous pain, your self-righteous theory of peace in my eyes are not even worth a third-rate stage play. This cruel truth struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the beliefs Nagato had built over 30 years. The connection tube of the outer path golem wailed behind him. Nagato painfully clutched his head, his mind blank. It turned out he had sacrificed everything, caused Yahiko's death, and in the end was merely a discarded piece on someone else's chessboard. His Tao heart utterly collapsed. Just when Nagato was filled with despair, preparing to close his eyes and await death, Obito withdrew his killing intent. He raised his hand enveloped in azure star energy and mercilessly slapped it onto Nagato's bony shoulder. Since my eyes have been borrowed by you for so many years, it is time to pay rent. The violent yet life-infused star energy surged in like a river, instantly flooding into Nagato's limbs and bones. Those life forces drained by the outer path golem the atrophied muscles and broken leg bones. Under the reshaping of this high-dimensional energy, sounds of growth like crack crack resonated. In just a few seconds Nagato's emaciated legs regained their fullness and strength. He stood up from the wheelchair in disbelief, staring blankly at his own hands. This is a miracle. His knees buckled and with a heavy thud he knelt before Obito. All pride and pretenses were crushed by this absolute power and grace. The Akatsuki organization is willing to plunge into fire and water for Lord Obito. Conan, standing aside, watched Obito's rough yet divine act. The peak charm aura covered her without any blind spots. This usually cold and frosty origami angel had her cheeks flushed. A layer of misty water appeared in her cool eyes as she gazed at Obito, her expression turning dreamy. Lord Obito. If you don't mind, Conan is willing to give everything to serve you. To express her love she formed hand seals, and countless sheets of white paper surged from under her robe, astonishingly forming a gigantic pink explosive tag heart glowing with fire above Obito's head. Obito looked at the heart that was about to explode above his head, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. With a wave of his hand the star energy instantly reduced the explosive tag to ashes. Put away your deadly confession. I'm not interested in paper people. Bang. The door to the room was kicked open. Kisame, holding an abacus with only money in his eyes, pointed at Obito and roared, "Dare to harm our leader? Pay with your life for the bounty." Haiden followed suit, wielding a scythe. "Lord Jashin will punish you." Obito couldn't be bothered to speak. With a thought, the star god's physical material reorganization ability activated. In midair, thousands of heavy pure gold coins instantly condensed, raining down violently on Kisame's head. Kisame's head was bloodied, yet he continued to joyfully pick up coins from the ground, suffering a severe concussion from the deluge of gold coins, rolling his eyes and fainting. As for Haiden, Obito struck him with a star energy blast from a distance. The raging power completely burned away Haiden's proud Jashin curse. Haiden rolled on the ground in pain, feeling the pressure that surpassed the divine. He immediately dropped his scythe and clung to Obito's ankle, shouting, "Lord Obito, You are the true God. What is a false god? From now on I will only worship you. Outside the hole in the ceiling a clay-white bird flew by. Deidara shouted from above, art is an explosion. Humph. Obito did not even lift his head, using the shadow of the Shinigami to cross space and appear above the white bird. He delivered a solid headbutt from a distance, hitting Deidara right on the forehead. Deidara along with the bird spun in the air several hundred times before being launched into the skyline like a shooting star. A bunch of oddities. Obito snorted coldly, pulling out several star energy cores from the system space and throwing them on the ground. Put on the mechs I provided. From today onwards the Akatsuki organization will be incorporated into the Imperial Star Vanguard Army. Starlight exploded. Nagato donned the 6 Paths of Pain armor equipped with floating cannons, while Conan sprouted beam angel wings from her back. The once deeply distressed rogue ninja instantly transformed into a cyber mech boy and girl group shimmering with neon lights. Obito turned around, exited the tower and boarded the floating airship. Behind him Conan pushed up her black-framed glasses, coldly recording everything. It took 5 minutes to recruit the minor fish. Brother, you wasted enough time to drink a cup of tea. Obito shot his brother a glare, waving his hand. Notify Orochimaru. Activate the Shura-class interstellar battleship. Target locked Ōtsutsuki home planet. I will engrave the name of Uchiha across this universe. The massive battleship the Azura broke through the atmosphere of the planet. The high-strength star energy armor on the ship's exterior created intense friction, with cosmic rays emitting a sharp and piercing zzzz sound, dragging a splendid blue tail flame through the pitch-black vacuum. Ban stood with his hands behind his back in front of the large windows of the bridge. He gazed at the vast, boundless, dark, starry sky outside, and the violent battle intent that had been dormant in his veins for so long finally boiled over. The ninja world was too small, so small that even stretching his limbs would shatter several mountain peaks. Not to mention having to avoid the peach blossom-filled battlefield that made his scalp tingle. Only this vast universe, only the Ōtsutsuki clan, who prided themselves as gods and harvested planets as if they were orchards, were worthy to be the sharpening stone for his interstellar empire. The battleship entered the highest level of warp mode. Space folded under the strain of the star energy engine. Only half an hour had passed. A massive celestial body emitting a deathly pale light and hundreds of times larger than the ninja world appeared within the battleship's field of vision. The Ōtsutsuki home planet. Alarm. High-dimensional life energy fluctuations detected. Orochimaru sat in the pilot's seat, his golden vertical pupils fixed intently on the wildly flashing radar screen, his hoarse voice revealing a rare seriousness. Lord Ban, something is emerging. Above the home planet the void split open without warning, revealing a massive rift. An ethereal figure radiating blinding white light, eyes closed with a golden rinnegan on its forehead, slowly descended into the starry sky. The god of Ōtsutsuki, Shinju. He had abandoned his physical form and evolved into a high-dimensional consciousness life form. The pressure capable of crushing planets even made the Azura battleship's hull emit creaking sounds under the strain. Inferior insects. Shinju did not open his mouth, but the ethereal and cold voice of consciousness directly erupted in the minds of everyone aboard the battleship. Attempting to challenge the majesty of the gods with the stolen inferior energy. You inhabitants of this planet have even been stripped of the qualification to be a breeding ground, turned to dust. Shinju slowly raised his illusory finger. Countless meteors and celestial debris in the universe were drawn by high-dimensional laws, transforming into a meteor shower that would obliterate everything crashing down upon the Azura battleship. God. Ban looked at the pretentious white figure, a cold and arrogant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What I dislike most is your condescending tone. Quina, keep an eye on the battleship. Ban stepped out of the bridge, his figure directly exposed to the cold vacuum of space. He spread his arms, tilted his head back and let out a furious roar that shook the galaxies. For me, come down. Star God Susanoo ultimate form. The brilliant azure starlight instantly drained the dark matter energy from the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers. A cyberpunk-style steel giant towering at 100,000 meters manifested with a thunderous roar in the depths of the universe. The 12 star-destroying floating cannons behind star god Susanoo simultaneously lit up with blinding red light. Shinju's closed eyes snapped open, and for the first time a look of horror appeared on his expressionless face. He felt that his proud high-dimensional laws were as fragile as paper before this steel giant. With just these broken stones, do you think you can block my path? Ban's voice reverberated through the sound array of star god Susanoo, creating visible ripples in the vacuum. Star god Susanoo slowly drew the massive star-slicing sword from its waist. The sword light surged to 1,000,000 meters, resembling a blue galaxy that spanned the star system. There were no complicated ninjutsu, only the absolute force pushed to the extreme through physical strikes. Die. Ban gripped the control stick with both hands and swung the sword down. This sword directly annihilated the meteor shower that filled the sky. The momentum of the star-slicing giant sword remained unyielding, carrying the domineering force to shatter everything. Sizzle. In the despairing scream of Shinju, this invincible god of Ōtsutsuki, along with the massive home planet behind him, was cleaved in two by this blue sword light that pierced through the universe. Cleanly, mercilessly, it was split into two. The core of the planet was severed, triggering a supernova explosion that shocked the universe. The blinding white light swallowed the entire star field. When the light faded, only the magnificent steel body of star god Susanoo remained in the universe, along with the debris of the Ōtsutsuki home planet floating in the air. The Ōtsutsuki clan, the ruthless plunderers running rampant in the universe, had completely become a part of history's dust under Ban's sword. Ban sat in the control chamber, exhaling a long breath. He felt the overwhelming power within him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. This was the battle he desired. This was the ambition he sought. However, just as Ban prepared to disengage from the mech and return to the battleship to enjoy the joy of victory, suddenly a cacophony of voices filled the battleship's communication channel. Lord Ban, you were so handsome. That sword strike simply pierced my heart. This was Tsunade's bold voice. Lord Ban, I've already prepared interstellar chilled red wine for you. Hurry back and let me serve you. This was Mei Teruma's delicate call through her tea. Don't fight me for this. Lord Ban's mech needs maintenance. I'm first in line. Even the white snake sage squeezed in with a high-pitched voice. Ban's smile instantly froze. He looked at the battleship deck, where those eager and fanatical beauties gazed at him through the observation window. And his brother Quina, who pushed up his black-framed glasses while coldly muttering, "Brother is still a fool who attracts women through brute force." The title of Interstellar Heartthrob, sparkling with pink heart effects, seemed to shine even more joyfully on his system panel. Ban leaned despairingly against the pilot's seat, covering his face with both hands. He suddenly realized a tragic fact. He could cleave planets with a single sword and blast gods. However, in this lifetime he feared he would never escape from this group of ravenous women and this battlefield that made him constantly test the boundaries of social death. Sigh. A sound filled with helplessness yet tinged with a hint of compromise that even he had not noticed drifted slowly in the silent depths of the universe. Forget it. Ban lowered his hands, gazing at the fleet that belonged to him in the starry sky and the lively lives that chattered around. A smile slowly formed on his face, both relieved and domineering. Since I can't escape, then I'll be the strongest peach blossom star god in this universe. The end of the book.